Chapter 201. Occupy. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. However, Tang Tian did not hurt himself. I benefited a lot from him, he said with a smile. Be content. The mother and son were talking when they heard an urgent report. There are a large number of enemy troops in the northeast. General Xiao has already fortified the city. General Shi and General Tang are preparing to fight. They are all waiting for His Highness's order. The enemy will not come slowly. Immediately ride on the east wall and go up the city from the road below the city. Looking through the telescope, I saw the dust rising in the distance, and it looked like the enemy had a lot of power. Under the city, Shi Wanchao was ready and waiting for the military order. They became good friends, responsible for the power to kill the enemy with arrows, and Shi Wanchao was responsible for hard work, no matter how powerful the enemy was. The enemy was approaching quickly, only to see the other side's cavalry entering the battlefield like a whirlwind, and the strong horses and people stealing, both with leather armor. The iron looks hard to mess with. Tang army staff members nervously counted the number and equipment in the city. Banners are like forests. The enemies keep coming in and the count keeps increasing. Thousands of cavalry. The staff noted specifically. We see the length of the bow they carry, usually the length of our bow and arrow. I am a little surprised that this kind of power is not low. Tens of thousands of cavalry, absolutely not a small number, and the length of the bow and arrow shows that the bow and arrow can strike hard. She naturally has a pair of bright eyes. Seeing that the quality and spirit of the other party are good, it is an uphill battle. However, she is also a belligerent generation, and when a powerful enemy comes, not only is not afraid, but also full of energy. She personally walks out of the city gate to prepare to fight the enemy. When she got to the front of the army, she couldn't help freezing. She saw some people kneeling on the other side of the sea, dressed as if they were Bogart. The next scene made her feel strange that the powerful enemy ran out and said in a stringent Chinese, "Are you from China?" "We, Rahul, demand your obedience." The big pie that fell from the sky was hard. Indeed, a group of Rahul cavalry surrounded a man in his 30s, tall and majestic, his eyes gleaming with a beard and gill 3%. Walking out in person, the Rahul family saw a golden armored woman, the god of war, appearing before them with a group of mad warriors, and suddenly Bogart's officers and veterans looked at her respectfully. They were more experienced, watching to Tang Tian as extraordinary as a veteran. She is as bright as the goddess of the 9 heavens. When she is ready to fight, she rides left and right. The bow is half exposed, allowing people to see a solemn trap. This is a powerful bow. Those familiar with these commodities will even find a bow and arrow that is often used, by no means a decoration. She also saw respect for her in the eyes of her subordinates, so Rahul cared about Tang Tian's gender. After all, they're from the prairie, and the prairie has many outstanding heroines, some of whom are still very powerful, so this woman leader isn't surprising. On the other side are the stern Chinese people. Rahul adult Uraso pays tribute to the Han people. Please ask your highness. The tour guide Guo took the translator and introduced to the Baogar people, His Royal Highness of the Eastern Han people. Her power is second only to the Eastern Emperor, and there are two supreme. She is the fat king of Atami, Tang. It's Empress Dowager Tang. Uraso said the first 3 words and the last 2 were in his native language, but the word was clear. Dear Queen Tang, we Rahul are willing to come back to you, become your subordinate, and fight for you. The words spoken by an adult in Rahul, Uraso, were translated very accurately, and Lao Guo Lian nodded, indicating that the other party was right. In that case, please. Tang Tian invited the other party into the city, because the other party did not hesitate at all, and brought a few troops to follow her into the city. There was also a group of Baogar people in purple clothes. They were all men. One of them was called the Rahul tribe, and said he is the prince. Dedicating this unfortunate fellow to Tang Jun is a great surprise for them. In the former palace of Baogal where Tang Tian is stationed, Uraso tells his story. It is said that the Khan of Bulgaria drove the prince out and escaped 30 miles northeast of the city of Troz in Priscas. After the shock subsided a little, the accompanying court minister immediately sent someone to look for the king. The result was depressing, saying that the city of Prisca was occupied by foreign enemies. The flag on the city was a square letter. They did not know the Bogart. The biggest and most shocking word was, the court minister dared not ignore it, immediately sent the crown prince's order to the 4-sided horse, industrious king. Destroy foreign enemies, recapture the motherland, and avenge hatred. 0. The Rahul tribe is located further north, with a large population, and controls 20, many strings, long been used to guard against the ants in the north. This country is very powerful. Because of their abilities, they were reused by King Baogar, and be careful. The Rahul tribe was not yet able to resist, so it complied with King Baugur, and his lord Uraso immediately ordered the tribe to fight and prepare. They moved quickly, received orders in the morning because their tribe was famous, gave them priority orders, prepare at noon, send troops in the afternoon. However, I didn't expect Uraso to speak for God after lunch. Kamaj, the priest of the witch god, is an ancient high priest. Currently, his religion is difficult because many people have changed their faith in God. The state of Aroba was greatly influenced by God, especially among the barbarian tribes, where many were religious, and of course religion did not prevent them from robbery. But Uraso especially trusted Kamaj, because he was the illegitimate son of the old man. This is a secret, which is never known to outsiders. Even if Uraso confessed to Tang Tien, he would not tell it. More than 3 years ago, the wife of this former leader worshipped the witch god and asked his son to do it. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Fei Lu novel. Chapter 202. Project. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. After she married the leader, she had no children for many years. Seeing the beautiful girls around her giving birth one after another, she could not help but hurriedly stood up and prayed to the witch god. At the time, the religion of the gods had not yet prevailed among the tribes when the then high priest, Komagai, performed rituals for her. In short, the chief's wife came back and gave birth to a healthy baby, and everyone said that the child was blessed by the witch god, and he was Uraso. Because he was born like his mother and did not attract the attention of the former leader, when the leader went to see God, Uraso successfully took over him. If his mother hadn't told him the truth, he would have understood why the high priest helped him so much, even lost his power. 000. Kamagai came to Uraso this time, said he knew the word written in the newspaper, and said to him, "This is Chinese characters. Chinese characters are used. The Han people are here." What is? Uraso didn't know what Han Chinese was. They are the great tribe that drove us out of our homeland hundreds of years ago, and in the east, we came from the east. Hundreds of years ago, in the Far East, the two most powerful tribes, one called the Xiongnu and the other called the Han dynasty, our tribe was still small and dependent on the Xiongnu. Komagai tells the history of the war between the Huns and the Han dynasty. During this period, the Huns controlled more than 1 million strings, and the Han dynasty was also very powerful. Because of the war between the two main tribes, the Huns went far away and we followed them here from the Far East. Later, the Huns called God's whip were very powerful. He broke through Ravenna, the capital of the Western Roman Empire, drove out Valentine III, and threatened the Eastern Roman Constantinople to achieve a mortal feat, but his ancestors and our ancestors were defeated in the East and brought by the Han Chinese here. Uraso listened with interest, and couldn't help but ask, why have I never heard of such a thing before? As long as you, sitting in my seat, you won't know. Of the high priest can be passed down from generation to generation, only language, no words. What do you want to say? Uraso asked. The Chinese are here. Komagai sighed. They defeated our ancestors and drove out the Huns. I used to tell the witch that we would lose. Really? Uraso shouted. Of course it's good. Kamaj confirmed. Uraso pondered for a while, whether it was or not, ordered the army. Each of them moved at high speed and entered the suburb of Priska at night, and then Uraso received support supplies. Two Tang rangers were captured. On the forest road in the hilly area, two Tang dynasty riders drove the road without hesitation. They are both Sergeant Major Lin Fang and Dong Xiao, who were veterans. The two men took 5 horses and went out to spy on the enemy. Nothing out of the ordinary. When they turned the corner, where they were obscured by rocks and trees, the horse sank. The two couldn't help but find themselves falling in. A group of people around them hugged and any two of them had to be caught because of their abilities. They were comforted by the fact that their captors were not hostile to them, but tied them up and put them in a camp in a distant valley, and gave them water to drink. In Uraso's main account, Lord Rahul, Uraso and the captains looked in awe at the equipment taken from the two Tang armies and spread them out on a wooden table in the account. Not to mention military equipment, but auxiliary equipment, which is the first key item. Binoculars, when placed in front of you, instantly swell the scene. Obviously, in the distance, they were all tumbling on the tip of the knife, and soon they knew the power of this thing, and their faces were gloomy. Fortunately, it was in the mountains, otherwise on the grassland, the other side according to if you look at it from a clear height. people see the army, but the army can't see the enemy. It's scary to think. The needles in a small box are constantly changing, and there are Chinese characters in the south and north. No one knows. Yuraso immediately. A priest was hired with the army. He was the assistant of the high priest Kamaj. He speaks Chinese. The young pastor exclaimed, "This is for directions." In general, pastors are more knowledgeable, and more aware of what it does. This thing is good. Pencils, ink pens. The two pens you are with are for priests, and they are written on paper. For Tang people, pens are ordinary things, and using pens is as natural as breathing. However, on the Silk Road, the export of pens was strictly prohibited. Like silkworm seeds, tea seeds, ceramic recipes, etc., anyone who dares to take it out will commit a felony. If he doesn't die, the hard work can't escape. Few pens can carry pens. After all, the Tang people had to use it to count, but do not allow mass export. Foreigners are absolutely not allowed to read too much, preferably as stupid as possible. This is cultural blockade. The priest thinks it is more convenient for the Rahul tribe to be so far away, the largest of them too. 5. Most people don't understand it. Father immediately. It's medicine. The report says, the medicine bag is not big. There are many bits and pieces. Dog skin cream, hemostatic powder, disinfectant iodine tincture. Tang people already know how to extract iodine from seaweed. Various pills, bandages, disinfection cotton swab. Although the things are small, they give the tribal people a sense of people who respect morality. The tea they know, although it is the tea of ordinary soldiers. The tea in the small package is better than the big tea brick that the tribe drinks. There are a lot of tea residues, tea branches, etc. on the tea brick, and the taste is terrible. After the tribal people lose their hair, they enjoy it. Tea is a first-class product enjoyed by the nobles. The products of the middle class are for the Tang people to drink, and the lower products are made into tea bricks for export. Chapter 203. Treasure. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yibai was the last to arrive. This should not be a noisy greeting and etiquette. Listening to Lin Ming's xiaoshu. Sitting in the pavilion is really a big Polonia oil merchant from Shannan East Road, and one of the fat people wearing a blessing satin shirt should be Jinzhou Wanfu, the owner of a tung oil shop. Yibai heard Wu Yujun say just now that this person used to be the big housekeeper of Jinzhou Zongxin town, and that is the origin. Fatty should be the owner of Jinzhou Wanfu Tongyu store. When Yibai came here, he heard Wu Yujun say that this person turned out to be the big housekeeper of Jinzhou Zongxin town. It is not surprising that Yibai is cold to him. After the greeting, everyone talked for a while, and exchanged some fighting experience to support Sanji and Shinluoji, which happened to be Sanwajiu. So far, everyone knew that it was time to order, so we put our chopsticks, put it in your hand and wait. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yibai thought for a while. It seems that Lin Ming has already contacted these people. In his capacity, he is indeed the best leader of the Polonia oil merchants in Shannan. Tung oil joint bidding for current oil dealers was a common but extremely effective business method in later generations. Thinking of this, Yibai turned his head and looked at Wu Yujun. When he sees him approaching with a bitter smile, yes, if he gets together, the more business he does, the harder it is to get in the way. When Lin Ming coughed twice and started to speak, the vague information Tang Chengyuan had seen in the newspaper gradually became clear. The first thing to be determined is that the losses of the merchants at sea were far greater than the vague information recorded in the newspapers. Since this spring, in fact since the end of last year, the Lingnan Chunzhou pirate group headed by the Shen family has become very active. In the past, they robbed ships one by one, but now they loot in batches. This way, the pirates of neighboring countries were directly stimulated, and the original maritime Silk Road of the Golden Waterway once became a cowardly path, and the lakeside merchants represented by Bashu lost a lot of money. In particular, these tomatoes and sea merchants are dissatisfied that once these pirates change the rules and ethics of looting cargo and not looting ships, even those ocean-going ships will be burned after looting, and when they leave, these goods can be done again. After all, these ancient foundations built up by wealthy merchants over the years are thick. They can arrive before a point, but when the ship burns, it's deadly. After all, these ocean-going ships, usually 6 to 7 feet deep, are not those short-range delivery vehicles walls, they can be built. This way, the life of the Tang people is not easy. Although the Feng family has established strict family rules, they have never robbed the ships of the Tang dynasty, and the pirates of the surrounding countries are also afraid of the powerful forces of the Tang dynasty, but they cannot resist the storms at sea and chaotic water flow, so much so that the Tang merchants also lost a lot of money. The two buildings together make the original ship, and the sea ships outside Yangzhou port gather together, adding a bit of bleak air. Until today, the Tung oil merchants gathered at Lin Ming's introduction, not only the Tung oil merchants, but even the famous wood merchants and shipbuilders in the southeastern half of the city wall, all gathered in Yangzhou like a group of collectors. Now, at the mouth of the Weihai River, Huzhu shipyard, no matter how big or small, has a clanging sound. When Lin Ming talked about this, the Tung oil merchants present were full of emotions, but to Yi Bai's confusion, Lin Ming, the largest Tung oil merchant in eastern Shannan, did not have much joy on his face, touched Wu Jun with his arm, and then gestured to Lin Ming with the corner of his eye. After a while, he glanced again suspiciously, obviously not understanding what was going on. If Lin Ming's performance is no longer normal, then his future regulations will be even more inexplicable to Yi Bai. The meaning of this Tung oil merchant is to bring together the Tung oil merchants in Shandong East, and the Yangzhou shipyard will take over the Tung oil transaction with the sea merchants. Was surprised when he said this. Why these Tung oil dealers came to Yangzhou, unlike Yi Bai, they came here to listen to the news. Besides visiting the market, the most important issue is the attitude of foreign companies in the city. Yangzhou Foreign Affairs Department is a special one, especially in that it does not go back to Wangcheng Temple to supervise any of them, but directly under the palace city. In short, it is like Cao Shuechen's Jiangning Weaving later Yamen, originally dedicated to providing overseas treasures for the royal family, then extends to goods carried by registered ocean-going merchant ships, customs duties and are not allowed to be exported. The income does not belong to the treasury of the household sector, but goes directly to the royal treasury of Miyagi Prefecture. Of course, apart from the management of marine merchants, they have no right to interfere in local affairs, but due to the special nature of Yamen, its influence is determined to be very large, so Tung oil merchants are so concerned about the attitude of the market and import sector. It doesn't have to protect them as long as it steps in. At that time, no one wanted to argue with them anymore. Of course, this is also the reason why the newspaper said that Haisheng United asked the company to preside over the Tung oil trade. It can be said that the richest group of people is undoubtedly these ocean-going merchants. Their ships are not sent back to the freighter, they are all money, Huang Chengcheng's money. Not only did they write poems, but also folk jokes about wealthy maritime merchants. What's more, a few years ago, in the Shurui Pavilion of Kaiyuan Temple in Yangzhou, the donation of incense by maritime merchants was at least 1,000 pounds. One of the mother-in-law didn't know that she donated 2 million, so she couldn't laugh. What is even more outrageous is that the Persian sea merchants traded as much as $10,000 in jewelry, as seen in the wealthy of the sea merchants. Rare chance to kill those very wealthy marine merchants. Tung oil traders who get news from all over the world are rubbing their hands. They worry that this good opportunity will be disrupted by the intervention of cities and foreign companies. Makes them happy is that, judging from the current situation, urban foreign companies do not seem to have such intentions. Of course, this is also because Yangzhou foreign companies have just changed their staff. But what these businessmen did not expect is that the company has not moved yet. But Lin Ming proposed such a charter. If you have money, you can't make money. What are you doing? After Lin Ming's charter was enacted, there were needles everywhere in the house, and the businessmen were at a loss, but they were also worried. After all, Lin Ming's identity is unusual. No one speaks. After Lin Ming proposed such a charter, the lively room went down until the whole reception was over. Wu Yujun and other Tung oil merchants walked out of the restaurant silently. After Yi Bai walked into the room, Wu Yujun immediately slammed hard on the door. A snake came out of the king's nest, and Lin Minglang took off its shell and became weird. After dinner, he said, "Achung, you have a good mind. Think about what kind of mobs Lin Ming has produced. Is he afraid that if he has too much money, he will bite his hand?" To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Philo novel. Chapter 204. Know what? Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. These Tung oil merchants didn't catch fire. What are you anxious about? Yi Bai poured 2 cups of tea and sat down. Things are not normal. There must be monsters, but the greasy inside is not easy to guess. Lin Ming's moth is more confusing to us now. Can we still do business with this store? Let's see. Don't worry too. It makes sense. He savored the words of Pin Tengcheng carefully. Hey, No wonder my sister told me time and time again to think a little more with you when I get to the ground so I don't say anything. Your quietness alone is better than mine. Yi Bai smiled and said, I am very anxious, really don't hide it. I also pointed out that the business of this store can make money, and let the two old people in the family build a good house. But in this store's big business, we're more barefoot than anyone else. Are we still afraid to wear shoes with bare feet? It sounds fresh, but you're right. Hey, Wu Yujun smiled and stood up crookedly. I don't want this. Brother, let's go and take you behind the hook and open your eyes. We took goodwill. I want to sleep for a while. If I get up early, I want the boat to go to Hujujo to see those piers. After all, seeing what I see is a good thing. Yi Bai said when he drove Wu Yujun out. Go to your side and remember to cherish your body and bones. Yi Bai said, pushing Wu Yujun away. If you get up early, I want to send the ship to Hujujo to see those shipyards. Yi Bai said, pushing Wu Yujun away. Yi Bai said that he drove Wu Yujun out. Chang, there's nothing wrong with you. It doesn't matter if you don't mean anything. I'll go to the back to explore the way first, and I'll give you 2 good preparations first. I was still hanging around in the room, but as soon as Wu Yujun walked out of the room, he slipped to the foot of the room, and before he finished speaking, he hurried to the south. Tang Cheng was mentally prepared for this, and these. The investigation was not what Wu Yujun expected. After falling asleep, Yi Bai looked at the sky and rented a fast boat from the city's canal channel. After entering the Wai River, he went all the way east to Huzujo. Huzujo is a peninsula surrounded by water on all sides. The Wai River on its left bank is close to the East China Sea. It is indeed an ideal pier location. The wood of the mountains, the busy craftsmen, the sound of the tinkling percussion and the smell of wood flowers floating in the air all reflect this. Huzujo is busy. Looking at these mountains and forests, what Yi Bai thought of was not a ship, but tung oil. How much tung oil will be needed to build so many ocean-going ships in a period of time? After seeing the truth, Yi Bai didn't stay here much. In this way, sailing against the current was very slow, and when he arrived at the Yangzhou Inn, it was already dark. It was so late, and Wu Yujun hadn't come back yet. Looking at the situation, he probably wouldn't be able to come back tonight. Yi Bai's guess was right. When he got up the second time, Wu Yujun hadn't come back. Seeing Yi Bai, he didn't wait for him. He went out after breakfast, inquired about the market in Tong City, and visited the city on the way. After returning at noon, Yi Bai didn't go to Wu Yujun's room at all, but during the lunch break, when he came knocking on the door, Yi Bai, who was disturbed during the lunch break, opened the door without being bothered. When Wu Yujun came in, he was as thin as a bamboo pole. At first glance, this person really looks like Ma Sanli, a cross-talk master. This is Yi Bai, Ah Cheng, my cousin who came with me. This is an old friend Ma met in Xiangzhou that day. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Ma Yi didn't say anything. After nodding to Yi Bai, he said something to Wu Yujun. Don't forget the evening date. So he got up and left. Listen to the second sentence. Chung, you just came back very late last night. You went out this morning and worked hard. Despite the twists and turns throughout the night, Wu Yujun's spirit is very good. One by one, the way of civil and military. If your brother takes you loose now, the hook at the back has just reached a group of Chick, Fu Sang, Shinluo, Zhu have 5 days already. Yi Bai didn't answer his words at all. According to his experience, as soon as Wu Yujun answered the phone, he said it was not over yet. What does Ma Yi want you to do? What else can he do to help people build bridges? It is said that a northern merchant wants to introduce him. Wu Yujun and Yi Bai, who were planning to go out, sat down. This person is an interesting person, who can't study and can't possibly have a career in economic. It is good that he has a good memory and is familiar with this man. That day, he made a living after a fall in Xiangzhou. I haven't seen him in years. I didn't expect him to go north. Where is the north? Landscape Chang'an. Wu Yujun, hey, said with a smile. There's a lot of time in the evening. I don't want to go yet. If you're interested, let's see. It's the big businessman who posts this to invite people to dinner. It's all over the place. It turned out that it was just a different topic to ask Dunjia by. This time he really knew what to do. Then I talked to him just now. The ones from our Shenandong family. The tung oil merchants are basically the ones who got the job, and the one who bought this thing tonight seems to be in the mood to do the tung oil business too. Tang Chengwen then asked, can Ma Yi also send a message to Lin Ming? Wu Yujun said hesitantly. I said something very short and didn't ask. Should it be delivered? There is no one, you can't lose him. Wu Yujun is wrong. The banquet in the north is a fat man named Zhou Larong. Compared with Wu Yujun, this man is fatter and more sustainable. Of course, the style of hands and feet is much bigger than Wu Yujun. Where he entertains guests is not in the restaurant in front, but in the hook bar in the back. This is the largest flower room in this box. There are three incense burners in the room. Coupled with the fragrant smell of gunpowder, the whole room was filled with a greasy smell, and luckily, there were 666-sized curling pots in the room. Otherwise, the weather is really hot. I can't leave zeros. After Zhou Larong came, he didn't say anything, but ordered the girl to serve wine. As an important place for interpersonal communication in the Tang dynasty, invited businessmen have long been accustomed to it. You have no idea of choosing someone who I will have company with soon, but since he has arrived at such a place, he can't be too rigid. The man sitting next to him, now as old as he, could be arranged by a pimp to such a luxurious place. Nature has a good look, no matter what. She's elegant, but not enough. Rich. This way, some of them do not meet the aesthetic standards of the times. Because of the inevitable neglect, seeing the same sister six continue to be taken away, I was also hung up. The whore's face is inevitably embarrassed. Chapter 205. Prosperity open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yi Bai just saw her embarrassed expression. Since she has to choose, who doesn't choose is more important that it is consistent with the aesthetics he cultivated in later life, and now he chooses, which frees her from embarrassment. Thank you. Holding the wine in his hand, he avoided Tang Chengdi, put the wine in his mouth, and held the wine. Not to mention that the young gentleman in front is still there, solving her embarrassing problems. Her watery eyes rarely reveal some real emotion. Seeing Yi Bai reach out and pick up the wine again, he immediately, slightly angry, her trembling approached Yi Bai. It looks like this. Yi Bai is no longer persistent, and he will drink all the wine in his hands. What's your name? When Yi Bai finished drinking, Guan Guan wrapped his hand around his neck with a lamppost. What a beautiful girl, a good spouse for a good man. Quote, quote, she is indeed a kind and beautiful girl. Indeed, she is a kind and beautiful girl. Hearing these words, Yi Bai was taken aback. Fortunately, Zhou Larong coughed and started talking at this time. At this time, the whole room was quiet, and Yi Bai also turned around to listen to Zhou Larong's speech. Zhou Larong's words are very different from Lin Ming's. This fat man has a very good appetite. He was talking about buying tung oil from the merchants here. It's not just the existing stock in their hands. It's the fact that the new tung oil released this year should be bought together. This flower hall not only has Shannan East Road, but also tung oil merchants on Shannan West Road. How much did they have in their hands? The tone of tung oil is too big. Yi Bai and Wu Yujun exchanged glances, and then listened to Zhou Larong and his smile. It must be operated for decades, and it has always been said that it must be practiced. If you don't worry, you can pay a 20% deposit in advance. As for the price of tung oil a few days ago, if foreign officials don't intervene, oil prices are guaranteed to be at least 20% higher than this year. As soon as he said this, it was difficult for the whole flower hall to keep quiet, like blowing up a bird's nest. 20% rise in the price of tung oil this year is really insignificant. What makes tung oil merchants uneasy is that if the company does not intervene, what is the oil merchants most afraid of? Zhou Larong's words directly eased their worries. Although in this year's market, the 20% price increase is not high, but after all, there is no risk. For a while, the tung oil merchants on Shannan West Road in the auditorium were vigorous and greeted the merchants on the left and right, but the main Shannan oil merchants who accounted for the majority of the auditorium felt embarrassed, said that they were not sensed by such conditions, but the question was what Lin Ming would do. After all, what he stood behind was Lin Baiyu, who had offended this character by inspecting Lin Baiyu. Even if he can earn a store in front of him, does he still want to do business in the future? Wu Yujun is the most relaxed at home anyway. He mainly goes to the market to be quiet, without too much pressure in his heart. Watching the people in the hall or the expression of joy, sorrow and joy, Jun whispered to Yi Bai, "There are moths again." After hearing these words, Zhou Larong was not afraid of the company's intervention. Although the attitude of the Ministry of Foreign Education is not yet clear, once they decide to take over this matter, there is no doubt that they will stand on the side of the maritime business, and the price set at that time is conceivable. In this case, Zhou Larong's current behavior is not only likely to lose money, but it may also lose money. In this context, what exactly does Zhou Larong want to do? Tang Cheng's thoughts quickly turned around. Zhou Larong knew that the company would not take over this matter, so he wanted to hoard goods and make a lot of money from it. Yi Bai thought about it, which is currently the most likely cause. If we judge by this, we can get such confidential inside information. Zhou Lorong is really a bit scary. After all, he is from Chang'an landscape. The more Yi Bai thought about it, the more he thought about Lin Ming's abnormality at noon yesterday, and then he naturally thought of the shadow behind Lin Ming and Zhou Lorong, and more of his face. After all, the previous idea was too simple, and the business of this store seemed impossible. Against such a profound background, Tang Cheng's current grasp of resources is really impossible to say. Even his qualifications, no matter. Jinzhou itself has a strong tung oil competitor, no more. Knowing that this store business cannot be used to make high profits, can Sun still be willing to fight against the situation of Zhouangjun with a 20% profit business? Even if the king quit, then how is Yi Bai's trip to Yangzhou possible? What kind of money can he make? What kind of house can he buy? Walking out of the flower hall, he and Wu Yujun looked at each other with bitter smiles, as if this trip to Yangzhou was in vain. When the Tung Oil Company observed the struggle between the first-level officials, there was no room for intervention in such a situation, and Yi Bai, despite his reluctance, could only accept the reality. If he wants a piece of the pie now, unless he can find a fulcrum to participate, it's just a matter of thinking. With a small Yunxi County knife and pen officer, is it easy to get such a fulcrum? Now he can see clearly. Yi Bai has lost the idea of staying here. After all, his studies and family affairs are not old and young. Now he is proposing to Wu Yujun, and he will write back to Jinzhou early tomorrow morning to explain the situation to Mrs. Sun. As for the two of them, they went home after a day's rest. Oh, Cheng, what are you anxious about? After all, you didn't say anything, didn't you? It's not easy for us to come here. At least we still have time to get the correct information. Hearing these words, Yi Bai stopped and looked at Wu Yujun quietly. Okay, can I tell the truth? It's not easy for me to come out. Chung, you should accompany me. At least a few days before leaving, Yi Bai knew that Wu Yujun was unwilling to endure the prosperity of Yangzhou boom, but he said it all. One step, can you still drag him away? Yi Bai sighed from the bottom of his heart and nodded helplessly. A few days later, Wu Yujun seemed to be trapped in the hook, like a hungry stagnant water. Yi Bai had no job and no way to go. In this case, he just let go of his arms and rented a flatboat every morning to watch the vicissitudes of life along the Yangzhou Canal. Looking at the prosperity of Yangzhou in front of you, think about Jinzhou, which is also a national city. When Yi Bai occasionally looks at Yangzhou, a thought arises in his heart. From the perspective of the times, if I give me a fulcrum, such as a county, can a remote state and a city be built into as such a prosperous country in front of me? To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 206. Dead End. Subscribe. Everyone has a desire for merit in their heart, and the desire to become a hero is worthy of admiration and envy. World will also change, but for the vast majority of people, the constraints and pressures of reality make them consciously hide this desire deep in their heart, because it's so hidden that most of the time I don't realize it. Yi Bai is no exception, but after crossing the difficult life situation, he hides his own feelings. If not this time, he is far away from the usual environment, if not for the current prosperity of Yangzhou. The oars are light and the river is leisurely. Tang Cheng, who is holding the flat boat, unconsciously thought more and more deeply about this sudden idea. If I were to run a county, a state, those afterlife experiences, those inaccessible experiences, and what would be the difference using these outdated awareness and insight? What would others say about the court? Under the stimulation of the sound of the paddle and the shadow of the water, under the stimulation of the 10 miles of Yangzhou, and in another vast environment far away from Jinzhou, Yi Bai's heart broke the shell quietly, and the seeds related to the values and ideals of life sprouted. Of course, these ideas are still far away from today's Yi Bai. After daydreaming, he brought the idea back into his heart. Now he has to live a down-to-earth life as before. 4 days later, when Tang Cheng was about to urge Wu Yujun to go home tomorrow, Wu Yujun, who was floating in the sound of footsteps, brought a special invitation. After the new ship officially arrived, the large-scale maritime merchants on Huainan Road and Zhengnan Road had to jointly hold a banquet to welcome the wind of the new ship. The time is set for tomorrow night. It's my best effort to get an invite. You go see it tomorrow. Yi Bai took this carefully crafted invitation, opened it, and the first thing was a long list of names in the lower right corner. You are not interested now. You are still worry about it. It's not that I care, it's that there are too many tung oil merchants in the hook, and the news is mixed. No matter. Do you listen? Wu Yujun is sitting opposite Yi Bai. These 2 days are very lively. I heard that Lin Ming gave up cruel words, so after 4 days don't watch. No one dared to walk from our Shan'an East Road to the tung oil merchant on Zhou Rong's side, and Zhou Rong's base was dug out again. Yi Bai is very interested in this. Oh, where did he come from? This is a big start. This week, Li Rong is a cousin in imperial history. Wu Yujun's words shocked Yi Bai's heart. He was right a few days ago. No wonder Zhou Rong has such a loud voice. It's really hard to get angry. Imperial City Royal History specializes in the impeachment of 100 officials. Its responsibilities are somewhat similar to the responsibilities of later generations. The two most important figures in the imperial history are the two most important figures in the imperial history platform, which is no small thing. No wonder Zhou Rong did this. It's useless to use words with the guy behind my cousin. Coughed twice with interest, and continued. I heard my brother-in-law say, and Sha Gongchu, Zongchu and other four. The real number one in the palace of heaven. Even if Yi Bai's knowledge of history was rough, Wu San always knew that this product turned out to be his nephew, and he was crowned king as early as in Tianzhou. A few weeks later, he ascended the throne for the second time and succeeded to the throne of the emperor. Wu San thought he was uninjured. Since then, after Wei Jiawei's private affairs, married Princess Annal as his daughter-in-law, Zhang Pu and other 5 people walked out of Korea. Now it's time to put real power into the opposition. I also used it. If the business of this store is really worth considering, Lin Ming is still fighting for what? Although Lin Baiyu is not a small official, he is too far from Wu San's thought. That's why. Wu Yujun looked back at the closed door and whispered, Lin's observation is also difficult to get along with. I once heard my brother-in-law mention it vaguely, as if he had a shallow relationship with today's East Palace. Even the prince came out, and Tang Chungjun didn't want to listen anymore. In any case, he couldn't get involved in it, and he didn't think about it anymore. One hand, Wu Yujun said with interest, Lin Ming is also a tough hand. These days, he discovered all the bad things that happened to Zhou Lorong when he was unruly in his economic life, and he is famous all over the world. Still interested, he said, Lin Ming is also a ruthless hand. In the past few days, he has handed over all the unrestrained bad things in Zhou Lorong's previous economic life, and he didn't think about it anymore. In fact, how many clean places have to rely on relatives to maintain their economic life? Is it different from He Lin Ming? But this made many tung oil merchants panic, and now, the 2 buildings have been completely torn down. When Yi Bai heard the 3 words tearing his face, he somehow remembered that Zhao Hu tore his face into a dead end that day. The business of this store is getting deeper and deeper. Yangzhou really can't stay any longer. Brother Wu, we really have to go. Yes, although Wu Yujun is a playboy, he is not a fool after all. Of course, he can clearly see the current situation. Chung, after you go to this party tomorrow. Day after tomorrow we left early. As for why we didn't go, he didn't need to explain at all. Of course Yi Bai knows that there is at least one night before leaving, at least one night of madness. Nervous, be careful of your body and bones. The next morning, Yi Bai got up very late, and it was noon if he didn't go out again. After dinner, he washed his clothes again and went out. Tonight's party was held in the garden of Hudora, a Persian sea merchant. But Yuanzi was not in Yangzhou City, and Yi Bai had not been to that place because he left very early. At this time, the prosperity of Yangzhou has surpassed the restrictions of the city gate, and shop, no matter how big or small, have extended to the suburbs, especially along the canal. Yi Bai originally wanted to rent a car at the city gate. When he arrived at Simon, he noticed that the people in front of him were still busy. Waiting for a while, Tang Chengxi was too lazy to wait and went to the countryside. Tang Chengbian, who was younger than Jinzhou, seemed to be doing nothing on both sides, and felt sorry that his family couldn't come with him. Otherwise, it would be a wonderful thing to go out with his parents, Li Yun and Lansao Island. After I walked through this bustling suburb, Yi Bai finally saw the heaven dry described in the invitation letter. Chapter 207. Joy. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yi Bai sneer. What is this? At first, Wu Sanxi even sealed the king, and Zhang Capital, the prime minister, dared to send someone to attack and kill. At this time, Lin Ming dared to face a businessman, I don't know what a good person is and what a bad person is, but those who are good to me are good people, and those who are evil to me are bad people. Brother Wu, do you know who said that? Yi Bai closed the door gently, without waiting for Wu Yujun to reply. This is the famous saying of Lord Wu San. At this time, Wu Yujun's excitement, starting last night, completely disappeared. Don't panic. In Wu Yujun's silence, he patted his shoulder. Yi Bai gritted his teeth and said with a smile, wealth is obtained from risk. This is not what you like to say. Besides, Fat Joe wants to do the same. He will not find you between us. Cheng, let's go back. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. No risk. 000. Where is the benefit? Quote, facing the frightened Wu Yujun, Yi Bai smiled deliberately and relaxed. Don't scare yourself. Let's watch it again. Look again. Not only Wu Yujun's two people were frightened. After a sleepless night, Yi Bai and Wu Yujun first discovered Yi Bai and Wu Yujun, who were in charge of Jinzhou Wanfu. The former housekeeper of Jinzhou Zongxin town turned around and circled, but only had one meaning. He is going home. This year, Jinzhou's tung oil delivery business was handed over to Wu Yujun. Before he came to find two people, he also went to Zhou Lorong to tell the news. That is to say, from then on, Wu Yujun became the only official representative of Jinzhou tung oil merchants in Shannan. After Zhou Lorong was sent away, Wu Yujun scolded, this grandson is fast enough, and then someone came to see him. This time, he came to a deep-eyed Bashovu, who was also a housekeeper, but his master was Yangzhou's largest Huhai businessman, while Kong Yuan's master was Lahai. After Zhou Lorong, the short-lived ghosts Lin Ming and Dula were discovered one after another. It seems that the news of the trip the night before has been completely dissipated. Yi Bai, who was originally unknown, suddenly became the focus of attention, but now Dula and the others just wanted to hear about him. After all, the introduction of Zheng Lingyi in New Yangzhou was too low-key and too silent. In the 3 days after returning to the amusement park, there was not much difference between Lechu and Zhou Lorong's words, and Yi Bai naturally won't reveal Zheng Lingyi's trump card. Looking at the maturity of the new tung oil today, he still has 3 or 4 months, so where is he going? Push these people as tightly as possible. What Tang Cheng has to do now is to pass this exchanges with people from all walks of life in the community. As for the others, we have to endure 2 or 3 times anyway. The bottom card will not open until new oil is about to come out. After Dora, Wang Hanxiang's old man also stood up. The 18-year-old man who started running ships is now the leader of Tang merchants in Yangzhou. The next few days, when Yi Bai caught the murderer in 4 buildings in Dazhou and Yangzhou, he sank into the 9 mountains banquet sea. Except those giants, as the news spread, tung oil dealers from all over the country also came to the door. After all, these people are the sources of goods. Tang Cheng did not ignore them. Although he went to contact these people, he still let Wu Yujun stand front desk. In this process, life is very deep, and Zhou Lorong, who is inherited, is very quiet. Day after day toast, contacting all parties, making Yi Bai regret that Princess Ping Shuidong and a minister Wang Fu Zhongliang have not disclosed. See their day-by-day style, if they don't get confirmation from Zheng Lingyi. Tang Cheng can't believe that he and his two are also because of the tung oil business. Looks like I'm underweight now. Zhang Liang stood in front of the room's window, looking at a Confucian shirt, and walked out of the inn in all directions, until Yi Bai was far away from the crowd. Yi Bai was impatient, and through this period, such as Zheng Lingyi and other franchisees, I am not afraid that this bright door will not come. Wu Yujun and Zhuang Chengji, Zhang Liang, and Li Chengji. Li Longji has the will of the world, but he gave birth to 3 sons. Now his foundation is shallow. If he has a chance to get a share of the fertile fields, he really can't be tempted. Yi Bai didn't believe it, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. The big fish always sank at the bottom of the water. What he needed now was enough patience. After a few days of uproar, all who should have seen them were seen except the court of the princess and ministers, and all who should have contacted them, and all they saw was that the early preparations had been completed. The season has come. Yi Bai will go back to Jinzhou, and next time he will go back to Yangzhou. At the end of October 2 months later, when the trump card is opened, the real business in the store will really start. In the back garden of Zhengfu in Shugong, Yangzhou, Zheng Lingyi's voice is high. The voice fluttered. Are you going? All the laying work has been done and now what I should see is I can't see it here. When Zheng Lingyi used the swing to swing back, Yi Bai stretched out his hand to push her, making her swing higher again. Wu Yujun is enough. In a few months, I have to go home and watch it again. Zheng Lingyi heard that it was not until the swing was shaken twice that he calmly said, Lin Baiyu has gone to the Ministry of Punishment to thoroughly investigate Lin Ming's case. The prince sent people to Yangzhou, and Yangzhou in the Tang dynasty impeached the observation and marching ambassadors of Lingnan Road one by one. Now that the turmoil in Yangzhou has begun, it's good to turn around and avoid the spotlight for the time being. Swing came back. Zheng Lingyi grabbed Yi Bai and sat down. Zheng Lingyi picked up Yi Bai's hand and put the fingertips of the 5 fingers of his right hand against the fingertips of Yi Bai's left hand. She used so much force that there was no space between her 10 fingers. 10 fingers of these two people are almost transparent under the autumn sun, especially Zheng Lingyi's 5 slender fingers are empty like pink jade, moist like concentrated fat, especially beautiful. Achung, these 10 fingers are even. Regardless of Yi Bai's doubt, he lowered his head and looked down at the 5 the 10-fingered Zheng Lingyi's hand pressed the palm tightly on Yi Bai's palm. At this time, the hands of the two people have been completely printed together. It's a heart-to-heart relationship. 10 fingers, heart, because Zheng Lingyi lowered her head. Yi Bai could not see the expression on her face, but could only feel the lazy joy in her voice. Chang. Yes. Zheng Lingyi would hold Yi Bai's fingers tightly, unable to move. Did you say nothing? Zheng Lingyi raised her face, looking beautiful in the sun. Yi Bai avoided Yan Yan's expression that couldn't be concealed on the tip of her eyebrows, and her hands also changed from fingers to heart to heart. It turned into a hug that mirrored the nights of the previous 2 months. Thousands of people shaking hands make my sleeves 3 years fragrant. Yi Bai's voice was very low, but the deep voice had a different penetrating power. Chapter 208. Powerless. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Zheng Lingyi silently recited these 2 poems several times, then smiled and said, "A Cheng, lift me up." Swing swings high again, and Zheng Lingyi is caught in the wind. Looking around the waist the river water does not flow. After singing, Zheng Lingyi waved her hand on her head and said, "Achung, let's go." Go, go. When he came, there were 6 people but when he went back, there was only Tang. Wu Yujun originally wanted to reserve 2 of the 4 captains for Tang Cheng on the way, but Yi Bai refused. When he was alone, the speed of the road became faster. When the dusty Yi Bai walked into the Jinzhou city gate, he only felt that the skeleton of his whole body was about to spread out. It's still early. If you are in a hurry today, you can go back to Yunxi County. Thinking of this, Yi Bai was no longer worried and tired. He found an inn for a rest, tidied up, and went to the Palace of Tingling. Still, in the flower hall, Mrs. Sun and Yi Bai sat opposite each other, and after a simple greeting, Yi Bai told Yangzhou everything directly. He said was very simple, but for Mrs. Sun who listened to him, it was a completely different feeling. Although the franchisor made her look very red, the redness on Mrs. Sun's face quickly faded after hearing about Lin Ming's death. Is that so? Yu Jun is there. Don't worry, even if a real person wants to tamper with me, Brother Wu is safe. Tang Chengyu talked more and more, and Mrs. Sun, who can be said to be a strong woman, became more and more powerless. So far, the business of the store has been under her control. Consider the forces behind this entanglement. Mrs. Sun really didn't know what to say except, at a loss. Because of this, after Yi Bai finished, Mrs. Sun didn't say much. When things got to this point, her original insight was no longer enough. She had to discuss it with a man before she could agree. Now that she came, she said a few words to Yi Bai and sent him out. Watching Yi Bai Yuan fly away, Mrs. Sun dignifiedly waved to her family and said, "Go, please come back." The family looked at Mrs. Sun in surprise and whispered, "Shengya is not long. Let you go, there's a lot to say." Mrs. Sun forgot the rules set for herself at that time, and when he went to the court, no one should disturb him, and said calmly, "Tell me, I'm in a hurry, just call him back." This is what Lin Ming observed, making Lin Baiyu's own nephew unexpectedly. Now Yangzhou is such a sinister situation, with Wu Yujun, even though her husband and wife are involved. Think of the most likely huge profit. Think about Lin Ming's death, and think about the entanglement that Tang Zheng just said. For a while, Mrs. Sun was only excited, scared, and worried about her brother, so that she no longer loses the kind of calm wind thousands of thoughts poured into her heart and turned into a moment of impatience. While studying Sun and your husband, it returned to the ground like an arrow, and drove the horse out of the city gate of Jinzhou, running all the way to Yunqi, and finally rushing back to the county seat. The sound of a horse in the sky hurriedly stopped at the door, and the concierge raised his head in surprise and looked out the window. Suddenly a joyful expression appeared. Master is back. Just when Gao took over the reins in Yi Bai's hand, he heard hasty footsteps, and then Li Yingfan ran out of the gate with the orchid. Because he was in such a hurry, they didn't even mention the train. Since Tang Cheng left a few days ago, the first 3 days were not bad. After that, the woman and orchid counted the day with their fingers every day. Maybe there is a telepathic presence between close people. On a quiet night, the sound of the long horse beating on the long street was particularly pronounced. The two people were in the house just now listening to the sound of horses' hooves outside. When they look at each other, their hearts move. Before they parted, they had stood up and ran out of their seat. Cheng, yes, you are back. Voice trembled a little, and there was an endless lovesickness. Come back. The expressions on Li Yingwan and Lan Xiaoxi's faces made Yi Bai look warmer, and walking towards the two of them, Yi Bai was not worried that it was still there. At the door, he held a hand around the waists of the two of them. Go home. Okay, go home. Li Yingwan held Yi Bai's hand and stretched it into his arms. After Orchid glanced at his wife, she glanced at his wife and passed through the night. He was so tired that he fell asleep. After a good night's sleep, Yi Bai opened his eyes the next morning. The warm sun outside had already risen to the top of the mountain, and he stretched out his waist comfortably. Yi Bai felt an inexplicable comfort in his whole body. I'm awake. Cao walked in with a copper basin and said with a smile on his face, look at what you didn't eat last night. Why didn't you sleep for a while? Last night was hard for you. Yi Bai said. He stretched out his waist. In such a room, there were times when Yi Bai couldn't bear it, but it was really suffocating to go to Yangzhou during this time, especially under the stimulation of Wu Yujun's music at night. Zero saw Yi Bai's actions getting bigger and bigger. Hands are getting worse and worse, and the body of the orchid is getting faster and faster. Li Yingwan's voice sounded from outside the door and said, Orchard, can Cheng get up? Hearing the words, there was a kind of silence after Qingcao. Tang jumped up from the bed with bare feet, and hid quietly behind the door. Now it's not too far from going to the office to get these complicated and trivial things done. Yi Bai couldn't help sighing when he saw the roof of the school in the county in the distance. After he ran to Yangzhou, he was going to get married. Job had to be delayed for a while, and it had to figure out a way to fix it. Tang Zhonggang turned around and walked to the street in front of the yamen. When he heard a cordial shout from behind, he turned around and found that the visitor was a knife-wielding and pen-wielding officer in the west courtyard. Although the two people knew each other, this kind of relationship is very common. In the past, they were just nodding friends, but what's the problem? Where did he come from? There is also a name called Join the Army. Where did it start? Yi Bai sent back a gift. Thinking about this in my heart, the pen has stood up. The smile on his face was warm and polite. At this time, it was time to arrive at Yamen, and there were indeed many people there. Chapter 209. Rejected. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. When I came out of the county office, the official I met on the road was still polite and affectionate, and he seemed to be an old friend for many years. When Tang Cheng passed by the Western Hospital as a child, he looked inside. When he first entered the yard, how could he have thought that in a short period of time, he would return to the yard with a different identity, not only himself, but also a transcription in the hospital member. On that day, the students in the county became recruit. Yao Qingguo, who had been recruited to join the army, was locked up in a deep prison, curling up on the moldy wheat straw day by day, calculating the date of the machete in the autumn. The West Court is still there. The situation is different. In this review and sigh, Tang Cheng once again understood what Lin Shuzheng just said. Where can there be happiness and misfortune? Looking at the West courtyard with green bricks and tiles in front of him, Tang Cheng kept talking to himself. He would never think about it, nor would he become the second Yao Qingguo. After telling the story of the county government office, it is still too early to look at the sky. Tang Cheng did not go home directly after leaving the county yamen, but went to the county to study. The new student has not yet been employed. Lu Shuijing, who is now temporarily in charge of science, sees him making out. After sitting down to say hello, Tang Genesis said that he would continue to ask for leave. Lu Shuixiang naturally agreed to continue to ask for leave. Then, he listened to Tang Cheng's boast that he was busy with housework these days and delayed his work. When Mr. Lu was busy doing housework, he thought of a way. After marriage, he said, after marriage, he no longer has to go to the county to take classes. Teach him a gentleman at school. If the 30 people in the class are not considered, the efficiency will naturally be higher, and the progress will naturally be faster. With this arrangement, I am more diligent, but I cannot make up for the delay. After listening to Lu Shuijing's suggestion, Tang Cheng was very excited, but he rejected the suggestion. It was a good idea, but he didn't really want to use the students in the county seat. One person might not want to. He was just promoted to do such a major. It is too easy to be criticized. This is really not in line with Tang Cheng's own behavior style. If you want to find a gentleman for a professor, but is there anyone more suitable than Yan Laozi? I just don't know if he will leave the village to go to school, but in a few days you will be married, and then you will have a lifetime stay together, and it will be hard for you to leave by then. The next morning, Tang Cheng's soft words comforted Li Yingfan, who was about to return to his mother's house. After all, this time the women from Yangzhou have only one day together, and it is inevitable that women will not give up. The woman's mood improved when she heard Tang Cheng talk about marriage. Then, even if you drive me out, you won't leave. The two laughed a few more words. Tang Cheng and Li Yingwan didn't delay much. He asked to go back to the village to help Orchid hurry home on the road. Arrived at the gate of the village, Tang saw Lu Lisheng commanding 10 light and strong men to work on the road. Uncle Lu, what is this? Yo, Tang joined the army, congratulations. Seems that Lu Sanning welcomes him with a smile. As he walked, he wiped his sleeves and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. The road in our village is full of potholes, and we can take a horse-drawn carriage. Looking at Cheng's marriage approaching, if it weren't for the whole thing, the congratulatory guests would not be able to come in by then, but I heard Lu Sanning say this, look at those. The people who are busy are the people in the village. Tang Chengjun is a little bit embarrassed. Lu Shu took good care of me, but how many people can come to my marriage? It's worth it. I dare not say that, Lu Sanning said while bending his head at the corner of his mouth. Chung, do you know how many people come to me to inquire about your marriage these days? Lu Sanning didn't wait for Tang Cheng's answer. He took his hand apart. 9 times out of 10, not including me, more than half of the 15 people in this county came to inquire in person, and I can assure you that 1 in 15 people on your wedding day. Not to mention them, several big stores in the county have come to ask this question in recent days. These wealthy merchants are no better than us. They are delicate and precious. They have to ride in a carriage. In addition, there are more or less people in the county court, as well as those rich people on the left. While counting his fingers, Lu Sanning looked at Tang Cheng, dumbfounded, and said with a smile, Chung, you have been promoted to join the army. All the clerical affairs in this county will pass through your hands in the future, not to mention what else. Only my future work will be handed over to you to sign. If you stand in such a position, it is not easy for you to think of this marriage. This time, Lu Li was called among a dozen people and there was Wang Chengganian. Just now, Lu Sanning smiled deadly in front of Tang Cheng, and he couldn't help spitting. It's hard to have two faces. Lu Sanning, what are you talking about? Asked the man who worked with him. Nothing. Wang came back, without good anger for a long time. His eyes slid down to Tang Cheng. Seeing the gleaming bamboo satin robe on Tang Cheng's body, and looking at the girl in the apricot yellow silver mud skirt behind him, Wang Chengganian felt that a sour water kept rising in his heart. That shirt was worth at least 250 yuan, and that bright girl, you know that it must be used by Tang Cheng. Oh my god, it's so unfair. At the beginning of last year, Tang Cheng was still in a place where Yangtze died of illness. His family was in a panic, selling the house, selling the land, selling the big animals. Watching Tang Chuan finish the house repair, said here, the honest man also went to his door to borrow it. At that time, compared with myself, what was Tang Cheng? Tang Chuan. My family ate white steamed buns, and his Tang family didn't even dare to mix a handful of noodles when making paste soup. God really didn't open his eyes. It was just a period of time that Tang Cheng actually sneaked into the position of the county government to join the army. He likes to talk for a long time, naturally likes to ask. He can be different from the rest of the village. Do you really know the weight of this recording and joining the army? Otherwise, Lu Sanning, who sells scrap, can laugh like this now. Those officials who stole it are also blind. Can such a diseased seedling do that valuable job in his life? Annoying the king. It is Tang Chuan. What he is not round at all. Compared to him, it's a real sky and underground place. But this honest boss has now become head zero in the village. Everyone was flattered because anyone who opened a restaurant in the village would invite him, enjoy good wine and food, and if he had a good word, would push him up like a car. If he had a good glass of wine and a good plate of food, why should he be kicked out like a wheel? What the hell? Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 210. Intense discussion. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Long time. What are you looking at? Nothing. Mr. Wang lowered his head and waved a few shovels for a long time. He whispered and said, "We heard that Tang Cheng was going to marry a poisoned man, and this time he died of 4 men. Hey, he said, Pharaoh, your letter has passed. Tang Cheng spent time on this. Last year, his stay was not short. It must be 2 or 3 months. These 444 short-lived ghosts can be compared to Tang Chengji." Luo Shaner in the back mountain said, "Yes, that is. Luo Shaner. He was born and killed last time. He said this was a very precious life and most people couldn't overcome it. That's the case of 444 feet's short-lived ghosts, if there was that expensive ghost. Think about killing 444 feet's in a row is how valuable. If the husband is lucky, you can get it. These gods, ghosts and ghosts should be the favorite places to talk about after dinner in the village. Not to mention that the central characters of today's topic are Yi Bai and Li Yingfan." After that person finished speaking, the others fought for a while, and then someone said, "Brother Li is right. Look at Yi Bai. 000 at the beginning of last year, he was still a diseased seed. He didn't even know a big word. It's only been a long time. Just like the clouds and the fog, he became a member of the army and could not join the army. In addition to the county magistrate, he has to settle accounts in the county court. Take a look, otherwise Luli will flatter him so much. Looking at how busy he has been these days, if I don't know, I'm afraid Luli will be a newcomer." The reason why Wang Chenganian provoked this story was because his heart was suffocated, but now the more he listened to it, the more suffocating it became. Lu Lisheng. He had that kind of life. If she really dared to marry someone, he wouldn't enjoy the incense there now. Wang Chenganian's words were really cold. Although other people attracted by Ding Zhuang also had this idea in their heart, no one dared to say it in public, and of course they didn't answer the phone at this time. Scene was ignored. People began to work in silence, and the heated discussion just now ended abruptly. Wang Chenganian's heart is also very tight. Plus he can't stand such a sentence. As soon as he leaves, he regrets it. If it is passed on to Lu Sanning's ears, he will regret it as soon as he leaves. Taking this into consideration, Wang Chenganian is no longer in the mood of sour water. After recording his entry into the army, Yi Bai obviously felt that the villagers' attitude towards him was different. The last time he came back to be the sword and pen of the county court, although it was embarrassing for the people in the village to call salute, at least they took the initiative to greet them. Obviously not to meet him. But, like the great men who came to this village in the past, they only tell little stories from a distance. Many times, the distance between people is not distance, but identity. Although Yi Bai had no choice but to change the villagers' opinion of him, Yi Bai greeted the villagers who were whispering here. "Uncle Lu, what happened to my old house? Everything is done. Even the walls are made of ground and mud. When I went to see it, it was dry and now I can use it when I move in." Uncle Lu said painstakingly. "This is really a pleasure. Lu Sanning handles things very reliably despite his slippery claws. I'll go home to see Uncle Lu first. Please bring Wang Zhu over later. By the way, let him take the contract away. Let's do it sooner." "Okay, let's go later." After Lu Sanning said goodbye to Yi Bai, his eyes fell more on the orchid behind Yi Bai. A woman was found there. This Yi Bai is really getting better and better at kicking. Except a few people I just met. The road in the village is quiet, but when I reach the gate of the yard from a distance, the loud voice rises. "Good guy, there used to be a quiet little yard with people inside and out. There were a lot of women in the village. They were busy living around the 2 earthen stoves built in the yard. Sometimes some women came in and out, holding there are all kinds of vegetables, and some women go in and out, and many women go in and out of the yard. Many women go in and out of the village, and many women build 2 earthen buns in the yard, and they are busy living in the yard. It's busy with preparations." At least he spent so many days in the village. Even if the orchid didn't say Yi Bai, he knew it. The fight was supposed to be invited by my father and mother to help me with a kiss party, like in the country, but when the family had red and white joy, half the villagers had to come and help. Yi Bai, who came in from outside, immediately became the focus of attention on this busy farm. Although the villagers were affectionate when they saw Yi Bai's face, they didn't know what to call it. In the end, they didn't know who got the blessing, right away. After imitating the crowd, in a blink of an eye, the yard was filled with the voices of officials. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Li, I'm tired from work. Tang Qingshang with a smile on his face walked to the door of Tang and Zhang. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. The Tang Shun couple are very busy these days, and their eyebrows are full of thick fatigue, but this fatigue shows a kind of happy satisfaction. I want to talk to you about something. The room was also messy. The three of them went to the back of the house. Yi Bai said bluntly, Dad, Mom, I want to buy back our old house, if I can catch up. Better get married and put it in the old house. What? Tang Zhang glanced at Tang Chuan for the first time. Cheng, why did you suddenly think of this? After all, that's my ancestor, and it's not good for me to get married there. Tang Cheng's eyes also fell on Tang Chuan, and it didn't come out of nowhere. Before I went to Yangzhou last time, I had already told Lu Lizheng. Only at that time, the money was not delivered, but I came back yesterday and received a sum of money at Yamen. This amount is not enough to buy an old house. The old house sold 28 times that day. Enough. When Tang and Zhang heard his son say this, he stretched out his hand and touched the solemn Tang bolt. His father, this is a big deal for our family. You have to say something. Yi Bai just said that he wanted to buy this old house. Tang Shun was startled. His face was afraid of people, and he didn't wake up from his stay until Tang Zhang pulled him up. After grabbing his hands back and forth over his head, he bowed his head to hear his voice. Chapter 21. Full of confidence. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. When he heard that Li Jing had reached his chassis, he thought that Tang Jun should have all arrived. Otherwise, how could Li Jing dare to rush into his? When the Tang army arrived, the Turks could not fight, so he was afraid, left the army, and fled alone. If the front line is difficult to shake, the Tang dynasty only needs 100,000 troops to squeeze the drinking army into pieces. It's easy to worry. Sipping heavy nodding, very grateful. I thought so too. Tun Yigu took over the conversation and said, in the Fourth Army, people eat horseshoes and eat a mountain a day. Even with a strong national strength, the Tang dynasty could not last long, and it can be seen in a year and a half. As long as we survive for a year and a half, it will be enough to drag down the Tang army, and the Great Turks will seize the opportunity and attack violently, and they will be able to defeat the Tang army. The military spending is astronomical. Be sure, people eat horses, chew, and in one day, a mountain. Even with the strong national power of the Tang dynasty, it is impossible to hold hands for a long time. In 3 or 2 years, it is hard to say that the Tang dynasty can last for a year and a half. Once the Tang army was exhausted, the Turks had a chance to fight back. Okay, well said. The doubts of the courtiers dissipated, and instead they were filled with joy, and everyone cheered and clapped in unison. You too should be great Turk, resourceful and well-planned. The silent Sip was also appreciative, turned around, and said, the only thing you didn't say, and that is, even procrastination, there are many difficulties. Khan, what's the answer? Why is the Khan so discouraged? It is the home of the great Turkic warriors. We are familiar with it, and we are comfortable in advancing and retreating. With the joy of the courtiers, they thought it was not difficult to defeat the Tang army, and their spirits increased sharply, and they did not agree with the obscure word. It's very simple, because Wang Xiaoji is a celebrity of a generation, we can come up with a delay method to deal with Tang Jun, and Wang Xiaoji can also think of a way to deal with it. He will surely send a large force to hunt down and intercept this great Turk. Silently sipping the light in his eyes, he said, Wang Xiaoji has an army of 400 people in his hand, which will definitely bring great trouble to the Turk. You have to remember that if you are at war with the Tang army next spring, you cannot love the war. If the situation is unfavorable, retreat immediately. As a famous general of a generation, Wang Xiaoji has a wealth of experience in combat, and he will not forget this. He will surely send an army to surround the Turk, and once the Turks are delayed, the Tang army will arrive. Once the Tang army arrived, it would fall into the siege of the Tang army, which was a disaster for the Turk. Therefore, if you don't love war, and if the situation is wrong, retreat immediately has become the best way to deal with war. So smart. The courtiers were full of hearts and minds. Seeing that the courtiers understood themselves, they were very happy and said, although Wang Xiaoji has 400 people in his hands. Fortunately, the Great Turks are not in the silver, but in the desert. He can advance and retreat freely, and the great Turkic warriors can give full play to their strength and defeat the Tang army. Li Jing attacked Yinshan at night and killed the Turks with 100,000 troops. There is also a very important reason, that is, Xie Lihan relies on Yinshan to arrange the array. Of course, there are also shortcomings. That is to say, there are only a few silver mountains that can pass through, and once the Tang army cuts off the pass, the Turks don't even have a chance to escape. It is for this reason that Li Jing and Xu Maogong decided to attack the Tang army headed by Xu Maogong, and Xu Maogong led the Tang army to cut off the retreat of the Turk. The end, the Turks had nowhere to go and were exterminated. Although Jerry Khan hid for several months and wanted to escape back to Mobei, he was eventually captured alive by Tang Jun. At present, the Turkic army is mainly concentrated in Inner Mongolia, which is beneficial to the vast desert and the Tang army. If necessary, the Turks could retreat to Outer Mongolia. With such a convenient swirling space, Silent Sip is full of confidence. Toyosu, snow-covered, and snow-covered, the entire Toyosu is wrapped in silverware. On the grounds of the school, 20,000 generals and soldiers gathered, lined up neatly one by one, to be washed. After 2 months of hard training, the soldiers are no longer what they used to be, and now they are covered with a Sarist soldier and a sharp knife, like a scabbard, a sword. Very good. Yi Bai rode the Night Lion King and looked at the army, very satisfied. Is very rare to train recruits like this in 2 months. Just lost the anger. Well, this is not something you can train on the training ground. You have to fight on the battlefield. Yi Bai is very clear that this army is not an elite yet, because only an army that has been tested on the battlefield is a real good army and a real elite. Although this army is well trained, it has not been to the battlefield and has nothing to do with the term elite. Brothers, after 2 months of hard training, you have made great progress and become more energetic. Hussein is stronger and sharper. This is a good thing. Yi Bai exclaimed. The king is very satisfied. Hey, there was a burst of laughter and joy from the soldiers. Yi Bai holds a high position in the minds of the generals. He can be praised by Yi Bai and be satisfied with Yi Bai. This is something that the generals are very happy about. Are you willing to choose 1,000 people as my bodyguards? Yi Bai asked loudly with a smile on his face. Yes, soldiers shouted in unison, shaking the sky. Who doesn't want to be Yi Bai's bodyguard? If you don't want the soldiers to be happy, you won't be happy. Thank you, brothers. Yi Bai clenched his fist, turned around and said, however, not everyone can be the king's bodyguard. He must pass strict inspections. Now is the time to test you. I'm sorry, Zhu Wang, how do you test? Some generals couldn't help themselves and asked hastily, looking forward to its arrival. This is exactly what the scholars think in their minds, staring at Li Longji, and listening with pricked ears, for fear of missing a word. Yi Bai was his biological grandson, and although he was safe, he still came to Fengzhou, which in itself was enough to convince people. Not to mention, Yi Bai also solved the siege of Fengzhou, making Fengzhou a huge victory. More importantly, Yi Bai does not have the air of an emperor and grandson. He is very easygoing and kind, which makes people feel very good. If he can be his bodyguard, what kind of glory is he doing? Please download Feilu to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 222. Stunned open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. To illuminate your ancestors. You can't wait, can you? Yi Bai asked. Oh, a burst of laughter from the soldiers was the answer. Then the king will accomplish your task. Yi Bai's tone suddenly turned high and said, run. Run King Chu. How long have you run? Asked a general. Run until the king is satisfied. Yi Bai faced the cleaning and said in a calm voice, if you can't run to my satisfaction, you don't deserve to be my bodyguard. Okay, we must satisfy the king of Chu. The soldiers were very excited. Is running hard to beat people? They haven't run 10 or 8 miles a day for the past 2 months. Under Yi Bai's command, the soldiers began to flee. They think it's easy. They thought that Yi Bai gave them a big problem and made thousands of people tired. Yi Bai was not 000 stopped on purpose. When he was tired of 10,000 people, Yi Bai didn't stop on purpose. When he was tired of 150 people, Yi Bai didn't stop on purpose. King Chu, why don't you stop? The soldiers couldn't help it. The king is not satisfied. Yi Bai's answer was enough to make people angry. 20,000 people out of one air tired. You are not satisfied. What is the sense of satisfaction until only 3,000 people are left? Yi Bai stopped. You can enter the second floor. Yi Bai announced on the spot that he surprised 3,000 people and made others feel sorry. You have a cup of tea ready. Yi Bai immediately announced. The next level is riding a horse. I wish you good luck. It's easy to ride a horse, but do you still have to take the test? That's it. Which of us can't ride a horse? Can't you ride a horse? Or is it worthy of the Tang dynasty? Tang people can ride horses and shoot arrows. It is too simple to ride a horse. However, when they brought the horse, they went straight to the fool. Only seen in the campus, there are dense obstacles, and there are many fire rings. Riding over from here, no injuries, no off, thought to have crossed the border. Yi Bai announced loudly. This, do you want other people to live? Although the generals thought they were extraordinary at horseback riding, it was too hard to ride here. The king's guards are all good warriors, and they must have good horsemanship. Yi Bai said coldly, if you go to the battlefield, the situation may be more dangerous than this. You can't even get through this. You don't deserve to be the king's bodyguard. Okay, let's run. The soldiers gritted their teeth and galloped on horseback. Unfortunately, people keep dropping their horses. At this level, 1,000 people have been brushed down, leaving only 2,000 people. On the third floor, open the bow and shoot an arrow. The test was announced immediately. Archery was a must-have skill in the Tang dynasty, and the soldiers were very happy. Where Yi Bai was, they had a hard bow and 5 stones, which was much higher than the hard bow and 1 stone in the selection of soldiers. If it was the first time, it would be difficult for a lot of people, but for the generals of today, 5 stone with 1 stone is nothing, but everything will be fine. However, it is not a real test. The real mark is moving. Someone uses a rope to guide the target to move quickly, and they all have to be on the target to pass. For the past 2 months, the soldiers' archery targets have been fixed. They have not been moved. They are in the field. It is stupid. On the battlefield, the Turks are still alive and will run away. If you can't hit this target, you don't deserve to be my bodyguard. Yi Bai is a ruthless person. From this level, 500 of 500 people have been eliminated, and only 1,500 people. The fourth level, the sword technique. Yi Bai announced again. It doesn't matter how the knife is used, I'll take care of the guards. Yes, in the past 2 months, we have been working hard to practice knife skills, whether it is chopping wood stakes or chopping wood steak. Ha ha. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the test of the knife. However, when the test started, they got stupid again. What Yi Bai gave them was not a steak, nor what he asked them to chop, but a 3-foot-long piece of cloth thrown into the air, and then cut off with a knife. The cloth was so soft that it was chopped off by a knife in the air. The difficulty suddenly increased a lot, and the soldiers were dumbfounded. At this level, another 300 were wiped out, leaving only 120 left. Congratulations, there are at most 1,000 people who are my bodyguards, and the remaining 200 people and 200 are substitute. Yi Bai announced, long live the King of Chu. They rejoiced and cheered. The end, 1,000 of the top scorers were chosen as bodyguards, and 200 substitutes were happy. Although he has not officially become Yi Bai's bodyguard, this opportunity still exists, and the substitutes can't be unhappy. Tonight, you can rest well and start training tomorrow. Yi Bai left a word and rode away. Are you going to train tomorrow? I'll work hard. I can't let the King of Chu down. Yes, grind your teeth and go through it. We've been training for 2 months, and retraining is not the same thing. Soldiers are ecstatic. Tomorrow's training is not the same thing. The next morning, Yi Bai gathered thousands of people to participate in the training. You're all here. Great. Today's Yi Bai is different from usual. No helmet goes through the armor, but wears precious fox fur. His face is flashing and flying, as if very hot. The first thing is to take off your clothes and give it to the king. Yi Bai gave orders loudly. What? Impossible, isn't it? If you take off your clothes in such cold weather, do you want people to live? The soldiers strongly opposed it. King Chu, what you want to do shouldn't be you. Some people find it a little crooked. If you don't look at you like old bark. King Chu, will 5 be interested in you? I'm Ba. Yi Bai fell on his face and spat fiercely. King Zhu, it's very cold today. If you take off your clothes, you will be frozen. Someone warned carefully. No, isn't it? Well, you don't have to be the king's bodyguard. Yi Bai's eyes sparkled. Take it off. Take it off. Can't you take it off? Soldiers gritted their teeth. They had to have all their teeth pulled out and only had a single coat. Wash it, children. Zhang Xiaofei was excited like a roaring public voice and raised his voice and howled. A group of soldiers came over with buckets, and the water in the buckets splashed on a group of soldiers. What are you doing? Why are you splashing water? Amid the shouting of the soldiers, everyone was thrown into the chicken soup and screamed. Chapter 23. Calm. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Buzz. Buzz. A cool voice sounded, and everyone who hugged their bodies tightly couldn't stop shaking. Training, let's go. Zhang Xiaofei roared and announced the beginning of their hell life. This group of soldiers didn't want to move. Zhang Xiaofei chopped off his head with a whip, and what he sucked on his body was rotten skin and flesh. He was really ruthless and had no mercy. These soldiers were all afraid, so they had to train honestly. At first they were cold and shivering. After a period of training, they don't catch a cold, so it's much easier to train. After the training, everyone was sweating and their throats were smoking. Hungry for me. I'm so hungry for water. Not only did I want to drink water, but I was hungry. I want to eat so much. Yes, thirsty and hungry. I really want a good meal and a drink, cried the soldiers. Just then, I saw a man holding a cake and putting it on the ground. Huh, I like pancakes the most at 23. Chu liked soldiers very much, just like his son. We are hungry. He gave us cookies. Pancakes are delicious and crispy, and they are my favorite food. Soldiers gleamed, looked at cookies, and drooled. The king knows that you are hungry, and the king invites you to eat bread. Li Longji opened his mouth slowly and said, in order to make you eat well, this king asks the kitchen to put down some ingredients and enjoy it. Thank you, King Chu. Soldiers cheered in unison, and Yi Bai understood it too well. The corner of Leah's mouth twitched, looking at these shouting generals, leading people to distribute cake. Everyone has one, which is a pity. Why is this cake cold and hard, like a stone? The soldiers received the cake and talked. King Chu, isn't that the case with Hu Bing? The pancake is fragrant and crispy, and the meat is shredded. Why don't I look at the minced meat? Someone asked involuntarily. The king said it was a cake, that is, a cake. Yi Bai was rude and unreasonable. Let's eat. Some people wanted to talk. Zhang Xiaofei shouted, if you don't want to eat, you can leave here. The whip in his hand could not stop and made a crisp sound. Whip was still fresh in the memory of the soldiers. They beat him. They dared not let it go. They put the cake in their mouths and began to cry. How hard. I almost broke my tooth. It's too cold. Can you eat this? My teeth. Someone screamed. A grain of sand came out of his mouth. My teeth. Was another scream, and sand was spit out from many, and every face was in pain. Gao Li looked at his eyes. The corners of his mouth split open, glanced at Yi Bai, and said in his heart, the king of Chu is too ruthless. King Chu, these cakes are mixed with sand. They should be the army, and they should invite the king of Chu to be the army. Yes, king of Chu, they must be unforgivable. The soldiers complained angrily to Yi Bai. Gao Li looked at his eyes, couldn't help anymore, lost his smile, and said secretly, this is what the king of Chu meant. You report to the king of Chu, these are too long eyes. So you know that's what the king meant. Yi Bai smiled with a smile on his face. What? The soldiers looked in shock at the old sow in the tree. Yi Bai treats them well. Without the air of the emperor and grandson, he has a pleasant face. Who would have thought that this is Yi Bai's meaning? They thought there was something wrong with their ears. Did I hear it right? I must have been training too much. My ears are abnormal. I can't hear what you're saying. Yes, how could the king of Chu do this? The soldiers heard it clearly, but they couldn't believe it. You heard right, that's what the king meant. Yi Bai nodded and confirmed again. King Zhu, how can you do such a thing and you don't eat military rations? King Chu, can't you do this? The shock on the faces of the soldiers did not return, and they cried out, you should thank this king. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows and his voice was calm. Thank you for the sand you gave us. We must thank you. Is this true? Yes. Chu obviously does not eat military rations, so asking us to thank him is a very bad reason. One shout, all angry faces. Whoever has this kind of thing is angry. Quote. If the king does not let you find food for yourself, but there is at least one cake for you to eat, you must thank the king. Yi Bai's voice turned higher, and said, when you arrive at the battlefield, sometimes you won't be able to eat for a few days. By then, you'll have to dig out the roots and strip the bark, which is much worse than that. You can't even stand it. You shouldn't be the king's bodyguard. Is it really that bad? I don't believe. These people have never been to the battlefield. They don't know what happened on the battlefield, and they don't quite believe what Yi Bai said. I didn't tell you that I have grass root. It's lucky to eat with bark, and it's better not to tell you that you can eat human flesh. Zhang Xiaofei looked around and raised his voice like thunder. Cannibals. The soldiers were drooling, and they dared not. Say it again. 000. They knew Zhang Xiaofei. That is the source of thousands of people riding. After hundreds of battles, he said there would be no fate, so they had to believe it. King Chu, give us some water. Okay. Yes. The cake was so cold that it tasted like swallowing ice. Some hot water. Shockingly, a careful request was made. There is a river outside the city. You can go and drink. Yi Bai's answer was ruthless. Ah! The soldiers had teeth grinding in their mouths. Looking at Yi Bai, he saw that Yi Bai didn't mean to joke, so he had to shut up one by one. It's okay if you don't have water to drink. No snow. Eat snow. Some people's brains turn so fast that they bend over to catch snow to eat. Yes, is there no snow? The soldiers were very happy. Wait a minute. Yi Bai flew down from his horse and came to a soldier catching snow. He stepped a few feet where the soldiers had grabbed him, and several dark and dirty footprints appeared. The soldier was stunned and taken aback. Ah, the big flood doesn't count. Yi Bai spat a few mouthfuls here and said, okay, you can catch snow here and eat it. The king tells you that you can only catch snow here to eat, violators, and engage in military legal activities. Not only were the soldiers so frightened that they couldn't say anything, they didn't even know Yi Bai. Chapter 23. Delicious. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. In their impression, Yi Bai has no other problems except strict. I can't believe that Yi Bai, who they want to approach, is as terrifying as a devil. It's hard to believe that he asked the soldiers to eat his big footprints and saliva. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it to be true. Don't listen to him. You can't eat here. Just change the place. Some soldiers did not believe in evil and bent down to catch the snow. Bang! In the crisp whip, the whip on Zhang Xiaofei's hand was like a poisonous snake, and blood stains appeared on the soldier's wrist. Just eat it. You don't want to find water to drink. Xiaofei looked unhappy, and Zhang Fei, who he liked, was like a demon king, shouting, when you are on the battlefield, sometimes you want to drink water. That's an extravagant hope. If you don't have water, drink and pee. Yes, if you want a drink, I'm sorry to say, I can do you a favor. A roar, like thunder, stunned these soldiers, and they were all dumbfounded. Have you eaten? The soldier asked tentatively. People pee, horse pee, drink it all. Zhang Xiaofei held his head high, as if drinking pee was not a shame, but an honor. Oh, someone is sick. Going to the battlefield, you don't even drink urine. You don't deserve to be an elite. Zhang Xiaofei's answer was ruthless. Quote. The generals and soldiers were taken aback. They're not hungry. They put the cake away. Yi Bai was silent. When Goryo answered, he came to collect the bread. Mo, let's eat. The soldiers were afraid and had to grit their teeth and eat the cake. In this way, they were replaced by Yi Bai to clean up. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. They were all numb, and they were obedient to Yi Bai. That day, when the scholars gathered together, Chen Xuanli was smiling, cordial and tense. I'm sure I'll be fine. Yes, every time they smile, it's not a good time for us. For people like Chen Xuanli, the soldiers understand that there is no good bird. Chen Xuanli's smile can be seen in front of his eyes, and his heart goes down. Do you know why I'm so happy? A more smile appeared on Chen Zan's face. Li raised his voice and asked loudly, that's because you don't have to suffer today. You don't have to be frozen anymore. You don't have to be as tired as a dead dog. Chen Xuanli didn't wait for them to ask questions, and said, King Zhu invited you to eat today, and I'll treat you to something delicious. Really, you're not lying, are you? Can you believe what he said? The soldiers began to question each other. It's true. The King of Chu invites you to eat the beauty of mountains and seafood. Chen Xuanli nodded heavily, his face very confident. In this way, the generals couldn't believe it, but shouted happily, I want to say that the King of Chu loves his soldiers like a son, and no one does not cherish us. We have suffered a lot these days. Let's take a break and have a good meal. Chu, long live the King of Chu. The soldiers cheered in unison. Chen Xuanli took them to Yi Bai's residence and smelled the meat from a distance. His still eyes, he saw Yi Bai erecting firewood in front of the door. It was roast mutton. The mutton was yellow, and the meat was fragrant and drooling. In addition, there are several cans of wine arranged neatly. Really bias meat to drink. Soldiers were relieved. The smiles on their faces were stacked, and their feelings for Yi Bai multiplied. I have seen the king of Chu. The soldiers were busy with Yi Bai, cordial and compact, as if they had seen their ancestors. I'm sorry to have given you a cold these days. The king thought again and again, better take a day off and catch your breath. One by one the way of writing and martial art. Yi Bai nodded, smiled affectionately on his face, and said, the king invites you to eat meat and rare seafood today. Mountain and seafood. Lots of people are swallowing and drooling. Go to the table. Yi Bai waved his right hand, and the atmosphere was unusual. Let's get started. Soldiers cheered in unison, with expressions of joy on their faces. I saw a group of soldiers holding cages, carrying boxes and putting them on the ground. The cage was covered with cloth, so I couldn't see anything good inside, and the box was also covered, so of course I couldn't see it clearly. Soldiers looked at it, looked round, and said, that must be the delicacy of the mountains and the sea. Come on. Yi Bai nodded. A soldier immediately stepped up to uncover the cloth, revealing the deliciousness in the cage. When the soldiers looked at it, their eyes widened. There is nothing delicious in the cage. It's a mouse. It was shivering with cold, frozen to death. The box opened and there were snakes inside, frozen like popsicles, and earthworms make people lose their appetite. King Zhu, won't you let us eat this? Some soldiers have a hunch that this is not very good. You are too smart. You were right. Yi Bai nodded, with a smile on his face, and praised this. The king obviously has clear rewards and punishments. You guessed it right. You can't help but reward. You are the first to come. The soldier slapped his own ears and ears. What a big mouth. King Zhu, can you stop this? The soldier turned pale. Yes. Yi Bai nodded happily and said, as long as you defeat them, you can not only eat these, but also roast lamb and good wine. Chen Xuanli put his hand on his chest and stood up, not standing together. It's not like 1,000 riders at all, but a hooligan who wants to fight. Come on. Chen Xuanli looked forward to speaking. Come on. I haven't hit anyone for a long time. I'm a little rusty. You must be right to choose me. The soldier has a smile on his mouth and his face is ashen. These are thousands of riders, and even if he hasn't hit anyone for 3 to 5 years, he can't beat it. King Chu, is there any other choice? The soldier was about to cry. Yes, King. Yi Bai said briskly, you really have no choice but to choose the king. Really? Soldier looked at Yi Bai, then at Chen Xuanli. Only Yi Bai is the most deceptive. He hesitated and said, King Chu, I am older than you. Isn't this a military victory? Chen Xuanli, they looked at the soldier sympathetically. Yi Bai can kill Abdullah, but he can't clean up your recruit. What do you mean? Ignorant people are fearless, that's it. It doesn't matter. If you punch the king, a pound of meat and a pound of wine. The more you fight, the more wine and meat you get. Yi Bai is very generous. Really, one punch has a pound of meat and a pound of wine. If you punch a few more times, are you still worried about your life? The soldiers looked at Yi Bai with shining eyes, like a hunter looking at his prey. Chapter 25. Save face. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. However, Yinshan belongs to the big mountain. Only a few passes can be passed, and once the pass is blocked, it is difficult to escape. That's why Jerry Khan fled to the west for a few months, or was captured by the Tang army. Very good. Yi Bai nodded, very grateful. Marshal, in the end, he will think that the key to this war is how to find this news, and he should issue more condemnation and more search. Li Shanfu suggested. Yes, nod in appreciation. You all said a word, I said a word, and said a lot of good advice. The Tang dynasty was a great martial arts dynasty, and these generals were quick-witted and put forward very good ideas. Yi Bai felt very sad. King Chu, what do you want to say? No one will speak to the public. Ask Yi Bai, who hasn't spoken for a long time. Yi Bai has a lot of ideas. The public will trust him very much, and his eyes will be on him. What you said is a good way. I admire it, but there is one thing I haven't said yet. Yi Bai's opening remarks ended. He interjected, if I think it's good, the Turkic language will not confront us head-on, but will fight. The Turks grew up on horseback, can live on horseback, come and go like the wind, here today, there tomorrow. It is not easy to catch up with the Turks. 0. Makes sense. Makes sense. The masses will unanimously agree with each other's opinions. Even Yi Bai nodded in appreciation. King Chu, what do you do? The power of the Turks is not as strong as that of the Tang dynasty. Of course, this will not be difficult to reach, and will take advantage of the openness of the desert for combat. If that's the case, it's hard to deal with Turks are riders, and his archery skills are superb, but our warriors are no worse than the Turk. If they are stronger than others, they will know who is better and who is weaker than others, Yi Bai continued. The reason for the popularity of martial arts in the Tang dynasty is that even the literati are proud of holding swords, and writing and shooting are essential skills for everyone, not necessarily worse than the Turk. I mean, we should split the army into 2 teams, one of which is the best option, except the best equipment. They should have at least 2 horses. Of course, they can have more. Stand by, and as soon as you find a trace of the Turkic language, you'll be on your way. Yi Bai began to come up with an idea. Yes, all the people applauded in unison, with expressions of joy on their faces. Yi Bai's idea is definitely a good way to deal with the Turkic language. The other is mainly responsible for vigilance, reinforcement and delivery of food and grass. Yi Bai finally spoke. Bang! Yi Bai lightly patted it 5 times, was very grateful and said, what the king of Chu said. It was Ben Shuai who thought that Ben Shuai would not say any more. As a famous general, it is definitely not a false statement that he should be a famous general if he can't think of this. Send more eagles to strengthen liaison and coordination between departments. Send more scouts and spies to the news. When you attack, you must be strong. Go the last way. Follow orders. The people would obey the order and then disperse. Soon, Tangjun walked out of the camp all the way and headed straight for the desert. If you observe from the air, you will find that on the border of thousands of miles between the Tang dynasty and the Turk, the Tang army is like a long line, marching towards the desert. Third brother, you must win this time, and take the lead in embarrassing Yi Bai. Wu Yizong rode a tall horse, with a proud expression on his face, and thought twice about Wu. Yes, thought he had come to the north to humiliate and lose his grandfather's house. He needs to win too much. This victory doesn't need to be big, it's just a victory. As long as he wins, he can save face. Looked at the army, he felt his eyebrows twisted. He only had about 2,000 people in his hands, and he was covered in scum. Last time, he was swept away by Yi Bai, killed so many of his people and hurt him for a while. Then he called again, and even the scum didn't want to vote for him. After thinking of the last trick, I only got a big price, and finally some scum could not resist the temptation of money and came to vote for him. It is not easy to gather more than 10 million people. Want to train them. If you don't train, you don't know, and once you train, the problem comes. These scum are not subject to control, let alone endure hardship, and it is harder to train them than to climb to heaven. As a last resort, thought the rewards had to be raised so these scumbags didn't leave and get trained. Scum has been trained, but thinks he can't train. He wants to spend a lot of money to hire someone to help him practice, but no one wants to come, who makes his reputation so bad as a last resort and thinks he must train by himself. He has no military talent and can only follow the painting of the gourd. After a few months of training, Scum still made some progress. At least the horses were riding better, and they had a certain formation, much better than a chaotic situation. However, think very clearly that these people can't call the army. If he really wants to meet the Turk, he will undoubtedly fail. Come on, let the king see if there are any twitches. I want to investigate first. Call right away. King Liang, there is a Turkic language. Not long after, the person who went to inquire about the situation came to report. Really, there are too many. We can't fight. Before C could speak, the scum screamed in fright. These scum will only oppress the people. Fish and meat are in the country. How dare they fight against the Turk? Not many tents, only 140, with 700 or 800 people. That scumbag monitoring the news is busy reporting. Great, minded and thought secretly. We have nearly 2,000 people. Can't we clear 700 or 800 people? Even if you play twice or one game, you can win. When he thought that way, it was enough. He drew the knife, held it in his hand, and shouted, "Brother, it's time for us to get rich. Go up and kill all the Turkic dog. Gold, silver, jewels, whoever gets it." Thinking that there is gold and silver, I don't care about this money. It is used to stimulate the military's heart. Kill the Turk. The scum, cheering, rode a horse to the Turkic camp. At first, they had a formation, so to speak. Running was chaotic. There were no rules. Kill the Tang dynasty. As the scum rushed to the outskirts of the camp, they heard shouting from the camp. The Turk, old and infirm, bent their bows and shot arrows at the scum. For a while, the arrows rained like rain. Chapter 26. Hatred. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Archery is so pitiful, it shoots in a mess, and the results are self-evident. Ah, ah, ah. The scum kept screaming and many were shot by arrows. Go. Scum rushed into the camp and tried to kill them, but that was their end. Turks don't care. Old man and the old woman both took a machete and hacked it to death. When it comes to shredding and killing, scum is far behind. They're usually hacked to death by shredded pumpkin. Run. It's too late. Scum was frightened, yelled, turned and ran away. Stop, stop. Wu San wanted to swing a knife and shouted loudly, trying to stop him from running away. However, Scum ignored him and ran faster. Kill all the Tang people. Turks had the upper hand, but they could not spare the people and chased after them on horseback. Run. Wu San saw that the situation was wrong. He patted the horse's back and ran away. First of all, apologies to your friends. This chapter is wrong. Please forgive me. 2 erroneous chapters that have been sent to the public. Rumble. Under the leadership of Yi Bai, Tangjun advanced by leaps and bounds. His hoofs were like thunder. The horse's hooves stepped on, the soil splashed, and a huge dark cloud appeared in the sky. Falling in the air, Wei Wei was magnificent. King of Chu, 100 miles to the east, there are 500 or 600 Turkic troops. Pei Xiaokui ran out from the horse and rushed to Yi Bai. Send 1,000 men to kill this Turk. Yi Bai immediately ordered. Rumble. 1,000 Tang soldiers rushed out. Soon, a small number of Turkic troops were found to be split into pieces by the Tang army. King of Chu, there are 2,000 Turks in the northwest. Pei Xiaokui reports. Li Quan, you led 5,000 people to kill this Turk. Yi Bai gave orders loudly. Li Quan obeyed the order and led 5,000 Tang troops out, and quickly drove the Turks out. This way, under the leadership of Yi Bai, the Tang army of 20,000 people ran across the desert, looking for water and grass to seek great profit. Sometimes, he would find thousands of Turkic troops. Yi Bai decisively sent Tangjun to solve these problems one by one. Blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Hai Shacheng, silently sipping his tea, Tun Yigu and Tuoxi, and a few generals attended. War has begun, and the courtiers have gone to command the army to fight. Most of the ministers who remained were counselors, and seldom led the army to the battlefield. Khan, this is wrong. Tun Yigu twitched his eyebrows and muttered for a while, sobbing silently. That's not right. He nodded while drinking and said, it's a good strategy for us to fight against the Tang army. It's just that our army lost a lot of money and was constantly discovered by the Tang army. This is why, yes. Some generals grinned and said, so far, we have lost 70,000 to 80,000 troops. If we continue like this, we won't be able to last long. It's amazing that the Turks lost 70,000 to 80,000 people in just over 10 days after the Tang army entered the desert. According to the obscure thinking, as long as the Turks traveled to the advantage that the Turks were familiar with the desert, the Tang army could overwhelmed and exhausted. However, the war progressed far beyond his imagination. No matter where the Turks hide, the Tang army can always find it. The Tang army found the Turkic army. It rallied and launched a violent attack on the Turk, causing heavy casualties for the Turk. In just 10 years or so, the Turks lost 70, or 80, soldiers. In this way, for at least 2 or 3 months, the silence of the army will disappear. If there is no army, what else can we talk about returning to China? Especially Yi Bai. He killed 30,000 Turkic warriors. It's hateful. Swallow a look of hatred. In the past 10 days, the Turks lost 70,000 to 80,000 people, of which nearly 30,000 were killed by Yi Bai, which really made them hate in silence. Yi Bai said, this Yi Bai has a big problem in his heart. If he doesn't get rid of it, there will be endless troubles in the future. Yi Bai lost 70,000 to 80,000 people in the past 10 days, and nearly 30,000 people were killed by Yi Bai. Khan wants to lead the army to kill Yi Bai. In the anger full of hatred in Tuxi's eyes, he cried out for his life. He was captured alive by Yi Bai, so he was very angry and kept thinking about getting revenge advantage on Yibai. Getting rid of Yibai is inevitable, but it is not yet possible. Our army cannot expose it prematurely. Although angry, he did not lose his mind, saying, the Tang army is flourishing now, and if our army is exposed, it will be besieged. At present, Tang Jun's morale is high and his spirit is prosperous. Once the Turkic army is exposed, the Tang army will definitely come up from all directions, and this is the end of the disaster. If you want to deal with Yibai, if you don't have an army of 50 or 60 people, then forget about it. If the army ends, it will be a huge loss. Khan is smart. Dunjia glanced at his brows and said, we can wait to deal with Yibai, but we have to think of a reaction now, otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Yes, he nodded as he drank and said, I thought about it. Our troops are attacked the most on water and grass, and that's the problem. Waterweed. Dunjia was suddenly taken aback, with a shocked expression on his face, and said, Wang Xiaoji really knows that he has found the door to our life. The land of water and grass is indeed the gate to the life of the Turk. Although the Turkic army was required to use combat instead of fighting directly with the Tang army, the places where the Turks rested were mostly water and grass. As long as the Tang army stared at the water and grass, they could find the Turkic army and launch an attack on the Turkic army. How can this be good? Turks are a nomadic people, inseparable from water and grassland. If Tang Jun stared at the water plants, it would be a big trouble, and Tuozai's face would get bigger. Don't panic. Silent Sip is very calm, saying, this hand is fine, but not impossible to handle. Khan, do you have any plans? Asked the courtiers hastily. Their eyes were all round. In the past, great Turkic warriors camped in water and grass, but now the situation is different. We cannot rest in water and grass. Silent Sip analysis said, horses eat grass. There is grass in the desert. It's not difficult. Just need to solve the problem of good water is not a problem. Turks are nomads and cannot be separated from the water grasslands. Of course, this is just a relative. Warhorse wants to eat grass. There is more grass in the desert. There is no need to go to the water grass. The rest is just the problem of water. Chapter 277 Cruel Act Open black lens bracket Subscribe close black lens bracket Pass. Camping and resting on water and grass is strictly prohibited. Violators will be cut down. He sipped his eyes. His blood boiled, and shouted, get more purses, more water, and go to the grass as little as possible. Amazing. The courtiers praised it loudly. This is definitely a good way to deal with the Tang army, and no courtier should praise it. The desert is huge and hidden anywhere. Tang Jun may not find it. Yibai, what can you do with me? Sip the corners of your mouth. Tang Jun stopped to rest. Yibai and Chen Xuanli said, and Zhang Shuiji gathered together. This Pei Xiaokui, really, hasn't found a Turkic language for several days. Zhang Xiaofei complained about this, but he was not satisfied with it. No hurry. Chen Xuanli comforted him. As long as we stare at the water plants, we can find the Turkic language. 000. You can kill. Yes. Shui Jifu in a sentence. Yes. The rapid sound of hooves sounded, and I saw Pei Xiaoqi's horse galloping past. Pei Xiaokui, have you found the Turkic language? Haha. We have to fight again. Zhang Xiaofei cheered and rubbed his hands together, hoping to do it right away. Kill him. Must have found the Turk. Chen Xuanli and Shui Ji, their eyes are shining, and their desire to fight is also very high. Pei Xiaokui approached, flew off his horse, rushed to Yibai's ceremony, and said, King Chu, something is wrong. What do you say? Yibai was a little surprised and asked, King of Chu, I can't find Turks these days. There is a reason. Pei Xiaoqi's eyebrows twisted, and she said, it's not that there is no sign of Turkic language, but we are too late, and Turkic language has long since disappeared. If once is twice, it's probably a coincidence. It's been 5 so far, which is no coincidence. Zhang said, their faces are solemn. As Pei Xiaokui said, if you are late twice at a time, it may be a coincidence. It's wrong 5 times in a row. Tell me more. Yibai's face was solemn. For the first time, we found traces of Turkic languages on the ground of water and grass, and the number of people was very small, about 700 or 800 people. There are no traces of Turkic camps on the ground, only messy footprints. Pei Xiaokui's voice was a little high and he said, I didn't care at the time, I thought it was a temporary replenishment of Turkic water. After a pause, he said, afterwards, 4 groups of people were found in a row. The numbers were different, but they had one thing in common, that is, there was no water and grass in the campsite, and they just needed to replenish the water and left. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was shocked. Before that, Yibai had killed Juju people, nearly 30,000 people. Except for a small number of accidental bumps on the road, the rest were settled on water and grass. Stare at the water grass. You can find Turk. You can get some. Now, it's so unusual that Turk doesn't stay in water and grass. Water replenishes and leaves immediately. There is only one possibility that the Turkic language changed its strategy. Yi Bai's eyes sparkled. That's right. There is a great consensus on this. This can only be interpreted as a change in the Turkic strategy. Otherwise, there might be so many Turks not resting on the water and pastures. You know, the Turks are nomads. They cannot do without water and grass, just like the Tang army cannot do without food and grass. The Turks didn't spend much time in the water and grass. They could only sip silently, changing the way of playing. That's the problem. Zhang Xiaofei said straightly. If the Turks don't stay on the grass, but jump in the desert, where can we find them? Crowd had a heavy heart, but nodded and said nothing. The desert is vast and boundless. If the Turks do not stay in the water and grass, but find a hiding place, where can they find it? Not to mention 400 Tang troops, or even 1,000,000 Tang troops, they can't find it. Zhang said, do you have a good idea? Chen Xuanli frowned and thought about it. There is no good way. He had to ask Zhang. He was a resourceful man. People believed so much in Zhang's talent that their eyes were fixed on him. No, Zhang said and shook his head. Drink this hand silently. The crowd sighed. Silently sipping this hand is really difficult, hitting the heart of Tang Jun. 4. Tang Jun, a decision must be made quickly without delay. Since the supply of hundreds of thousands of Tang troops is a big problem, even the strong national power of the Tang dynasty is not sustainable. The Turks did not fight against the Tang army. They hid out of sight, and they defeated the Tang army with iron heart. It was a cruel move. Others, you look at me, I look at you, helpless. Drinking this hand is difficult, but not impossible. However, Yi Bai faced it calmly, as if he didn't know that silent sipping was hard enough. King Chu, is there anything you can do? What is this? Zhang said. His eyes were brushed on Yi Bai's head, and everyone was looking forward to it. I have a way. If the enemy changes, we can break the food route of the Turk. Yi Bai nodded. You, Zhang said. Chen Xuanli, Shuiji's expectations disappeared. A black face, looking at Yi Bai, shaking his head, a disappointed expression on his face. King Chu, that's not true. Quickly, Zhang Xiaofei said bluntly. Turkic people come and go like the wind, and there is no food and grass. How can we break the Turkic food passage? King Zhu, are you talking nonsense? This is straightforward and makes Yi Bai no face at all. Zhang said. They nodded in agreement. Actually, Zhang Xiaofei is not bad. It is good that Yi Bai lost his mind. If you have to eat, you have to drink. Even if it's Turkic, you have to eat and drink. Yi Bai didn't seem to hear Zhang Xiaofei's 2-5 accusation. To put it lightly, King Chu, if you are a man, you have to eat, drink, and have fun. It's true, but where are the food outlets in Turkic? Chen Xuanli shook his head, not believing his face. Waterweed. Yi Bai only said 3 words. Waterweed. Shui shook his head and said, the Turks won't go there anymore. It's useless for us to stare at the water and grass. I understand. Zhang said. He was surprised by a slap in the face. Bang. Zhang said, suddenly realizing that his right hand slapped his forehead. Full of joy, he raised his voice and shouted, understood. I get it. Zhang said. He had been calm. Chen Xuanli has never encountered such a bad thing. Zhang said. He must have thought of something he could not have thought of. He was curious and asked unanimously, what do you know? Chapter 28. Water. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. King Chu, smart. But Zhang said, as if he hadn't heard their question. His right hand gave a thumbs up, praising Yi Bai all the time. Zhang said. He thought the world first strategy was worthwhile, and he understood it quickly. Yi Bai nodded, very happy. Yi Bai mentioned a point just now, and Zhang made it very clear. Needless to say, this information is very good. Why do you play jigsaw puzzles? Zhang Xiaofei stared like a bronze bell in a pair of big eyes, eager to pick out the answer from Yi Bai. Zhang said, come on. Chen Xuanli urged. Zhang said, tell them. Yi Bai said to Zhang, yes, sir. Zhang said that he was already dead, and said to Chen Xuanli, Turkic people grow up on horseback and can live on horseback for a lifetime. Come and go tomorrow. Some people mistakenly think that Turkic people have no way to eat, which is wrong. Turkic has a valley. The Turks have a valley. Chen Xuanli still didn't quite believe it. 2 inches well, even if you make sense. Where's the food channel in Turkic? Snow doesn't believe it either. The king of Chu has already said that if he knows, he has to drink it, and the Turks also drink it. Zhang said, raising his voice, and said, I ask you, if you go out of Turkic, you will take a horse and dry meat, and it will last 10.5 days. days. Horse drinks, the meat will be eaten, so what should you add? You still have to ask. If at the border, the Turks can be looted, and the people in the desert will naturally return to the camp. Zhang Xiaofei defeated the Turk, was very familiar with the situation of the Turk, and thought that he did not want to rush. Come on. Zhang said his hand was punched, nodded, and said, now this war is going on in the desert. The Turks cannot go to the border to plunder, they can only go back to the camp. We have been in the wilderness for more than 10 or 20 days. Which Turks and the old and the sick have you seen? This war is unlike any other war. If the Turks want to win by weakness, he can only resort to swimming. If you want to swim, you have to take full advantage of the speed and mobility of Turkic. It is impossible to bring the old and the weak. Although the old and the weak of the Turks can ride horses, they can also shoot arrows, but compared with Dingzhuang, there is still a big gap. If you take the old and the weak as an example, it will slow down the advance of the Turk. No, the crowd said unanimously. No, that's right. He said, the old and weak of the Turks are in the camp, and the camp must be on the land of water and grass. Waving his right hand, he said cheerfully, this is our chance. Zhang Xiaofei said, why do you say that? Zhang Xiaofei touched his forehead and asked stupidly, using your head is not his forte. He says it's roundabout. No, I understand very well. Chen Xuanli clenched his right hand and waved his hand vigorously, shining brightly. Yes, I understand very well. Shui Ji, Li Quan, Su Fan and Pei Xiaokui have all understood. Everyone has a happy face on their faces, which is very exciting. Yi Bai admired Zhang Xiaofei and explained to him that the Turkic camp is in the water grass field. Can we find the Turkic camp in the water grass field and launch an attack on the Turkic camp? Bang! Zhang Xiaofei slapped his forehead with his right hand, and with a look of surprise and joy, he almost sang, and said, we can rush into the Turkic camp and kill the old and weak Turk. Cattle and sheep, the Turks can't replenish, and they are equivalent to the Turk. Interruption of grain. When we get there, hey. At the end of the day, he gave a dark, terrifying smile. That's right. Everyone nodded. The Turks did not stay in the water and grass for too long and hid elsewhere, which made the Tang army helpless. However, this is not to say that there is no way to deal with Turkic. If you want to deal with Turkic, you can start with the Turkic camp. There is no need to say that the Turkic camp must be in grass and water. Because the Turkic language is a tribal system, the number of small departments is hundreds of thousands, the larger is hundreds of thousands, the larger is tens of thousands, and the largest tribe is tens of thousands. In addition, the Turks were a nomadic people, raising cattle, sheep and horses, which required pastures, but also water. With tens of thousands of large tribes, millions of cattle, sheep and horses are grazing. So many livestock, the need for water and grass, needless to say, will be enormous. Therefore, no matter how the Turkic army hides, its camp cannot be hidden. As long as water and grass can be found in the Turkic army camp, the old and weak of the Turks and cattle, sheep and horses can be killed. Without the camp, the Turkic army would not be able to replenish and it would be disastrous for the Turkic language. The Turkic camp is easy to find. This time, Zhang Xiaofei's mind was particularly bright and he smiled happily. We found so many places. We didn't find a Turkic camp, he said. That must be where we can't find it. We are in the south, then the Turkic camp is in the north. Hi. Zhang Xiaofei has a hard time using his brain. Rarely has he had such a clever performance, and everyone raved about it. When we found the Turkic camp, we killed the Turks and set fire to the water and grass. Mr. Zhang shared his thought. Yes, Turks can't leave the water plants. If the water grass is burned, the consequences for the Turks are too serious. We can't burn it yet, we have to burn it. Yi Bai looked gloomy and fierce, and spoke his thought. Mr. Zhang said that they all changed their faces, and their faces were startled. They looked at Yi Bai and couldn't even speak. Hard, too hard. I've seen a lot of tricky tricks, and I've never seen such a spicy strategy. It was difficult for Chen Xuanli to react to this, and his feelings disappeared. It's a desperate plan. Zhang said it was still a blow to his face. Yes, it's a desperate plan. Yi Bai nodded and said, we will win this line. King Chu, this matter must be reported to the marshal, and the marshal should inform the entire army and implement it as a whole. Chen Xuanli reminded me. Yes, Yi Bai nodded. Let's go. Go north. Under the command of Yi Bai, Tang Jun immediately rushed north. Above the desert, Yi Bai rode a horse, with a sad face on his face. Tang Shoujing was stationed beside Ma Yebai, her eyebrows tense. Tang Shoujing, do you have any good ideas? Yi Bai shook his head and said, I, Yi Bai, have fought many hard battles and fierce battles in my life, but I have never fought such a strange battle. Silent sipping is abhorrent enough to elude us rather than fight us. Phailu reminds you 3 things about reading. collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 29. Praise. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yes, Zhe Fushun took the lead in echoing him and said, "We can stop the Turk. This is the work of the King of Chu. Without the King of Chu, we cannot stop the Turk." The crowd echoed in unison. In this battle, the King of Chu was the first to do it. But when we first arrived, we still had a lot of work to do. We can't wait until the King of Chu wakes up to do it. Yi Bai nodded and said, "It's like besieging the Turk, like preparing for a decisive battle." Pause for a moment and say, what Ben Yingjun means is that we have to build a fence, and the Turks are surrounded by so many Turks that they can't escape. Although the current situation is very good, the Tang army initially only surrounded the Turk, which needs to be strengthened. Yi Bai's statement is very reasonable, and the public will agree. As a result, the Tang army began to strengthen the siege, and after some effort, the Turks were severely besieged by the Tang army. Waiting for Yi Bai to wake up after 2 days. The King of Chu is evil. The King of Chu is evil. When Yi Bai opened his eyes, he saw Yi Bai, Tang Shoujing, Li Shanfu, Zhe Fushun, and a group of generals, beaming with joy. They smiled slightly, the corners of their mouths split open, as if they were celebrating the new year. "I've seen the marshal." Yi Bai quickly paid tribute to Yi Bai. "King Chu, hurry up and throw away the gift." Yi Bai hurriedly supported Yi Bai and said with a smile, "We should be a little more handsome when we see the gift given to the King of Chu." Xie Chu King should stop speaking in Turkic language. Xie Chu King sealed the Turkic language. Tang Shoujing, Li Shanfu, Zhe Fushun and other generals paid tribute to Yi Bai. If it weren't for Yi Bai's blockade of the Turkic language, the consequences would have been extremely serious. Once fainted and fled back to Mobe, even if the Tang dynasty could catch up with the desert in the north, the price to pay would be extremely high. Yi Bai blocked the Turkic language, making people sincerely admire these 5 bodies. "I dare not, this is the credit of the brothers," Yi Bai said humbly. "King Chu, are you hungry?" Yi Bai took a soup from his confidant and handed it to Yi Bai. "The King of Chu has not eaten for 2 days, so he should not eat. He should have some soup first and then lift his stomach." Yi Bai slept for 2 days and 2 nights. If he eats now, there will be problems. It is necessary to drink some soup first to let the stomach get used to it. "Thank you, master." Yi Bai took it in his hand and drank it slowly. "This is a broth, very refreshing." After Yi Bai finished drinking, he only felt comfortable for a while. "Chen Xuanli, are they awake?" Yi Bai asked. "Not yet, I think I should wake up soon." Yi Bai smiled. Yi Bai rested for a while. There was only a small amount of food, and then he ate normally, tossing and turning for a long time, and finally returned to normal. Zhang said that Chen Xuanli came again and again. "Recover slowly." After a day of twists and turns, all Yi Bai's subordinates woke up. "King Chu, we lost more than half of our casualties, and only 800 brothers survived." Zhang said his face was ugly. With deep pain on his face, he said, "Even if these 8,000 people were wounded by everyone, only 8,000. Yi Bai's face was very dark. This is the army he trained himself, and there are 800 people left. Yi Bai's heart is very heavy. In order to cross this road, he ordered the Turks to follow for more than 10 days. After all, Yi Bai's army was too small to rest, and a large part of the soldiers were exhausted to death. Of the 8,000 surviving horses, everyone was injured. Even Yi Bai himself was a kind of bodily injury. You can see how intense the war is. They're all good. They, my soldiers. Yi Bai felt relieved again. These Tang troops who were killed in the war ever flinched. No one is timid, no matter how much praise. You can't praise. King Zhu, please rest assured, the coach will seek help from His Majesty the King for them. Yi Bai patted his chest for assurance. "Thank you, master." Yi Bai said thank you. "Now that the King of Chu is awake, we should discuss the decision of the war." Yi Bai immediately ordered that the rallies should ring and the masses should come one by one. Wu Sanxi also came. His face was not good, and when he saw Yi Bai, he turned around. Yi Bai was very open. He fought so many battles without saying anything, and also blocked the Turk. The first achievement of this war must be Yi Bai's. Yi Bai's status and power will be greatly improved. And Wu San thought he was defeated. So far he has not won victory. Can his face look good? Everyone knows that we besieged the Turkic people, and the collapse of the Turkic language is only in the morning and evening. Yi Bai spoke loudly. "This is all the work of the King of Chu and the brothers led by the King of Chu," he said. "We should say thank you to them. Long live the King of Chu." There will be a thrilling sky, and they are all happy, as if celebrating the new year. If Yi Bai didn't stop the Turk, why is it so delicious that the masses will appreciate Yi Bai from the bottom of their heart, and will not roar in the mountains. About it coldly, snorted, and his face became even uglier. Yi Bai, you must be proud of yourself. Don't give me a chance, or I want you to look good. Wu San thought to himself, thank you for your kindness. Longji is very scared. Yi Bai is very modest. How to fight a decisive battle? You can speak freely. White leaves with a smile. Marshal, I think the Turkic language is under siege by us. Turkic crashes only in the morning and evening. We don't need to pay too much. We just need to be besieged. Until the Turks were dragged into a daze, powerless to fight, and then destroyed by another drum. Wu San thought for a while, then rushed to the road. It makes sense. It makes sense. The masses will unanimously agree with each other's opinions with Wu San's idea and was very unhappy, but Wu San thought it was reasonable and they had to agree. Wu Sansi said that the Turks had been severely besieged by the Tang army and could not escape. Tang Jun doesn't have to attack at this time of year. It just needs to surround the Turk, pull down the Turk, and attack. By that time, the Tang army could wipe out the Turks with almost no blood. Even Yi Bai is a rare gratitude to Wu Sansi. Wu San thought about a neck, like a rooster, staring at Yi Bailing. He and Yi Bai duel, always in the wind. It is rare to get so many people's praise, of course, to show off in front of Yi Bai. No, Yi Bai was against it. Yi Bai, do you know the Battle of the Beast? Although the Turkic language is surrounded by us, once we fight the beast, there will be many casualties, and 30,000 or 50,000 people cannot escape. Chapter 220. A group of geniuses. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Wu San remembered the corner of his mouth, accused Yi Bai of Yi Bai, and said with a sneer, do you really want to be safe? You wouldn't take your brother's life, would you? Yes. The crowd will echo loudly. They admired Yi Bai very much and were very dissatisfied with Wu San's thought. However, Wu Sansi is reasonable and they have to agree with him. The battle of the trapped beast is terrifying. Once the Turks fight against the trapped beast, the Tang army will suffer many casualties. Don't say it. 3 or 5, one will not escape. Then, paying 30,000 or 50,000, it's better to trap the Turks to death. The battle of the beast is terrible, and even more terrible is the plague. Yi Bai didn't seem to have seen Wu Sansi's complacency, and said, I killed nearly 100,000 horses. There are also the bodies of the 2 armies killed in the war, as well as more than 100,000 bodies. These bodies are already rotten. If we can't get rid of the Turks as soon as possible, once the plague breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. To break the crossbow of the Turk, Yi Bai killed nearly 100,000 horses. In addition to the bodies of the 2 armies killed in the war, there are more than 100,000 bodies. Now it is about to enter summer, the weather is hot, and once the body rot, there is a high possibility of plague. Once the plague breaks out, the consequences are unimaginable. Until then, this is not the third 5-year plan. Problems may exceed 100,000 or more. 000. This. The generals were afraid and afraid. Wu San wanted to find a chance to show off, but he refuted Yi Bai's skin, and he was very sad. Yi Bai nodded and praised him. He said, the king of Chu is right. It is appropriate to finish this battle as soon as possible. Marshal, the king of Chu is right, and Wang Liang is right. The fight between the beasts is terrible. Can we find a way to pay less? Some generals hesitated. Yes, there are many generals who agree. Battle of the beasts is really scary. This will make Tang Jun pay an unnecessary price. Your worries are superfluous. Yi Bai took it and said, today's Turks are besieged by us. Most of the Turks are passing the ball. People touch people's shoulders and shoulders. There is no room to turn back. Even if he wants to resist, he can't mobilize his army. We just need to start the battle from the entrance. Start the battle. Combined with the fighting of strangers, we are almost invincible. Yi Bai is matched with a generation of celebrities. He is ready for a decisive battle, and he ordered the Tang army to push the Turks as far as possible. After being driven out by the Tang army, nearly 500,000 Turks from Kiko City entered the customs. The whole pass was so full it was hard to turn around. How to mobilize the army with obscure spit? If he wants to resist, it is also very difficult. If Tang Jun's crossbow is open, coupled with the strange sword fight, this is a massacre, and Tang Jun does not have to pay a great price. Quote! Yi Bai looked up at at the sky and said with a smile, "The king of Chu said what Ben Shuai thought. In this war, even if the Turks wanted to fight the wild beast, there was no chance, it was just slaughter. The marshal is smart." All this was preempted by Yi Bai, and the public would admire these 5 bodies and throw them to the ground. Well, Wu Sanxi's face is even uglier. "King Zhu, you can direct this war." This is Yi Bai's intention to experience Yi Bai, to give him a chance to command the army to fight. "Thank you, Commander," Yi Bai said. "In my opinion, let Zhang." Zhang said that this person is very talented and claims to be the first in the world, and if he is trained, it will be a good thing for Yi Bai. Okay. Yi Bai admired Zhang very much. Since Yi Bai wanted to give him this chance, Yi Bai did not object. "I order." Zhang said. His eyes almost fell out and his face was unbelievable. Although Zhang said he admired it, he was still young and had not yet commanded the army to fight. This opportunity is too rare. He is like a dream. "Yes, only you." Yi Bai nodded heavily. "King Chu, why didn't you order?" Mr. Zhang said it was a little strange. "I don't need it." Yi Bai shook his head. Yi Bai is a man who wants to be an emperor. To say to Mr. Zhang that he would grow up so that he would have a left and right arm, which would be more cost-effective than his own orders. If an emperor wants to succeed, he doesn't have to do it himself. He just needs a bunch of geniuses. "Thank you, King Chu." Zhang said he was very grateful for Yi Bai's meaning. "In my opinion, in this war, the best command should be at the top of the mountain." Mr. Zhang said he would join the role immediately. Yes, Yi Bai agrees with this. The highest part of the mountain can be seen farther and can better direct the action. Yi Bai, Zhang and his party came to the top of the mountain like this. This is a mile circle of flat ground that can be used as a temporary order. Yi Bai looked at it and almost fell off the mountain. Where the eyes could be seen, there were only dozens of miles of darkness, waves of people and the sea. This group of Mahai people is divided into 2 parts. The outermost is Tangjunli. Tangjunli has a camp, a fence that surrounds the Turks, like a cow and a sheep in a circle. The Turkic language is divided into 2 parts, one outside the pass and the other at the pass. The Turkic people outside are very dense, like a hemp pole, overcrowded, with horses touching horses plus cattle and sheep. There is no room for maneuver. Rare, no Turkic sign, tabernacle. Celebrities of Yi Bai's generation, in order to eliminate the Turk, are of course prepared and will not give space to the Turk. If you really want the Turks to build the tabernacle, it will be a festival. Is there such a good thing? The Turks at the pass are denser. This is about 30 or 40, and the mile-long aisle is so full that it is difficult to turn around. Marshal Yebai gave a thumbs up, praised and smiled. The Turks are so tightly packed. How can they fight this battle? Turkic only slaughtered. That's right. Zhang said that he also admired the 5 bodies, fell to the ground and said, "The Turks have entered the Jedi to survive and cannot cope with the war. This is equivalent to the cattle and sheep in the circle. All we have to do is kill them. If you want to resist, you need enough space to mobilize the army. There is no room for maneuver in Turkic." How could he resist? At the beginning of this battle, it must have been a massacre, and the Turks did not fight back at all. "Let's go." Yi Bai nodded to Zhang. "Yes, sir." Zhang said he would sacrifice his life and wave the flag in his hand. Chapter 221. Chaos. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Knock. The drummer struggled to beat the drum, and the sound of the drum came from a distance like thunder. The Tang army passed through the helmet in the camp, and walked out of the camp one by one, and came to the formation outside the camp. The first to open was the strange knife hand, wearing bright light armor, holding the strange knife tightly. "Come outside the camp and line up immediately." Occasionally there were Turks in front of them. A strange knife was cut down, and the Turks were chopped to pieces. The unfamiliar hand next to it is the knife hand. They want to protect the strange knife hand. Of course, they have to follow closely behind the camp. Behind the sword is an archer in leather armor. Subject to hard bow force vector. Line up into position. Wait in strict position. As soon as the archer emerged from the crossbow, he held or carried the various parts of the strong bow, and after leaving the camp, began to assemble the crossbow. They are well trained. It is easy to assemble a powerful crossbow, and soon, a powerful crossbow is assembled and stands on the ground like an ancient beast. Finally, the cavalry came out, and the army was surrounded by cavalry on every side. Armies appeared one after another, forming a sea of armies. Wang Yangtze was domineering and unstoppable. Yi Bai looked into his eyes and applauded. Tang Jun deserves to be swept away. This location is very clean, and once cleaned, there is an invincible trend. Why? Suddenly, I only heard Yi Bai's shocked voice. Why did the Turks screw up? Yi Bai glanced at it. I saw chaos in the Turkic camp, and only saw a team of 1 Turkic troops fighting against Turkic herdsmen. The slashing with machetes was extremely cruel, and knives were intolerant. The Turkic herdsmen were like lambs, hacked to death by the Turkic army, and their bodies were all red in one place. Are the Turks crazy? We haven't started yet. They killed each other. Some generals were confused and surprised. This is obscurity, a kind heart of obscurity. Yi Bai looked into his eyes and was shocked. Is the order of obscurity really true? Some generals don't believe it. Yes, it must be the order of obscurity. Yi Bai nodded and said, there are too many Turks. There is no room for turning back. They are unknown, and they cannot mobilize the army to resist. Only by killing the herdsmen can he make room. Buzzing. Crowd sucked in the cold air together, with expressions of fear on their faces. What a heartless heart. Here are thousands of Turkic herders. In order to eliminate an open space and facilitate the mobilization of the army, it is necessary to kill almost all the herdsmen. The heart is generally not cold and ruthless, it is very ruthless. Even if the public would hate the Turk, it was a thrill. It's really hard, but there's nothing you can do about sipping. Yi Bai smiled and said, after we attack, these herdsmen will also die. It's best to kill them to make room for the Turkic army. That makes sense. While the public was terrified, they had to agree with the statement. While obscurity is a good thing, when he tries to trap the beast's battle, he is doomed to fail. Zhang said. Yin Yin smiled and said, we are not in a hurry to attack when the team is unknown. We will attack again, so that his efforts will be wiped out. Will he be angry to death? Quote exclamation mark quote. The crowd laughed in unison. You are a sinister man, Zhang said. Yi Bai smiled. These are all written by the king of Chu. It was indeed a silent sip order to be slaughtered. Khan, the crowd is so dense that once the Tang army attack, we have no resistance. Tun Yigu's heart beat. His face was pale, and there was no blood. Although they still have more than 200,000 people in their hands, they cannot assemble, they cannot go to war, and they are no different from each other. How about this? Silent Sip was also startled, only to feel weak and about to soften. This Yi Bai, how ruthless. I can't believe he won't give us any wiggle room. Yi Bai should be a celebrity of a generation. If he doesn't drink silently to mobilize the army, he wants to eat the Turks to death. Khan, it's not impossible, it just takes an evil heart. Ashuan Town Road. You have a way to say it. Sip hastily. Kill the herdsman. Ashuan Jen is word for word. What are you talking about, killing the herdsman? His eyes almost fell to the ground, his mouth open to the boss, his face was startled. You are so vicious. You can also come up with this vicious idea. When Tun Yigu jumped very high, he pointed at the ashes and shouted Yuan Zhen. It's evil, yes, but other than this idea, what else can you do to mobilize the army? What else can you do to fight? Ash Yuan Zhen asked loudly. Quote. There is nothing to say to sip silently and leave the Valley of Desire. The idea is evil, but is there any other way to assemble the army other than this? The Great Turk fell into PUBG, and if he can't escape, he will die. Rather than let the army die, why don't you let the herders die? As long as the army is there, there will be a silver lining for the Great Turk. Ash Yuanjun continued. Khan, where do you decide to go? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take a breath. The face is ugly, the face is twisted, a face is very vicious. Kill all the herdsmen. All of a sudden, he sipped his teeth silently and shouted, rather than let them die under Tang Jun's sword, it is better to die under our sword. For the sake of the Great Turk, they died in the right way. In this way, as soon as the order came, the Turkic army hurt the herdsmen. These nomads would never have thought of this. The Turkic army will kill them. As more and more herders were killed and more space was made up, the Turkic army began to assemble. At first there were only a few thousand people, then thousands people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Check it out. Turkic army is about to gather. Sips in his eyes, relieved. As long as the army gathers, it can resist it. Buy time, and maybe a chance. However, his ideas were soon dashed. On top of the mountain, Zhang said that in his eyes. He smiled and said, Sip silently, I want your efforts to be in vain. Attack. The flag fluttered, the military order was issued, and the Tang army began to attack. Sec. The first thing to do is. Use a sturdy crossbow. The crossbows concentrated here are not in the thousands, but in the tens of thousands. Chapter 222. Roar. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Each powerful crossbow can fire 3 to 5 crossbows. This game. Like locusts, more than 100,000 crossbows flew around in the air, dense and dull, and the sun could not pass through. The ground is dark. Oh my gosh. Seeing the crossbow flying in the air, Yi Bai was shocked, and the bus almost hit his foot. It is a pity that Yi Bai has used a powerful crossbow many times, and he has never seen so many powerful bows. Hollywood blockbusters are compared to scum. Oh my god. Even Yi Bai, a veteran who has fought various wars, is shocking. He had never seen so many crossbows in his life, and he wouldn't be surprised. Quote, wow. Where the crossbow passed, a gust of wind blew up and blew the dust high on the ground, forming a huge black cloud. The grass fell down and formed a grass wave that looked spectacular. 000. Bang. The crossbow shot at the Turk, and there was an earth-shattering grunt of flesh. I saw blood flowers blooming one after another, forming a sea of blood, dazzling and dazzling. Countless convulsions, carried by the crossbow, danced in the air like dancing in space, and they burst into earth-shattering screams. Countless cows, sheep and horses were also shot by the crossbow, flying and twisting in the air. When they fell to the ground, they piled up into mountains of bodies, still, trembling, because the body was alive, still, twitching. Yi Bai stood tall and saw it very realistically. Yes, this is the body mountain. The pile is tall and thick, it is the body mountain in the true sense. Furthermore, these bodies are quite large in number, in the hundreds of thousands. If you look at Turkic, it's crowded ground, it's like a vacuum-formed boulder falling into a calm lake. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. Yi Bai was startled and sighed. I have fought and fought all my life. I have never seen such a strong crossbow. I really opened my eyes. Let me dance. Yi Bai also stroked his forehead, full of emotion. It's horrible. It was also a shock, Zhang said, but with a smile on his face. He said, in this round, more than 20,000 people will be killed or injured in Turkic. We just need to get the Turks together and make the Turk dense enough that we can clear the Turks with a mighty crossbow. If we fight like this, our casualties will be small. Zhang said this is very reasonable. As long as the Turks are still dense enough, it is the best archery target. And this time, the Tang dynasty invested tens of thousands of powerful crossbows. This firepower is quite powerful, and every shot will cause heavy casualties to the Turk. It is foreseeable that if the Turks are still as dense as they are now, the Tang army only needs to use a powerful crossbow to clear the Turk. Of course, a powerful crossbow cannot shoot all Turk, but it can also shoot 778, and the rest will not pose a threat to the Tang army. You have a good idea. Zhang said it depends on how densely you get the Turkic language. Yi Bai admired Zhang's thought very much and made an important point. While Zhang says the idea is good, it will be futile if the Turkic language is not enough thick. To do this, the key is how to make the Turkic language dense enough. It's as simple as kicking it out. Zhang said he didn't take the matter to heart. Sec. Right here on the line for the second round of shooting. The crossbow appeared in the air, facing the cover of the Turkic language, and in the earth-shattering scream, the Turkic people were killed, seriously injured, and there was a thick layer of bodies on the ground. Run! Damn Tang Jun is going to kill us and run away. If you don't run away, you have no chance. How can we escape when we are trapped in PUBG and have no chance? There is a place, let's go there. This is not an open space. This is Khan's army gathering and we will be killed in the past. Khan is too cruel, enough to hurt our murderer, more hateful than the hateful Tang Jun. No. Tang Jun sucked. The Turks screamed in panic, fear of fleeing to the clearing cleared by the Turkic army. I want to stay away from Tang Jun. Who called Tang Jun so terrible? Shooting a crossbow is terrible, like the end of the world. Stop, don't come. Turkic army was gathering, and the Turks were roaring as they fled. Why didn't you come here? Can't you see that Tang Jun is killing people? If we don't stay away from here, we will be beaten to death by Tang Jun. Yes, you are great Turkic warriors and it is natural to protect us. There's no such reason why we can't come. Afraid, Turk, who cares? Just run over. At first glance, I saw a black pressure, like an ocean tide. If you come here, we will kill you. Don't blame us for not reminding you. Turkic army stood by, as if they were dealing with the enemy, not the Turk. Murder, kill, who's afraid of who? Yes, with you, we still have the ability to fight back, but there is no counterattack with Tang Jun. You guys are so nasty, you hurt us, killer. The Turks were very angry. He yelled and didn't take the warnings of the Turkic army to heart at all. Tang Jun's combat effectiveness is terrifying, far from being able to deal with the Turkic language. Relatively speaking, the Turkic armies were still easy to deal with. Therefore, they have the right to choose between these two evils, and would rather fight the Turkic army than face the Tang army. The Khan was ordered to kill them all. The Turkic general roared and ordered the Turkic army to kill him. Murder. The Turks let out an astonishing roar and charged forward with their curved bows. As a result, the Turkic army and 5A melee broke out among the Turkic herders. The cleared area was quickly occupied by Turkic herdsmen, and efforts in obscurity were futile. Damn, damn, he sipped his eyes, stunned, and shouted, and there was nothing he could do about it. Killing Turkic herders, clearing space, making it easier to build troops and fight, easier, albeit vicious, is a good way to save them. However, the Turkic herdsmen rushed in, and all their efforts were in vain, drinking blood in obscurity. Hey, He Yuan-Zhen looked into her eyes and sighed for a long time. If we can't make enough space, we can't assemble the army, they can only let the Tang army be massacred, they can't help but be surprised. Chapter 223. Move. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. However, even if he arrives at Kiko first, it will be difficult for the King of Chu to stop the Turk, unless he arrives for a long time first, then he can cut wood and build fences. Di Renji's eyes sparkled, thinking, it must be so. And Zhang immediately agreed. As soon as the King of Chu arrives, the elites from the headquarters will come. The soldiers hurriedly rejected Di Renji's guess. No, Saburo is in danger. Face changed a lot, and he said, there are a lot of very strong crossbows in the elite of this department, and if you put on a crossbow, Shiro's point of view will not stop the Turks in any way. Yes, crowd nodded heavily, agreeing with this statement. Shiro. Li Dan's face has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his face is very worried. Oh, ha, ha. The King of Chu stopped the Turk. The soldiers burst out laughing. Your Majesty, do you know what method the King of Chu used to stop the Turk? One of the soldiers asked. Shut up. Wu Chengji took a cold drink, 23, and said, how dare you lie about your military situation. No matter what, matter how good Yi Bai is, only less than 20,000 people can drink non-stop. You're talking nonsense. Soldiers were furious and said with a sneer, if the King of Chu did not stop the Turk, could we kill millions of Turk? Will there be a big victory in the frozen mouth? Can you drink it alive? This. Wu Chengji was taken aback. There is nothing to answer. Shiro just arrived. The elite of the headquarters will arrive in obscurity. Situation was critical, and Shiro didn't have time to climb the fence. How did he stop the Turk? Eyebrows are tight, thinking about it, but I don't understand. Di Renji, Zhang Yebai, Song Jing, Li Dan, and Princess Taiping didn't understand either. It's actually very simple. The King of Chu killed the horse, made the horse a body wall, and broke the crossbow. The soldiers almost sang. Body wall. Amazing. They have a lamp in front of them. Praise the quintet. Praise Yi Bai. Continue to praise Yi Bai. Admire it. Admire it. The color of Di Renji's face. King Chu is great. He can come up with such a good plan. Zhang Yebai admired these 5 bodies. Amazing. This is my son. Aunt Li's head straightened and her face flushed, as if she had hit him. Shiro is good. Princess Taiping rarely praises others, so she nodded to praise her own head. Lucky dog. Wu Chengji was very angry and muttered to himself, hey, hey. A burst of laughter, and his face flushed with joy. He said, Shiro's idea is great. It can be said to be a stunt through the ages. What a great Shiro. I owe my grandson. Relief and very happy as a grandmother. Gave her a long face. As long as the Turks are blocked, as soon as the Yi team arrives, the Turks will be put on their wings. Versed in the military, she could think, to say a good thing, first drive the Turks to Morocco, then wipe it out in World War I, and you can slaughter millions of Twitches, right? Your Majesty is so smart. The talents of warriors. Quote exclamation mark quote. Looking up at the sky, he said with a smile, the Turkic language is over, there is no war for 10 years, and my achievements are no less than that of Emperor Taizong. Li Jing attacked Yanshan at night and killed the Turks in one fell swoop, but left a huge hidden danger. Because the Turkic language didn't lose much at that time, there is still a lot of talk about it. Today, with the First World War and the massacre of millions of Turks, the survival of the Turks is not much, and even if the restoration of the Turks is abandoned, it will take decades to recover. Not to mention, the Tang dynasty will definitely not restore the Turkic people, and since then, the Turkic language has completely completely declined. Compared with Tang Taizong, this credit is not small. Congratulations, Your Majesty. She, Your Majesty. Di Renji sang in unison with them. If you work hard, go down, take a break. A few steps forward, he stepped forward and personally took these. Soldiers who reported the news said, pass the doctor over and take good care of their bodies. Thank you, Your Majesty. These soldiers were very moved. Under the leadership of the eunuch, the soldiers went out to rest. This war is over. Better than I thought, much better. But the next thing to govern is here again. I think, one is to restore the desert to protect the capital, and the other is to order Yi Bai to lead the army into the desert and command the desert department, if these aliens know the military power of Huasha. Third, I am ready to celebrate. When the generals return in triumph, I will personally go to Longguangmen to meet them. It is necessary to restore the desert capital, protect the palace, and manage the desert sector. Since Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty launched the decisive battle in the northern desert, since then, the army has no longer penetrated into the desert on a large scale. These desert departments have forgotten the military power of China. To let Yi Bai lead the army, go deep into the desert, and promote military prestige. Celebration is necessary, let alone celebrated. Your Majesty is so smart. These three things urgently need to be put in front of them, and Di Renji has no objection. This must be said. In particular, Chiro should let the world know that I have a wonderful grandson. Laugh. Able to wipe out the Turks and killing 1 million Turk, Yi Bai made a great contribution. As a grandmother, he felt that he had a face. Soon, the news spread all over the world, and people all over the world knew Yi Bai's name and his credit. Therefore, Yi Bai is famous all over the world. Fangzhou Luling Palace. The Wangfu covers a large area, with hundreds of carved beams and painted houses. In the back of the palace, there is a garden, the vegetation is green, and the flowers are overflowing. In the pavilion, Li Xian and Princess Wei were admiring the scenery, while the servant was waiting. Li Xian, namely Tang Zongzong, was the third son of Tang Gaozong and the seventh son of Tang Gaozong. After Tang Gaozong's death, Li Xian ascended the throne, and after serving only 1 year, he was abandoned and became Emperor Li Dan. Li Xian was abandoned as the king of Luling and moved first to Junzhou and then to Fangzhou. Young man of 15 to 6 years old, tall, handsome, with a happy face, came running and shouted from a distance, "Father, good news, good news." Again, what can I do for you? Li Shang raised his eyebrows and asked slightly. Since being abandoned as King Luling, Li Xian has not had a good news. This is all bad news. Good news. The word was out of reach for him. Father, the Turks have been wiped out. Isn't that good news? The Tang people especially hated the Turkic language, and the destruction of the Turkic language was good news for Li Changrun. Li Changrun was excited and roared the mountains. Chapter 224. Big Trouble. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Really? You didn't lie to your father? Li Shenge immediately. He stood up with a look of shock and doubt on his face. Is it impossible? Princess Wei, the historical Empress Wei, also stood up with an incredible face. Dad, the news has spread all over the world. If you don't believe it, you can go out and see the excitement. People are celebrating it. Will there be a fake? Li Chunrun's voice was sharp and thin, almost catching up with the eunuch. Great, great. Li's face was full of joy, his hands clenched into fists. Big waves. He sneered. The Turks don't think Taizong is the Emperor's grace. If you are ungrateful, you should kill them all. The rebellion of the Turks is something that the Tang people cannot tolerate. Hearing the news, Li Shansha was ecstatic. Good job. Princess Wei was also very happy. Her delicate face was full of smiles. Zhang Run, do you have any details? Li Xianun is looking forward to it. The news of the death of the Turks is too general. If you have any details, would be more enjoyable. Yes, Li Changrun nodded, almost broke his neck, and said, the reason why this war can end in such a short time is because of the dragon rooster. Longyi's third son of eight children. How old is he and how can he thank him? Li Xianlong was stunned, and some people didn't believe it. Father, your majesty orders you not to believe it. It is impossible to spread the story of Longyi all over the world. Li Changrun's face turned red. He smiled gleefully and said, Dragon Chicken is really good at it. After the war started, the Turks adopted a swimming strategy, trying to overwhelm the official army, knock it down, and then seize the fighter jets and defeat it in one fell swoop. While obscurity is hateful, the policy is very appropriate and is the focus of the official military. Although Li Xian is a light-hearted monarch, he doesn't know much about the way of war, but he also knows the horror of this plan. Although the Turkic plan is a good plan, What can it do? Who is Longji? Li Changrun smiled, didn't care at all, and said, Longji suggested to Wang Shuai that he could follow the water plants forward, and the official army also killed a lot of convulsions. Good plan. Easy to plan. Li Xian's troubles disappeared, replaced by joy, and said with a smile, this dragon's spine is worthy of my Li blood, and it is worthy of Taizong's blood, so, the Turks can come and go freely in the desert, here today and there tomorrow, but it cannot be separated from the land of water and grass, and the official army will find a correct answer. That's right. Li Zongrun agreed with this sentence very much, and laughed even more happily. The Turks had to change their tactics after several consecutive strikes, ordering the Turks not to stay on water and grass for a long time, Li said. After a series of blows, the Turks had to change his order so that the Turks did not stay on the water and grass for a long time, he said. It's hateful to be unknown. This hand is fierce enough, so it's erratic, and it's hard for officials to play. Li Xian's worry appeared on his face again. So what? Longji has a solution to this problem. Lungji suggested that nomadic camps could fight with water and grass so that the Turkic language would not be replenished. Li Zongrun raised his voice and said, this plan is very spicy, but it's a good way to deal with the Turk. Amazing. Li Dan was full of praise for this, saying, people claim to be able to live on horseback, but they must return to the camp to resupply at a certain time. If there is no camp, the Turks will be in great trouble. Yes. Li Changrun nodded heavily and said with a smile, I hurriedly took a sip and ordered Tun Yigu to besiege Longji before Longji besieged Longji, but to defeat Longji. As he sipped his anger, he led the party and vowed to kill Longji. Li Xian, with a worried look on his face, murmured, silently sipping on this part of the elite and well-trained and well-equipped people, and at the same time there are many powerful bows and arrows. Longji is in trouble. Father, if you worry too much, what trouble will you be in? Li Changrun said with a smile. Longji was silent and took the army directly to Haisha City. The copyright of the Black Sand City novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. Li Shang slapped his forehead with his right hand, making a crisp sound, and suddenly, with a face full of praise, he said, Dragon Chicken. Good obscurity. Black Sand City is definitely empty and could be captured in the First World War. That's right. Li Changrun nodded heavily and said, Longji takes Haisha City lightly. Haisha City is a bone-aggressive southern tooth, a silent tooth. Haisha City was once lost, causing great damage to the morale of the Turkic army spirit. When he realized that this was not a good thing, he immediately ordered the Turks to return to Mobe. No, Li Xian said, if the Turks want to escape, it will be difficult for the official army to catch up with them. Once the Turks were allowed to flee back to Mobe, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the imperial army goes deep into the north, it will lose a lot of money. Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty in order to fight in the northern desert. Hundreds of thousands of troops were dispatched, and less than half of them returned, and their losses are conceivable. If the Turks fled back to Mobe, even if the Tang dynasty played the role of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, it would be too great to send troops to pursue Mobe. What's so difficult about it? Li Changrun raised his head and said proudly, Longji immediately. Starting from Haisha City, we went straight to the mouth of the moraine, blocking the Turk. Okay, great, with a bang, and praised them loudly. Wang Shuai led the army from behind, and nearly 1 million Turks were surrounded, completely wiped out in the First World War, and captured Yuan Zhen and Mo Chang, who were unknown, deep in desire, and ashes. Li Zongrun raised his voice and sang, this war hit the Turks far more than Li Jing's night attack on Yinshan. After this war, the surviving 100, whether the Turks are, the question is, great. Li Shang blushed with excitement, clenched his hands in fists, kept waving, and kept shouting. The banner of this war, the attack on the Turks far surpassed Li Jing's attack on Yinshan at night. Li Jing attacked Yinshan at night, although he destroyed the Turk, but did not reduce the number of Turk, because the Tang dynasty accepted the surrender of the Turk. In addition, Tang Taizong ceded the land of Zhonghe to the Turk, so that the Turks quickly recovered. During the Kiko War, millions of Turks were massacred, making the death of the Turks heavier than at any time in history. The survival of the Turk, 100,000 people, is already very bad. Chapter 225. Ridiculous open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. If you go to preach again, the king will have a banquet and a drink. Li Shang was very excited. Okay, Li Changrun replied, turned around, and ran away like him. Princess Wei looked cold and glared at Li Shang. What are you doing? Li Xian was confused. You're still happy, do you know you're in trouble? Princess Wei murmured. What is the end of the disaster? You are always alarmist. Li Xianan's face sank. Your Majesty is old, this is a critical moment for the prince. If you don't argue, whether it's Wu Deng or Li Dan, you will not end well. Princess Wei said coldly. Li Xianlong shook his head and said, if Wu ascends the throne, I may be in danger, and Mina is on the throne, and I will not be in trouble. If it was in the past, it would have been the throne of the Wu kingdom, but now the situation is different. Rugi is full of brilliance, and the 8th younger brother is likely to take the throne. Li Xian is very familiar with Li Dan's brother. Li Dan attaches great importance to family feelings and will not do things that hurt each other. If Li Dan becomes emperor, Li Dan will definitely take care of his brother's feelings and will not do anything to Li Xian. For Li Shang, might even be a big reward. Even if Li Dan thinks about his brotherhood, what will he do to you after Li Dan? Princess Wei asked coldly. Yi Bai is too young, and even the Turks were destroyed by his hands. It is conceivable that he will still miss your uncle. You must have gone further. Li Xian shook his head and said, before the current prince's problem is solved, you are thinking about the next prince's problem, really. It's not far at all. Princess Wei pointed at Li Xian and said, this prince's problem is the next prince's problem. If you can't be this prince, what's the problem with the next prince? Tell me about it. Li Xian was asked with a big mouth. Without this prince, there will be no next prince. Li Shang is really not easy to answer. When writing to your majesty, you say you want to be filial. If your majesty wants to fulfill your filial piety, your majesty will succeed and the Turks will be destroyed. All you have to do is go back to the capital of God, and you can fight for the prince. Princess Wei came up with an idea. Wait for his majesty's will. Li Xian thought about it, but did not agree. Father, I haven't seen God yet. Just then, I saw a girl of 12 or 3, with a charming, delicate face, like a porcelain doll, which was very pleasing. Of Anna Li Yu and Li Xian's favorite daughter. Tree. Li Xian smiled, opened her arms, hugged Li, and gently wiped her nose with admiration. Father, you write fast. Write fast. People look at God. Li Yue hung on Li Xian's arm and shook it all the time. After Li Xian was abandoned and demoted, Emperor Wei gave birth to Princess Annal. At that time, Li Xian was so unlucky that he didn't even have children's clothes. Finally, Li Xian took off his clothes and wrapped himself in Princess Annal, naming Princess Annal, wrapped on sun. Princess Annal is very beautiful and she is also petted. It will sell well and make Li Xian very spoiled. Where there are things that Princess Annal does, Li Xian will be fine. Good. Very good. Good. Write to your father. Li Shancheng took a pen and paper, wrote a chapter, and hurriedly sent someone to send it to the teacher. Luoyang, Mana Temple, wearing a crown, wearing royal robes, majestic, sitting on the throne with a smile on his face. Ever since I heard the news of Chiku's big win, I've been laughing all day and can't keep my mouth shut. Was a very successful emperor in Chinese history, and his martial arts were extraordinary. However, such a great victory, such as Kiko, is only this time in her life. Such a great victory is rare throughout the history of China. In contrast, perhaps only the decisive Battle of Mobei, initiated by Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, and Li Jing made such a huge contribution to Yinshan's night attack. Don't you like it? Not only are they smiling all day, but Di Renji, Zhang, Song Jing, Li Dan and Princess Taiping also have a beaming face. Even O Sung Ji was very happy. Although Yi Bai's brilliance in this war has greatly improved Li Dan's status, but after all, this is a great victory for the alien nation, and he is also very happy. How are you prepared? Asked gently. Go back to your majesty, everything is going well. Di Renji replied with a smile. That was good. He smiled and said, the history of the 7 wars is rare, and the soldiers have worked very hard. This celebration must be grand to show the prestige of this week. Your majesty, please rest assured, the minister will definitely do it well. Zhang patted his chest and assured him. Very much appreciated Zhang's talent and assured him that he would be relieved. Your majesty, the seal of King Luling. Jia Ming trotted past and showed Li Shang his seal. Oh, little surprise, he said, bring it. Jia Ming hurriedly handed over the seal. Hold it in hand. Expand and browse. Li Xian hasn't played a chapter in a long time. Di Renji, They were a little surprised and watched with wide eyes. King Luling said he wanted to go back to Luoyang to be filial. I think he has ulterior motives, right? The wise man saw through Li Xian's heart at a glance, and said, he didn't get Zhang early, and he didn't get Zhang later, but he got Zhang at this time to do filial piety. That's ridiculous. The Turks in the north have solved it, and there won't be any incidental problems in a short time. Now is the time to decide on a prince. Li Xian has played this season and wants to return to Luoyang. His heart is clear. Your Majesty, the seventh brother has not returned for more than 10 years. Your Majesty will be allowed. Li Dan scrambled to say good things for Li Xian. Something happened. Look at Li Dan. According to the theory, Yi Bai showed a striking performance, and the Turkic language was destroyed because of him. Li Dan's status has been greatly improved, and Li Dan has a better chance of establishing a prince. He doesn't have to let Li Want to come back and fight him. Li Dan actually defended Li Xian, which is really surprising. Emperor, are you really thinking about brotherhood? His eyes shone brightly, staring at Li Xian. Yes, Li Dan didn't think about it, but answered without saying anything. With a smile on his face, he nodded in appreciation, and said, Emperor, you take good care of your brother's relationship. It's very good. Very good. Your Majesty, King Luling's actions are different, and it is inappropriate for him to return. Chapter 226. Forgiveness. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Of course Wu Chengji didn't want Li Xian to come back, so he could get rid of the details. Your Majesty, you must be careful when you return from brother number 7. Quote, the princess didn't want Li Xian to return either. Although Li Xian is not very talented, the princess does not take him seriously, but Li Xian is the emperor after all and still has a lot of influence. If he returns, it will add a lot of variables to the princess event. Little sister, what do you mean by that? Li Dan angrily said to the princess, 7 brothers have left for more than 10 years. Do you still know him in a few years? Brother Qi loves you so much. Li Dan is a soft egg. There are very few angry things in front of him. The fingers of a wrench can be counted. Very angry today, which surprised me. Your Majesty, you will be fine. Seeing the ceremony, Li Danzhong said, His Majesty's age is not suitable for his children and grandchildren to be filial to themselves and enjoy the fun of interpersonal relationships when dealing with state affairs. He clicked gently, and his face was full of joy. As an old man, who doesn't want his children and grandchildren to be filial to his niece? Your Majesty, brother number 7 has added a few grandchildren to you. Haven't you seen it? Li Dan plays emotional card. Yes, he nodded and said, King Luling has given birth to several children over the past 10 years. This is my granddaughter. I haven't seen them yet. I really miss them. According to this decree, King Luling returned. Mug, the surname Ju is the account of King Teal. 9 leaders surnamed Tyla and a group were present. Everyone faced fear, and the atmosphere did not dare to come out, as if there was a huge fear. Since the news of the fall of the Turks spread, 9 people with the 9th surname Teal were all terrified and lived like a year. The Turks have been destroyed. We can never sit on the mountain and watch tigers fight anymore. If we don't send troops to help the court in time, the court will surely plead guilty. What should we do? Leader, Teal, surnamed 9, asked tremblingly. At the beginning of the war, he called a group of courtiers to ask, and agreed that we would sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, and then send troops to help the Tang dynasty at the end. However, the war progressed far beyond his expectations. As far as he thought, the war has not ended for a year and a half, and it will end in less than 2 months. In addition, the outcome of the Tang dynasty war was far beyond their imagination, killing millions of Turks. It was so shocking that they dared not think about it. We originally thought that the Tang army would be able to fight against the Turks so that they could profit from it, but we didn't expect the Turks to be so undefeated and to die so quickly. Our profit-seeking ideas are useless. We have to send someone to plead with the court and ask the court to forgive us. Good idea, that is. Will the court forgive us? You know, now that the court has won, the morale is high, and the troops are sharp. It is easy for the court to send troops to the north to seek evidence. What can I do but confess guilt? We can't fight, and there's nowhere to run. Even if we escape to Hanhai, the court will hunt us down. When you said a word, I came up with an idea. We really do nothing but pleading. Director Teal, surnamed Ju, nodded. He said, immediately, send messengers to God to confess your sins. Bring more gifts and make up some upside-down things. It was also Mo Bei, Wei and Wang's Weihei's leadership, and a group of people attended the meeting. There was no atmosphere. At the beginning of the war they had the same idea as the 9 Nines Tila, and he thought it was a good idea, but now they think how stupid it would be if they knew. Wei must send troops to help Tang Jun. It's just that it's too late to say anything now. What they are most afraid of is that the Tang dynasty did this to them. If in the past there was a Turk in front, the Tang dynasty had more heart but lacked strength, but now it is easy. After careful deliberation, it was unanimously decided, send someone to Loyang politely, and ask for forgiveness from top to bottom. Northeast, Pinewood Capital Guard. Khitan leader Sun Wanrong is in discussions with several. Everyone is happy and smiling, but the joy is hard to say. Sun Wanrong suddenly burst out laughing. It was a very interesting game, he said. At first, he decided to swim, but it was broken by the Tang army, and he had to keep the Turkic army away from water and grass. It was a good policy, but for Tang Jun, it was broken anyway. Yi Bai is a veritable general. Haisha city fell. The Turks would have to retreat to the north, and the Tang army would not be able to catch up if they wanted to. When the Turks return to Mobe, he will have room to breathe and will recover soon. The Tang dynasty will not let the Turks have a chance to breathe, and it will inevitably send an army into Mobe to deal a fatal blow to the Turk. This battle won't end anytime soon. Speaking of this, the tone is higher, saying, the army of the Tang dynasty was dragged down by the Turk, and it was difficult to take care of us in a short period of time. Our opportunity has come, and we should take advantage of this opportunity to promote loose in the desert. Quote exclamation mark quote. Zaidan's courtiers burst into laughter. As long as the land of the pine forest, that is, the 3 northeastern provinces, is conquered, Khitan's power will soar. At that time, even if the Tang dynasty attacked, Khitan would not be afraid. Let's go. Sun Wanrong stood up furiously and walked out quickly, followed by the courtiers. After the king's account, under the command of Sun Wanrong, the Khitan army began to assemble. At this time, Chidan's troops were far inferior to those of later generations, only 40,000. The troops were small and poorly equipped. Most are leather armor. Iron armor is too small. Warrior, the Tang army was dragged down by the Turk, and the time has come. It's time for us to conquer the land of the pine desert. Sun Wanrong rode a tall horse and said loudly, warriors, for the rise of Khitan, fight as much as you want. Fight as much as you want. Kill as much as you want. As much as you want. Long live Khitan. A roar erupted from Zaidan's army. Seeing the fighting intentions of the Khitan army, Sun Wanrong was so excited that he ordered to leave. Big things are bad. Big things are bad. Just then, I saw a group of Boy Scouts galloping, shouting from a distance, everyone with a look of fear. What's wrong? Sun Wanrong looked frustrated and asked loudly. Tang army was dragged away by the Turk, and now is a good opportunity for him to conquer the loose desert. How could it be a bad thing? The entire Turkic army was destroyed. Drink it alive. The Boy Scouts shouted loudly. What, the whole Turkic army was destroyed? Are you caught? Sun Wanrong was stunned, then snorted disdainfully, took a drink, reprimanded, and said, rest nonsense. If the Turks can't defeat the Tang army, won't he run away? If the Turks want to run away, it's easy. Even if the Tang army has wings, it doesn't want to catch up. Chapter 227. Stunned __. What's the answer? Taken aback, I was immediately asked. This is exactly what people think, all staring at Li Longlong. If you want to sacrifice to your majesty, only Zhongshan will inherit it for a long time. How can you say it's a sacrifice if you can't inherit it for a long time? Yi Bai's tone was a little high. Yi Bai, how dare you scold his majesty for a long time? You have to punish them. Wu San wanted to jump high, raised his voice, and shouted loudly, roaring like thunder. Yi Bai, you are really concealing the evil. How dare you curse your majesty? When you killed Yi Bai, Osung Ji, like a rooster, had to jump on the beam of the house. There was cold sweat on the forehead of the courtier, worried about Yi Bai. Zero, you are too bold to say that. 000. Quote, Li Dan only felt that his eyes were black and he almost fainted. Yi Bai's words are absolutely taboo words. If you get angry, the consequences are unimaginable. However, surprisingly, not angry, but thoughtful. If His Majesty the King becomes emperor, of course, the national movement will always be welcome, and it's hard to say whether he wants to think twice or inherit. Yi Bai went on to say, Wu Sansi can't recruit troops and buy horses, and he can't make meritorious deeds. This is what the emperor knows about Wu Chengji's book. The crooked watermelon's cracked red date. Only people laugh, and His Majesty saw it with his own eyes. The reason is that they rely on the power of majesty in Zhuzhou, do not take the people seriously, do not sympathize with the people, and the people do not love them. If your majesty hands the country into into your hands. Dare to ask how long your majesty can pass it on. Yi Bai's tone was not high, but his words, like thunder, hit everyone's heart, and their faces changed a lot. Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingji looked at Yi Bai with iron-green faces and twisted faces. Their eyes were about to catch fire. It was an embarrassing thing for the two of them. Yi Bai couldn't open the pot and publicly expose his shortcomings, which made them angry, but he couldn't refute it. Of course the king of Chu is too bold. If he offends his majesty, the consequences are unimaginable. Deep down in their heart, the courtiers were all worried on the dark road, and great changes had taken place on their faces. More people had cold sweats on their faces. The king of Chu is reasonable, but this is not good, and it will lead to a heinous robbery. Di Renji also seeped cold sweat on his forehead. Li Dan, Li Xian and the princess looked at each other with pale faces. The way is, those who win the hearts of the common people win the world. Whether it is the establishment of the state of Wu or the establishment of Li, His Majesty should consider what the common people want. Yi Bai didn't seem to see the worried expressions of the courtiers. Looked ugly, staring at Yi Bai like a knife. Yi Bai held his head high. His eyes were clear, and he watched. Stood up, shook his sleeves, turned around and walked away quickly. Obviously, Yi Bai's words angered him. According to reason, Yi Bai will be severely punished. No one thought that they had not dealt with Yi Bai. This was so unexpected. Wu San thought to himself. Wu Qingji was full of each other and flew around with them. Your Majesty, Yi Bai is unscrupulous. Wu San thought about it as if he was shouting, and said to Yi Bai, where to find this opportunity? Once missed, Wu San will regret it. Taking this opportunity to provoke anger, let Yi Bai be killed. Once Yi Bai dies, Yi Bai's power will be greatly reduced, which is of great benefit to them. Get out. However, turning around suddenly, his eyes rolled. Wu Chong thought twice and drank a big glass. The roar was like thunder, hitting Wu Sanxi's heart. He couldn't say a single bad word, and the repentance in his heart couldn't be said. Your Majesty. Wu Qingji was stunned and hurried to help. Bang! He waved his right hand and slapped Wu Sanxi's face. Wu San only felt that a long string of beautiful little stars appeared in his eyes. He was suddenly confused. His mouth opened wide, and he couldn't even speak. Bang! He was slapped again, and Wu Qingji was slapped. This slap was very hard, and so were his fingers. Wu Qingji was also puzzled, staring at round eyes and opening his mouth, unable to speak. I don't understand the hatred, snorted coldly, pitiful face. The two of them stared fiercely. It was just the sleeves of a long robe, and strode away. Looking back, the courtier's face is unknown, so, look at Yi Bai. Looking at Wu San and Wu Qingji again, the more they look, the more confused they become. It was Yi Bai who was provoked. Why was he beaten by O San and O Sungdi? Why did you beat me? After a long time, Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingji reacted, looking at each other with puzzled expressions, not understanding. It was Yi Bai's taboo words that made him very angry. Why are you hurting yourself? Awesome. Di Renji's eyes shone brightly, and he looked at Yi Bai for a while. If he realized something, his thumb would stand up and admire Yi Bai. King Chu Gaoming, Chu Wang Gao Ming, Zhu Wang, good. Zhang, Song Jing, Zhang said, these important officials are also appreciated. Li Dan and Li Shang looked puzzled and murmured, why doesn't your Majesty deal with Shi Luo, but get angry with the Wu family? Princess blinked and suddenly understood, with a smile on her face. He said, Chiro, you have a plan of your own. Li Dan and Li Xian were even more confused. Let's go. Let's talk as we go. The princess rushed towards Li Dan and Li Shandao. Three siblings soon left. Princess smiled and said, of course, Chiro is a taboo, but he said something no one dared to say, so His Majesty was moved. In the past, whenever we mentioned this, we always avoided it, always afraid to make it clear, and there was no evidence yet. 2.5 Now, Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingji's hearts can't have hard evidence. Chiro picked it out outright, and His Majesty had to think about it. If I'm not mistaken, Wu is in danger because of what Chiro said. Makes sense. Makes sense. The princess is the think tank. She understands the idea well. She was sure she shouldn't be bad. Li Xian and Li Dan suddenly. If it wasn't for the defeat of Wu Sanxi's unique battle, or if Wu Qingji hadn't slapped the horse's hoof with twisted watermelons and Paowu Jujube to get His Majesty to testify, Ciro's words would have backfired and would have led to heinous looting. Princess smiled and said, these two idiots thought this was a good opportunity to slander Chiro, but they didn't know that His Majesty was angry with them, and they went to sue Chiro. Chiro, which is equivalent to killing him. Chapter 228. Decisive Role. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Princess smiled and said, "These two idiots thought this was a good opportunity to slander Chiro, but they didn't know that His Majesty was angry with them, and they went to sue Chiro, which is equivalent to killing him." Princess's understanding of this analytical thought. Wu's unpopularity has been proven, and I have witnessed this incident with my own eyes, and I am extremely disappointed with Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengji. At this time, Yi Bai pointed out that this is a deafening effect, making it impossible to rethink the issue of Prince Li. Even if Li Si or Wu Cheng will make sacrifices to the temple, it will not be passed down for a long time, and it will be futile for how long such sacrifices can exist. That's a great thing. We should take the opportunity to raise money. Princess was particularly excited, saying, "This debate, which has lasted almost a decade, will be decisive if done right." "Little sister, what did you do?" Li Shang asked hurriedly. "I'm here for this." The princess smiled. At the Taiping Tianwang Palace, Zhang Yiji and Zhang Chengzong hurried to the palace. 2 inches I have seen 2 adult. The princess greeted her personally at the door of the room and paid tribute to the Zhang brothers. "I've seen the princess." Zhang's 2 brothers were busy walking up to watch the ceremony. The princess is the benefactor of 2 people. Without the recommendation of the princess, the 2 brothers would not have achieved the status they are today. They especially thank the Duke of Taiping. "Come in, come in, come in, come in, come in." The princess was invited by her side. "Princess, please." The Zhang brothers and the princess entered the house together. After arriving in the hall, the princess ordered someone to send tea and snack. The 3 of them greeted them for a while, and then called for a banquet, accompanied by the princess herself, and invited the Zhang brothers to the table. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Brother Zhang couldn't be of any help. Zhang Chengzong asked, "Dare to ask the princess, what's the big deal about calling 2 brothers here?" "Hey." The princess sighed. "Princess, why sigh?" Zhang Yiji was stunned and hurriedly asked, "I sigh, it's rare for us to get together for a drink like this." The princess had a remorseful look on her face. "Princess, why do you say that?" Brother Zhang looked confused. "To be clear, your majesty wants to make Wu Li a prince," said the princess. "Princess, what's there to sigh?" Zhang Chengzong did not take this matter to heart. Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengji respect them very much, and when they see them, they can lead their horses and pedals just like they see their ancestors. Both Wu Santhot and Wu Chengji became emperors. It didn't affect them either. They can still enjoy this splendor. Although Zhang Yiji did not speak. "But click, do you think that 2 idiots are very respectful and can hold your horse and pedal, so that you can enjoy glory and wealth forever?" Princess blinked her eyes wisely and said, "Princess, is this an alarmist?" Zhang Chengzong disagreed with this. "Alarmist?" The princess sneered and said, "The Lord will tell you. If Wu has strength, your good days will end." Zhang Yiji had great power, knowing that it was the princess who scared them, saying, "The princess wants my brothers to influence their majesty, doesn't she? This is hard to do. I don't want you to influence your majesty, but to let you know how to save yourself." The princess shook her head and said, "Don't even think about it. Wu San is not welcome." Wu San wanted to go to the north to fight the Turk. He also lost. Unique campaign. Oh Sungji, I asked people to knock it on, but he lost all face. The original reason was that they were unpopular. There is a way to win the hearts of the people and win the world. These 2 idiots are unpopular. 100 years later, Wu Zhengji can sit firmly in this world. This, Wu's unwelcome things. Zhang's brothers are very clear. Wu of course can't sit still when he dies. But what does that have to do with us? Zhang Chengzong asked. By then, the world will be in chaos. Princess was very confident and said, "If the world is in chaos, the people will definitely hurt people." "How are you doing? Can you save your life?" Brother Zhang's face has changed a lot. Since ancient times, most of the secrets in the palace have been cheeky. At that time, as long as one person wanted to deal with you, there must be a group of people answering. The Princess of Heaven calmed her voice. Zhang brothers use hanging object, high above and prosperous. This is the most shameless, and once they die, their good days are over. By then, can you save your life? By then, not only will you die, but your family will die too. By then, not only your family will die, but your relatives and friends will also die. The princess threatened to set off firecrackers. Pump! Zhang Yiji and Zhang Chengzong's faces changed drastically, and they knelt in front of the princess in cold sweat. Although the princess said this because of the intimidation the situation required, she was also true and did not exaggerate. "Please save me, princess. Brother Zhang is very busy." "Get up." The master of peace princess picked up two people and said, "You and I have a close relationship. If something happens to you, I will also be involved. Who told you that I recommended you?" Very persuasive power. Brother Zhang believed this. "It seems to me that before the accident, you do something quickly and you take a step forward." Princess Typing pointed out, "As long as your majesty does not allow Wu to be a prince, you will be fine. By then, you will not only have nothing, but you will have merit. Li will respect you, and you will enjoy wealth and wealth forever." "Princess, isn't this a good thing?" Zhang Chengzong gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't stand up, you have to stand up, but I hate it." "Yi Bai. At that time, Yi Bai will let us go." "Yes." Zhang Yi was busy echoing him. Zhang Chengzong was abandoned by Yi Bai. "If Li gains power, Brother Zhang will have no good fruit to eat." "Who said Li was in charge of Saburo? What does princess mean?" "Yes, isn't there a King Luling in the Li family?" Zhang Chengzong suddenly. The princess stared at Zhang Chengzong with a bit of resentment on her face. 666 brothers, don't think nonsense. Zhang Yiji is much smarter. After drinking Zhang Chengzong's words, he rushed to the princess and said, "The princess is smart, clever, decisive, and has the demeanor of your majesty. Li Lai is in charge of the princess." "Oh." The princess let out a bell-like laugh, which was acquiesced. "Princess, please rest assured that our brothers will speak for the princess before her majesty." What does Zhang Yiji mean? Chapter 229. Deadly. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Dormitory. Looks ugly and curses people. Yi Bai, you have a stinky mouth, sharp teeth, full of feces. I hurt you. Scold Yi Bai. Yi Bai said that what other people dare not say has a drooping effect. It is too straight, too bad, and inaudible, so my heart is very uncomfortable. Wu Sanxi, you fool, you want to treat you as a prince, but you are so incompetent that I am ashamed. All generals have war skills. You not only failed to make merit, but also, unique failure. You lost Wu's face. With a sad face and ugly face, he scolded Wu Sanxi for not being lenient, and his saliva splashed. Wu Chengji, you stupid pig, you have to find someone with a good face. If you want to find some crooked melons, find a broken 5. Jujube, you will lose the face of the Wu family. You take the 18th ancestor of the Wu family. I lost my face. Scolding became more and more angry, and the voice became higher and higher. Wu Sanxi and Sha Chengji are her two successors. She has high hopes for them and hopes that they will support Wu's world. For this reason, they did not hesitate to indulge the two. Ultimately, however, the two were unpopular and no one supported them, which made it especially uncomfortable. Those who win the hearts of the people win the world, and those who don't win the hearts of the people are not allowed to do so. The hearts of Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengji, even if the country is handed over to them, in the end it is nothing but an empty scene. Look, Your Majesty. Brother Zhang Yiji and Zhang Chengzong walked in and rushed to watch the ceremony. I'm in a bad mood. He just glanced at the two, not wanting them to get up. Brother Zhang knelt on the ground. Fine, check it out. Only the face I saw was extremely ugly, no more. The calmness of the usual collapse of Mount Tai. Your Majesty, why are you angry? Zhang Chengzong asked hurriedly. The two were stunned and did not speak. Your Majesty, are you annoyed by those two brothers? Zhang Yiji has many ways to detour. It's none of your business. Finally spoke. That was good. Zhang Yiji pretended to take a long breath, with a sad expression on his face, and said, Your Majesty, you can't be angry. Don't be angry. The pastor will be sad. It's better to have Guru. A smile finally appeared on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, unlike some idiots, it always makes me angry. Who are you talking about, Your Majesty? Zhang Chengzong pretended not to understand. I'm talking about Li. The two idiots, Wu Sanxi and Wu Sungji, hated steel and said, I have high hopes for them, but they rely on my strength as a blessing. Oppress the people, no one supports them. You said, if I hand the mountains and rivers into their hands, will it last for a long time? Worried that he would not have a chance to speak, he handed a few words to himself. Zhang Chengzong jumped up in a hurry, holding his feet, his nose cracked and he cried, said, Your Majesty, you must save me, help me. Killed someone in the eyes and asked, are you going to bully you? He told me, I want to manage you. No matter who it is, it will never be light. Zhang Chengzong's heart, plus the current one is very bad and very angry. When he hears this, he can't be angry at all. Wow. Zhang Yi's tears rolled down, as if he didn't want money, and cried as if he was blown away by 100 strong men. You caught some blind men. Women's tears are deadly, just as men, favorite tears are even more deadly. Your Majesty, Mr. Wu is not welcome. If you pass them rivers and mountains, can they lock them up? Zhang Chengzong choked and said, if they can't catch Zhang Shan, the minister and his brother will be in danger. The smile on his face disappeared, his eyes twinkled, and he looked at the two brothers. Your Majesty, the minister doesn't really understand the truth, but only knows one sentence. The people's hearts have the world. Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingji do not have the hearts of the people, so they can't do this. Even if His Majesty handed the mountains and rivers into their hands, can they still hold them? At that time, if someone wanted to be unfavorable to the brothers, they only had to step forward and shout, they must be the responders, and the minister's family and friends would not take it lightly. Please help me, Your Majesty. Zhang Yi cried in help. Yes, I have to worry. Nodding, picking up the two in person, and saying, what good is this? Your Majesty, it's not difficult, as long as Your Majesty passes on the country to those people who have the ability to win the hearts and minds of the people, he can protect his brothers, such as ministers and his brothers, rich and rich. Zhang Chengzong is busy on his way. In your opinion, who can keep my rivers and mountains? Ask. Your Majesty, the minister thinks that the princess is smart, clever, and decisive, and his wind is very strong. Zhang Yi's point of view ends here. You are rarely loyal. Nod your head, whether or not of praise for this. Daughter, the princess, if the country falls into her hands, I am really relieved. But can the courtiers answer? Frowned. As a queen, know how hard it is for a woman to be emperor. She died all her life to succeed. Princess is of course good at it, but she may not be able to get past the courtiers. Courtiers cannot pass. Even if the princess becomes emperor, she is alone. What's the use of nobody letting you drive? Annoying. I've had enough. Just feeling restless as before, he said to Jia Ming, go to the Buddhist hall. I want to pay homage to the Buddha and meditate. Accompanied by Jia Ming, he left the dormitory and went to the Buddhist auditorium. Buddhist hall is not far from the dormitory, and it looks about a mile. It is a palace with several rooms. Whenever he is upset, he will come here to pay homage to the Buddha and meditate. Although there are not many houses in this Buddhist hall, they are all carved and painted, and the Buddha statues are all made of pure gold, with the utmost effort. Buddhism flourished for a period of time, which was related to the worship of Buddhism. She advocates Buddhism not because she believes in Buddhism, but because she has political need. Li Tang considered himself a descendant of Lao Tzu. Promote Taoism. To fight Taoism. Promote Buddhism. Create for yourself the motivation to become emperor. The monk who presides over the Buddhist hall is called Islam. A middle-aged man in his 40s. He is personable, has superb Buddhist studies, and has a good friendship with him. Take him very seriously. Yes, Your Majesty. Hu Zhao quickly stepped forward and rushed to watch the ceremony. No, he waved his hand and said, Master, I was upset and wanted to meditate during this ceremony. I also asked Master to read the scriptures for me. Your Majesty, please come in. Wei Xiao, invited into the Buddhist hall, walked to the embroidery group, sat down, and said, Hu Zhao dares to ask Your Majesty why he is unhappy. Whenever something happened, he would come to the Buddhist hall to meditate. Over time, he argued with Wei Wei that he had nothing to say. This time was no exception, saying, what else could it be? Chapter 230. Attack. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It's been a debate for nearly a decade, namely the establishment of a prince. Oh, Wei Qin smiled and said, this is a commonplace. After so many years of struggle, it's time to get result. Although His Majesty the King is healthy, he is old after all. He is 75 years old this year, and he has to decide what he wants to do as a prince. Yes, he nodded and said, last year, I wanted to make a decision, but I had to say no because the aliens called and the war was fierce. This year, the aliens are dead, and it's time to decide. Speaking of this matter, he said with a look of regret, this prince did not establish Wu Shili, no matter what. Li or Wu, everyone has their own strength, and everyone has their own weaknesses, and it's been difficult for me to make up my mind for several years. The advantage of Li Wu is that his surname is Wu, but the disadvantage is that his nephew is not as good as his son's. The advantage of Li was that his son was better than his nephew. The disadvantage was that he had a different surname and could not make sacrifices for the palace. That poor monk, right? Hu Zhao people have clear eyes, and they are very clear about their troubles. It used to be like this, but now, Wu has a new crisis. Looking ugly, he said, Ciro's son certainly doesn't speak well, but he points out a problem that no one has ever said or dared to say in the past. Although he was very dissatisfied with Yi Bai's frankness, he had to admit that Yi Bai was reasonable. I must know, Master must know. When I went to the north, I sent Wu San to think about this fool, just to get him to do some military work, improve his reputation, and prepare for me to pass me on to him. Hated steel, saying, but he was fine, and when he got to the frontier gate to recruit brave, no one voted for him. He paid off the illegal villains of fish and meatmen with a fortune and they were all defeated and he did nothing. He is the only one who lost this battle, and he angered me to death. Hu Zhao sighed. He was very clear that he was partial to Wu from the beginning and wanted to pass the throne to Wu. If it weren't for Di Renji's resistance, Li San would have become a prince. Hu have high hopes are so terrible, so humiliating, and really sad. It's even more stupid for Oh Sung Ki. If his eyes wanted to breathe fire, he would say, he wants someone to knock the cookie on the book. It's a date split by a crooked melon. It's not a good thing to look at. One of them, who had just been released from prison, was recognized on the spot by the Criminal Affairs Department, his face humiliated. He lost all the faces of his 18th generation ancestors. The voice became higher, almost shouting, if I give them the river and the mountains, will this last long? I've worked so hard and died all my life. It's not an easy thing to get the big mountains and big rivers. If they are corrupted by me, I will not close my eyes under the 9 springs. Master, what do you think I should do? Facing helplessness. He is a wise man, good at judging things. In his life, the prince was the only one who had the most difficulty in making up his mind. He had been unable to make up his mind for several years. Your Majesty, out of respect for the poor monk's courage, do you prefer Li Shiduo or Wu Shiduo? Hu Zhao thought about it and wanted to ask. If it passes, I hope Wu will take over. Now, I am very disappointed with Wu, or prefer Li. Thinking about it, he said, it's just that it's hard for me to decide for a while. Got it? Wei Yao said with a smile. Your Majesty has an idea, but he can't make a final decision yet, and his heart can't bear it. Even so, this poor monk has an idea, or a try. Oh, what's the matter with the master coming so fast? Eyes lit up. Your Majesty, you can. Hu Zhao whispered in her ear for a while. Good idea. Good idea. His eyes shone brightly. He kept nodding his head with gratitude, and said, only I know this matter. The master knows. Don't get into the ears of a third person. Your Majesty, don't worry. Hu Zhao nodded. Dormitory, lying on a soft bed, with a sallow face, weak breathing, and a serious illness. Li Dan, Li Xian, the princess's 3 sons, three daughters, and Yi Bai, Li Chengji, Li Chengyi, Li Zhongyan's granddaughter, and Wu Sanxi, Wu Qingji's niece and niece all gathered here, standing in front of the bed. The atmosphere was so solemn that no one spoke. Said he was sick. After hearing the news of the serious illness, Yi Bai came over. First of all, the eunuch was busy with diagnosing, but didn't find the cause. Mom. Tears rolled in his eyes. Li Dan couldn't help kneeling in front of the bed and began to cry. Mom. Wu Xian and the princess also knelt down and cried loudly. Grandma. Seeing the serious illness, Yi Bai knelt down in pain. Honestly speaking, it is very good to Yi Bai, although sometimes he will attack, but he will clean up Yi Bai. No matter what. How, should be a good grandmother. Grandma. Chengqi, Li Chengyi, these. Granddaughter knelt down. Your Majesty. Li San and Wu Qingji also knelt down and cried. For a while, many people in the room were crying. Doctor, you say, how can we save my mother? Li Danchong asked. Oh, the doctor sighed and said, the emperor doesn't know anything. Your Majesty is very ill. Please forgive me for not being able to do anything. What? Wu San thought for a while, drank a drink to Tai, and said, aren't you lying? This, Your Majesty will not have too much time, that is, 10.5 days. After a period of consultation, these doctors hesitated for a while. That's it. 10.5 days. There was a growl. Everyone was surprised. Your Majesty, if you leave, who will inherit it? Wu San cried and wanted to cry. Your Majesty, you cannot leave. Your Majesty alone. This is the history of His Majesty's life. Oh Sung Ji was also yelling. Princess and Li want to stare wide-eyed and watch, with a nervous face. There is no time. This has to be arranged. Especially to whom the rivers and mountains spread. They won't be nervous. You. Li Dan glared angrily, as if going crazy, grabbed Li San's lapel and roared at the mountain. At this moment, you don't want to save Your Majesty, but you think of mountains and rivers. Are you comfortable? You say, you tell me. Roaring like thunder, drool splashing, spitting out Li San's face. Li Dan is known as a humble and filial friend. Your temperament is gentle and you rarely get angry. Not so much anger. Wu San thought for a while, then took a drink. I'm here for your majesty. If his majesty's legacy is not passed on, woe and his majesty's efforts be in vain. Chapter 231. Sweep away. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. This assassination was a hole in the air, and those present could die 10 and 8 times. However, Yi Bai sadly refused. Promise me not to pursue it. There is no survey. Well said. Do you believe it? Minister said contemptuously. Your majesty has made up his mind to continue this matter. Ah, there was a cry of panic, and the crowd changed color. Li Dan's biological son, he was assassinated. The anger can be imagined. Once she was investigated, there will be a lot of anger. Blood will flow into a river. All the people present will be involved in this matter. There will be no happy ending. Who cannot be surprised? Your majesty will execute this princess. The princess's face was iron and blue. Her face was reluctant. What? Is your majesty going to execute the princess? Is it impossible? The princess is the most beloved daughter and also her heart. Of the typing heavenly kingdom is no less than climbing to heaven. Princess, where did it start? Shangguan Wan'er was very surprised. It's the way it is. The princess talks about calling her. It's a good thing. Wu Chengji and the Zhang brothers did not see the problem. Stupid. Princess glared angrily and said, Your Majesty, this is the last time I have been close to this princess. Then came the death of the princess. The princess sees it clearly, and Shangguan Wan'er agrees and says, the princess is right. Your Majesty has made up his mind to deal with the princess. There's not going to be a happy ending for any of us involved, and ours is coming. This. Everyone turned white and couldn't even speak. The princess is the favorite daughter. Yes, she will be executed. Wu San thinks these. Can the accomplices have a good ending? Can they not be afraid? So what's good? How can this survive? People's faces changed a lot, and cold sweat broke out, as if the end had come, and their mouths were full of shout. The princess must have made up her mind. Shangguan Wan'er looked at the peaceful appearance of the princess and knew that she had an idea. Don't ask the princess, what should we do? Wu San thought they were holding on to hope and asked impatiently. We have to die to live. The princess looked gloomy. Living in death? Wu San asked inexplicably. What exactly do you have to do to survive death? That's exactly what people thought, and they stared at the princess. Start changing the palace. Princess has one word after another, for the palace. A kind of lost cry. All the faces of the people have changed a lot, and they are swept away. Change of the palace is a coup. This is a big event, much more serious than an assassination. Who can't be surprised? Princess, isn't this a good thing? Wan'er, an extraordinary Shangguan, was also shocked. Princess, won't it change the palace? Wu Chengji is careful about changing the court. Even if you want to take care of Wu Chengji's son too much, you don't even think about it. Yes, it's too big, and I don't want to get involved in it. Wu San wanted to back down. Princess, there is an emergency at my house. I have to go. Zhang Yi blinked at Zhang Chengzong and had to leave. Zhang Yi's two brothers are very flattered and should be fine. They don't have to get involved in this. Shoo, let's go too. Princess Wei wants Li Xian to go further. But I don't want to get involved in the change of the palace, which is a big crime for the 99 nations. Her parents, brothers, relatives and 99 nations will end. Mom, I'm not leaving. What a fun thing to do. I just don't go. Li Yu didn't move. She smiled at the princess and said, Auntie, just change the palace. Change the palace. Okay, be a good person. The princess finally put a smile on her melancholy face. Do you think you can survive if you don't participate? Princess looked around, glanced at the crowd, and said coldly, let's not talk about your majesty. Even Yi Bai won't let you go. Who among you is not hostile to Yi Bai? Among the people present, Wu Sanxi, Wu Chengji, Zhang Yiji, and Zhang Chengzong are the most hostile to Yi Bai. Once Yi Bai is in power, they will definitely have no good fruit to eat. Princess, have you said that your majesty is not necessarily Prince Li Xian? Isn't there Li Xian yet? Wu San thinks that he does not agree with this point. Fresh, yes. Oh, Sung Ji and Zhang's brothers are busy echoing each other. Stupid. Shangguan Wan'er sneered. He looked at Wu Chengji and said with a smile, you are too stupid. Your majesty didn't make you a prince. Wan'er, you are talking nonsense. Wu San thought his face darkened, took a sip, and scolded him. Shangguan Wan'er was a person who was reprimanded as Shangguan Wan'er. You are not only stupid, you are stupid too. Although Shangguan Wan'er and Wu San wanted to collude to commit adultery, sorry, Wu San thought her despised. If Princess Wei didn't plan to give her medicine, how could Wu San think of this fool? Tell me, where am I stupid? Wu San thought it couldn't be hung on his face. The princess was the first to be assassinated, and His Majesty will deal with her. Of course, the princess can no longer be the daughter of the royal family. Shanghuan Wanner tore the corners of his mouth, sneered, and said, King Luling was involved in this matter, although he was forced to do so. But it's hard to get rid of it. Can King Luling be a prince? The old man and Zhang are the most powerful supporters of King Luling. They were also involved in this. The weight of speeches is greatly reduced. Without these two most powerful ministers, King Luling would have become a prince. Although Li Shang was forced, it is an indisputable fact that he participated in the assassination anyway, which will humiliate Li Xian and weaken his many competitions for the prince. Di Renji and Zhang are the same. They will lose a lot of weight. There is only one Li birthday left. Without Prince Li Dan, who else can His Majesty stand? Shanghuan Wanner's voice was getting louder and louder. Only Li Dan, Li Shan and the princess have 3 children. Li Xian and the princess lost the qualification to inherit, and it is inevitable for Li Dan to become the prince. When the emperor becomes a prince, Yi Bai will definitely be reused. How are you doing? Shanghuan Wanner asked calmly. Yi Bai has extraordinary talents and great achievements, and now he can influence the situation. When Li Dan becomes a prince, Yi Bai's weight will be heavier, more valuable, and easy to deal with. The crowd was speechless. As for you, there is no way to live. Shanghuan Wanner glared at Princess Wei and said coldly, there is nothing else. You and him are enough to execute you. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 232. Talented. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. If there was no Princess Wei, Shanghuan Wanner would not have become Yi Bai's fool, and he still hated Princess Wei in his heart. This kind of thing can only mean, can't say, it's too embarrassing to say. Princess Wei blushed and stared at Shanghuan Wanner. If you want to survive, you have to follow in the footsteps of the princess, initiate changes in the court, seize power in one fell swoop, and then live and die. Shanghuan Wanner's last road. Everyone looks at me. I look at you. It's hard to say for a while. How did you start changing the palace? Wu San thought for a while and asked. Yes, how do you change your palace? People also realize that not starting a palace change is death, and starting a palace change also means death, not resurrection. The eyes of the crowd were fixed on the princess, waiting for her to speak. 363. I mean, we killed brothers 7 and 8. The princess spoke astonishingly. It's still a shocking moment to hear that the princess was hot from the last assassination. Princess, you must be too tough. Princess Wei has more or less feelings for Li Xian. After listening, she hurriedly said, King Luling doesn't have to kill him, does he? If you want to kill Li Xian. Although Princess Wei and Yi Bai colluded with each other, she and Li Xian have been married for many years. No, all this has to be killed. Princess was unmoved and said coldly, if they don't die, I am not the daughter of the royal family. The last time the princess was assassinated, this time it was a palace change. It can be said to be a big crime. If Li Dan is still alive, the possibility of her becoming the daughter of the royal family is almost zero. Only when Li Xian's son is killed can the princess become the daughter of the royal family. There are only 3 children, Li Xian, Li Dan and the princess. If Li Xian and Li Dan die, the princess will be the only heir. Even if the princess deserves to die, it is impossible to kill her. If you kill her, you will really become a lonely person. Who will inherit the throne if the princess's plan is realized? Not only will the princess not be able to heal, but it will also try to avoid her. Princess Wei hesitated for a while. If the 7th brother becomes a prince, and your private affairs with him are exposed, how can you let you go? You will die. Princess threatened. If I fail, you cannot escape. I must have said it before I died. Princess Wei's painful foot was caught by the princess. Pointing at the princess, I was speechless. Wu San thought, if you help me, you can not only do a lot of work, but also reward her and honor for you. When the princess rushed to Wu's house, she thought for a while. Thank you, princess. Wu San felt very happy. He hooked up with Princess Wei in order to seize this opportunity and maintain his glory and wealth. However, Wang Wei's concubine was good in bed, which made him want to die, so he listened to it. I can't help but love it. More importantly, there is Shanghuan Wan'er, a great and flamboyant woman. You, shameless. Princess Wei is a little bit. Mom, isn't it okay? You don't have to worry anymore. Li Yuer smiled sweetly and was very happy. It's still reasonable. Princess face. Even if I kill Li Xian and Li Dan, will your majesty still be there? Think very worried. Li Dan and Li Xian are the biological sons. If something happens, Wu San will never be reminded of them. They will die. We shall not only kill the seventh brother and the eight brothers, but also force his majesty to abdicate and pass it on to me. The princess's voice was cold. This will put a chill on your back. Ah, there was a cry of panic, and the crowd changed color. No, Wu San thought. Wu Qingji shouted together. Princess, you shouldn't feel sorry for your majesty. You can't do that. Yi Bai and Wu Qingji admired him very much, although they did not seldom do something sorry, but forced him to abdicate. They really didn't think about it. Princess, this is for your benefit. Princess said coldly. As long as the 7 and 8 brothers die, I will commit a serious crime. You will be in trouble, and if his majesty doesn't back down, he won't let you go. It's not for Wu San to think about them. It's not for giving them a way of life, and they won't help the princess with the palace transformation. This, Wu San thought to himself. Wu Qingji froze. His face changed, and for a while, it was difficult to make up his mind. They don't even think about forcing abdication, let alone doing so. But if they don't force abdication, they won't have good fruit to eat. Nephew is not as good as his son. If Li Xian and Li Dan died, and the princess couldn't be brought out to be angry, wouldn't it be difficult to kill Yi Bai and Wu Qingji? And it would be easy to kill them. Okay, let her abdicate. After a while, Wu San and Wu Qingji gritted their teeth and finally made up their minds. Princess, when shall we act? Shangguan Wan'er asked with a brow. Tomorrow morning, we will use 100 officials of the upper house to carry out palace renovation. Princess thought for a while and said, Yi Bai is too shrewd. If it's too late, he will see through her. The sooner the better. What a shrewd Yi Bai, who has a deep understanding of them. The final assassination was so secret, it was not for Yi Bai to see through it. If you want to start changing the palace this time, the movement will be bigger and must not be delayed. As soon as it was pulled down, Yi Bai would see through it. Okay, let's have a good discussion. Shangguan Wan'er also agreed with this statement. Next, discuss the action plan. After negotiation, the princess decided that brothers Zhang Yiji and Zhang Chengzong would be in charge of the palace. The two brothers bought many eunuchs and could hijack them. Wu Qingji, Dou Weijun, Xiao Zhizhong. The princess brought more dead people into the monastery, killed Li Shan, Li Dan, Yi Bai in one fell swoop, and then wiped out the ministers who opposed them. Negotiation ends too. After 5, they parted ways. Donggong Dongji Yi Bai frowned and said coldly, I hope you give up, otherwise, I will never let you go. As for the assassination of the princess, Yi Bai hated his teeth for itching. The princess is too cruel to kill Li Dan's family. King's weep. A magnificent man walked in, with a solemn face on his face. Koryo, what can I do for you? Yi Bai looked into his eyes and asked. King's weep. Gao Lishi shook his head and stopped talking. Say, Yi Bai's cruel way. King and Princess of Chu summoned Yi Bai, Wu Qingji, Shangguan Wan'er, Dou Weijun, Xiao Zhizhong, Zhang Yiji, Zhang Chengzong, Princess Wei and Li Yuer. Goryo looked even uglier and said, she really doesn't give up. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 233. Assassination. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. If you can get her to go with the assassination, she should think about it. This dog can't eat shit. She won't give up. Yi Bai nodded. Not surprisingly, what else is the news? When these people went back, they all called. As for what to do, I haven't figured it out yet. King Zhu can rest assured, I will check it again. Gao Lishi hurriedly said, I know what they're going to do. They're going to start changing the palace. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows. What for the palace? Gao Lishi was so surprised that his eyes almost fell out and said, King Zhu, are you kidding me? The palace has changed a lot. This is rebellion. Goryo must be surprised. It can only be a change in the palace. Yi Bai is very sure. She still hasn't given up. Yi Bai said, well, this time, I won't let her go again. Gao Lizzie, you send someone to say Zhang, Chen Xuanli, Shui Ji, Li Shanfu, Zhe Fushun, Zhang Xiaofei, Yang Sijie, we will discuss it carefully. Gao Lishi replied and hurriedly dealt with it. Since you want to die, you will be satisfied. Yi Bai's eyes sparkled. 23. It didn't take long. Said that Chen Xuanli, Shui Ji, Li Shandao, Zhe Fushun, Zhang Xiaofei and Yang Siqi came to Yi Bai to watch the ceremony. Yi Bai asked them to sit down. I had something to talk about when I called you today. Yi Bai frowned and said, you all know that the princess was assassinated, in order not to make father sad, in order not to let your majesty have any trouble. They decided not to hunt her down anymore. However, she still did not give up, so she called Wu Sanxi, Wu Chengji, Shengguan Weiner, Dou Weijun, Xiao Zhizhong, Zhang Yiji, Zhang Chengzong, Princess Wei and Li Yuer to discuss the matter. What a coward! They want to change the palace, Zhang said. Chen Xuanli and Yang Siqian cheered in unison. What for the palace? Shui Ji, Li Shanfu, Zhe Fushun, and Zhang Xiaofei all shouted, each mouth opened with an old circle, which could be stuffed into an egg. The palace had changed so much that they had to be surprised. Yes, the king thought so too. Yi Bai nodded and looked at Zhang with admiration. Chen Xuanli and Yang Siwei. King Chu, what's wrong? It's not about the change of the court, is it? Open your heart and keep your mouth straight. Hurry up. That's exactly what people thought, and everyone nodded in approval. Nothing is going to happen except the change of the court. Mr. Zhang said he was sure, saying, how did the princess summon these people? Must be a negotiation. After consultation, when they go back to Sapina, what will they do? It must be a change in the palace. They committed a great crime in participating in the assassination. Your Majesty can let go of the princess, but he will never let them go. If they did, they would be guilty of a great sin. Plagiarizing the family and destroying the door is light, and punishing them is no exaggeration. For such a great sin, you want to live in death. You can only change the palace and force your Majesty to abdicate. It's very clear. People suddenly nod. Reasonable, yes. One more thing. Before that, the next summoned the princess, and was very close to the princess. In fact, this is the last intimate contact between your Majesty and the princess, and next, your Majesty will deal with the princess. Yang Siwei said. Yang Siqi is Yi Bai's eyeliner inserted in the middle, and is very familiar with the situation in the palace. I understand. People understand why. The princess was punished. She was very uneasy, launched the court's self-protection, and took advantage of the situation to gain the throne, which is also justified. They should start changing tomorrow. Palace. Chen Xuanli is very sure. Yes, Yang Simo took it and said, Zhu Wang Yingming can see through their assassination, but if he can't see their assassination, he can't afford to wait and set off as soon as possible. Everyone knows that Yi Bai appreciates this sentence very much. King Chu, what should we do? Zhang asked. They started changing the palace, and we started changing the palace, so the palace changed. Yi Bai's cruel way. We're starting to change the palace too. Zhang Xiaofei was completely confused and said, King of Chu, don't you need it? All we have to do is defeat the princess's conspiracy. Shui Ji, Li Xian, and Zhe Fushun nodded in response. Princess mainly starts the transformation of the palace. Can Yi Bai completely defeat the conspiracy of the princess of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom? Does it need to start the transformation of the palace? Frustration is not enough. Zhang said, if I'm not mistaken, no matter how sinful the princess is, His Majesty will not kill her. People like princesses. She will not be willing to leave her to leave evil, so be sure to kill her. If you want to kill the princess, you have to pass your Majesty first. The princess is very ambitious. As long as she doesn't die, she will be windy and rainy, and there will be no peace. She is the favorite daughter. Yes, flesh and blood, no matter how sinful she has committed, she will not be executed, even if she pokes the sky. As for what she said, she was to be executed, but she startled herself. We'll deal with her, but not execute her. Taking a step back, even if they wanted to execute the princess, Li Xian and Li Dan would not agree and would beg each other. The two brothers pay attention to family affection. They have all kinds of love for the princess, and they will definitely study it. Therefore, even if Yi Bai thwarted the princess's sinister plot, she would not die. To leave the princess is to leave behind the curse. Yi Bai didn't want to keep her anymore. He wanted to kill her. If you want to kill the princess, you have to pass the level first. Therefore, Yi Bai wanted to kill the princess just to initiate a change in the court and change the court to a court. If you kill the princess, your Majesty will not spare the King of Chu. What should we do? Shuiji's eyebrows were twisted tightly. Yes, Xiaofei, Li Shanfu, and Zhe Fushun also frowned. Just force your Majesty to pass the throne to the heir. Yang Sijing's voice was sharp and piercing, very bluffing. What forced His Majesty to abdicate? Shuiji, Li Shanfu, Zhe Fushun, and Zhang Xiaofei were all surprised. Yes, only then can we get rid of the princess, Zhang said. Chen Xuanli nodded in approval. Can you kill the princess? Zhang Xiaofei asked hesitantly. No. Yi Bai shook his head and said, the princess is the flesh of the emperor's heart. If I kill the princess, your majesty will not let me go. By the way, I won't let my father go. The prince's throne will rest on the heads of 7 birth. The princess is the heart. Even if she commits a serious crime, if Yi Bai kills her, she will be furious and cure Yi Bai of her crime. By the way, Li Dan will also be implicated. Chapter 234. Roar. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Li Dan also lost the throne, and the throne will fall on Li Shang. Okay then. Shuiji nodded and said, you can force your majesty to abdicate, but you can't hurt his majesty. Talented that she became the only queen with female blood in the history of China. With the majestic view of the 4 seas, overlooking the masculine atmosphere in the crowd, it makes people believe. Forced abdication, they can accept it, but they won't accept it if they hurt. Yes, crowd echoed in unison, including Zhang, Chen Xuanli and Yang Siji. In any case, your majesty is my grandmother. As long as she abdicates, I will definitely not hurt her. Yi Bai won't do anything right. Very good, very good. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and nodded together. Do you want the emperor to know about this? Li Shanfu asked. No. Yi Bai categorically rejected it. Father pays attention to family affection. If let him know, he will not answer. Otherwise we will proceed quietly. That's right too. It was very clear to Li Dan that this was a person who attached great importance to his family, and it was impossible for him to agree to kill the princess. Your majesty will leave it to Yang Siwei. Yi Bai assigned the task and said, Li Shanfu and Zhe Fushun led thousands of riders to capture and kill the princess and his claws to protect the safety of the courtiers. Chen Xuanli, Shui Ji, Zhang Xiaofei are all stationed in the army. Strictly investigate the princess. Shengguan Weiner, Wu Chengji, Dou Weijun, Xiao Zhizhang, Zhang Yiji, Zhang Chengzong. Their families all killed them. They had committed such a serious crime that it was inevitable to kill their families and they had no objection. Especially Wu, they were all killed. Yi Bai didn't like Wu, so it was right to kill them. Cutting grass without uprooting. The spring breeze is still very strong. In history, Zhang did not kill Wu. In the end, Wu San thought he was dead, and Yi Bai would never make the same mistake. As for Kibo, only Princess Wei and Li Yuer were killed, and Ji Yu didn't move. Princess Wei and Li Yuer were both involved in this matter and could not stay. These two mothers and daughters are also unstable factors. They are cruel. History has poisoned Li Xian. Naturally, Yi Bai will not let them go. Yes, sir. People take orders. Li Shanfu and Zhe Fushun, you'd better let Lu Yuqiu and Zhang Xiaojing participate first. If they don't agree, control them and catch 1,000 riders. Yi Bai's eyes sparkled. If Lu Yuqiu and Zhang Xiaojing can participate, it will be a very good thing. If you can't control these two. As for killing these two people, Yi Bai wouldn't do it, because these two people are good for Yi Bai and have grace. The next morning, the princess stood in front of Tongjian and said, Today, I will become the emperor and the second queen. Looking at herself in the bronze statue class, the princess only felt angry and refreshed, as if she had become a queen. Then she took people away. Wei He, Wu Chengji, Shengguan Wan or Huaijun, Xiao Zhongji, Princess Wei together with the people they brought. There are more than 2,000 people, and there is a great momentum of development. When he reached the last door, the 1,000 people on duty stopped her and said, Princess, why did you bring so many people here? Take it off. With a wave of his right hand, it was like commanding thousands of troops. His men immediately. He rushed up, surrounded by 1,000 riders, drinking a drink. Put down your weapons so you don't die. Bold, catch the thief. Thousands of horses were in chaos, and they drank a big cup and swung their swords to kill. Thousands of riders were really powerful, but unfortunately, they became, in a hurry, they were outnumbered, and were quickly killed. Go to the palace. Princess led the people into the palace, and the change of the palace began. The dormitory decided to negotiate with the princess today, and the assassination. Get up early, wash and dress up, and go to Goryeo. Just then, brothers Zhang Yiji and Zhang Chengzong walked in with a group of eunuchs and asked, Your Majesty, where are you going? Go up, of course. Without thinking, he laughed. Your Majesty, this will not go up. You'd better take a rest. Zhang Yiji smiled. smiled. Guro, what do you mean by that? Taken aback, he said, I am a hard-working monarch. How can I not go to Goryeo? Your Majesty, why are you still working for the country when you are old? Zhang Chengzong said, someone works for His Majesty. Knowing something was wrong, his face sank and he took a drink. Zhang Chengzong, how dare you do this? Aren't you afraid of killing you? No matter what, do you drink or not? The voice was unusual and showed the queen's domineering. The Zhang brothers were absent-minded and could not help retreating. Tell me, are you saying someone has worked for me? His eyes gleamed, and he was killed. Do you think you are still the queen? Zhang Yiji sneered and said, I tell you, you are no longer the queen. How courageous you are. You won't go against it. Turned his eyes, his face flashed, and his face was very bad. It's time to ask your baby girl. Zhang Yiji sneered. What peace? The surprise is different from that. His eyes almost fell, and he roared, how can she calm down? What else can I do? Of course the palace has changed. Zhang Chengzong smiled proudly. When a princess becomes queen, our brothers are promoted and rich, he said. Maybe we have to go to bed with our brother. Blessed are our brothers, and 2 generations of emperors are our women. Changed palace. His face has changed a lot. He staggered and took a drink, typing, how dare you start changing the palace? It's not all the princess's fault. Who told you to execute her? Zhang Yi said. In order to protect herself, the princess had to undergo a palace transformation. Execute her? Where do you start? Taken aback, he said, I want to deal with her, but I don't want to put her to death. I just want to kill her. Princess Zero. What is not the execution of the princess? Zhang Yiji and Zhang Chengzong froze. After a long time, the princess startled herself. Get out of the way, I can treat it like nothing happened. Otherwise, just raid the house and close the door. Ruined. Killed 9 families. Intimidated. Your Majesty, the arrow is on the line and must be fired. Your Majesty can only feel aggrieved. How can you say that if you don't care about it? You won't care about it. Zhang Yi is indifferent. He waved his right hand and said, please rest. A group of eunuchs came in to see. Chapter 235. Kill each other. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. While it's still all there is, there's a lot going on and a lot to deal with, and it's finally over for a long time. Li Dan asked, do you still have this play? You look at me, I look at you, no one is playing. If there's no competition, I'll say one thing. Li Dan opened his eyes wide and stood up and said, everyone knows that the debate about the prince has been going on for nearly 10 years. It is difficult to make a decision, and all kinds of shameful things are emerging one after another. I have experienced many times and died all my life. I thought about it. The prince could not delay, but it was better to stand up early. There was a quarrel for nearly 10 years to become a prince, and those Sung Ji did many shameful things in order to become princes. Li Dan died of Li Dan's pain many times. I have 6 sons. The eldest son is the eldest son, the second son is righteous, and the third son is Longji. Li Dan looked at Yi Bai's 3 brothers, and said slowly, because of Longji's exploits, I can be the emperor. If Yi Bai is a prince, it is a matter of course. However, this instrument is the longest and used to be the prince. How to decide? Also let the prince speak freely. Yi Bai was outstanding, and single-handedly pushed Li Dan to the throne. Without Yi Bai, Li Dan could not have become emperor. Even he may have been killed. Yi Bai achieved great success and became a prince. However, Li Sung-ji was the eldest son, and when Li Dan first became emperor, he was appointed a prince, and he was also eligible to be a prince. The courtiers looked at Li Chengqi and Yi Bai, but no one spoke. 2 people, one is Germany, one is Long. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages, depending on which point of view one starts from. This matter is really difficult to decide, and the courtiers should not be careless. What do you think, old man? Li Dan had to be named. Suddenly, the matter of Prince Li came, and Di Renji suddenly. I don't know how to deal with it, he murmured. An old man, a wise man, or a wise man can do it, and he begs His Majesty to make the post abolished. Why don't you say that? Li Dan is very angry, just because it is difficult for Li Dan to decide for a while. This is to ask the courtiers. Di Renji is good and ambiguous. Your Majesty, I really don't know what to do with it. Di Renji was busy explaining. Zhang, what do you think? Li Dan asked Zhang. Your Majesty, this is a difficult matter to decide. Zhang murmured. If you stand for a long time, Detang will have have no problem, at least Bafang won't move. If Li Xian, Detang will advocate how to deal with this area, also ask your majesty to deal with it. Li Chengji is not as talented as Yi Bai, but not bad. Also a smart guy. There will be no problem. Needless to say Yi Bai's talent, he has proved it with his extraordinary achievements. If he makes him a prince, it is likely to be another Tang Taizong. The Tang dynasty has not been carried forward. How to choose depends on Li Dan's thought. Where's Yao Chong? Li Danbai glanced at him, but you didn't say that. Your Majesty, the minister thought he would become the king of Chu. Yao is a loyal follower of Bai. He immediately expressed his attitude, saying, the king of Chu is wise and brilliant, galloping across the territory, destroying the Turk, destroying the Khitan, and establishing a mortal feat. Taizong is too old and has not achieved such great success. If the king of Chu becomes a prince, the Tang dynasty will continue to advance, and all nations will submit to it. That's right. I support the king of Chu. The king of Chu will be the prince. Yao Chong's words just calmed down. The chorus sounded, and the whole hall hummed. Of course, what Lord Yao said is reasonable. The talented minister of the Chu king was also persuaded, but he was young and orderly. Brothers, there is no reason why senior officials think he should be CEO. There was a good market in ancient times, and a priest immediately refuted it. That's right. A country's path must be established regularly, first by growth, then by youth. If you build a prince, you stand a long way. The senior officials immediately agreed. Young and orderly, very powerful in ancient times, there were many ministers to respond. Song Jing immediately retorted, youth is very important, but Detang has always been for being smart, not young. Taizong was originally the second son of Emperor Gaozu. Because of his great achievements, he set the world, the founder of the Tang dynasty, and was named the prince. Emperor Gaozong, not the eldest son, was also made a prince. Detang has its own way of Detang and does not need to follow the path of growth and youth. Second, got a response. The bright Emperor Tang Taizong, not Li Yuan's eldest son, was named a prince. It was a living example, and it was impossible for the courtiers not to react. Of course, it is impossible for all senior officials to respond. There are always some prudent ministers who insist on the order of growing up, saying, the will of the great ancestor is not strong, the change of Xuanwumen, the crippling of flesh and blood. Your Majesty, it is appropriate to learn from it. It is also necessary to limit the power of the king of Chu. Yes, Taizong is too powerful and his credit is too great. He is a great threat to Taizong's construction, and he has to negotiate with His Majesty Taizong, which leads to the change of Xuanwumen. He also asked His Majesty to think twice. Some senior officials strongly supported the order for children. One word for you, one word for me, it's hard to decide in a while. Li Yan's eyebrows tightened. Well, don't argue, let me say a few words. Li Sungji took a step forward, waved his hand to stop the courtiers' quarrel, and said, you can see me, Li Sungji, I appreciate it. But what I want to say is that if there is no third brother, our family will be killed. How can there be today's glory and glory? I think I am not as good as my third brother. This prince belongs to the third brother. Historically, when Li Sungji voluntarily resigned as crown prince, Yi Bai's head fell off. Today, he still voluntarily gives up. Big brother. Yi Bai admired this big brother very much. Emperor, who doesn't want to be an emperor in order to become an emperor? We can do everything possible to kill each other. Princess, Wu San, Wu Chengji are all living proof, but Li Ji gave up voluntarily. No matter how much praise can't be overstated. Ah, the faces of the courtiers were startled and unbelievable. Did I hear right? Did anyone give up the throne? It seems that only the history books have records. How did I know? And I looked at you in the shock of the courtiers and there was a lot of discussion. Even Li Dan was shocked, staring at Li Chengji with round eyes. You heard right, I won't be a prince. Li Sungqi affirmed again. Really, this is too noble. Only Zhou Gong can compare with it. The courtiers are very grateful to Li Sungji. Second brother, I am not a prince. You won't argue, will you? Li Chengji said to Li Chengyi. Chapter 235. Villain. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Brother, why do you say that you are the eldest son? You are not even a prince. Can my second son still argue? Our home is protected by the third brother, and the prince's throne belongs to the third brother. Li Chengyi said to Li Dan, please also ask the father and the emperor to order that the third brother should be the prince. Yes, Li Dan happily agreed and said with a smile, for the prince's throne, you can hurt each other, You are kind, let go. My father is happy to have a close brother like you. Announcement, Yi Bai as the prince. It was difficult to decide, because Li Sungjie gave up voluntarily, and the result was immediate. On auspicious days, Li Dan formally ordered Yi Bai to be the prince. Khorasan, the former capital of the Persian Empire, Gurgur, was the capital of the Sasanian dynasty, covering dozens of miles, and after years of management, it was a powerful city. Outside Gur, a group of helmeted Arab emperors drove the Persians, yelling like they were driving dogs. Some were unhappy, either the whip or the machete came down, and the Persians screamed, terrifying to see. You, infidels, Allah, put down your anger, and if you want you to die, you will die. All infidels who go against the will of God should die. The whole family should die. The great Allah shall not blaspheme God. The will of the great Allah must be fulfilled. These, when the Arab emperors beat the Persians, they scolded the Persians loudly as if they were worthless. These hateful bastards, why didn't our God punish them and hack them all to death? They are demons, they invade our country, they kill our king, enslave us, they shit on our heads, they do bad things, they deserve to die. These abominable demons eat people without spitting bones. Guilty, they want to kill us. We can't die, we have to fight. Yes, we must fight. Did you know that not long ago, Prince Nimei sent someone back? Tang is going to deal with this. A big meal, we have something to look forward to. Really, for so many years, there has been no news of the prince. Where is the prince? The good news is that the Tang emperor enshrined the prince in the capital of the Tang dynasty as the king of Persia and was also the governor of Persia. This is good news for Tang to fight against Tang feast, and our painful days are coming to an end. Excellent. Great. Finally, we have something to look forward to. The Persians hated the desert people and walked about without a word cursing them, and someone took advantage of the opportunity to spread the news. After the demise of the Persian Empire, the Persian royal family moved eastward, and after several twists and turns settled in the Tang dynasty. Since then, the two places are far apart, and it is very difficult for the Persians to get news of the Persian royal family. Now the 9 teachers have sent people to send back the news. This is good news for the Persians, and everyone is very happy. The influence of the royal family obviously. This is also the reason for taking in the Persian royal family, and also the reason why Yi Bai saved Juya. The people were driven out of Gur city and stopped. Saw it, I was shocked. I saw a lot of people, overcrowded, and it was clear at a glance. How many people are you going to bring? I think 1 person. In my opinion, more than 100,000 people have exceeded 100,000 people. Oh my gosh, so many people. What the hell are the cannibals doing? Aren't you trying to kill us? Impossible. Who dares to kill so many people doesn't even have the courage to kill so many people. Doesn't it seem to me that we will probably work hard? Well, that makes sense. If you want to kill 100,000 plus people without scaring away your courage, even if you're the devil, no matter how hard you try, you don't have the courage, you're more likely to work hard. Persians speculated that no one believed that Yusuf would kill them. Yes, the rapid sound of hooves sounded, and a group of elite Russian troops were seen escorting a group of generals, riding horses, led by a short, blind one-eyed dragon. His appearance is very ugly, of the unattractive kind. Although the man looked unbearable to the eyes, there was a ferocious aura, and the unique eyes were very bright, clear, and permeated with wisdom. Besides, he raised his hands and feet. His breath engulfed the world, looking down at a group of masculine people who looked up. Most accomplished, most ferocious and most ambitious Eastern governor in the history of the Arab Empire. Ibn Joseph. Only Hasha ibn Yusuf was born with a disability, not to mention the blind, but also short and ugly, belonging to the particularly unpleasant crooked melon and splitting date. However, this man is wise, eloquent, and especially eloquent, arguing with others, all succumbing to his eloquence. However, because he was ugly and everything was bad, it was not easy to find a professional life as a teacher. He was still dissatisfied and joined the army, but he never met talent and no one valued him. It wasn't until the caliph who killed Abdul Malik discovered his talent, and that's when he was reused. He also lived up to Malik's expectations that wherever he went, he would calm down and restore order, which made him especially admire him as a fireman. No matter where he is in crisis, unstable, he will be sent to him. Only Hasha ibn Yusuf's success lies in brutal cruelty. The first time he was ordered to quell a rebellion, he destroyed the mosque. Mosques were inviolable at the time, and those who violated mosques were labeled devil, label and become a villain. Because of this, whenever there was a rebellion, some people hid in mosques, leaving the officials of the Arab Empire at their disposal. Only Hasha ibn Yusuf, however, paid no attention to it and destroyed the mosque. Since then, he has been a villain. When he was mentioned, people called him the devil. Although he was cruel and bloodthirsty, many people were willing to follow him because he was always successful, always able to achieve great things and never seen him fail. For example, these two men, Tabai and Muhammad, were born with military talents, can be said to be brilliant, fully capable of being independent, but willing to follow Qasim ibn Yusuf as his foil. Only Hasha ibn Yusuf stopped, glanced at the Persians alone, and said, "Look, they are very comfortable, like at home. And wise and great governors, they were driven out of their homes, wives and ayans were separated, and they suffered a lot. Some generals don't understand, right? Ibn, tell me the truth." Only Hasha ibn Yusuf, whose subordinates sincerely admired him and always praised him as wise and great, when he opened his mouth to dry. Chapter 236, Massacre. Subscribe. Look at this. Talkative general, ibn Joseph asked, "How many?" "There are already 120 smart and great governors." The ancient Tabai's voice answered loudly like a bell. "A little less, but that's okay." Only Hasha ibn Joseph nodded and said, "By the order of the Caliph, I have come to Khorasan to quell the rebellion." Until today, the situation finally stopped deteriorating and was brought under control. This is the power of a monarch, but that's not enough. We must be more angry and calm in one act of rebellion. Pause for a while and say, Washa people have calmed down the Turkic language, or how long will it take for Washa people to move west? We don't have much time. We must speed up the chaos and go east as soon as possible. It's great to go east. I've always wanted to call Wa 00 summer. I heard that Washa is a paradise. How much gold is there? These generals have always wanted to enter Washa, right? As soon as Ibn Joseph mentioned this, he was happily with Moming, shouting with his mouth full, "Kill them all." Only Hasha ibn Joseph, wielding a whip in his hand, gave orders loudly. All killed. A loud voice sounded, and the crowd would be shocked. They tumbled in pools of blood, and slept among the dead, for the matter of life and death was light. But at a moment when 120,000 people were killed, such a thing has not been experienced or even dreamed of. "Governor, are you kidding me?" Muhammad just felt dry, although he hates it too. These chaotic Persians, but he couldn't stand the slaughter of 120 people at once. Shocked that he didn't say, smart and great. The Chinese people killed millions of Turks at one time. We killed 120 people at a time, which is too far from the Chinese people. If I can't collect more time, I want to kill more people. Only Hasha ibn Joseph Cloud Breeze Road. He didn't even blink his eyelids, as if killing 120 people was as common as eating and drinking. Only the brutality of Hachama ibn Joseph is also the reason for his success. Others may be terrified. He is calm and unusual. He dares to do what others dare not do. Dare to kill people that others dare not kill. Under the command of the Arabian emperor, several groups of Arabian emperors rushed over, brandishing their machetes, and began to slash. These Persians had to be slaughtered without the slightest resistance. Who said that? Damn, Joseph didn't dare to kill you, thinking he was too kind. Joseph, you are the devil who eats people and doesn't spit out bones. Persians can only shout. The massacre continued for a day and a night before it ended. At this time, there were mountains of bodies outside the city. The blood sank into the earth, immersed in the pool of blood, and flashed red in the sun. The air was full of disgusting blood. Even the ancient, the white, Muhammad, these people who have seen blood are also disgusting. Only Hasha ibn, however, Joseph was as excited as a bloodthirsty demon. He put his tongue out and shouted, "Blood, it's exciting. Killing more people would be more exciting." However, the crowd is full of closed lip. Dare not speak, only the white part of the face. With your courage, you also want to conquer the Washa dream. Only Hasha ibn Joseph looked at the fear in the general's eyes and said contemptuously, "Do you know how big China is? Do you know how many people there are in China? If you want to conquer China, the first thing you have to learn is ruthlessness. Only mass slaughter, only brutal cruelty, and only the cowardly killing of Chinese people can conquer China." Shout out, on the way to conquer China, killing 120 people at a time is not the same thing. Killing more people, 20, or even a million. This one-time massacre of 120 people, although brutal, made Tabai and Muhammad accustomed to life and death, but the effect was unexpectedly good. When the news spread, the rebellion in Khorasan suddenly decreased a lot, and it was the Persians who were afraid and bold. Only Hasha ibn Joseph can massacre 120 people at a time, which means he can kill more people. How many people to kill? Who cannot be afraid? Gathered with Muhammad and other generals to the government house and said, "The rebel rebels resisted because they were not afraid and thought you would not dare to kill them. Even if you want to kill, don't dare to kill too much. Only by breaking their hopes and making them afraid will they be honest, obedient, and never dare to resist. Good at creating terror and making people fearful. This is Joseph's specialty. He was very familiar with it. The wise and great governor is quite right. The crowd will have to be proud and loudly applauded. Soon, the Khorasan rebellion will subside, and then we will be able to migrate eastward and go to China on a large scale. Only Hasha ibn Joseph nodded and said, be ready before we go east on a large scale. I think we have to do two things. One is to find allies, and the other is to prepare money and food. Marago was very excited. Wise and great governor, I think our allies can consider Tibet. Only Hasha ibn Joseph nodded in admiration and said, our allies were originally Turk, and they can use Turkic language to harass northern China. What I didn't expect was, Siping is too inept. After being destroyed by Washa so quickly, we must find another ally. This ally belongs to the Tibetans. Although the national strength of Tubo is not as good as that of Washa, but the terrain is superior. In the dense forest in the mountains, it can attack too. 5 fights, retreat, defense, is completely invincible. Tubo can be used to contain Washa and threaten the Hexi corridor. Washa can't put a lot of troop, manpower and material resources into the west, which is of great benefit to us. The ancient white eyes gleamed and dissected loudly. If only relying on national strength, the 1010 Tubos cannot be compared with the Tang dynasty, just because the Tubos are located in a superior geographical location, in the dense mountains and forests, easy to defend, difficult to attack. The Tubos stand in an invincible position and are in a dilemma. If there is a chance, attack the Tang dynasty, and there is no chance to retreat. In the Tang dynasty, there was nothing I could do about it. What's more, since Tubo won Dafachuan city, this poses a huge threat to the Hexi corridor. In order to guard against the Tibetans, Tang sent a large number of troops to the northwest to ensure the safety of the Hexi corridor. Chapter 237. The idea is shocking. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The Hexi corridor is the main traffic road connecting the Central Plains and the western region. If the Hexi corridor is unstable, the Tang dynasty will not be able to invest a lot of manpower, material and financial resources in the western region, nor will it be able to resist the eastward advance of the Arab Empire. Tubo is too weak to compete with Washa without excellent equipment. After taking over, he put forward an idea. We should help the Tibetans, provide them with excellent equipment, and enhance the strength of the Tibetans so that the Tibetans can better hold back China. That's a good idea. The masses will unanimously agree with each other's opinions. We can also assure the Tubo that the Tubo will hand over the Hexi corridor and Guanzhong to the Tubo. The Tibetans have been drooling in these two places for a long time, and if so, the Tibetans will be happy to do so. Muragu added, it's impossible. Guanzhong is a fertile land and the foundation of China. Can it be given to Tubo? Some generals disagree. This is a promise to make Tubo work harder. As long as we go to Washa, not to mention Washa, even Tubo is ours. Muragu explained. You're such a badass. Yes. The crowd laughed in unison and applauded enthusiastically. You said a lot about finding allies, and I won't say any more. Only Hasha ibn Joseph nodded approvingly and said, the alliance with Tibet will be left to Muragu. Yes, sir. Mulago obeyed loudly. Next, let's talk about grain and grass preparation. Only Hachai ibn Joseph turned his eyes and said, to borrow a famous Chinese saying, don't move, food and grass come first. If we don't have enough money, if we want to conquer China, it is delusional. This matter it has to come first and we have to succeed. At this time, he paused and said, from Khorasan to Washa, the road is very long, no less than 10,000 miles, and it is impossible to transport food. At that time, the Chinese Emperor Tang Taizong refused the request of the Persian king. If he doesn't send troops to help Persia, there is still a long way to go. There is no need to talk about the importance of grain and grass. Without enough grain and grass, it is impossible to talk about conquering China. It is very difficult. The delivery of food from Khorasan is too long to be possible. This really baffled the citizens, and some generals asked, my wise man, Grand Governor, how can we support our family? This question is exactly what the citizens have in mind, whether they just keep their eyes open and stare at Ibn Joseph. Only Hasha ibn Joseph's unique eyes shone with brilliance and wisdom. He said, the Chinese art of war is called food for the enemy, and we can borrow it. It is impossible to transport grain from Khorasan. We can use the power of the enemy to deal with Washa. He pointed to Afghanistan and Pakistan on the map and said, these two places are very close to China. China, and it is easy to grow food and grass. We can conquer them first. That's a good idea. Excellent. The governor was always so wise and mighty. Suddenly, all the people sang in unison, and all eyes were filled with adoration. From Khorasan to Washa, thousands of miles away, getting supplies is a big problem. However, it was only after Hasha that Ibn Joseph said that the big problem has been solved. As long as these two places are conquered, these two places can serve as a strategic springboard and are a good basis for the Arab Empire to move forward. Who will be dissatisfied and who cannot worship? The ancient Tabai, you led 50,000 elites to attack these two places, planting grass for the army. You led 50,000 elites to attack Samarkand and Shiguo, pointing directly to the broken leaves. The city opened the way for the army to march east so that this inspector could come to the west. Only the eyes of Hasha ibn Joseph were shining, and the whole person was flying. Yes, sir. Ancient Tabai in uniform accept orders. Both countries shoulder the responsibility of leading Arab empires on a large scale. Only Hashim ibn Joseph had a lot of trust in them, and they were both excited. You must do your best, and I will give you a prize. Whoever sets foot on the land of China first will be the governor of China. Only Hasha ibn Joseph sounds like a bell. Don't let the wise and great governor down. The ancient Tabayan looked at each other as if it were two cockfights, which meant that the governor of Washa had made up his mind. Chang'an Daming Palace. Li Dan met with Di Renji, Yi Bai, Zhang Shuo, Yao Chong, Song Jing, Chen Xuanli and other senior officials. I am the first person to ascend the throne, and the affairs of the state are very important. Please do your best. Li Dan opened his mouth slowly and said, what else can you do? Just say it. Although Li Dan does not have outstanding talents, he has a great heart, is very diligent, and is very generous. As long as it is a national event, no matter what tone of voice you say, even if it is against him, he can accept it, which makes Yi Bai have a deeper understanding of Li Dan. Di Renji took the lead in talking about court affairs. After a while, he finished. Prince, what do you want to say? Li Dan looked at Yi Bai and asked, Father, my son and the priest believe that the first thing to do is to breed thousands of riders into 10,000 horses. Yi Bai has wanted to do this for a long time, but he never had a chance to do it. Developed to 10,000 riders. The courtiers were astonished. Li Dan was also surprised and said, Prince, if 1,000 riders are good, how can you think of training thousands of riders into thousands of riders? The 1,000 cavalry is the most elite army of the empire and is highly valued by the senior officials of the empire. Yi Bai's idea was shocking. Thousands of riders are the most elite troops of the Tang dynasty, and each army is selected by thousands of people. When they enter 1,000 riders, they will learn a lot, and many will be able to block aside, become generals, and maybe even world marshals. Yi Bai analyzed, it's a pity that only 1,000 people can enjoy such a precious opportunity. Why not expand the tens of thousands of riders to 10,000 so that more people have the opportunity to become geniuses? Tianqi is tantamount to the Royal Military Academy. Everyone who is chosen will learn a lot and transform, and many will become generals, maybe even generals, and famous generals for a long time. Guo Ziyi was born in Longwujun. It is a pity that there are only 1,000 people in such a treasure land. In order for more people to be able to enjoy this opportunity, expansion is a good thing. Yi Bai already had this idea. I agree. Chen Xuanli was the first to agree. Chapter 238. A pile of garbage. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It's over. It's over. Tang Jun is here. We're dead. Buddha, why don't you bless us? Buddha, if you know what the gods know, you must bless us. Tianju people have no choice but to pray to the Buddha. Get out of the way. At this moment, Tang Jun rushed to the distance and shouted. Tianju people are busy making way for Tang Jun. They saw Tang Jun rushing past them, not even looking at them with their right eyes, and even less interested in killing them. What's going on? How can Tang Jun not kill us? Tianju people think they are going to die. They are a little confused. Isn't Tang Jun as fierce as the legend, eating without spitting bones? Could this be a rumor? Until all the Tang army passed, the people of Tianju were still suspicious. Judging from the news they received, Tang Jun eats people and doesn't spit out bones. It's the devil, where the place is broken. This frightened the people of Tianju. Fear and anxiety. However, what's going on now? Tang Jun just asked them to make way. They don't want to kill them at all. They had to re-examine Tang Jun. It is not only not a good thing to kill them, but it is also a bad thing. If the Tang army kills too much in Tianju, hatred will accumulate, which is not conducive to the governance of the next court. In addition, after conquering Tianju, Tianju people are also from the Tang dynasty. It is useful to keep them. Why kill them for the Tang dynasty? It would be better to fight against the Arab Empire, because the Arab Empire requires a lot of manpower, and it would not be better to leave the Tianjuran behind. It is out of this consideration that Yi Bai ordered the killing of Tianju people strictly prohibited. Of course, you, welcome to those who don't want to give in. Just kill it. In front of me was first on the Beitianju stage. It will be staged in Tianju soon. Tang Jun was faster than the others. There is no decent resistance. Even if there is resistance from Tianju, it can't stop the Tang army's pace, and the war between the Tang army and the Tang army is very smooth. Wangshijun is the capital of Tianju, covering dozens of miles. The city is tall and heavy. Wangshijun is well known far and near, and has a large resident population. This is a prosperous city, wishing in heaven. Pedestrians come and go, very lively. Wangshijun is a rare, rich and powerful city in Tianju, with a large permanent population. It is very lively, and there are many people coming and going, a bustling scene. Tianju worships Buddhism, and even the king believes in Buddhism. Buddhism is very popular, and monks can be seen from time to time on the street. Palace is located in the north of the city, covers a large area, and has a large number of palaces, decorated with gold and jade, a batch of brilliant gold. God bless King Arona in his 40s. He was a Luotian's grandson, and Wang Xuanzi captured him alive. After Wang Xuanzi retired from the army, a Luotian subordinates took his child as king. God bless. Arona is also a Buddhist. In the splendor of the Buddhist temple, a fat monk stood by him and mentioned Arona. He is the master of the gods. Alona buried her head in chanting, was busy, and finally completed the daily routine of the Buddha, almost out of breath. Right at this moment, I saw a man approaching in a hurry, shouting from a distance, "King, this matter is not good. The Tang army is like a broken and unstoppable army, and the northern sky is one. A lot of land. What Tang Jun is unstoppable?" Arona was so surprised that a heart almost jumped out. Pieced together by thousands of troops, Wang Xuanzi swept half of the Tianju, making Tianju almost dead. It's only been over 50 years. Arona is a deep memory. Tang Jun was even more panicked. After hearing the news that Tang Jun was dispatched to the Tianju border, he was startled and sent Xinli for peace talk. Although Yi Bai refused to let him down, Tang Jun wouldn't be so fast. That's how long it took. Tang Jun occupied a large area of northern Tianju. "King, this is a military newspaper." The guard showed a thick military newspaper. Arona grabbed it, unfolded a military newspaper, looked at it, looked ugly, and shouted, "Stupid punk." He threw the military newspaper on the ground, spread out another, or the defeated military newspaper, scolded it, and threw it to the ground again. This way, every time he read a letter, he scolded and threw the military newspaper to the ground. He read 5 military newspapers in a row and couldn't bear it any longer. He reluctantly threw all the military newspapers to the ground. "Stupid ways. I keep a bunch of garbage. I can't believe even Tang Jun couldn't stop it." Arona was completely out of control, cursing and splashing all over his mouth. Tang Jun's marching speed was much faster than Wang Xuan's, and Tianju's reaction was too fast. Actually, this is normal. Although Wang Xuan swept half of Tianju, his army was a patchwork army after all, and its strength was not strong, while Yi Bai was the commander of the Tang army. Moreover, the total strength of the Tang army is more than 200,000. If you want to be unhappy, you can't do it. There was a sound of hasty footsteps, and a group of ministers walked in quickly, everyone with expressions of fear, as if the end of the world had come. "Your Majesty, the big man is not good. Bei Tianju has already lost, and the Tang army has already invaded Tianju." The Prime Minister reports to Arona with a worried face. "What have you lost all Bei Tianju?" Arona, like sparks, fell into his crotch and burned his, jumped high, pulled up his voice and screamed. Talents are still angry about the loss of Bei Tianju, and the anger has not stopped. It will lose the entire Bei Tianju. The news of the Tang army's invasion of Tianju. Can he jump up in anger? "Yes, King. What good is it?" The courtiers looked at Arona, hoping he would come up with an idea. The strange thing is that although Tang Jun knew it, he didn't come so quickly. "Right. Where are our elephant soldiers? How can we not stop Tang Jun?" Arona is curious. Why these? The unfriendly elephant soldiers can't stop the Tang army. In fact, the military newspaper had a record of fighting against the Tang army, but Arona was very angry. He doesn't look, just throws it on the ground, or he won't ask. Yes, elephant soldiers are invincible and disadvantaged. Don't we need a large number of elephant soldiers to build our country? How can we not stop Tang Jun? Some generals are also confused that they don't know the battle between the two countries. The king doesn't doesn't know that Tang Jun has two very terrifying magic soldiers. One is called the powerful crossbow and the other is called the strange knife. The Prime Minister's face was startled, and he said, "This mighty crossbow is terrible. You can shoot elephant." The knife was also terrible and pierced the elephant's head. Shooting the elephant cut the elephant's head. No way. As the Prime Minister's words fell, there was a cry, and the courtiers did not believe it. Chapter 239. No future. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Elephant has thick skin and can be shot with a bow and arrow, but it is difficult to kill. For them, it is hard to believe that a powerful crossbow can shoot at an elephant. This is very difficult. Not to mention, the elephant's head is so big that if you can cut it open with a knife, it will be very difficult to chop it off. They haven't heard of such a thing. If you use a mace as a heavy weapon, you can also smash an elephant's head with a knife, which is unimaginable. It should be true. That, the teacher who never spoke. How can you see? Alona didn't understand Tang Jun's words, so she hurriedly asked. In the past, when Master Sanzang came to find Buddhist scriptures and communicated with us more, he talked about the fighting methods of the Tang army. Master Sanzang said that Tang Jun had a sharp weapon, called a powerful crossbow, which was so powerful that it could penetrate steel plate. Shooting is not difficult. The language teacher's words are shocking. Steel plate, you can naturally shoot an elephant. Elephants are thick-skinned meat, so can they be harder than steel plate? Hoarse voice. A group of monarchs and courtiers breathed in the cold air. Tang Sanzang went to Tianju to fetch Buddhist scriptures, and Buddhist scriptures were widely circulated in Tianju. Since he said so, the credibility of this sentence is quite high. This was enough to surprise them. However, there was something else that surprised them even more. Master Sanzang said that in addition to a strong bow, Tang Jun also has a sharp knife that weighs 50 kilograms. Using a strange knife requires a strong man, and when the strong man slashes fiercely, it takes hundreds of pounds of strength, and the knife is so sharp that it can crack even the bones. The teacher's face also changed a lot, saying, if thousands of these strange knives were used in thousands of cutlery, it would be a disaster for the elephant. Quote. A group of monarchs and courtiers opened their mouths and looked around their eyes, all speechless. A strange knife weighed 50 pounds and was cut down by Hercules. I couldn't believe how big and terrible it was. Also, strange knives are sharp. Why is it so hard for an elephant head to split? Not to mention, if tens of thousands strange knives are cut together, if the elephants are thick, they will be killed. How can this be good? What is good? How can Tang Jun have such a magician? After a long time, a group of monarchs and courtiers awoke, each with expressions of fear and helplessness. Elephant soldiers are the dependencies of Tianju. The reason why Tianju can establish a country is because Tianju has a large number of elephant soldiers, which are the mainstay of Tianju. If the Tang army had a way to deal with the elephant soldiers, the situation would be very bad, and they would not be afraid. Your Majesty, think of an idea. How do you deal with it? A shepherd looked at Arona. As soon as I heard this, Arona slapped and promoted your generals to solve this dilemma. When this happens to you, you can't think of a way, but you want me to figure it out. What do you want your generals to do? Even if you raise a pig, you snort a few times. I can't believe you shut up and let me talk, and you're too embarrassed to say it. King, why don't you send someone to the peace talk? After thinking for a long time, the Prime Minister finally came up with an idea. Peace negotiations. There is a lamp in front of a group of princes and courtiers. The Tang army showed strong combat effectiveness, far less than the Tianju army. Fighting against the Tang army has no future, but the peace talks are the same. Are the peace talks okay with Edinburgh Children's Book Union? Didn't you talk last time? The pastor hesitated. As early as the Tang army gathered on the Tianju border, Arona sent Xinli to participate in some peace talk, but Yi Bai refused, which made many generals very worried. If we can't fight the Tang army, if we can't talk to each other, what else can we do? Even if the peace talks fail, the situation will not be worse. You can try. Many generals strongly support this proposal. Tang Jun has already invaded Zhongtianju, and it doesn't take much time to appear in Wangshicheng. By then, Zhongtianju may perish. The situation is bad enough, and even if the peace talks don't work out, it won't be any worse. It's better to try. It will be an unexpected joy if the peace peace talks succeed, and if it fails, it will do so and there will be no loss. It makes sense. Arona strongly agrees with this statement. King, since you want peace talk, you have to send someone of weight. It was a mistake last time I sent a new lily. At that time we should have sent important officials, and we may have succeeded. A general took immediate action. Xinli's official position in Zhangtianju is not high, her power is limited, and many things cannot be decided. It was a small mistake to send him last time. Arona nodded in admiration and said, who to send? You look at me, I look at you, your eyes are on the Prime Minister. It is the duty of a minister to share the king's worries and troubles for the king of his country. I just feel so cold. I don't feel well. Long runs are not suitable. The Prime Minister's face changed a lot, and he was busy making excuses. He joked that to negotiate with Tang Jun is going to the abyss of the accident. It is very likely that he will not come back, and the Prime Minister will not have the courage to go. My lord, it is unfortunate that you are not well, but right now, the country is in trouble. I also ask you to support the patient with a trip to the country. He didn't understand what he meant, so a priest was convinced right away. Took him. Don't say when chill, even if you are very sick, go when the country is in trouble. I really want to share my concerns about my country with you, but my office is too small to share my concerns with my country. Yes, if my office is big enough, if I could compete with the Prime Minister, I'd rather go. Many generals agree with this. The Prime Minister wanted to give them a few slaps. It's a fucking thing. You are messing with each other. Arona's eyes were fixed on the Prime Minister. His face sank, and he said, Xiaomi, when there is a disaster in the country, if you, the Prime Minister, can't go to the national disaster, for me, what do I want you to do? It was too heavy, and he didn't dare to resist, so he had to insist on himself and said, since this is the case, the minister is willing to go. It's just, what price can we pay? Negotiations require bargaining chips. If the price of Hua Tianju's price is not enough, this peace negotiation is useless, and this matter must be settled first. Chapter 240. A Little Hope. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. As long as the Tang army retreat, any price is easy to say, even if Beitianju is ceded to the Tang dynasty. Arona thought for a moment and then made an offer. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this won't work. He quickly said, North Tianju is already the Tang army under the Iron Hoof. We are not ceded, but also Tang people. The price is the same. The Tang army has conquered Beitianju and is marching towards Zhangtianju. Whether to cut off the fart of Beitianju. Conceivable that if Hua Shazu uses this as the price for the peace talk, it will definitely not succeed. That is to give up some land for Zhangtianju. As long as I can keep the throne, I can leave hope. Arona's face was ugly, and Asami's words, though true, were too blunt for him. 50 years ago, when Wang Xuanzi swept Tianju, Wang Shucheng was also captured, Aluoshan was also captured alive, and Zhu Zongtian was hit hard. If it weren't for Wang Xuanzi's small army and the inability of the Tang dynasty to occupy Tianju at that time, Hua Shaju would not have returned to the motherland. Now there are more than 200,000 Tang troops swept Tianju, unfortunately, to keep the throne. In this case, the general will go. He sighed, a little helpless. Arona ordered the man to prepare a generous gift, gave Asami to take with him, and repeatedly urged Asami to set out, so reluctant that he had to leave. Rumble. The Tang army advanced by leaps and bounds, hoofs like thunder, splashing a large amount of smoke and dust. Yi Bai was stationed beside the horse road, watching the Tang army advance by leaps and bounds, and saw that the Tang army was full of energy, high morale, and fierce. The most powerful. Boosting morale is not good words, nor empty promises, but victory. The greater the victory, the greater the morale. Since Tang Jun entered Tianju, he has seized large tracts of land along the way, one after another of good news. The victory of the series, if Tang Jun's morale is not high. Prince, the envoy of Zhangtianju, asking for advice. This talented man is busy reporting. Envoy. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows, couldn't help laughing, and said, is this for seeking peace? Yes, Goryo said with a smile. Zhu Shufu came in person, and Zhangtianzu has the courage to do so. This is understandable. If Zhangtianju had the power, he would not have had peace talks with the Tang dynasty. If Hua Shaju had not been forced to come to an end, he would not have sent an important general like Shufu to negotiate. Call him. Yi Bai gave gave me an order. Gao Lishi replied and hurried to find someone. You were resourceful, Zhang said. Tell me what to do with this. Yi Bai turned his head and asked Zhang, who was stationed beside the horse. Zhang said, frowning and muttering, Prince, I thought we were going to get tough. We cannot agree with the sum total of God's wishes. We had to make an offer. Tell me more. Zhu Nan knew that Zhang said he must have a unique insight. After we entered Tianzhu, we were in the north of Tianzhu less than a month ago, which is really great. Even though I worked hard on Tianzhu, I didn't expect Zhang Tianzhu to be so fragile. This march into Tianzhu is like a parade, and there are hardly any tough battles. Zhang said he had some feelings. Yes, it was a surprise for me too. Yi Bai agreed with this and nodded. I know that Tianzhu's combat power is very low, but I didn't expect it to be so low. No wonder Wang Xuanzi can use the tens of thousands of troops he borrowed to sweep half of Tianzhu. Yi Bai is very sure that the Tang dynasty can conquer it. Didn't expect it to be so smooth. God wish the army is vulnerable. Looking forward to the wind and rain. Its success far exceeded Yi Bai's expectations. Based on our progress, we will soon be able to win the Zhangtianzhu. We can get all of Zhangtianzhu. Why should we accept the sum of Zhangtianzhu? Quote, Zhang said, with a smile on his face, you can take this opportunity to make Zhangtianzhu surrender. How did you do it? If we can make Hua Shaju surrender, it will also be beneficial to the Tang dynasty, and it will be of great benefit. Because this will scare other Germanic kingdoms while reducing killings, reducing hatred and enabling the next rule. All we need is a tough response. Mr. Zhang offered his idea, saying, all the prince has to do is intimidate someone and give Arona a little hope. You're really dirty, Zhang said. You fight and pull. Yi Bai smiled. Just then, and came together. Meet the prince. When he saw Yi Bai, there was a kind smile on his face, layer after layer of smile, as if seeing his ancestor kneeling on his forehead touching the ground. If he wanted more respect, how much he would respect him. Yi Bai, it didn't make him get up, as if he didn't see it. This put a lot of pressure on him and gave him a start. Yi Bai didn't call him. He didn't dare to get up, so he had to kneel and be honest. Time passed silently and Asami knelt on his lap. You came for peace, didn't you? Yi Bai, this is the bright road. Yes, the prince, please give it to me. Relief. I don't have time to grind my teeth. You go back and say to Arona that if he surrenders, he can save his life. If he doesn't come down, Arosan is his role model. Yi Bai's cold voice. In the end, he did not give Asami a chance to speak and rode away. Prince Sanmei wanted to speak, but Yi Bai was long gone. Asami stayed there, silent. He was ordered to seek peace. Unfortunately, Yi Bai didn't give him a chance at all, and he couldn't even speak. The heart of Tang dynasty Tianzhu is very strong. It took a long time for Aso to react and hurried back. Along the way, he did not stop, but it was not easy to rush back to Wangxi City. How is it? Did the Prime Minister's peace talks succeed? As soon as Arona heard Asami came back, he immediately welcomed him, shouting from a distance, looking forward to his arrival. The courtiers' eyes were fixed on Chaomi, and they couldn't wait to pick the answer out of his mouth. Oh, sighed. The hearts of the people fell to the bottom. Maybe that's any good. Arona's heartbeat. His eyes were black, and he nearly fainted. Wang, Yi Bai said, as long as you surrender, you can save your life. Sanmei rode. What surrender? A scream. All the courtiers were shocked. Surrender. Arona is hard. If the king doesn't come down, Arosan is your example. As of today, simply speaking the truth. Quote. Arona's mouth opened to the boss, and he was speechless for a long time, his face dry with fear. Chapter 241. Incomprehensible. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. A Luotian was captured alive by Wang Xuanzi and brought back to Chang'an. It was really terrifying. It's not impossible to be the second Arosan, but it's possible. Wang Xuan's captured a Luotian alive. There are only tens of thousands of rogue troops, and Yi Bai has more than 200,000 elites in his hands. Isn't he still doing this? If Yi Bai can't do it, a Luotian will have to wipe his neck. It's useless to flee. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, Tang Jun will catch up. Didn't a Luotian escape to Dongtianzhu? Wang Xuan's couldn't be captured alive, then go down. After a long time, Arona's path of pain. Arona is in pain, who is willing to surrender if you can. However, in this case, he must fall, and if he does not fall, there is no other way out. If he does not surrender and is caught by Tang Jun, the consequences can be imagined. 000. Even his life could not be saved. King, no. The general immediately objected. Yes, King. Is Yi Bai's words credible? isn't he deceiving the king? The words of the Tang dynasty have always been unbelievable. At that time, Wang Xuanzi was full of tricks and used tricks to defeat us many times. At that time, everyone believed it, and it was not until the end that we found out that we were fooled by him. The general agreed immediately. Is Yi Bai's words credible? This is the most important question at the moment. A group of generals took a sip, but no one spoke. I don't know if Yi Bai's words are credible, but we have no choice but to gamble once. After a long silence, Arona opened his mouth slowly and said, if we were to be believed, we would have made the right bet and saved our lives. If you lose a bet, it's a big deal that people fall to the ground. Now we are desperate. What is the difference if we lose? Tianju is desperate now. There is nowhere to run, nowhere to retreat, nowhere to retreat. It can be said to be in a desperate situation, not far from a dead end. Even if gambling loses, it doesn't make any difference. It's better to fight. Okay then. Once the officials thought about it, they would no longer object. In any case, when King Ayu came to power, ancient India was no longer ancient India. In ancient India, King Ayu was the king, and the ancient Indians were covered in blood, dared to fight, dared to die, and wore sarimi. Ancient India today is torn apart and lacks blood. As long as there is a way out, I just want to ask you to save my life. Lingering remnants. Because of this, Little Britain was able to rule ancient India for 444 centuries with 3 small islands. Besides, before that, ancient India had been conquered by foreign enemies many times. For example, descendants of lost their country and brought disabled people to ancient India in the future. They were able to conquer ancient India and establish the Mughal Empire. You can say so. Although ancient India is an ancient country, it is a good vassal state. King, who do you send down? The courtiers looked at him and asked, I'm going. Many generals clamored for the position. Begging for health is a chore and no one should do it. However, in Tianju's view, this is a good job. If it helps beg health, this is a great achievement, and the Tang dynasty will reward him again. And you can use this opportunity to show your loyalty to the Tang dynasty. Let him, and then you can walk through the cloud. King, it's up to the ministers to participate in the peace talk, or go. I'm busy taking a step forward and crying for my life. The last time he went to peace talk, he refused to go and made so many excuses. This time, unbelievably, he ran past. Okay, Taro Aso is very familiar with Tang Jun. Let's go. Arona nodded. Thank you, King. Asami is very happy. He thought to himself, we must make good use of this rare opportunity to connect Tang Jun more closely. Let Tang Jun pay attention to him, and strive for a bright future. It's beautiful. You must respect me and not be rude. Alona told me. Don't worry, Kim. I understand. A pat on the chest agreed. Armed with a generous gift, Asami strode away in the admiration of his courtiers, radiant as if he had a great future. Rumble. Under the leadership of Yi Bai, Tang Jun made rapid progress with thunderous hoof. Asami came too. He came. Gao Lishi's words were interrupted by Yi Bai. He's here to seek health, isn't he? Yi Bai broke through. Yes, too clever. Gao Lishi was deeply impressed by Yi Bai and gave him a good hand. How do you know he's here to beg for health? Some generals are confused. Yes, the generals were busy echoing. Before Gao Lishi finished speaking, Yi Bai knew it, and it was difficult for the public to understand. It's not hard to understand. Zhang said, tell them. Yi Bai said to Zhang. Zhang replied and analyzed. Azami must come to ask for peace. There will be nothing else. Why are you so sure? Why? First of all, the last time he came, we were too tough and they were so desperate that they had to fall. Second, Tianju has no choice but to surrender. If Arona is unhealthy and caught by us, he will not be able to save his life. In order to survive, in order to save his life, he will not be able to do so. The first point is easy to say and we can understand, but the second point might not be. I can't. You can't escape Arona, but you can escape somewhere else. Some generals disagree. Where can he escape? Zhang said, shook his head, with a disdainful expression on his face, and said, after Luoshan lost Tianju, he ran to Dongtianju and borrowed Dongtianju's soldiers to defeat Wang Xuanzi, but was defeated by Wang Xuanzi, captured him alive. I think it had a profound effect on Alona. Speaking of this, the tone changed to 2.5 higher, said, at that time, Wang Xuanzi only had tens of thousands of borrowed rogue troops. He could defeat Dongtianju and capture a Luoshan alive. Now, We have more than 200,000 people, and the prosperity of fame is far less than that of Wang Xuan's. If Arona goes to Dong Tianju, will Dong Tianju dare to take him in? Yang Siwei continued the conversation and said, it is very likely that not only did Dong Tianju not take him in, he also captured him and handed him over to us so that he could be nice to us. Then, do it, beg it to come true. It makes sense. Wang Xuan's Shangwanzaipai army can almost destroy Tianju, defeat Dong Tianju, and capture a Luotian alive. Today, Yi Bai holds more than 200,000 elites in his hands, far less than the Wang Xuanzi of Wang Xuanzi's time. Chapter 242. Respond. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. His eyes were full of kindness, and he said, it's been almost 3 years. I haven't seen Chiro. I don't know if Chiro is tall or not. Is Chiro stronger? Speaking of this, his eyes filled with tears, and he said, the battle was hard. Chiro fought for 3 years and went through a lot of hard work. Whenever I think about it, I feel very sad. Wu Dan was not a good emperor, but a good father. He loves his children very much, especially Yi Bai. When he thought of Yi Bai fighting outside, he did a lot of hard work and felt very uncomfortable. Your Majesty, I don't think so. Jia Ming shook his head and smiled. The prince does great things. He is a rock with wings. Others may not be able to stand the hard work when flying for more than 9 days, but it is sweet and pleasant for the prince. Oh, Wu Dan was stunned, then smiled and said, well, you were right. Chiro has done a great job and hard work is a pleasure for him. Shi Luo is very clear that this accident destroyed Tubo, pacified Tianju, conquered the Heliang River Basin, defeated the Big Grain, shook the western region, and the western countries also went down the wind. Wu Dan walked. His smile became brighter and brighter, like a blooming flower, and said, this time he has driven 1,000 miles. I have been on the throne for 3 years, and I have done such a great feat. That is His Majesty Taizong. If it's just for war with the outside world, Yi Bai should have achieved more than Tang Taizong this time. However, Tang Taizong still had literary records and achieved great achievements in the Tang dynasty. To sum up, Yi Bai's achievements cannot be compared with Yi Bai's achievements. Your Majesty, you must not only be happy. When the prince came back, it was a big deal. How can we meet him? Jiaming reminded me. Yes, you are right to remind you. Wu Dan nodded heavily, and said gratefully, Chiro is back. This is a great event, and we must welcome it solemnly. Yes, bring them in for a good discussion. Jiaming replied, hurriedly passing them on. If I recover for 3 years, I'd be so surprised. Wu Tan frowned and muttered to himself. Not long after, Di Renji, Li Jia, Zhang, and Yao Chong came to see Wu Dan. Chiro sent an emergency report and he's already on his way back. You all tell me how to sweep Chiro. Wu Dan's face was full of joy, and his face was flushed. Really? Di Renji and them were ecstatic, and everyone laughed and said, that's great. Great. Yi Bai is smart and witty, and is loved by everyone. Not to mention, this time he drove 10,000 miles, making the territory of the Tang dynasty as vast as before. This is a huge joy. Who would be unhappy to hear that Yi Bai is back? Your Majesty, a solemn ceremony must be held to welcome the prince. Di Renji is very busy. The old man is right, and so do I. Wu Dan nodded heavily, and said in the same way, this matter is handled by the old man. Yes, sir. Di Renji is kind and obeys orders loudly. Then, they talked for a while. The details, Yu Thant called him. This country is here to stay. Stopped Di Renji again. Your Majesty, what can I do for you? Di Renji asked hurriedly. Old man, I said, is it suitable for me to be Emperor Shiro? Wu Dan asked suddenly. Quote. Di Renji directly suffers from aphasia. No reason. How could Wu Dan ask such a shocking question? It's not easy to answer. Di Renji was standing at the scene. I don't know where to start. You go down. Wu Dan waved for Di Renji to step down. Di Renji saluted him and retired. Yu Thant put his hands behind his back and paced up and down constantly, as if it had something to do with his thought. Okay, go ask your mother. Suddenly, Wu Dan stopped to think. The dormitory that Wu Dan rushed to. Hair is gray and not as big as before. He walked with the help of Li Zhang's father and son. Your Majesty, what are you worried about? Who came in a hurry? He said in surprise, but Chiro lost there. Mom, why do you say that? How can Chiro lose this war? Yu Thant was a little unhappy and said, Chiro is on his way back. It's the return of victory. Chiro didn't lose the fight. Why are you so pale? It's hard to decide why you're so indecisive. Asked suspiciously. "Mom, do you think it's better for me to be the emperor, and Shiro to be the emperor?" Wu Dan suddenly asked again. So surprised, his eyes almost fell to the ground. Li Xian's father and son were shocked and made no sense. Ask him what the question means. What do you mean by that? Stunned for a long time, he didn't react until then. "Mom, what do you think?" Yu Thant frowned and said, "I've been reset for 3 years. Shiro has withdrawn from the fight. He's smart and unparalleled. Secondly, there must be a life and death war over food, in which a wise emperor is extremely important. Shiro is smarter than me. Is it better for him to be the emperor?" Shocked again. Then, he looked at Wu Dan again with admiration, and said with a smile, "Lao Ba, my mother looked down on you before. You have no talent, you don't have a strong character, but you have a mind wider than the sky. Emperor, how tempting is this? Who would give up this position for the throne? Bones can be crippled. Father and son don't recognize each other, and Wu Dan is thinking who is better to be the emperor. This heart is indeed wider than the sky, wider than the sea. No matter how big it is, it can't be too much. You two, father and son. Word. Who is better to be king? It's hard for me to say." After thinking about it for a while, he said, "You decide for yourself. However, I would like to remind you that Shiro is back this time, not only to prepare for war, but to deal with the country's unfavorable conditions. If you think about it, whether you're better or Shiro is better." "Mom, who is better then?" Wu Dan still did not understand. Old 7, see the guests off, didn't answer, but ordered Li Xian to send a guest. "Tell me, 7th brother." Wu Dan hurriedly asked Li Xian. "Your Majesty, you can't make me embarrassed about this. If it's hard for me to decide, how can I say it? It's up to you to decide. Li Xiang is very busy. This is a taboo thing. A bad thing brings misfortune. Even dare not say more." Li Shanzi did not have the courage to speak. The news of Yi Bai's return spread all over the place. Chang'an people scrambled to tell each other and gathered at Xuanwumen to meet. Chapter 243. The direction is irrelevant. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yi Bai has a high reputation. The people loved him very much, and he said that even the god of war Li Jing was resurrected, and even from the Tang Taizong underground, it was impossible for people not to come to see him, which was great. The enthusiasm of the people was so high, they rushed to Yi Bai, 100 miles away. In fact, since Yi Bai went to the Hexi corridor, there have been people meeting and welcoming along the way, and many people have traveled to travel, some of whom have been sent to Chang'an. When he came to Xuanwumen, under the leadership of Di Renji and Li Jia, civil and military officials came to greet them. "I have seen the prince." The courtiers were very happy when they saw Yi Bai, as if they had seen their ancestors, and everyone laughed happily. Nowadays, Yi Bai's reputation is getting bigger and bigger, and the courtiers are proud to see Yi Bai. "No." Yi Bai waved to them and asked for an exemption. Then, with the courtiers, surrounded by the courtiers, went straight to the palace. To the palace, I saw Luo Dan and Li Xian, one left and the other right, holding each other, waiting for him in front of the palace. Grandma. His grandmother Yi Bai still admires it very much to this day. He stepped forward and saluted. "Ciro, let grandma take a good look at it." Smiled, not at all unhappy because Yi Bai was forced to abdicate. He stroked Yi Bai's cheeks with both hands, looked at it carefully for a while, and said with a smile, "Ciro is taller again, more handsome, will kill a lot of girls." Rodan laughed, said that was what he wanted to say. Oh. Li Shang also smiled and looked at Yi Bai, very grateful. Although Yi Bai made Li Shang lose the throne, but also killed Princess Wei and Li Yu too, Li Shanxi does not remember hatred. Because he doesn't take the throne very seriously, Yi Bai respects his uncle very much. As for the death of Princess Wei and Li Yuer, it was because they had a way to put it to death. Even Li Chandran didn't hate Yi Bai, but he also liked it very much. I have met my father and the emperor. I have seen my uncle. Yi Bai met Luo Dan and Li Shanli. No. No. The two brothers unanimously stopped it. Luo Dan and Li Sheni held Yi Bai's hand on the left and right, and looked at Yi Bai in a good way. When Chiro went out this time, Todi Wanli, even Taizong was no exception. Rodan praised Yi Bai. His Majesty Taizong is on the big shore, and the prince has a lot of imperial demeanor. Li Xian was also full of praise. After 3 years of fighting, Yi Bai grew taller, stronger and braver. Is an air of superiority superiority pervading him, which may be an extraordinary force. After a period of cross-examination, and then entering the palace, Luo Chuan passed down and held a reception to pick up the dust for Yi Bai. Although she was old, she also participated, and she was very happy that the wine was dry. I can see she really likes it. No wonder, as a grandmother, grandson, can she not be happy? Rodan speaks more taciturnly and happier. At the banquet, he talked about the battle. He was intrigued and parted happily. Chiro, come on. Rodan pulled Yi Bai into the royal study, closed the door, and said, Ciro, my father has made up his mind, and will be in your seat tomorrow. What then? Yi Bai's eyes fell to the ground. After listening to Luo Dan's words, Yi Bai was taken aback and his eyes fell to the ground. Yi Bai came back this time to deal with the country's unfavorable factors, and did not have the idea of becoming an emperor. For Luo Dan, this father, Yi Bai realized from the bottom of his heart that this is a rare good father, very good for his children, especially his special love for Yi Bai. With such a good father is a blessing in life. In Yi Bai's mind, Luo Dan as an emperor was no different from him as an emperor, and Luo Dan almost obeyed him. In addition, Luo Dan gave him the power, Yi Bai Zhangguo, equivalent to Luo Dan's shadow. What he said was what he said. However, I didn't expect Luo Dan to want Zen Buddhism, which was so unexpected and surprised Yi Bai. Although Yi Bai knew that Luo Dan had been Zen throughout history, he was still shocked for a while when he heard Luo Dan's words. Father, you, Yi Bai, who had been talking to Yi Bai, stuttered this time. Ciro, father, this matter has been carefully considered. Luo Dan held Yi Bai's hand, sat on the throne, asked Yi Bai to sit beside him, looked at Yi Bai, very kind, with a loving face. Ciro, in your father's heart, you can't laugh at your father. Luo Dan frowned and said, in the past, the Wu family was bullied by the Wu family. At that time, my father was thinking that if he could save his life, his father could live. To my father's surprise, Chiro, you know, actually defeated Wu Shi, and even forced his mother to abdicate and help his father ascend to the throne. Looking back, it was still a dream. Rodan doesn't have a lot of talent, no strong character. In the days when he was bullied by Wu state, if he could save his life, he would burn incense. At that time, Rodan dared not say this to anyone all day long. It wasn't until Yi Bai fought with Go Zuodong again and again that Wu couldn't do it, which made Luo Dan a little relieved. Later, Yi Bai made great achievements. Due to the rapid rise in the status of the Rodan family, Rodan still did not think he could become emperor. Until Yi Bai forced to abdicate and helped Rodan to ascend the throne, he was still dizzy, regardless of east, west, north, and south. In retrospect, he still has a feeling of dreaming. Father, this is what a child should do. Yi Bai respects this father very much. Okay, good Chiro. Luo Dan patted the back of Yi Bai's hand and smiled reassuringly. You are so filial, Rodan said. Of course, being a father is happy. However, shame on the father. Being a father can't give you peace. But I want you to protect yourself from the wind and rain for your father, and to be ashamed of your father's heart. It is gratifying and shameful to have a son Yi Bai who can be filial to his children. Because as a father, you can't protect your children from disasters, but ask your son to protect yourself from the wind and rain. It's really hard to taste in my heart. The 3 years when I became emperor for my father were the most satisfying 3 years. The smile on Rodan's face deepened, and he said, it's a good thing to be a father who thinks he can survive, not to hurt his ancestors. However, I didn't expect that Chiro, you know, actually destroyed Tubo, pacified Tianju, conquered the Heliang River Basin, and defeated the Big Grain. All the Western countries demanded it. This feat, even compared with Emperor Taizong, is no less than the concept of being a father. Chapter 244. Steady. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Rodan was not a good emperor. Did he say that because he didn't have great talent, he didn't have a strong character, but he didn't have ambition? Ambition may not be a good thing, but it is impossible to be an emperor without ambition. It is difficult for an unambitious emperor to achieve a decent achievement. Rodan never imagined that he would achieve such a brilliant achievement in his 3 years as emperor. This achievement, compared with Tang Taizong's foreign martial art, is no less than or even superior to Tang Taizong's foreign martial art. Next, there must be a war with the Big Grain. Rodan continued, my father knew very little about the ways of war, let alone mastered it. However, as a father, my father knows that this must be a battle of life and death, and if the Tang dynasty wants to beat the Tang dynasty, it must use its own strength to pour out the country. In addition, there is a more important problem, and that is the need for a wise emperor. Ask yourself if your father is a good emperor to lead the Tang dynasty and the Great Feast War, or if it suits you to be an emperor. Luo Dan, it's a fact, it's very sincere. Yi Bai moved for a while. Father, you don't have to do this. Yi Bai burst into tears and said, Father has always trusted the child is not grateful for anything, the child should do his best to help the father become this immortal great cause. Yi Bai, this is also true. Luo Dan listened to his ears, whimsical, different eyes, smiled and said, Zero, I believe you are filial to your father. However, if there is a father, there will always be more or less elbows. Fathers and emperors might as well pass it on to you instead of doing this. This is fact. As long as Emperor Rodan is still there, no matter how much he trusts Yi Bai, it will be more or less restricted. Pass the throne to Yi Bai and let Yi Bai be the emperor, and this kind of thing will not happen. We want to get big food, and we must first solve the family problem. However, the family problem seems to be no problem, it is for the father. Shiro, if you come back to solve family problems this time, you must have seen it very clearly. Rodan continued, if you are still the emperor's father, you cannot completely solve domestic problems. If we don't solve domestic problems thoroughly, we can't fight big food. There were many problems in the country in the Tang dynasty, but Rodan had no talent and did not see it. Don't say anything, but you've made up your mind for your father. Rodan smiled and said, Father ordered you to make a royal robe, and I hope it suits you. Tomorrow morning, Father will announce. Father. Yi Bai was so excited that he hugged Luo Dan tightly. Luo Dan is not a good emperor, but he is definitely a good father. Everything is for Yi Bai, which makes Yi Bai very excited. Early the next morning, courtiers went to the dynasty and watched the ceremony at Rodan. Direnji stepped forward and said loudly, Your Majesty, the minister has this play. Rodan waved to stop him from going on. Please take your time. Rodan said, Allow me to say a few words. Direnji had to temporarily put down his game plan. Wait for Rodan to speak. I have been emperor for 3 years. Think back to those 3 years. It's like a dream. Rodan stood up and glanced at the courtier. The courtiers heard it in their ears and were perplexed. Rodan suddenly mentioned the 3-year relationship. Why is Rodan not good as an emperor? But no matter. The emperor would not bring it up for no reason at all, and the courtiers could not help but be surprised. I didn't expect that in the past 3 years, so much has been achieved. In the history of the Tang dynasty, there was no event that wiped out the Tubo, flattened the Tianju, conquered the Hejiang River Basin, conquered the West, and extended thousands of miles. Rodan looked excited and said, compared with Taizong, my heart is enough. Quote. These courtiers are aphasia. Rodan's words are increasingly confusing. I've made up my mind. It's spread to the prince. Rodan finally spoke up. Buzz. The courtiers exploded in one fell swoop, and everyone was taken aback. Face hell. Although Rodan was not a good emperor, he had no outstanding talent. He didn't have a strong character, let alone ambition, but he was kind and gentle. The emperor remained steady, and the courtiers recognized him in their heart. Few emperors in history have been as good a gentleman as him. Even the gleaming Tang Emperor Taizong was not so easy to serve. If he's bad, he'll stop the officer from cutting off the baron. Emperor, like Rodan, was very good at serving such an emperor. It is a very pleasant thing to serve such an emperor. However, no one thought he wanted Zen. Courtiers knew that sooner or later the throne would fall into Yi Bai's hands, but they never thought it would happen so soon. What does your majesty want, Zen? What's wrong with my ears? Can you tell me? What can I tell you? I wonder if something is wrong with my ears. How could it be possible that His Majesty Zen has already had Zen? Is he addicted to Zen? The courtiers took a long time to react, screaming. Even Direnji and Li Jia, two important old officials like Direnji and Li Jia, were taken aback by Moming and shouted loudly. The hardest thing for them to believe is that Rodan once had Zen status. This is the second Zen. Is Rodan addicted to Zen? Rodan's first Zen throne was to give up the throne to Wu Zetian. In Chinese history, although there are not many emperors in Zen, there are still some emperors. However, Rodan was the only emperor who had Zen twice in his life. Your Majesty, are you serious? Direnji finally responded and asked Luo Dan. You're not kidding, of course it's true. Aunt Li's head is straight, and there is no vague affirmation. Your Majesty, aren't you lying? Li Jia still didn't believe it. Li Jia, see if I'm lying. Rodan pointed to his nose. Li Jia didn't care about etiquette. A pair of tigers widened their eyes, and Luo Dan looked at his son carefully, and said in shock, it seems possible. There is no fate. Stop talking nonsense. Rodan didn't take a good breath. I thought about it carefully. How could it be fate? He turned his head, rushed to Jia Ming and said, let's go. Take the prince's robes. Jia Ming replied and hurriedly dealt with it. You look at me, I look at you, I have to believe. Luo Dan and even Yi Bai's royal robes are ready. This transfer of the throne will definitely not be fate. Before long, Jia Ming returned with a group of teenage eunuch, robes and crowns in hand, to respond to what the emperor used to ascend the throne. Chapter 245. Joy. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It's true. The courtiers must believe this. Oh, ha. It's nice to be emperor. The prince is very clever. He is not the subordinate of Emperor Taizong. Tang has a good emperor. Well, the courtiers are looking forward to its arrival. Yi Bai is smart, witty, resourceful, and has achieved many great achievements thousands of miles away. The courtiers had always hoped that he would become emperor. Now that Yi Bai was finally about to become emperor, they couldn't help but rejoice. Yi Bai achieved such great achievements at a slightly older age. First, he took part in the war against the Turk, who were destroyed by him. Had Yi Bai not been in the war, the Turks might have fled back to the northern part of the desert. At this time, the Tang dynasty was still considering sending troops to the north of the desert like Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, which caused a fatal blow to the Turk. Now, when he led the western expedition, he destroyed Tibet, which was a headache in the Tang dynasty. He also quelled Tianzhu, conquered the Heliang Basin, defeated the Great Food, and made all the countries in the western region invite people to fall and expand their lands. Today, Yi Bai is only 17 years old, and even at his age, Tang Taizong did not achieve such brilliant achievements. Rodan picked up this royal robe and covered it over Yi Bai himself. Father. Although Luo Dan's thoughts have long been known, Yi Bai was still very excited when this moment came. Rodan had a kind face and wore a royal robe for Yi Bai. Jia Ming and Gao Lishi rushed to help. The three of them worked together, and finally put on the royal robe for Yi Bai. Yi Bai was tall and handsome, with a royal robe added to his back, adding a bit of heroism, raising his hands and feet in a majestic gesture, which was born of the emperor. Great. Rodan looked him in the eyes and praised him very much. What a young man. The courtiers were also bright before their eyes and greatly appreciated. Rodan took the crown and put it on Yi Bai's head. Round eyes. I saw Yi Bai as handsome. It can be said that Yushu faces the wind, and majestic. At first glance, it will be called dragon and phoenix. Okay, Chiro, you must be smarter than being a father. Rodan nodded confidently. Luo Dan picked up the jade seal, walked to Yi Bai's hand, and said, Ciro, the world will give it to you. You must try your best to manage the Tang dynasty. Father, but don't worry, the child understands. Yi Bai nodded. Luo Dan personally supported Yi Bai, took the throne, turned around, rushed to the courtier, and said, after that, you will follow Chiro. Create a prosperous Tang dynasty. I'm about to retire. I no longer work for state affairs. I can finally relax. That's it. Turn around. Go away. Respect the emperor. Rodan abdicated. Naturally he was too emperor to send. Look, your majesty. The courtiers knelt. I solemnly saw Yi Bai's ceremony. No. Yi Bai held his right hand gently. Although this is the first time a courtier has accepted a pilgrimage, it is majestic. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you for getting up. Your majesty, your new throne should be announced and celebrated to the world. Minister was busy playing, and his face was full of joy. Yes, your majesty. The courtiers responded loudly. Every emperor ascended the throne and celebrated with great joy. This was the course to be taken, and the courtiers had to agree to it. The emperor's decree was told to the whole world. It should be like this. If you celebrate, you don't have to. Yi Bai shook his head. Your majesty, why is this? Your majesty, the new emperor ascended the throne and celebrated a lot. This is an old example. How can we not celebrate? Yes, Emperor Taizong celebrated his enthronement for a few days. The courtiers played one by one, demanding a grand celebration. In fact, it is an ancient practice to celebrate the enthronement of a new emperor. Because time waits for no one. Yi Bai's eyes flickered and he said, said, the Tang dynasty and Buddhism are about to fight. We have a lot of things to do. We might as well do more practical things instead of spending money on these useless fake gifts. Your Majesty, this is not right. Just ate a lot of things, and this is what the Tang destroyed these. Big food was not successful. Yes, with His Majesty's wisdom and the power of the Tang dynasty, it is not difficult to destroy the feast. The big meal of the Tang dynasty is not comparable to that of the Tang dynasty. The war between His Majesty the King and Dagu is enough to explain this problem. Of the courtiers, with their heads held high, paid little attention to the Arab Empire. Facing a cleaning, Yi Bai quietly shouted, "You have never fought with big food. You don't know big food is ferocious. If you think so, it is arrogant, and you will suffer losses sooner or later." Yi Bai and Ji Tabai fought a battle, and he clearly realized the power of the Arab Empire, which was the main enemy of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty is right. Zhang echoed loudly and said, "We fought against the big grain, and the reason we were able to win is not only the Tang dynasty is very strong, and there are some fluke." The ancient Tabai was unfamiliar with the Tang's style of play and did not protect the stone catcher, which gave us an opportunity to take advantage. If he is familiar with Tang's shooting style and protects the stone catcher, we will still win, but we will pay a big price. Zhang said that he enjoys a high reputation in Korea and Huaxia, and his words carry a lot of weight. When the courtiers heard their words, they couldn't help but feel Linzi in their heart. "Master Zhang, are you serious?" Li Jia was a little distrustful. "Marshal, let me tell you something. Dashi is the most powerful opponent since the establishment of the Tang dynasty. Turkic, Tubo, and even Tianzhu are not." Mr. Zhang said. As soon as he washed his face, he whispered, "Their warriors dare to fight, they dare not die, and their courage is not below ours. Moreover, they have also received good training, excellent and strict orders, advanced combat methods, and have a basis for advancing and retreating, which is not much worse than the Tang army." This, according to Mr. Zhang's reputation, it is impossible for him to lie. Since he gave such a high opinion of the Arab Empire, naturally there would be no lies, and the courtiers were shocked. "Zhang is right." Yi Bai nodded and said, "We only met Ji Tabai, not Joseph himself. As the great food governor of the East, Joseph is more gifted than the old white man, and if we meet him, the battle will be harder. So instead of spending your precious time on useless fake gift, do more practical things. Your Majesty is so clever." Courtiers must be very angry, and Yi Bai is really a big man. Chapter 246. Insurmountable. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. First, he did the actual work. Before you get down to business, a few important words. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows, his eyes sparkling. After her abdication, Li Dan honored her as the Holy Queen. Yi Bai also expressed support. There is no need to change. The courtiers had no objection to this. Although no longer the emperor, the courtiers were still very angry with her. After all, the talent is there, surpassing how many people, even if they don't accept it. The second thing is to respect your father as a great emperor. Yi Bai said, when Li Dan abdicated, he should naturally be the great emperor. That's what he meant. The courtiers did not object to this either. The third thing is the date. Yi Bai glanced at the courtier and said, "I have already made up my mind. The number of years is called Kaiyuan." Kaiyuan. The courtiers don't quite understand the 000 in this year's numbers. Righteousness. Your Majesty, don't ask. Why is it called Kaiyuan? A priest asked hastily. This is exactly what the courtiers had in mind. They all looked at Yi Bai with wide eyes, and their ears all stood up and listened. As emperor, particularly important. Every emperor has an age. In particular, there is so much to blame for him. And most auspicious emperor in Chinese history. Openers and pioneers are also Yuan, and the new era is also me and you. Work together to create a new prosperous era that surpasses Hanwu Wenji. Yi Bai explained to the courtiers. Buzz. Yi Bai's words fell. The auditorium exploded, and the courtiers shouted one after another. What martial arts is better than Hanwu, and whether Wenji has surpassed the concept of virginity? That's impossible. Impossible. It's good that your Majesty has ambition, but it's too big. How can we go beyond these two lives? All the courtiers were shocked and shocked. Is Di Renji and Li Jia, important officials. He stared at him, startled. Before the prosperous period of Kaiyuan, the martial arts of Emperor Wu of Han and the glorious literary rule of Zheng'en, two monuments in Chinese history, were considered insurmountable. It's hard to believe that Yi Bai can do this. Your Majesty, there is no need. Compared with the militarism of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han had no sympathy for the life and death of the people. A pastor was busy reminding me. Yes, the thieves of Hanwu Township, disregarding the people, are extravagant and extravagant. Compared to him, this is a loss of value for His Majesty. General N. Of later generations, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was extravagant, no matter what. The life of the common people, the bad emperor of militarism. You are wrong. Yi Bai's eyes flashed and he said, although later generations blame Han Wu more, they can't hide their great achievements. At the beginning of his succession, the Huns were swimming. The Han Dynasty did not win the First World War. They were bullied by the Huns. People who can only rely on the peace of the Han Dynasty, let alone in the Han Dynasty, that is, now, think of this, everyone feels ashamed. At the beginning of the Han Dynasty, the power of the Han Dynasty was too weak. Policy. Of course, this policy was a timely response, but it was a shame for the landless. Even today, more than 2,000 years later, when we mention this issue, we feel indignant. Are all the people dead? Peace must rely on the protection of the people. When Yi Bai mentioned this, the courtiers blushed and shook their heads, but said nothing. Early Han Dynasty was one of the darkest and most humiliating periods in Chinese history. Who can not be ashamed? After Han Wu's efforts, the Huns were broken. Since then, the Huns have gradually declined, and finally the game is over. Yi Bai's eyes lit up and said, Han Wu has so many martial arts and work in Huasha, he is an amazing emperor. In all fairness, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty made great contributions to China and was a rare and talented emperor in the history of China. You accuse Han Wu because he insisted on using the army to deal with the Huns until the world's household registration was reduced by half and the people had no food and clothing. Yi Bai went on to say, this is not his wish, but what he must do. What Yi Bai said was very reasonable. According to Han Wudi's understanding, he did not know that if he continued to fight like this, he would pay a huge price for the Han Dynasty, but he had to fight. Because after the Xiongnu returned to Mobei, they could rest until they were strong, and then they made a comeback. Lost the battle in Minan, and then returned to Mobei. The injury was good, and they made a comeback. A thing happened 3 times before Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. There is a history that before Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty destroyed the Xiongnu went south 3 times, returned to their hometown 3 times, and then returned to Mobei to recuperate. The first time was during the ruling period of Zhao, the second time was when Li Mu was defeated at the end of the Warring States period, and the third time was when Meng Tian defeated the Huns. Xiongnu paid a heavy price for these 3 blows, but because of the presence of the north, the Xiongnu finally recovered. The experience of these 3 wars is, if you can't win Mobei, all the battles will be in vain. Therefore, in order to win Mobei, Emperor Wu of Han had to grit his teeth until the world hukou was halved. The Han Dynasty paid a high price, but it completely solved the big problem of the Xiongnu. If I want to surpass Han Wu in martial arts, why not? Yi Bai asked loudly. The evaluation of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was both praised and attacked by later generations, which can be said to be mixed. Most of the people who slandered Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty were nerds. They did not see its essence, nor did they understand why Emperor Wu of the Han insisted on fighting the Xiongnu to the end. In Goryeo and Huasha, there was no shortage of wise men who knew why Emperor Wu of Han did what he did. For example, Di Renji, Li Jia, Yao Chong and Zhang said they all knew that Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was going to fight. Your Majesty is wise. The minister is awaiting approval. Di Renji was very excited. He took a step forward and shouted 5 words of praise. Second by the general. Wang Renji, Yao Chong, and Zhang said loudly. The martial arts of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty are well known to every household, and most of them are appreciated by later generations. Now that the matter has been settled, the courtiers are very happy. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty destroyed the Xiongnu as an exciting event, and it is also a major event in the history of China, that is, more than 2,000 years later, and it is also exciting for modern people to propose this event. His Majesty has such great ambitions, and his courtiers should do their best. Di Renji immediately expressed support, and it was difficult to hide the meaning of excitement. It is not easy to surpass the martial arts of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. How many people have done this kind of thing when looking at the history of China? This is when a good man made great achievements and great achievements. Who can't be excited? Chapter 247. Beyond. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Li Jia, Yao Chong and Zhang said they were shaking with excitement. His Majesty defeated the Turk, destroyed the Tubos, quelled the Tianju, conquered the Hejiang River Basin, and conquer the martial arts of all Western countries. If you break the feast again, you have to surpass Hanwu. Mr. Zhang said that her tone was high and her voice was a bit harsh, and she caught up with the eunuch, but she was full of excitement. Yes, exactly, the courtiers echoed in unison. At this moment, Yi Bai has made great achievements in martial art. If you broke the Arab Empire, then we will definitely surpass Han Wudi. As for Wenji, there are two most famous examples in Chinese history, namely the rule of Wenjing and the rule of chastity. These two ruled the world and gained a glorious literary domination, the ancient six squares. If my predecessor can surpass Tang Taizong in terms of Wenji, why can't I surpass my predecessor? This is Yi Bai's idea. He is a modern man. It's a shame if you can't even surpass your 23x in the anthology. It is also a fact that Tang Xuanzong made more achievements in cultural governance than Tang Taizong. If it wasn't for Tang Xuanzong to turn the Tang dynasty from prosperity to decline, Tang Xuanzong would be one of the greatest emperors in Chinese history. Mention, in terms of population, Tang Xuanzong's achievements are something to be proud of. When he succeeded, the Tang dynasty had a population of nearly 4 million, reaching the peak of Kaiyuan. The population of the Tang dynasty exceeded 7 million, almost doubling. What an amazing achievement this is. The heyday of Kaiyuan's poetry, reminiscent of Kaiyuan's heyday in the past. Shaoyi still has thousands of households. The rice is fat and the millet is white, and both public and private barns are plentiful. There are no wolves on the road to Kyushu, and there is no sunrise for Loji who travels far. In the bus class of Qiandanlu City, the male plow and the female mulberry tree do not miss each other. This shows how amazing the prosperity of Kaiyuan was. The fourth thing is negotiating a way to break the big food. Yi Bai's eyes sparkled. Your Majesty, if you want to break the feast, you must first rule this country and remove the sins of this country. The general reminded me immediately. Yes, Yi Bai nodded heavily and praised him. Yi Bai said, it is not stable, the national strength is not strong, the granary is unreal, and it is impossible to break the feast. However, we can agree on a policy of breaking the feast first, and then spread out the affairs that can be inherited from one line to the other. In order to eradicate evil and disintegrate the Arab Empire, these two things seem to have nothing to do with each other. In fact, they are one, two and one, and it's better to put them together. Your Majesty is wise. The courtiers knew this too. Old man Wang Renji, Yao Zong, Zhang said, there are still 6 books. The waiter and the boss stayed, and the rest went down. Yi Bai waved his hand. The matter to be discussed this time is very confidential, and people don't know that it is no problem for the generals of various departments to communicate with each other, according to the order. While the courtiers and the less people know about these classified issues, the better, they have to step down. They believed that as long as Yi Bai negotiated, they would naturally let them know something they should know and leave with hope. Call the mud master. Yi Baiyu. As a prince of Persia, Niji is responsible for understanding the Arab emperors of the Tang dynasty, and his participation is also correct. Your Majesty, have you brought the queen and the emperor as well? Zhang said to remind me. Zhang said, he was talking nonsense. Di Renji's face sank, and his voice was silent. Although he and Luo Dan are close relatives of Yi Bai, they are not emperors after all. If they are allowed to participate in the deliberation, will Yi Bai be unhappy? Once Yi Bai is upset, it is a crime. Mr. Zhang is right. Grandma and his father should get involved. Yi Bai agrees with Zhang's statement very much. Although my grandmother is a woman, she is very talented. She looks down on the crowd and the world, so many men feel ashamed for this. Plus, for decades, she's been running her country, and most notably at her disadvantage at home. It is necessary to invite her to participate. I have been in charge of the imperial court since the time of Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, and it has been 30 or 40 years since then. She knew better than anyone about the unfavorable Tang dynasty, and even Di Renji surpassed her. If you get involved as well, that's a big benefit in removing downsides. As for Rodan, he had just abdicated and was familiar with the national conditions of the Tang dynasty. In addition, Yi Bai has not been at home for 3 years. He is a little unfamiliar with national conditions and should also be involved. Your Majesty is as magnanimous as the sea. Di Renji sincerely believed and praised it sincerely. And Rodan, these are the two emperors who, although they abdicated, their influence remains. If they intervene, it will weaken Yi Bai's influence. Yi Bai didn't have such concerns, but started from the overall situation and let them participate, which required a lot of mentality. The emperor has a heart, and his obedience is no less than that of His Majesty Taizong, and so on. Li Jia, they are also singing praises. Grandma is too old to walk around. How about we go to Grandma's bedroom? Yi Bai suggested. Your Majesty's filial piety can be learned from the sun and the moon. No one opposes ministers and so on. About this proposal, no one has a problem, because I'm really not young. As a result, Yi Bai led the courtiers to the 000 dormitory. The boy has seen his mother. After Rodan left the hall, he went directly to the dormitory. When he saw it, his face was full of joy. Rodan was not only a good father, but also a dutiful son. Now, he is not the emperor. You can do filial piety in front of your knees. Of course, you have to come as soon as possible. Baki, you are here. Come on, come to my mother. Has a pair of kind eyes, which is very different from the queen, who is all-powerful in the past and looked down on a group of men. Oh, Luo Danian quickly came to him, smiled and said, Mother, in the future, my son can do his utmost filial piety in front of his knees. Oh, the filial piety of my son. What mother doesn't like to hold Rodan's hand with a smile? He smiled and said, 8th, my mother's heart is happy, especially happy. Looking at Rodan, nodding admiringly, he said, to be honest, my God, I underestimated you before. In fact, you have great wisdom, you can afford it, and you can let it go. If you can afford it, you can put it on Rodan. It couldn't be better for Rodan. Throne, most people can afford it, but they can't let it go. It goes. I am such a person. In order to become the emperor, she did not even recognize 6 relatives, and even dared to kill her own son. Chapter 248. Talking and laughing. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Thank you. The old white man was moved to tears. The failure in Kabul made the old white man very uncomfortable, and he kept thinking about how to be ashamed of the snow. Joseph gave him this opportunity and he was very excited. Remember, no matter how much you pay, you have to keep Hengel for me. Joseph's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, I want you to know shame and courage by borrowing a Chinese word. If you fail, you don't have to come to see me. People are in town. The old white head held his head high, his chest was high, and he was angry. If he fails again, he has no face to see this wise and great governor, so he might as well kill himself. After Jiu Tabai died, he set off immediately and rushed to Hengluo to prepare for the battle. Chang'an Daming Palace. Goryeo, this is a good day for the return of the western region, and you must try your best to prepare a sumptuous feast for them. Yi Bai smiled and rushed towards Goodrich. Yang Siwei and Shuiji who were stationed in the western region returned to China. Although they were Chen Xuanli's subject, to Yi Bai, they were still friends. When Yi Bai was still very depressed, Chen Xuanli followed Yi Bai, and together with Yi Bai, they destroyed the Turk, destroyed Tibet, and fought against the West, Pakistan, Afghanistan and Yangwei in the West. This is comrade in arms. The love is the friendship of brothers. When they came back, Yi Bai was very happy. I haven't seen you in years. I don't know if they can wait a bit. Yi Bai's eyes sparkled. Your Majesty, the crowd is here. Hercules is busy reminding. Let's go and meet them. Yi Bai shook his sleeves and smiled. Your Majesty, do you want to see him in person? Hercules was a little surprised. Yi Bai was a high-ranking emperor, and he personally went to see them, which made people admire Chen Xuanli too much. Of course, Yi Bai nodded heavily, and said, Gao Li, when you followed me, I was just a false name for a king. I'm glad you worked hard and have no regret. Same goes for Chen Xuanli, Yang Siji, and Shuiji. They are not only my generals but also my friends. I miss them so much, and when they come back, I will meet them naturally. Your Majesty, it is my blessing to follow your Majesty. Gao Lishi was very moved and said, in the next life, Gao Lishi will still follow his Majesty. Yi Bai has no doubts about this, because Gao Lishi is Yi Bai's most loyal person, and he can dedicate his life to Yi Bai. He walked straight over, full of joy, with particularly bright eyes and a face of expectation. Chapter. Oh, I want to see your Majesty. Chen Zan laughed and told the reason why he was happy. Yes, I am going to see your Majesty. Yang Siwei nodded heavily. His harsh voice was full of joy. I haven't seen you for 5 years. Your Majesty is handsome. Shuiji smiled. Yes, Your Majesty is not handsome. Who would dare? Chen Xuanli's eyes were full of smiles. The generals especially believed in Yi Bai, and he followed Yi Bai when he was first. Your Majesty. When he was talking, when he came to Daning Palace, he saw Yi Bai waving to them from a distance. Chen Xuanli also rushed up like them, as if he had seen their ancestors. Before they could say anything, they had to laugh at Yi Bai to see the ceremony. No, Yi Bai came over quickly, with a smile on his face, glanced at the generals, and said with a smile, "You are back. That's good, you're stronger." After years of training, the general public has indeed become more courageous. Your Majesty is flattered. Chen Xuanli, Yang Siji, and Shuiji all smiled and surrounded Yi Bai and said, "Your Majesty is so handsome. More handsome. Smarter. Listen to you. I used to be not handsome, not wise." Yi Bai smiled. No, that's not what it means. The public will know that Yi Bai is joking, with a smile on his face, but Yi Bai is very kind. You have returned from a long time ago. It's been a tough trip. Don't talk here. Go ahead. Come in and talk. Yi Bai turned around and strode away. The crowd will be busy following into the palace. As soon as Yi Bai arrived at the palace, he asked Chen Xuanli to sit down. He ordered Zhang to call them, Yao Chong, Song Jing, Li Jia. Today, it's hard for you to come back from a long way. I will throw a banquet for you, and let you pick up the wind and dust. Yi Bai ordered everyone to hold a banquet and said, don't talk about state affairs. If you don't talk about military issues, just say something happy. Tomorrow, I will tell you about the domestic situation over the past few years. Let's talk about the situation in the West again, and then talk about the issue of sending troops. It's really hard for them to get back from the West. Let them take a breath first, and then learn about the situation in the mainland, which can help them make comments and suggestions. Although Yi Bai learned about the situation in the western region through the military newspaper, but not as good as Chen Xuanli's personal report. Negotiating a way to break up the Arab Empire was much easier after all the information was known. This meal. Laughing. The atmosphere is very good, very relaxed, very happy to break up. The next day, early in the morning, the crowd was about to hit zero. Not only the generals came, but also the ministers of culture and martial art. Wu Zetian and Li Dan are also here. General Yi Bai recalled that there is no need to know how exciting it is to break the Arab Empire. Who doesn't want to know that Yi Bai holds Wu Zetian and asks her to sit on the throne? At this time, Wu Zetian was not as energetic as before, with white hair, half-squinted eyes, and half-sleeping on the throne. As you all know, we're going to talk about breaking food today. Yi Bai broke the courtier's mind and said, some discussions can let you know, others can't. You know, there are a few things you can know before a formal negotiation. Well, let's start with the domestic situation. The situation in Huasha is divided into civil affairs and martial art, and the Ministry of Civil Affairs is described by Yao Chong. The destruction of the Arab Empire involves military secrets that only those involved know. However, some domestic and Western conditions were still known to the courtiers. As ordered, Yao Chongying said slowly. After the emperor ascended the throne, the Tang dynasty did everything possible to eliminate evil, eliminate officials, rectify officials, eliminate officials, and achieved great results. Now, Tang is a new kind of meteorology, not what it used to be. There is nothing more to say. Just tell you two things and you will know how much Tang has achieved in the past 5 years. Achievement. Chapter 249. Confidential. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The courtier's ears stood up and listened intently. Since Yi Bai came to the throne, few people know what achievements have been made in the drastic rectification. If Tang wants to break the big food, it needs money and food. I'll talk about those two things. Yao Chong stretched out his right index finger and said, speaking of grain, the grain and grass accumulated by the Tang dynasty, even if there is no grain, can be used for 3 years. Really, was a sound of panic, and the faces of the courtiers were unbelievable. Is there so much? Wu Zetian is also an incredible face. She has been in charge of this court for decades, and although she manages it well, she has not saved so much grain and grass. Grain is not harvested, and it can be eaten for 3 years. You know how much grain it takes. At that time, there were nearly 40 million people in the Tang dynasty, and each person needed nearly 40 million caddies per day. The cost of 3 years, which is an astronomical figure, is very staggering. It's true. Yi Bai nodded affirmatively. Amazing. Awesome. Wu Zetian looked at Yi Bai and Yao Chong with compliments on his face. She has been a court for decades, but she can't do it. She must be sure that the monarch and ministers really understand this. When it comes to money, a penny in 5 years is not enough. Yao Chong stretched out the middle finger of his right hand and shouted loudly, 5 years. The courtiers were even more surprised. The financial expenditure of the Tang dynasty was tens of millions of taels in 1 year, and it was hundreds of millions of taels in 5 years. It's also amazing. That's really 5 years. Yi Bai said with a smile. The reason why Tang can do this is because our territory is wider, our mouth is bigger, and our products are more abundant. Yi Bai's achievements are indeed amazing, but if he only relies on the last Tang dynasty, it is impossible. Today's Tang dynasty, whether in terms of territory, population, or product, is not as good as the previous Tang dynasty, and it is reasonable to realize this. Oh, Wu Zetian suddenly. For decades, she's been in politics, and she's been working hard and can't do it. Not that she doesn't work hard, but the conditions of the Tang dynasty were not satisfied at that time. Now, after the Battle of Yi Bai, the scale has more than doubled, more than tripled, and the income has naturally increased a lot. It's all what the clerk said, and then Zhang said martial art. Yi Bai said to Zhang, coming to war with the Arab Empire. What exactly is the preparation of the armed forces has always been a secret and few people know it. The courtiers could not help but prick up their ears and widen their eyes. Wu Zetian's eyes are also round. Zhang, she also wants to know the preparations of martial art. So is Luo Dan. As ordered, said, and in reply he said slowly, 5 years ago, His Majesty the King was ready to go to war with the feast from the very beginning of his accession to the throne. In the past 5 years, Tang has been afraid to relax and prepare hard, but now it is enough. Special weapons are classified. I can't speak here. I'll just pick a few things you can know. Quote. Military secrets must be kept secret. Unqualified courtiers agreed with this statement. We all know, since the invention of the steel filling method, Tang steel has greatly increased, and it does not require as much exercise as before, which greatly improves the pinning rate of the Tang army, up to 60%. Zhang said, in a bit of a high-pitched tone, saying, now, after 5 years of hard work, our nail art rate is close to becoming. The armor rate is an important criterion for measuring the combat effectiveness of an army. Armor rate, the stronger the combat effectiveness. Manicure rate in the Tang dynasty was 60%, the highest in Chinese history. Yi Bai pointed out that the steelmaking technology made the Tang dynasty more steel, with better quality, and the army's armor rate was also higher. Of course, an army cannot have 100% armor rate, because there are some special requirements. You cannot wear it. Hearing a panicked voice, the courtiers could only feel disbelief. 60% armor holding rate is already the highest in ancient Chinese history, and the high armor holding rate is unbelievable. Also, our steel is better and more durable. Zhang said he had a smile on his face. Steel was extremely important to a court. Zhang said the Tang dynasty was really happy to have achieved what it is today. Amazing. The courtiers applauded unanimously. Over the years, Tang has trained many troops, and now we have trained more than 500 people. Zhang said there were no specific figures because it was also a military secret. The courtiers were astonished. Everyone knows that the Tang dynasty has trained a large number of troops in recent years. The minimum number is 500. They are still surprised after confirmation. In terms of weapons, Tang has made great progress, which is no longer comparable to what it was in the past. Yi Bai took him and said, these changes cannot be known by unrelated people. Generals who want to fly on the battlefield must know. I think it's better for the generals to look at our weapons first and then talk about spoiling food. If the general does not know the condition of the weapon, he will not be able to use the weapon proficiently and will not be able to play his role. Letting them know the details would be beneficial in future wars. 6 books, 6 waiters stay, the rest go down. This involves military secrets and is not enough for anyone to know. Although the courtiers didn't want to, they knew it was a fact and had to step down. Let's go to the schoolyard. Yi Bai helped Wu Zetian and led the courtiers to the school. The school grounds have been ready for a long time. As soon as Chen Xuanli arrived, he saw a stone-throwing machine standing at the scene. Stone catcher, how far can this shoot? The crowd would glance at the stone catcher and ask eagerly. The stone catapult of the Arab Empire is very strong and has a long range. The stone-throwing machine developed in the Tang dynasty was the stone-throwing machine that suppressed the Arabian Empire, which is very important. If the slingshots of the Arab Empire cannot cannot be suppressed. The powerful crossbow of the Tang dynasty will be in great trouble. Result: viewers will be eager to know the reach of the stonecatchers. Look at it. Yi Bai did not satisfy the general's curiosity. At the orders of the soldiers used a winch to load the grinder-sized stones into the stone bucket, and then began to shoot. Rumble. With a deafening sound of boulders, a boulder struck a beautiful parabola and hit the front. Oh my god. It's like thunder. Crowd was taken aback, and its momentum was much greater than the slingshots of the Arab Empire. There are only 10 stone axes here, but their voices are earth-shattering, sad and chilling. This article is based on Chapter 250, Trembling. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Let's go. Go back to your former court. The mud teacher was reading his head heavily, riding his horse and waving his right hand. Soon as he slapped the horse on the back, the horse hissed on the rump, galloped like thunder and lightning, and entered Persian territory first. Rumble. Behind him, millions of Tang troops ran away with deafening hooves. Millions of Tang's troops moved south quickly. Like a tide, Wang Yang was unbridled and unstoppable. Huge dark clouds fell in the sky, covering the sky, caused by the smoke and dust spewing from the horseshoes. Like thunderous hooves, the earth trembled as if it could not bear the power of this great coast. The news of the Tang army's arrival in Persia had already spread. When the Tang army entered the Persian territory, it caused an uproar, and countless Persians came to greet the Tang army. Tang Jun is here. Tang Jun is finally here. Our miserable days are over. We have something to look forward to. Yes, we have been looking forward to Tang Jun for decades, and finally we are looking forward to Tang Jun. Haha, our good day has come. If Tang Jun had come 10 years ago, our court would not have been destroyed by a large number of carnivorous dogs, and we would not have the miserable days we have today. At that time, the road was too long, and it was difficult for Tang Jun to come. It's not a long road. If the journey is long, why did the Tang army come today? I heard that the Tang army did not come, not because of the long journey, but because the Tang army's west route was controlled by the Tang army's mortal enemy, the Western Turk. It is impossible for Tang Jun to pass through his own territory. Yes, that's the real reason. If the road is long enough, as long as the Tang army arrives, we will supply the Tang army, and we will definitely make the Tang army rich in food and grass. He said, it makes sense. Tang Jun is much better than eating a dog. If Tang Jun can drive out the big eaters for us, of course we are willing to supply Tang Jun, even if we want to. He said. Countless Persians gathered together. The discussion is wrong. Happy for Tang Jun's arrival. The real reason why Tang Taizong refused to send troops was not because the journey was too long, but because the road was impassable. The road to the west of the Tang army was controlled by the Western Turk. The Western Turks were the mortal enemies of the Tang dynasty, and it was impossible for the Tang army to pass through its territory. Long-distance travel was just one of the reasons why Tang Taizong refused to send troops. If the Tang dynasty really sent to the east, then the food and grass problem in Persia would be solved, because at the time of death, between the choice of the court's food and grass, the individual knew how to choose. As he spoke, all he heard was the earth-shattering sound of hoof. A huge dark cloud ran aground in the sky and floated quickly. This dark cloud is too large to cover the sun, and the sun cannot pass through. That's Tang Jun. Tang Jun is here. Meet Tang Jun. Come on, meet Tang Jun. Seeing this huge dark cloud, the Persians flew quickly to meet them. You don't have to think about it, but you don't have to know that it must be Tang Jun. Seeing a group of horses from a distance, they rushed in. With the momentum everywhere, it gives people an unstoppable sense of pressure. It's really Tang Jun. How majestic. Tang Jun is ready. Big dogs are hateful. However, I have to admit that the dog-eating army is very famous, but compared to the Tang army in front of me, it is still a little worse than the Tang army in front of me. Yes, Tang Jun is worthy of Tang Jun. You can call Tang Jun from outside. Sure enough. The Persians were shocked when they saw Tang Jun's position, because Tang Jun's land was too amazing. Is that the king's flag? Is the king's flag real? It's really the king's name. The real king is back. Yes, that is the flag of our royal family. Our king is back. Our king asked Tang Jun to come and save us. It was not the Tang army who walked on the front line, but the Persians who were exiled under the leadership of the Mud Division. They carried the flag of the Persian royal family. The Persians looked into their eyes, excited, trembling all over, their voices trembling. Needless to say, the influence of the royal family, although Persia has been destroyed for 10 years and the Persian royal family has been in exile for decades, its influence still exists, and the people of Persia still look forward to their return. Now, Can Persians not be excited to see the flag of the Persian royal family? The king is back. The king is back. The Persian burst into tears and rushed up like death. I'm back. I'm back. Seeing the excitement of the Persians, the mud teacher burst into tears with excitement, trembling all over, and finally shouted, who had been exiled for decades, drifted away like a rootless duckweed. When he returned to his hometown, it was already exciting, and the mud master was worried that the Persians would not like him. Now, seeing the excitement of the Persian people, this fear no longer exists. The Persian people still love him and look forward to the return of the royal family. We're back, was also a roar of excitement and exhaustion following the exiled members of the Persian royal family. Many of these followers are descendants of those who were exiled at the time. This is their first return to their country of origin. When they saw the people of their court, they couldn't help feeling excited. The Persians were enthusiastic and shouted to see members of the royal family. At this moment, Tang Jun shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Tang Jun, you came all the way. After a hard day's work, stop and rest. Yes, you came thousands of miles away, to save us. We are grateful. I sit at home. I also have a sister who is not married. She is beautiful. Tang Jun, marry her. My daughter is very beautiful and has not married yet, so she wants to marry Tang Jun. Tang Jun, my family is already married." The Persians there will give way, shouting at Tang Jun, full of joy, and have nothing to say about food and drink, and also marry their sister and daughter to Tang Jun. The enthusiasm is not as high as it used to be. Thank you for your kindness, but the bailiffs have orders. We must hurry and eat the dog. The enthusiasm of the Persians is too high. Not only can't shout, but also bring Tang Jun as a guest. Tang Jun has to explain. Tang Jun, there are a lot of dogs to eat, so I'm not in a hurry to hit the big dogs for the time being. When it comes to eating dogs, I want them to die, but to entertain Tang Jun, you can kill that big dog later. The enthusiasm of the Persian people was high. I can't believe I can let go of hatred for a while. My father, my countrymen, you don't know that we have strict orders, no military orders, no entry into your house. Your kindness, we have it. Please get out of the way. We are going over. We have to eat a big dog. Chapter 251. Sweep away. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Military orders are like mountains and must never be violated. When we are done playing with the big dog, enough time to visit your house. Tang Jun was busy explaining. King, tell Tang Jun, let's entertain them. Persians still don't want to get in the way and want the mud teacher to be a lobbyist. Thank you for your kindness. Niji rushed to the Persian. I have been in the Tang dynasty for decades, and I know the Tang dynasty very well. Their orders are very strict. No one dares to go to your house without military orders. Zhang Dashuai said that at present, we should focus on eating dogs. As for the issue of visiting your house, there will be many opportunities in the future. No mistake, the plane is because you are the guest. You all get out of my way. Tang Jun is so nice. The order is very strict and clear. This is the tutor of the king, the teacher of benevolence and righteousness. Persian, 000, still reluctant, but had to give in, saying, in that case, bring your food and drink. Persians provided Tang Jun with good food, drinks, jewelry, etc. But Tang Jun did not accept it, which made them admire. It's jewelry. If the big dog sees it, like a hungry dog sees a bone, it will jump on it. Tang Jun didn't accept it, as if he didn't see it. This order is too strict. This is the strongest army I've ever seen in my life. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Tang Jun's orders were so strict, no wonder it could sweep across the country. With the feeling and concession of the Persian people, the Tang army passed by them one by one and quickly retreated. Looking at the marching Tang army, the Persians were reluctant to give up, and some people followed them. I want to vote for Tang Jun. I want to vote for Tang Jun. Some of them plan to join Tang Jun. Yes, vote for Tang Jun. This reading aroused enthusiasm and unanimous response from the Persian people. I won't fight now, but I'm familiar with the road. Tang Jun, I will show you the way. Using the Persian mind, I thought of the most urgent matter of Tang Jun, that is, the need for a group of tour guides. Tang Jun did not refuse this request but took a group of people as a guide. Under the guidance of these Persians who were familiar with the road, Tang Jun walked faster, like a broken bamboo. Along the way, all the blocked cities were captured by the Tang army. A small city, in front of the Tang army. Tang Jun, you won't break through. Justifying the contempt of the generals of the Arab Empire. Rumble. He got many stone replies. This is Tang Jun's throwing machine. Pile of stones fell into the city and killed many Arab emperors. Rumble. Then, a crossbow shot, a giant word bow shot, hit the gate. Crunch. Before long, the gate word bow blew away. Then, a team of one Tang army rushed into the city, strange knives opened the way, and another Tang army followed closely and began to slaughter. The Arab emperor's team was not large, that is to say, more than 2,000 people who were not opponents of the Tang army were quickly massacred by the Tang army. Let's go. After capturing the city, Tang came down and embarked on a journey. A team of Arab emperors transporting grain and grass met the advancing Tang army. That's Tang Jun came so soon. Impossible. Tang Jun came too early. Faithful servant of Allah, kill all these people. The generals of the Arab Empire shouted and led a team of one Arab emperor to intercept them. However, they were welcomed by the Tang army's crossbow. Handful of crossbows flew in, killing and wounding many soldiers of the Arab Empire. Then, the Tang army ran everywhere, and after the Tang army, the Arab emperor's team here became muddy flesh, which was caused by the trampling of the horses' hooves by the Tang army. This way, Tang Jun was swept away. If you look from the sky, you will see a spectacle. Millions of Tang troops in Persia, from north to south, flooded the territory of Persia like a tide. Soon, the tide reached Gur, the old capital of Persia. Gul, no longer immersed in joy like that day, but a repressed person, facing gloom inside and outside the Arab Empire, no longer hit the Tang dynasty, to enjoy the joys of the past. They were disheartened because of the news of the Tang army's great attack. Since the Tang army entered the Persian territory, it has not been like anyone along the way. The Arab emperors scattered all over the country did not have time to be transferred back. They were broken by the Tang army and annihilated. The Arab Empire has been on the rise for decades. In the past few decades, the civil war has never had such serious losses. Invincible, invincible, invincible and invincible. When they hear about the constant failure, they have to be afraid. At the former governor's palace, Joseph was negotiating with the public about the military aircraft. All gloomy faces, standing in two boxes, are no longer the pride of the past. Only Joseph's face was calm and serene, and there seemed to be no such unfavorable situation. Joseph looked at the crowd and shouted, "I see that you all take it so seriously. You must be thinking that the Chinese people have known in such a short period of time and have made such amazing progress, that we can defeat Washa. People, to be right, the crowd will be silent. They do think so. In the past, they thought they could reach the Tang dynasty. However, before the Arab Empire, the Tang dynasty first did this. Tang army quickly captured Talos, then marched into Samarkand, and attacked Persian territory, which was completely unexpected and could not help but raise suspicion. After the rise of the Arab Empire, many courts were destroyed. I have never met such a formidable opponent. This huge success can be achieved in a short period of time. Let the Arab Empire swallow this bitter fruit. If you think so, you are wrong. What a mistake." With a smile on his face, Joseph said, "Although 5 we failed in the early years, but we did not destroy our foundation. Our main force is still there. We still have a chance to win, and what I want to tell you is that we have a good chance of winning." The doubts on their faces were gone, replaced by surprises. They had great trust in Joseph. Joseph said that there is a chance, there must be a chance. In addition, Joseph reasonably said that although the Tang army occupied a large area of land and wiped out many Arab Empire troops, the main force of the Arab Empire remained untouched. Haven't gotten rid of its roots yet. Gur is not something Hangul can match. Joseph continued, "The city of Gaul is thick and covers a wide area. There is a lot of food and grass here, and we have nearly 300 soldiers stationed here. If we rely on Gul to guard, what can Tang Jun do to me?" Feilu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 252, Fighting Spirit. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Gul is the former capital of the Persian Empire. After years of rule by the Persian Empire, the city is very thick, easy to defend, and difficult to attack. Even if the Tang army is good at war, to win Gul, there is a high price to pay. Even under the city, it could be defeated. In addition, when the Chinese people come from afar, their food and grass should be transported from Samarkand. It is hard and difficult to maintain, and the Chinese people are conducive to quick wars. Joseph went on to analyze, as long as we master Gul, we can defeat the Tang army. Then, taking advantage of this situation, we can defeat the Tang army. After defeating the Tang army, we took advantage of this situation and fought again and again. Oh, Joseph was was telling the truth. Although Tang Jun went smoothly, he came from a long way. This is not good for a protracted war, and a decision can only be made quickly. Because for a long time, not only the logistics transportation of the Tang army has become a problem, but also the morale of the Tang army is low. By then, as long as the Arab Empire seizes the opportunity to counterattack, it will be able to defeat the Tang army. After defeating the Tang army, we can chase all the way to the Tang dynasty. Needless to say, these 23 benefits. There will be a burst of laughter. I wish they'd read it sooner, he said. Sooner they come, the sooner they fail. Joseph joked. A wise and great governor makes sense. All will praise it unanimously. Through the analysis of Joseph, all the general's doubts were removed, and the joyous atmosphere of the past was replaced. Joseph looked into his eyes, smiled with great satisfaction, and said, I think the Chinese people should come too. The words fell. Joseph found the glass in front of him shaking slightly, forming a circle of ripples. Come, Chinese people are here. Joseph got up in a rage, rushed into the crowd and said, let's go. Go see Huasha people. Strides away. Are the Chinese people here? Crowd was skeptical, but followed. Soon, Joseph will lead the crowd towards the center of the city and look north. A huge dark cloud could be vaguely seen, stopping in the sky and floating rapidly. There are Chinese people below. Joseph pointed to the dark clouds. Huasha people are really here. The crowd will see clearly, with joy on their faces, and say, the Chinese are dead. Rumble. Before long, there was a faint roar, like thunder and lightning, very powerful, as if the sky had collapsed, and the thunder whistled in his ears. Huasha people, you deserve to die. The people will be happy. The Chinese people are powerful enemies. Joseph had a flash of light and a silent voice. Your Majesty, why do you say that? The general asked in confusion. That's exactly what many people thought, and they all stared. Although you heard this voice, you are not in a hurry, but you are not in a hurry. It's a well-trained, very strict army that deserves that reputation. Joseph explained a sentence. The masses heard it. They had to agree with this statement. Although the Chinese people know that we are the most terrifying opponent, we are the most loyal servants of Allah, and we will definitely be able to defeat the Chinese people. Then Joseph called for him. Yes, the masses will unanimously agree with each other's opinions. You can already see the Tang army, and see countless Tang army coming, like a raging sea. Wang Yang is unscrupulous and unstoppable. Moreover, during the march, Tang Jun maintained a good posture, lined up neatly in a row, in unison, and saw no confusion. An army. Maintain a good position on the march. It's hard. Only a well-trained army can do this. Of course. Joseph read his head heavily, his eyes shone brightly, and he said with a smile, it's just fun to lose such an opponent. You don't want to live your life. Despite Joseph's ferocity, no one could deny his talent. Also, this man is brave. The more he faces his formidable opponents, the more motivated he becomes. Seeing the terrifying side of Tang Jun, fully aroused his fighting spirit. At this time, Joseph was like the source of war, exuding the feeling of war everywhere. What an enemy. The crowd would stare at Tang Jun for a while, recognizing Tang Jun's formidable opponent. Just as people looked at Tang Jun stopped 10 miles from the city. Tang Jun's movements were neat, and when he said he stopped. Arranged horizontally and vertically. Then, Tang Jun began to camp, and the movement was fast, and after a while, they appeared one by one. There was a uniform distance between the tabernacles and the tabernacles, very neat and not at all cluttered. Then, Tang Jun erected an iron fence, and within half an hour, an iron barrel battalion appeared and surrounded Ghoul. Tang Jun will set up camp soon, it's true. The public would be stunned, fussing, even we won't be so fast. It's a good thing to see Chinese people in this way. Joseph was very satisfied with the general's response, saying, we want to conquer the Chinese people, but we must also face the Chinese people. Huasha people have great value, and this is one of them. I have to say that Huasha is a worthy opponent. Adults are wise. Although the general public has ambitions, there is no lack of respect for the strong heart, and the value of Tang Jun is still recognized. Send 50,000 men to fight. Joseph frowned and gave the order 1,000 times. Your honor, we can defend on the basis of the city. Why are we going to the city to fight? The general's reminder is busy. The Arab Empire has been operating in Persia for decades, and while it has not yet fully disposed of the old Persian lands, it has established a good foundation to continue on. Tang Jun came all the way to facilitate a quick decision. The Arab Empire could have waged a protracted war on the weak of the Tang army, dragged down the Tang army, and then took the opportunity to attack the Tang army in one fell swoop. Yes, my lord. The crowd will be busy, echoing. You're right. Joseph praised the first reading, saying, "The Chinese people come from afar, which is conducive to quick wars, and we are conducive to protracted wars, and we can drag down the Chinese people. However, there is a question, have you ever thought that if you don't play well, don't you feel sorry for such a rare enemy?" This is true, for the public to consider and agree with this. After decades of rising Arab empires swept across the east, and even the old Persian Empire without rivals was destroyed by the Arab empires, it can be said that the Arab Empire has not encountered a strong opponent in these decades. Now, if it is not easy to meet such a terrible enemy as Tang Jun, it is a pity that there is no good fight. Chapter 253. A gift. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Also, we don't know how the Chinese people are good at fighting. Although the ancient Tabai fought with the Chinese people, but that was 5 years ago, the Chinese people will be even more terrifying now. We also need to understand the Chinese people, and we also need to fight this battle. Joseph said it again. He is very reasonable. Although Joseph was ambitious and wanted to destroy the Tang dynasty, he had never fought against the Tang army, nor did he know how powerful the Tang army was. If you want to know what the fighting power of the Tang army is, obviously, you can only fight against the Tang army. Under the command of 50,000 Arab emperors, the ranks of 50,000 Arab emperors opened from outside the city and lined up outside the city. The ranks of the Arab emperors were well trained, their orders were strict, and they were arranged very neatly and quickly. Soon, one by one appeared. All right, Zhang said. Chen Xuanli, Yang Siji, Shuiji looked them in the eyes and praised them loudly. Joseph wanted to find out where we were, and I wanted to find out where he was in time. Well, to send 50,000 men to war. Zhang said he knew what Joseph was going to do when he thought about it. Under the command, 50,000 Tang troops opened from the camp and began to line up. Tang Jun was formed quickly and showed good military qualities. Joseph admired it very much. The Chinese people knew it. Okay, what a terrible enemy. It's really interesting. At this time, Joseph was like a cockfighting cock with a great sense of war flashed in his eyes. The horse came back. He walked to the front, and was about to ask Tang Wei to come out and answer, when he saw Zhang saying that the horse was coming. The eyes of the two men were round, and their eyes were focused on each other, shining brightly, and sneakily seeing through each other. After a while, the two nodded with gratitude. Domineering, majestic, capable of swallowing the river. Okay, Mr. Zhang said. He nodded heavily and praised Joseph without hesitation. Although Joseph was ambitious, he wanted to fight to the Tang dynasty and enslave Huasha, but as an opponent, he could also appreciate it. Joseph listened sincerely to his words, and couldn't help being stunned, and said, "Thank you, General Zhang, for your praise. I was alone, limping, stooping, contemptuous, and General Zhang praised me. I really didn't expect it." Joseph was notorious, but he was an ugly figure. Blind man does not have one eye, but one leg is lame, and his body is bent like a hunchback. To say that Joseph was very annoying, just in appearance. Zhang said that he really praised him as an opponent, and Zhang said that he did not seize his own shortcomings to attack him, and he was a little surprised. "General Joseph, you must know from your understanding of the Tang dynasty that there is a good saying, you cannot take birth as a hero. In the Tang dynasty, as long as you have talent and only virtue, you have no birth restriction. You can do it step by step." Zhang smiled and said, "If one is good looking." No, what is done is disrespectful. Its ugliness is far from its appearance. A person, although his appearance is unbearable, but he is broad-minded, talented and virtuous, and he looks down on the heroes. There is also a person who stands out. That's how the general is. Joseph bowed. With a deep salute, his eyes flashed. He said, "I have been Joseph all my life, ugly, despised, and only the wise and the great caliph would appreciate me. Today, General Zhang, I have the warmest words outside the caliphate." Joseph, thank you. Joseph's life is full of legends. Although he is very talented, far more than ordinary people, especially eloquent, no one is his opponent. However, his appearance is so ugly, which makes him despise, and makes him suffer a lot. Almost impossible to support yourself, or with the help of friends, it's hard to find a teacher's position. It didn't take off until I met Malik the Caliph, and was given a heavy responsibility. He is talented and has achieved a lot, which is why he is where he is today. Zhang said that in his heart, Joseph was always happy and angry, and there was a warm current in his heart. It's a pity that the general and I are not enemies, otherwise we would be close friends. You and I are destined to be enemies and friends. We can't be friends, but we can be grateful. Zhang shook his head and said, General Zhang is right. You and I are destined not to be friends, but enemies. This kind of gratitude can only be expressed today. Joseph nodded heavily and said, bring me a glass of wine. I should have 3 drinks with General Zhang. That's what it means. Mr. Zhang said. He nodded heavily and agreed happily. Both of them were outstanding people, and when they met, they had a great deal of sympathy for each other. However, the fate of 2 people can only be enemies, not friends, and they can drink 3 glasses in front of the battle, which is also a great joy in life. The soldiers of the Arab Empire brought good wine. Joseph brought it, poured 2 glasses, took one for himself, and handed the other. Mr. Zhang said, holding it in his hand, he said to Joseph, please, please. Joseph raised his glass and drank the wine with his neck behind his back, with a dripping look on his face. Zhang said he took a sip, lit a bright glass, and said with a smile, today, drinking with the general in front of you, and then giving up your life to fight a war, a sincere life is also a good thing. I, Joseph, have spent all my life mopping thousands of troops in my direction, and have never met my opponent. However, when we meet the general today, we will fight to the end. Joseph smiled and said, if this is the case in life, why would my husband regret it? Let's drink 2 more and 3 more. Zhang said, I drank the general's wine, and now I invite the general to drink 3 glasses of wine. This is a gift. He waved his hand. The soldiers of the Tang army came over with the kettle. Zhang said he held it in his hand and filled 2 cups. 1 cup was brought by myself, and the other. The cup was handed to Joseph. Please, Zhang said. Joseph took it in his hand and smelled it, only to feel that his nose was round, nodded heavily, and said, if you smell Washa wine for a long time, the fruit is real. Please. They had 3 drinks in a row, staring at each other at the same time. The general has come all the way, but here is your glory. Joseph's eyes sparkled like a sword, scratching Zhang's body. The general is very ambitious. He can't reach the Tang dynasty, and he can't destroy my China. This is wishful thinking. Your light will stop at your feet. Zhang Yi shouted, I will lead the army to the west and bring out the big meal. Chapter 254. Impatient. Subscribe. After you say it, you also know you made a mistake. Isn't Shui Rengui just a son? Although he and Lu Renji have been together for a long time, they are even more dismissive of this forest ranger named, but Chengju respects Shui Rengui more than. The reason why his martial arts has progressed so fast in recent months is Shui Rengui's. He hurriedly picked up the wine bottle on the box and stood up to apologize to Shui Rengui. As for Lu Renyi's cynicism, I don't think I heard it. Li Xiaoyi also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the private resentment between Cheng Shubi and Lu Renyi was a miracle that they could sit together today. Just now, he was worried that Cheng Shubi couldn't stand Lu Renyi's competition. Although Li Zanwang has just returned to Cheng'an from Qizhou. However, when he was an official in Qizhou for a year, he did not know what kind of person Cheng Shubi was. When he saw that Cheng was so respected in front of General Shui, he immediately realized it. This general is General Shui Rengui, who retired from Beck in the past, he said. Yi Bai smiled and said, it's Shui Rengui from Emperor Teng's palace, and I've also heard the name of General Shui from Qizhou. General Shui's name 000 is of course like thunder and thunder. I heard from the princess's mother that Uncle Deng was caught by Lu Thief, and he walked back to the capital with the help of General Shui. Since time immemorial, brave and majestic people have been, push and fail. Li Yufu sighed. These 2 eyes are also full of envy. More than 20 princes from the clan have already opened the palace. Apart from Teng Wangfu, which day will there be a pro-court army like Shui Rengui in the small palace? Not to mention the palace now, I am afraid that even the crown prince of the Eastern Palace cannot find such a role. Wang Li had a life-saving demeanor, and was promoted to a 5th-rank general with a white body, but he was only an official of the Prince Teng's mansion and would not be criticized too much. However, I don't know what the father and the emperor thought, so he let Xiaoji, the nephew of this stubborn old man, be Teng Wangfu's officer and soldier, but luckily, the relationship between Xiaoke and his uncle doesn't seem to be very good. I heard about the birth of Li Yuti and Mao Jindu. Yi Bai also sighed. Pick up the bottle, take a sip, and say, yes. It turned out that at Maojin Ferry, if there is no dear friend to meet, I am afraid it will be a cup of Lois now. Shui Rengui hurriedly bowed and said, Your Highness has said a lot. Even without Shui Li, there is a British official. Lu Thief can't hurt His Highness. He originally wanted to say that Shui Wanqi was chased by the right guard Qi, but suddenly remembered that Shui Wanqi was banished to his country by His Royal Highness Wang Teng, and thought that Shui Wanqi was being chased by the right guard Qi. His Highness Teng was exiled back to his own country. It is hard to say what is going on behind the scenes. Yi Bai shook his head and said nothing, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. If he didn't meet Shui Rengui in Maojindu, when he reached the nest of Lu Chu, who broke the UK utilitarian world record 5, I'm afraid he would be sacrificed by that Lu Chu. Li Xiaoyi felt bored as soon as she saw the atmosphere. He stared at Qi Wangli, the initiator, and said with a smile, just now, since ancient times, brave people have been pushing and integrating. Cao Zijian also praised it in The White Horse, died in a national disaster, and every time I read about the sudden return of death, I couldn't help but be fascinated. Cheng Zubai also pointed out time and time again that if you die in a national disaster, you will see your death as if you were at home, and that's what this man is. Not afraid of joke, Subai has been in Hongwen Pavilion for the past 2 years, and it is also the White Horse of Cao Zijian. Remember the best. Cheng Zubi's words naturally aroused on the table. Yi Bai also teased him with a narrow face. Although Cao Zijian is very talented, he has 7 steps in poetry, but he has to win the approval of Cheng Silo. Li Yifu laughed and suddenly said, a few days ago, His Highness Teng came to Yangzhou's farewell bridge for Helen's meritorious deeds, won the praise of Yu Gong. His Highness is very happy today, and His Highness does not use the name of a ranger as a poem. Yi Bai, who was smiling all over his face, suddenly froze. How could he not know that Li Yifu was hitting his horse? Unfortunately, this gold coin flattery is slapping a horseshoe. My family knows his own business. If you want to write poetry, no problem, but if you limit the problem, then even if you kill him, you can't do it. However, Li Xiaoyi didn't notice that Yi Bai now has some ugly expressions, so he clapped his hands and praised him. Li Yuxi is right, I am afraid that only 22 francs can be praised by Yu Gong. How can Cao Zijian be so beautiful in front of him? After Li Xiaoyi, other people on the table naturally echoed one after another. Only Li Chu once again flashed a sneer in his eyes, which was a compliment on the surface, but in his heart it was not very contemptuous. He did not feel, for the confused bridge from Yangzhou to Helen's meritorious deed. I hate it. In Li Yu's eyes, he can write a few poems like this every day. How could he not see Yu Xinan praising him? I heard that Yu Xinan has become stucco blind. I think it should be I'm sick and confused. Yi Bai immediately, pushing aside, there's Cao Zijian ahead. White Horse, Pearl, how could anyone look at the back of his neck and not offer ugliness without hiding clumsiness? In my heart, like a projector, I turned out all the ancient poems I remembered in my previous life to see if I could find a more suitable poem. At this time, everyone also glanced at the aggressive claws. Li Zuying's face was embarrassing, and Lu Yi was so anxious that he didn't need to ask or know that Kakishuan could not succeed. In that case, he would be embarrassed in front of his younger generation and his subordinate. With a sneer on his face, he complimented, why does Uncle Deng belittle himself? General Shui is also a cheerful and loyal person. For General Shui's sake, Uncle Deng also wanted to write poetry. Yi Bai frowned, seemingly determined to embarrass him. Li Yu moves out his savior Shui Rengui. If he pushed it further, Shui Rengui would of course not say anything in person, but there must be something in his heart. After all, this will definitely leave an impression that Shui Rengui's heart is not as good as Helen Anshi. Yi Bai raised his head to drink the leftovers in his hand, stood up frowning, and walked back and forth. His eyes couldn't help falling on the screen in front of him. It was full of people. It looked unusually abrupt in this exotic restaurant. The ghost asked, what is this? Lu Sanlian hurriedly bent down and proudly said to Yi Bai, this is how Li Chunfeng got drunk in Fulin Building a few days before. Tai Zhanjing, Tai Shicheng and Li Chunfeng were the only disciples of the elders and gods, so although the screen was full of words written by Li Chunfeng and placed in the Fulin Building, Lu San still persuaded his master Su Lido to keep this screen. This is a golden sign. Chapter 255. Be complacent. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Lu Sanwei was stunned, looked at the screen carefully for a long time, nodded and said, His Royal Highness Wang Huatang, this is indeed Yangtze Zhang Taishuan Jing, the preface of metaphysics. This is also very strange. As always, if the guest asks about this screen, Of course, this is not surprising, but what surprised them is that the person who wrote the title has a long history and cannot inherit Li Chunfeng. Today, His Royal Highness Deng was surprised, but he did not mention Li Chunfeng at all. Taishuanjing, what Taishuanjing is this? Yi Bai's eyebrows gradually stretched out, without the smile of his palm. Li stood there giggling contemptuously, couldn't get it out, and did something. Xuanyu immediately smiled and said, "Can Tingshu have poetry already?" Then he looked around and saw that everyone was looking at Yi Bai, and retracted his eyes with satisfaction. I secretly said in my heart, "Yi Bai, ah, Yi Bai, that day in front of Chunming Gate, you humiliated my uncle, hurt my close guard, made me sweep my face in Chang'an City, come and go. Today I am it also gave you a taste of shame." Yi Bai turned around and walked back slowly. Looking at Li Zan who was looking forward to it, he smiled faintly. Gradually pick up a glass of copper wine, pour a glass, and do these actions while reading the chivalrous behavior in your heart. Otherwise the face will really be lost if you accidentally get stuck. The glass in his hand was thrown back at will. After the crisp voice, Yi Bai raised his sleeves, looking like a literati slut. He grinned and said, "Pen and ink." Li Yu rolled his eyes, not from his stomach. After drinking a glass of wine, he could become Saoji. International citizen Suladuo learned from Li Xiaoyi that King Tang was ready to hold a banquet at Fulin Building as soon as possible. So Yi Bai's voice was low, and the two Huji presented pens and ink stones in front of him. Li Yudong was in his heart, waved the two Huji to fight, and said kindly, "Uncle Tang, let you grind the ink for Uncle Tang." Yi Bai didn't wait for Yi Bai to agree to grind the ink by himself. However, it can be seen from Li Yumo's attitude that this person has never sharpened the ink by himself, and it took a long time to come out. Finally, Li Ji couldn't see his eyes and grabbed the ink from Li Station. Zhao Qiyu, Hu Ying, Wu Gushuang, Shueming. The silver saddle gleamed on the white horse and rustled like shooting stars. If you kill someone in 10 steps, you can't stay for thousands of miles. When it comes to brushing your clothes, you hide your body and your name. However, the country drank the new spirit, and took off the level in front of the sword's knee. Zhu Hai will be in full swing, holding strength to persuade Hu Ying. 3 cups of turpentine. The 5 mountains are poured into the light. When the flowers are hot, they turn into neon light. After rescuing Zhao Bo Jinchuan, Handan was first taken aback. Qianqiu too strong river Liangcheng. Vertical death night bone fragrant, shameless. Who can read the scriptures? After Bai Taishuan's ink jets in Yi Bai's wave, the knights quickly appeared in front of everyone. Pen on the box. Seeing Li Yuya's stunned face, I couldn't help myself. Ranger theme. When I was a child, I read too much martial art. I didn't know about this article Li buys the Sha Ke Xing few times. I'm really sorry to have my eyes on the screen again, but it's a little bit dangerous today too. Here come, there's less involvement in this sort of thing. Although this chivalrous person is familiar, but if it wasn't for this screen, he might have. Can't remember. I didn't expect to be careless, but he owes Li Chunfeng the love of God. Half a month ago, Green Door Willow. Points so you can get abusing the world's effort. It has the peculiar effect of withered wood and spring breeze. Yu Xian took a few steps back from the gate of hell. It was because of its simple style of poetry and the language that his sister could understand. It brought a fresh breath to the poetry circle of the early Tang dynasty, where court poetry was popular today. And this fresh breath has always been advocated by Yu Xinan. However, now this, Night's Walk, it's different, quoting scriptures, but also using words. Of course, its style is high, compared to the beautiful patchwork of court poetry without muscle and bone, without heart and soul. I don't know how tall it is. You can see one of these, even with a straw bag like Li Bakery. If you kill a guy with 10-10 tip, you can't stay for thousands of miles. After that scrubbing, he hid himself and his name. Really exported something extraordinary, even though Cao Zijian was resurrected. I'm afraid it will cast a shadow too. Li Xiaoyi said with a smile, if you can read such a good article today, you are lucky enough to be filial, and a big white paper can float out. Shui Rengui was even more excited. Because of Li Qi's words just now, Shui Rengui naturally thought that His Royal Highness Deng's poems were written for him, so he murmured, 3 cups of spit, 5 mountains are light. As for Li Yifu, his flattering smiling face has not changed. Yi Bai must be praised as impossible, but he was also secretly repressed in his heart. Although he was in power with Wen Han, he couldn't make such a heroic poem anyway, let alone His Royal Highness Wang Tang or an impromptu poem. However, the heart of King Li Yu of Qi was getting worse and worse. Just now he was still thinking about how to mock Yi Bai, but now he seems to have eaten half a fly. Uncle Tang is really big, and he should be highly praised by Yu Gong. Yi Bai saw that although the smile on Li Yu's face continued to increase, it was difficult to conceal the color of the bronze funeral after careful observation. Think of his excitement jumping up and down the front. I can probably guess what Li Yu is thinking. He smiled and stretched out his hand and said, shame, shame. However, as Li Yushi said, Li Yushi did not see the shame on Li Yuanying's face. He was even more angry. He felt that Yi Bai was looking at him mockingly, and naturally he didn't want to stay in Fulin Building. Pretend to glance out the window inadvertently, and let out a faint cry. With an anxious face, he said, just upstairs, you heard Wei Nu say that his father told him to return to the palace before the declaration. Now it seems that the time is almost up. If you miss the hour, it's hard for Dad to explain. When Licton looked dark, he said angrily, if you die in chivalry, you won't be ashamed to go to England. Who can read the scriptures? Bai Taishuan should go back to know the bus. When you get married, you must ask your father to give you permission from the court and the country. Why don't you go back and swim with this graceful child? Gan Failu reminds you. 3 things about reading. Favorite, recommend, share. Chapter 256. Look for it. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Li Zan was dizzy and said in surprise, that vertebrate. You're getting married too, brother Huang. Never heard of it. Li Xiaoyi was also surprised. As the vertebral slave getting married too? I don't know which girl Princess Jin is. Without waiting for Li Ji's answer, Li Yifu proudly grabbed a sentence. Your Majesty the King of Wei, Duke of Liangshan. Princess Jin is the little woman of Sun Sikong's family. Looks like she is the son-in-law of Sun Wuji's family. Yi Bai smiled. He didn't expect Li Yifu to look up to his eldest grandson so much now. Down. Long Sun Sikong. Li Yu called out, but he only envied others and let them be the eldest son of Empress Changsun. I thought to myself, although Long Sun Wuji resigned, but after all, he was the first to become Sun Dagong. 000. The son-in-law of the family, coupled with the status of his eldest son, he may not be his opponent in a few years. Li Xiaoyi pouted and said, if the little slave abandons your uncle's little lady and becomes a quiet and wandering night boy, your uncle will have to do everything he can to find you. Due to Li Shimon's promise, he personally sent Li Ji back to the political hall, so the negotiating table was quickly broken. As for the night, of course Yi Bai gave it to Shui Rengui. After Yi Bai finished writing in one fell swoop, Shui Rengui's eyes hadn't moved from the paper, just to make Su Rui of Fu Linlu happy. At the door of the building, Li Yu watched Li Yu leave and wronged his nephew once. Shui Rengui shook his head and said shyly, I didn't have a good family in the beginning, and I rarely left Shorin village on weekdays, so I don't know much about those rangers. However, Li Daoyu suddenly hesitated and said, His Royal Highness King Tang. When Daoyu and others were looking for His Highness, they did know some well-known forest rangers, but they had never heard of the name Jigan Chengji. Cheng Zubi said disdainfully. Su Bigang said, look at the dry and mushy continent with thin yellow muscles. The bad thing is the one who picked up Yan Hongxin. I also know that he is a liar, and His Royal Highness King Kuizi treats him as a VIP. Lu Ren sneered, stroked his black beard lightly, and said, the muscles on his face have turned yellow. Hee. Do you look strong? Are you not a worthy enemy yet? What are you talking about? Cheng Zubi was furious, opened his eyes, and turned his head to drink. Although Zhang Sun Wuji is one of the 3 emperors, he will no longer be in charge of specific court affairs in the future. Of course, after every morning, he didn't have to stay in the political hall like Feng Xuanling and Yang Shitao, and return to Changren Square to rest early. Suddenly I heard the court envoy said that the queen was summoned, and I was also very surprised. Although she was the queen's brother, her sister was not Lu Ji or Jia Nanfang. It was because of his sister's repeated persuasion that he resigned as a servant of Shengshu and dismissed Li Shimon's appointment to save trouble under the door. As for the number of times he has been called to the political arena, it is even more numerous. Why do you suddenly want to call his brother to ask the court envoy, and you can't ask why? So he hurriedly put on royal clothes and rushed to Miyagi Prefecture. Fortunately, Changren Square is right next to Miyagi Prefecture. He quickly walked to the front of the political hall out of breath, but saw Zhang Anan leading Zhang Zhengqing and Li Baiyao to the political hall. Seeing Zhang Anna's figure, the eldest son Xiaoji knew that His Majesty the King should be in the court hall now, and laughed at himself. No wonder his sister suddenly remembered to summon him. It turned out to be a thing. Going forward and bowing, in a strange way, Ri-Rul Gong, Zhang Sun Mugi was originally the one who smiled at everyone. Face, and his eldest son Chang as Li Baiyao's Zhang Zhengqing. of course he will not be rude to Li Baiyao. Compared with Cheng Sundo, Li Baiyao has lost a lot of weight, but he is an old man older than ancient times. He hurried from Zhongjing Temple to the political hall. Although he was helped by Zhang Anan on the way, he also looked a little weak. Li Baiyao said with a smile, "This machine is also an auxiliary machine for His Royal Highness Prince Tang's marriage." "Is this also for the marriage of His Royal Highness Prince Tang?" His Royal Highness Tang's marriage. When Longsun Wuji was in the two halls, he froze again. "Didn't Yi Bai's straight son once refuse? Why did your majesty bring this up again? The biggest son can't bear the price of losing this person." When the two halls discussed the marriage issue last time, Zhang Yanan naturally stood by Li Shimon's side. "See, going to the big son is not a taboo," he hurriedly said. "Sikong has misunderstood. The downgrade of the rules is for the marriage of His Royal Highness Wang Tang and the official girl of the country." In response to the dupe, "Is it a samurai?" Of course, Sun Wuji, the director of the last incident, will not forget him and nod his head. Although things have been going on for so long, it's still a little uncomfortable right now. In Yi Bai's mind, his eldest daughter, Sun Wuji, is not as good as Musheng Pei Samurai. Secretly said to himself, does His Majesty want him to be compared with Li Yuanying and the girls in the martial arts world? So he asked Zhang Yanan with a smile on his face, "Zhang Naishi, I don't know if His Majesty summoned 138 people to read the book in his family's monastery without a military rank. 4 major products of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications." However, Anna Zhang could only shake her head apologetically. When Yi Bai encouraged Li Ji to marry the girl from Zhang Sun's Dou family, he had already walked out of the political hall, and of course he didn't know what happened later. Li Baiyao said with a smile, "Don't worry about the auxiliary engine. Since this is His Highness Deng's great joy, it must be a happy event for His Majesty to summon auxiliary equipment. Thank you for your kind words to me." The biggest Monkey King raised his hand and walked into the political hall with Li Baiyao. After the routine ceremony, the biggest Sun Queen Chi said, "Zhang Anna, is the eldest princess coming?" Back to the emperor, Zhang Anna has already arrived at Yangjai, and the eldest princess of Guiyang will be there soon. 5. Anna Zhang said hurriedly. Queen Sun nodded, smiled at Li Shimin next to him, and said, "The emperor and sister of Guiyang haven't arrived yet. Let's talk about slaves first." His Royal Highness King Jin Li Baiyao was stunned. "Net, just now Zhang Anna said, why is King Tang married again? His Highness Jin, His Majesty and his sister took him, Zhang Zhengqing and Li Baiyao to the political hall, and mentioned the salt slaves again. How could he not know what this is for?" However, once the Xuanwu sect changed, the Great Monkey King really didn't want to participate in the fight to win, so he didn't care how noisy Li Chengqian and Li Tai are now. He always stands by. The last time Li Shimin proposed to pair his daughter Shu with Yi Bai, he was already reluctant. Not to mention it's a step further now. Chapter 257. The Art of War. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It is Li Chengqian or Li Tai's last heir. He is the uncle of this country, but if he becomes Wei Nu's father-in-law, what will happen? They are already colleagues of the right back, and the conflict between the two has not been alleviated at all. Shui Rengui, he waved his hand in a small tone, shook his head, and sighed. "Senior brother, Cheng Silo, I wonder if you have heard of it. One enemy and one sword is not enough to learn. Learn from the enemy, what's going on." As His Highness said, benevolence may be wrong, but I also studied in Hongwenting for 2 years, and other people dare not say that it is from the Taishi Palace. Quote, Shi Jiren wanted to read nature. This sentence came from Shang Yu Benji, the overlord of Chu. If Ben wanted to stop talking suddenly, he immediately understood what Li Yuanying meant, and his face flushed. He clasped his fists and said, "Tengwang Temple teaches benevolence to write down." However, Cheng Sumi still has a blank face. Seeing Lu Ren blushing with shame instead of facing him in a tit-for-tat way, he felt a sense of loss in his heart. He touched his head and said in a low voice, "Hey, Lu Hu, how can you say half of it?" Li Ji also recovered from the loss of returning to the Forbidden City and said with a smile, "Lang, I said that you were at least a student of Hongwenting. Why can't you hear me? Uncle Huang let you learn some war tactic. No matter what, no matter how high a person's martial arts is, he is just an enemy. Only by practicing martial arts can you reach 10,000 enemies." Strategy of the Art of War. Cheng Zhu Bai immediately, jumping up, like stepping on his tail, shaking his head, like a drum, he hurriedly pushed away. "His Royal Highness Tengwang, you have to spare Su Bai. Su Bai has just escaped from Hongwen Pavilion. You still want to arrest Su Bai again?" Yi Bai smiled and said, "Now like a senior, you are a right back. Even if you move to Zonglang, it is only a matter of time." Now if you don't practice martial art, how can you lead the army to defend the land of the Tang dynasty? Zhang Chubi shook his head and sighed. His Royal Highness King Tang, how can Subaru listen to you so familiarly? When he used to be strict at home in Kyoto, that's what he said. Although rationality is the reason. However, Subai still couldn't read the book. He said with a smile, this paved the way for the preservation of the earth in the Tang dynasty. Kubai means that he can't expect. In short, General Shui is all about Wen Dao. If General Shui is promoted in the future, let Subi be the soldier in the pro-court office of Prince Tang's mansion. Siro was flattered and learned a few military books. How can we talk about Wen Dao's strategy? Besides, Shui Li was originally a piece of cloth. After he was promoted to General Ding Yuan, he was already worshipped by the saints. If he did it again, I'm afraid he would not agree. Shui Rengui said with a smile. Yi Bai laughed and scolded. Shiro, you are very good at this point. If Lu Guogong hears, you have to pick up the broom. Chengjubi smiled and said, His Royal Highness the King of Gold, you are often a saint. If the saints change their minds and call their family back to the teacher in Kyoto, you must stop them. Li Zimi ran up and shook his head and said that people want to come out of the cabinet earlier to open the door. This can't help Shiro. However, although people laughed happily, Lu Ren's wish still hummed. The dirt on the walls can't be dirty. Cheng Zubi rolled her eyes and said contemptuously, Lu Bai, you and I have been classmates for 2 years. Don't you know what kind of wall you are? If you can really learn something, why not worship you as your brother? Lu Ren wants to say softly and coldly, yes. 3 cups do not spit. 5 mountains are light. His Royal Highness Tang, His Royal Highness King Jin testify. Zhang Chubi said without hesitation. Yi Bai was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Cheng Shuping, knight. I remember clearly. Yes. Lu Ren willingly stroked his black and hard beard, and said confidently, His Royal Highness Wang Wangdang will not use you. Now Shui Yantuo is about to move in the northern Xinjiang. There must be a fight between De Tang and Shui Yantuo. The war, after the war is over, come and worship someone again. So he hugged Shui Rengui sincerely and said, I heard that General Shui was right in these 2 palaces. He was praised by the saints. I wonder if General Shui can teach all the enemies technology. Shui Rengui immediately stunned. He waved his hand and said, No. Although Shui Li was familiar with military books since childhood, but I have never been to the battlefield, just like Zhao Guo, talking about it on paper. Li Ji said with a smile, if you want to talk about the way of war, of course it is to promote the Duke of this country. Remember that the father and the emperor personally ordered Wei Guogong to teach Hu Shanggong the art of war. Hearing Li Ji mention Wei Guogong and Li Jing, Yi Bai couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. This closed door doesn't smell good at all. He shook his head and sighed. Don't you know that Wei Guodong has been locked up for many years? Shui Rengui was also a little overwhelmed. Last time, Rengui and His Royal Highness the King who ascended the throne also visited Duke Wei. But I can't even get in the door. Li Daoyu suddenly sneered. It's not because of Hu Shanggong. Duke Wei tried his best to teach Hu Junji the art of war, so Hu Junji framed the Wei state conspiracy in the heart of the saint, and the people of Wei state would not use it after that. Throw 0,000 knives at Li Baoyu's heart again. Half a month later, Hu Junji was determined to pull his uncle from the position of the right-wing general, and the reason why he was downgraded from the correct key room to the current prison is also thanks to Hu Junji. But Hu Junji is the Prime Minister of North Korea after all. Li Daoyu hated and scolded, but the others didn't know how to answer the voice. In particular, is his teacher on the one hand, and the Prime Minister of North Korea on the other. People and cats are also in a dilemma. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Li Daoyu recalled that what he said just now was a little inappropriate. Gon smiled and said, it's a pity that my uncle is busy with business, otherwise, Daoyu can help senior brother ask questions. Small key arch. If Ishihara has this ambition, there is a suitable candidate for minor. Yi Bai was a little stunned. If you remember correctly, only minor is the only one who holds martial art status in the Xiao family. Seeing Yi Bai's suspicious eyes, Xiaoji smiled and said, Your Highness forgot about General Suli. Although his military rank is not high, his military strategy has done his best to spread the true story of the Duke of Wei. Su Dingfang Yi Bai's eyes lit up. Immediately, shaking his head, he said, General Sus Marquis Yuwu has a heavy burden. I'm afraid time is running out. Chapter 258. Accept the order. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Being reprimanded by Li Zhen, Pei Weiji also knew that he had just passed, and was suddenly scared. Although Wei Zheng was gone, there was still a silent King Teng Li Yuanying, who could make Wei Ting and Shui Wanqi pale, and hurriedly bowed and apologized. His Royal Highness King Teng, forgive me. It's okay. In fact, Pei Chengxi is reasonable. Now that the Tang dynasty is peaceful, and there are so many assassins in all directions, Ren Gui is really worried. Yi Bai shook his head and said with a smile that although he was still afraid of Lu Chu, this is Jiangnan Road, 108 miles from Jiangdong. Even if Jiangnan Road has Lu Chu's power, he can resist for a long time. Why did he hide on Zongtiao Mountain for the sake of the invaders? So he was very relieved in this regard. Although Li Zhenggang could not dissuade Wei Zheng, but seeing Yi Bai was also moved, or reprimanded, Uncle Tang, Jiangnan is nothing but Henan Guanai and Huainan Road of Wei Shanggong. Although Yangzhou is still peaceful, after passing through Qinzhou and Hangzhou, it is mostly a densely populated wasteland with inconvenient roads. Also, settled in Chenzhou area are Wuxi Manan. Buy miniature clothes in Xuanzhou and Runzhou, that's fine, but in other places, it's probably not suitable. Shui Rengui looked at Li Zhen gratefully. Since he went to Zhengzhou to board the ship, Shui Rengui has been trembling with more than 300 relatives of the Tang dynasty court. Now that His Royal Highness King Tang is leaving the guards to visit in private, and some counties still live in the place where Shui Rengui lives, the pressure on Shui Rengui can be imagined. Of course he doesn't want to. Yan Liban and Zhang Tianshui also stood up to stop Yi Bai. They were both officials of Prince Tang's mansion. Among them, Yan Liwen or Yi Bai dismissed the deputy envoy of Jiangnan Road this time. If Yi Bai made a mistake, they would naturally be unbearable. However, what surprised Yi Bai was that King Deng's friend Hao Qizhan, who had always disagreed with him, stood on his side this time and shouted, His Royal Highness Yu's concern is justified, but although His Royal Highness Tang has already been subdued, but His Highness Wang Tang, who has read about General Shui Yiba, is not unrestrained. Why are you afraid of those people who have less curfew? As for Li Yifu, of course, his character is impossible to oppose Yi Bai's decision. Actually, Yan Shilang, Zhang Chengxi, and General Shui don't need to be too nervous. Even if the real road encounters a strongman from a bandit, is he also the opponent of General Shui, the brave crown? I heard that General Shui retired from encyclopedia alone, so he let Zhang the bandit has failed. Although His Royal Highness Prince Tang is a private visit, it shouldn't be in danger if it is not a large group of Prince Tang's mansion coming up behind. Yi Bai smiled and said, Li Qing is right. Wang Shi was appointed as the deputy special envoy for the area south of the Yangtze River. It would be better to have Wang Shi and Wang Shi lead a large team, which not only can attract the attention of local officials, but even if there is an accident, you will have time to do it. As for Hao Qing and Li Qing, why don't you wear some miniature clothes? I don't know what you want to do. Of course Hao Qizhan responded, but Li Yi took a while. Although this is a good opportunity to get close to Wang Tang, and his mouth has sworn, but he really wants to visit Yi Bai privately, there is no reason. He glanced at Shui Rengui, remembered the legend of Shui Rengui circulating in Chang'an City, or decided to believe that Shui Rengui could order immediately. Under the temple, Princess Deng and Duke Helen are already home. Just now, Yi Bai told Li Junping to retreat, so although Princess Teng had arrived, Helen Anshi's position in Prince Yu's mansion was also an unusual contribution to Cao Shen's army. After all, Yu Wengli's mother, Yan Shanfei, was Wu Shun's cousin, and the servants who were staying outside also came in to inform them. Rude, please come in quickly, Princess Deng. While waiting for Li Zhen to speak, Pei Weiji reprimanded this entourage and shrugged inwardly. It's all a waste, because knowing that she is collecting dust for Princess Teng's family, she has kept Princess Teng out of the house. Seeing Wu Shun who was pregnant, Wu Zhao walked in from outside the house with a happy face. After giving gifts to the crowd, he sat next to Yi Bai. Suddenly, Wei Zheng was no longer on the table. Yu said in surprise, Your Highness, why didn't Wei Shanggong see him? Yi Bai smiled and said, Wei Shanggong just decided to visit in private, so he took Fang Wei and the others away first. By the way, is the eldest sister okay? I remembered that her sister just bit her ear and said to her. Wu Zhao's beautiful face suddenly looked hot and nodded shyly. I saw that Wu Zhao's cheeks were flushed. Yi Bai couldn't help feeling depressed. He didn't seem to say anything just now, didn't he? However, Wu Zhao quickly recovered from the sense of shame, stared at those watery eyes, and asked in surprise, Wei Shanggong won't plan to visit in private, will he? Well, although I just made up my mind. Yi Bai was a little hesitant after hearing Wu Zhao's question. Just like Li Zhen said just now, after passing through Qinzhou and Hangzhou, I won't talk about this road, I'm just afraid a bandit. There is no shortage of bandits, etc. Shui Rengui is of course on his side, but if Wu Zhao is by his side, there will be more inconvenience, but if Wu Zhao stays in the team, Yi Bai will not be relieved. And Shui Rengui, Yan Liban and others saw the embarrassed look on Li Yuanying's face, and they used this opportunity to discourage him again. However, after thinking for a while, Yi Bai said hesitantly, "Of course, I have to take it lightly. Well, take care of your mother. Now my eldest sister is on 6 arms, and my brother-in-law is also busy doing business. Why don't you stay in Yangzhou to accompany your eldest sister?" "Okay." I left Yangzhou for the first snow, the first sunny day, and Wanglun, just in time for the first snowfall. The first is Yangzhou people. I'm afraid it won't be easy to come back to Yangzhou in the future. Let them stay at home for a few more days. Jiangnan Road is no more than other places, and Wu Zhao also knows that if Yi Bai wants to visit in private, she has the responsibility to stay by Li Yuanying's side. She just wanted Yi Bai to stay in Yangzhou for a few more days. Let her stay with her sister. Yi Bai's arrangement was exactly what she wanted. Of course, she would not object. I just said with some regret, I can't accompany the temple to Suzhou to visit Brother Zhang. Yi Baiyan said with a smile, "It's okay, I can walk up the river, take a private tour along the way, and put Suzhou at the end. When I return to Yangzhou, I will go to Suzhou with Zhao Niang to visit Brother Zhang Huang." Knowing that Uncle Deng had made up his mind, Li Junxin sighed, stopped to discourage him, and asked, "Is Uncle Teng going to flow into the river? I wonder if I really should prepare a boat for Uncle Teng to read the underlined version of the novel." Please download Fei Lu novel. Chapter 259. Satisfied. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Boat. Yi Bai hesitated for a while. Chin, then there will be a nephew, but the boat can. Li Zhen waved his hand and said with a smile, "Deng Shuyan is too heavy. Northerners ride horses, Southerners go to sea. Yangzhou may have nothing else, but boats are essential." Then he said to Pei Yg, "Pei Qing, go down and prepare for Uncle Teng, then choose 2 relatives who are familiar with water and martial arts as the boat owners." Here, Pei Yg obeyed the order and left. Yi Bai also did not refuse, saying that martial arts is powerful. Deng Wangfu, Shui Rengui training. He is also the chief of the clan chief. However, if it were more water, of course, it was far less than kinship and description of Yu Wangfu. Yi Bai was not in a hurry like Wei Zheng, although Pei Yg quickly made all preparations. However, Yi Bai also stayed in the Yu Wang mansion all night, since he promised to guide Li Zhen's calligraphy. As an elder, Yi Bai would definitely not break his promise. Yesterday, Li Zhen greeted Yi Bai and Wei Zheng at Zhangdu Ferry. "I'm afraid everyone now knows that Yi Bai is already in Yu Wang's mansion. Therefore, in order to achieve the purpose of a private visit, Yi Bai took Shui Rengui, Hao Qizhen, Li Yifu, Guo Qian out of Yu Wang's house early in the morning, and of course 2 Yufu relatives, Ning Fei and Song Xiaoji, who were carefully selected by Pei Yg yesterday. It was snowing early, and early Qing thought they were just in a hurry in Yangzhou. I didn't expect to hear yesterday that His Royal Highness King Teng asked his sister to stay in Yangzhou to take care of the princess. Naturally, he was ecstatic, but in comparison, Wang Lun was a little depressed. Even if he said goodbye to His Royal Highness, he just smiled reluctantly, which was uglier than crying. Wang Lun's military rank is also rising due to Yi Bai's departure from the cabinet and the opening of the palace. He jumped from a person who did not enter the Dagong temple to a 5-goods household in Tengwang's mansion, but in the final analysis he was just a castrated person. No. Shui Rengui and Hao Qizhen, although they, like Wang Lun, are officials of Prince Teng's mansion, it is only a matter of time before Shui Ren's concubine is transferred to the 16th dimension. It's not difficult, but Wang Lun won't become. Even the highest level eunuch Zhang Anan is only 4 products of the waiter. If there is no accident, I'm afraid I can only stay in Chang'an City for the rest of my life. It is difficult for Wang Lun to expect the opportunity to leave Kyoto, and it is difficult to follow His Highness Deng on a private visit. Heart is in full bloom, but in the end it was left in Yangzhou by His Royal Highness King Teng. Can you not be depressed? Look at the buttocks of His Royal Highness King Teng who followed him to board the ship, and only that eye is left with naked jealousy. The ship passed by quickly. Xuanzhou said Li Zhen still had some confidence in the 7 states under his rule. Yi Bai has been to many places in Xuanzhou in the past few days, and he is still very satisfied with Xuanzhou's assassination of Shi Liban. At first, Yi Bai jokingly asked Li Yifu if Xuanzhou was his brother. However, Guozi learned from Li Yifu, who came from Li Yifu of Li Daliang No. 6. Yi Bai has been surprised for a long time. Fortunately, Li Yiban is also a capable member, otherwise Yi Bai would not be easy to deal with. After Xuanzhou, to Jiangzhou, that is the legendary Peng Banan. Now that he has reached the shore of Peng's stupidity, of course Yi Bai immediately let Song Xiaoji turn to Pengdou, and pass through Yuzhong County, and Hongdu Xinfu took a look at this batch of collections. Although today's Hangzhou cannot have Tengwang Pavilion, and it should not be in the future, but the famous Tengwang Yi Bai in Hong history. As for the reason why Yi Bai turned to Shui Rengui and others, after Xuanzhou, Zhang, other states and counties, the officials in the embassy should also know that he is here for a small-scale private visit, and naturally he wants to change the route. Let Ning Fei in Jiangzhou and Yan Liwen along the road. Let them know that if they lose it, it will be bad. However, the current Hangzhou was just an ordinary place name, which satisfied his curiosity, and Yi Bai also turned back with great interest. Keep following the river. The ship left Jiangzhou again and entered the territory of Azhou. Yi Bai's mood is also very excited, not because of it, but because the current history of Azhou's thorns is the famous Zhongsha Wang Li Dao sect. Among the Li Tang clan, it should be said to be the greatest achievement in the war. In addition to Zhonghe Wang Li Shaogong, who stayed in Chang'an City to retire due to his merit, he also belongs to his younger brother Wang Zhongxia. Although Li Daozong also made great achievements in the war, he was different from Li Shaogong, who had become the commander-in-chief during the Wu period. When Li Daozong was 17 years old, he began to follow Li Shimin to advance the Western War eastward. This is Li Shimin's absolute confidant. Of course, Li Shimin was very at ease with him. Although Yi Bai is now known as Gongshu Good Poems, small, deeply respected by the people of Gongyu County and Yongxing County, but compared with Hejian Wang Li Shaogong and Zhang Sha, of course there is one sentence missing. Zhangxia County, Azhou, Zhangxia Palace. Dad, I heard that Tang Wangli is coming to Azhou soon. A young man fell on a few boxes, excited about the in front of him. In Zhangxia Palace, it can be called father, of course, Zhangxia King Li Daozong. Hearing his son's voice, Li Daozong kept moving, put the brush in front of several boxes, raised his head, a little unhappy, and said, Jinggung, it's too rash. Tang Wangyuan is also your uncle, how dare you call him by his name? Although Li Daozong scolded him, Li Jinggung didn't care at all. He curled his lips and said, Yi Bai is no longer in front of the child. Speaking of Yi Bai really using chicken feathers as arrows, not worshipping saints like Zheng Nandao to pose the ambassador, the child heard from Xuanzhou and Jiangzhou people that he actually traveled around in micro-uniforms. Hey, he released General Shui Wanqi give it to a famous person, and then find a few people to go to Leizhou to accompany General Shui. Isn't it enough? My father heard that the sage suddenly thought of sending 10 ambassadors, because Shui Wanqi was worried about the downfall of local officials, and the main task this time was to rectify the officials, so private visitation is of course the best way. Don't talk about Tang Wangyuan camp. Even Wei Shanggong of Wainan Road was on a private visit. Maybe it would be appropriate for the sage to teach them face to face. Li Daozong lowered his head and picked up the pen, not knowing what to write. Suddenly he said, Jinggung, have you sent someone to Jiangzhou to explore? Tang Wang Yuanying should be in Azhou now. Li Jinggung smiled awkwardly. His father is supposed to be a celebrity, and he's definitely aware of that. The kid thought he could hide it from his father. Li Daozong shook his head and said with a smile, you don't know when you will really grow up. If you look at Tang Wang Yuanying, you seem to be a few years younger than you. It has been famous for many years. Chapter 260. Demotion. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Li Jinggung rolled his eyes, sat directly in front of several boxes, and said contemptuously, it's just that you can write better, just write a few poems. What's the big deal? Unfortunately, now the MC has been subdued, although the strategy of the child Wen Daowu is useless, otherwise how can we make the vertical sun famous? How many pounds does Li Jinggung have? How could Li Daozong not know, and couldn't help laughing and scolding? Sour poetry. If you kill someone in 10 steps, you can't stay thousands of miles. When it comes to brushing clothes, you have to hide your body and name. Please show your father this acid. Naturally, Li Jinggung didn't hear it. He turned around and said, my father also made a mistake. When the child looks at Yi Bai at this time, he won't be able to go to Azhou in a half hour. Well, what happened? Li Daozong asked unexpectedly. Li Jinggung said with a smile. Who knows? After listening to the child's words, Yi Bai turned to Ganshui and ran to Hangzhou. The next step is to go to Jizhou. If you want to go to Zhou, the child is estimated to have a few days to go. Hangzhou. Li Daozong frowned. Yan Yan said with a smile, the art of war cloud, what is fake is real. The real one is fake. If my father is not mistaken, after Teng Wang Yuanying left Hangzhou, the next destination is Zhou. Ah Dad, is Yi Bai here to beat us? Li Jing suddenly became nervous. No, the child must be ready. Seeing Li Jinggung hurriedly stood up. In a hurry, you have to rush out the door. Li Daoyu North Road. Jinggung, come back. Father. This. Yi Bai pretended to attack when he arrived in Zhou and wanted to retreat. It is not too early or too late. He is obviously looking for his father's bad luck. Li Jinggung stopped at the door and said. Li Daozong smiled and said, when Teng Wang Yuanying came, what were you nervous about? Li Jinggung came back again, and the positive color said, Father, if you need to add guilt, why don't you say anything? Although his father has been from the Dragon King for many years, he is a saint. The achievements of the Tang dynasty are countless, but now that he has not been in the capital for a long time, his status in the hearts of the saints is probably not as good as that of King Deng Liyuan, who stands high in front of the saints all day long. Li Daozong stood up. He said indignantly, Jinggung shouldn't talk nonsense. His father, Nanan's brother, has no complaints against him in the past, nor will he oppose his father for no reason. Since Teng Wang Yuanying deposed Zhongnan Road like this, of course, he should try his best to hide the officials along the way without thinking too much. Li Jinggung saw that Li Daozong didn't listen to him. Burning, his voice was silent. How long has Yi Bai just walked out of the closet and opened the door of the house? Of course, he and his father will not have any personal grudges, but the father and the king cannot forget that although the father and Yi Bai have no resentment, Wei Gongkan has seriously offended Yi Bai. If this were not the case, Duke Wei would not have been demoted by the saints to the history of Xiongzhou assassination. Therefore, due to her brother-in-law's relationship, even if Heilin is not angry with her father, she must not dare to face her father directly. After all, Duke Wei and our husband Zhangxia are relatives by marriage. Li Daozong shook his head and said, Wei Ting did it for herself. Do you think today's saints are emperors? At that time, because Yang Wenmeng sat aside and put aside the foraging state of the celebrities, he couldn't eat, and now he was involved in the struggle between Wei Wangtai and the crown prince. He will be demoted sooner or later, leaving him a history of thorns in the country. Otherwise, do you think only Yi Bai can make a saint downgrade his own imperial historian? But father, no matter. Why is the enmity between Wei Gong, Yi Bai and Yi Bai finally resolved? Yi Bai definitely doesn't want Duke Wei to return to North Korea. With his father and Wei Gong's relationship, it is impossible to take advantage of this deprived opportunity to meet with him in Zhongnan. Dealing with the father, Li Jinggung still frowned. Li Daozong looked at Li Jinggung suspiciously, and said coldly, My father Jinggung, it seems that you didn't feel wronged by Wei Ting for being on guard against Teng Wang Yuanying. Did you do anything illegal outside? Li Jinggung was surprised at first, then Li Zan shook his head and didn't admit it. Dad, how can I? As the son of the future king of Zhangxia, he can also be named the future prince. Why would he give up the capital and end it? Li Daozong said slowly, That's it. Teng Wangyuan should Yingwei, first class, let him go. What does this have to do with us? Although there are only a few connections between my father and Teng Wangyuan, Wen is like a man, and my father can't believe it. Promise, 5 mountains become light. Whoever writes such a poem would be a mean person. Besides, even if Teng Wang Yuanying really opposes his father because of Wei Ting, does Jing Heng think the saints will believe Deng Shengying's words? That's not necessarily true. Li Jinggung glanced outside the door and whispered, Father, it has been 20 years since the founding of the Tang dynasty, and Zhang Jiekong has passed away for many years. He is worried that he will not be able to survive this year. I am afraid that among the courtiers today, except Hu Shanggong, I'm afraid I won't survive this year. It belongs to your father. You have the highest prestige in the army, and the father is still a member of the family. Although the father did not reach the weak crown, he fought against the saints of the south. But Dad can't help but learn from the River King's past. Arrogant. Li Daozong's face suddenly changed. The film said angrily, You unworthy son, how dare you privately doubt the saints? Get out of here, father. Although Li Jinggung was also timid, he went on to say, the sage knew that his father was related by marriage to Duke Wei, but he made Yi Bai the ambassador to Zhongnan. Before he came to Zhou, Yi Bai turned to Hangzhou strangely and deliberately confused it. Us, doesn't that explain the problem? Leaving here, Li Daozong looked ugly and pointed at the door with a hysterical roar. Alas, this was the first time Li Jinggung saw his father scolding him like this, and seeing that his father hadn't moved, he had no choice but to tap his palm with a hammer and walk out slowly. After seeing Li Jinggung disappear from the room, Li Daozong gently shook his head, sighed, and sat down several times to continue the writing just now. Unconsciously, Yi Bai. All three of them are on paper. Song Xiaoji looked at the riverbank and stretched out the arch to Li Yuanying. His Royal Highness King Tang, we have already gone to Azhou. Do you want to disembark and go to Yongqing County, or continue to go to Wuchang by boat? Yi Bai smiled and said, let's not disembark for the time being, let's go directly to Zhangxia County. We haven't seen Brother Wang Zhangxia for nearly 3 years. I still want to see Brother Wang Zhangxia earlier. Chapter 261. Recall. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. How Qijin was surprised by this. Your Highness, don't you plan to go to Azhou privately? Li Yuani said with a smile, let's go to Zhangxia for a walk. Now that you have reached the border of Brother Zhangxia, it would be a bit rude if you visit in private again. How Qijin and Shui Rengui took it for granted, and Zhangxia's King Li Daozong had an unusual position in the Zongzi. Li Yifu opened his mouth, but in the end he remained silent. However, when Li Yifu spoke, the expression of stopping was naturally visible in Yi Bai's eyes, and he asked curiously, does Li Qing have any different opinions or suggestions? Brother Huang appointed Li Qing to supervise Lin Yuanying's dismissal of Zhongnan Road this time. Yuan Ying was still young after all. This is the first time. If there is any problem with this trip, Li Qing also hopes that Yuan Ying will do it. 000. Okay. Li Yifu swallowed what he just said, but he did not expect His Royal Highness Tang Wang to mention it again. Hesitating for a while. After a while, his eyes drifted past the people on the boat, looking at the courteous eyes of His Royal Highness King Dang. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, although the history of Azhou's assassination is King Zhongsha, His Highness can't help it. Why? It was Shui Rengui's voice. Li Daozong, the king of Zhangxia, was a famous performer in the Tang dynasty. Shui Rengui was of course more interested in Li Daozong. Now that he has said it, Li Yifu can only continue. Maybe a man has the heart of a villain and the chest of a gentleman. Please don't blame it. The husband just thought that Wei Ting's eldest son, Wei Ting, who was demoted by the saint to Thorn because of His Highness, was the son-in-law of King Zhongsha. Will King Zhongsha hate His Majesty because of Wei Ting? Yi Bai frowned and said, it shouldn't be like this. Brother Zhongsha has always been personable. At that time, elder brother Wang, Wei Zhigong, Yu Wenqi and other waiters such as Qingshan Palace, Wei Zhigong, Yu Wenqi, etc., all quarreled because of competing for positions. Senior brother Zhongsha stepped forward to dissuade him, but Wei Zhigong injured his eyes and almost went blind. The end. Didn't senior brother Zhongsha also laugh? Yi Bai's heart is very unexpected. Of course, Li Yifu's impression has also changed a little. This kind of criticism, with Li Yifu's smooth personality, if he is in the past, his heart will rot. Will he speak out in front of Hao Qijin, Shui Rengui, Guo Qian, and even the relatives of the two Duke Yu, just like the situation today? My husband's delusions towards King Zhongsha, I beg your highness to forgive me. After listening to Yi Bai's words, Li Yifu of course hurriedly demanded guilt. Yi Bai waved his hand and said with a warm smile, Li Qing's words are also for Yuan Ying's sake, so I won't blame him. Li Yifu was very embarrassed. Yi Bai turned to Hao Qijin and asked, Hao King, you seem to be 6 people from Enzhou, right? Although Hao Qijin didn't know why His Highness Deng suddenly asked about this, he nodded and said, let His Highness worry, Qijin is from Enzhou. My heart was also moved a little, when the sage appointed him to accompany Wang Yu's rules. He was told to follow the example of Wei Shanggong and scoff at His Royal Highness Wang Teng's words and deeds anytime and anywhere. So ever since I entered King Teng's house, he remembered the story of the saint, and even waited outside His Highness Deng's house early to let His Highness Teng get up. He also knew, in Prince Teng's mansion, he is definitely the most unpopular person in His Royal Highness. He never imagined that His Highness Deng still remembered his hometown. Naturally, Yi Bai didn't know. He could only use his intentions, which made Hao Qijin feel something in his heart. With a smile, he said, Enzhou and Azhou also seem to be very close. If someone remembers correctly, you can transfer from Zhangxia County to Enzhou. After visiting brother Hao King in Zhangxia this time, do you want to go back to Enzhou to visit relatives and friends? It seems that Hao Qing has not returned returned to Enjo for many years since Hao Qing Jinqi, and he has not returned to Enjo for many years, right? Let Hao Qing follow Yuan Ying's words. A few days ago, Yuan Ying asked Hao Qing and Wei Shanggong to go to Huainan Road together. Anju. Hao Qizhen looked at the far north bank of the Yangtze River and shook his head to avoid the incident. And Qizhen is not so lonely. Several uncles are also in Kyoto now, and there are not many relatives and friends in Enjo. Yi Bai nodded. Although Hao Qizhen's father is also a county court official, it is clear that his mother's family is more prominent, of which Shu's brother-in-law is one of the 4 major donations in the province. While cooking wine, talking about the history of wine, while admiring the beautiful scenery on both sides of the Yangtze River, it is a pity that these words have not been put on the table. I am afraid that there is no word card for Linjiang County, Yi Bai in 3 Kingdoms. There is no opportunity to use his talents on the subject of the word. Li Yifu could also feel that His Royal Highness Prince Teng seemed to suddenly become a little disinterested. He hurriedly asked with concern, "Is your highness uncomfortable?" Yi Bai shook his head and suddenly caught a glimpse of the 3-story pavilion on the south bank of the Yangtze River. He moved in his heart, pointed to the pavilion on the 3rd floor and asked, "Is that the Yellow Crane Tower?" Hao Qizhen smiled and nodded and said, "Okay." Does His Highness also know the Yellow Crane Tower in Wuchang? It is said that this Yellow Crane Tower was specially built by Emperor Wu Sun Quan for self-defense. It has been more than 400 years now, but it has become a place where several literati forgot to return. Ah, the vicissitudes of life. Yi Bai secretly said, "Isn't this nonsense?" The pavilion has become one of the 3 famous buildings in the south of the Yangtze River. Originally, Yi Bai wanted to rush to Dunjia, but now that he had passed the Yellow Crane Tower, of course he had to go there and have a look, so he called Song Xiaoji and Ning Fei to go ashore. This year, there is no need to buy tickets for the Yellow Crane Tower. When the boat just landed, Yi Bai was the first to cross the river. Yao Bingbang on the shore. Shui Rengui hurriedly shouted, "Lang Junction. Now that it's been brought in, let's go." Of course, this, His Royal Highness, can't say any more. Yi Bai smiled disapprovingly and said, "Brother Rengui forgot, thinking that Yuan Ying was also in the storm." 5 hit the water on the Yellow River. Everyone on the boat disembarked. Only Hao Qizhen came to the Yellow Crane Tower several times on the way to the Yellow Crane Tower, so Song Xiaoji was asked to guard the boat on the ferry, while the others were led by Hao Qizhen to the Yellow Crane Tower. But just a few steps later, Yi Bai and the others were stopped by several people who looked like civil servants. "Hurry up." Yi Bai knew that these officers should come to check the passing office, so he nodded to Shui Rengui. As early as Yi Bai decided to visit privately, let Li Zhen's Yangzhou mansion give them some past houses with fake identities. However, they sighed inwardly. A few days ago, they were in Hangzhou with their party, but they visited privately, but they didn't see anyone to check their house. Chapter 262. Farewell. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Princess doesn't know, although Likey, like the Soviet army, has entered the origin of a scholar. But apart from Wen Han, Leiji is still very prominent. In terms of military strategy, it is also a source of family learning, whose father was Rong Guodan from the previous dynasty, and General Wei Yuling came to protect the child, to protect the son, to help. Hearing Hao Qizhen mentioning the child's name, Yi Bai suddenly remembered whose help this was. In the south of the world, is there an evil that protects a son and makes a man a craftsman? If history doesn't change, this golden man will be prime minister in the future. There are 2 ways to return to Chang'an from Azhou. One is to walk along the river, follow Yi Bai's route south along the river, go over mountains and mountains, change water, and then return to Chang'an via number 6, taking a big circle, while the other road is more direct, coming from Azhou along the river, passing through Yuezhou, Jingzhou, Xiangzhou, crossing Dengzhou, Shangzhou, and then passing through the northwest of Lantiankou. Chang'an City is in front of you. Although the second route is much faster, Yi Bai, who has already completed the mission of the abandoned mausoleum in Azhou, will be in Yuezhou as his next stop. If Yi Bai and Yi 23 Bai go together, Li Daozong is also worried that Li Jinggung and Yi Bai will feel embarrassed when they meet. After all, although Li Jinggung barely saved his sex life, but abandoned at home, it means that the door curtain that originally belonged to Li Jinggung will no longer exist, and it is even more impossible to inherit this title. As far as Li Jinggung's sex is concerned, it is absolutely impossible not to hate Yi Bai. Of course, Li Daozong couldn't tell Yi Bai that he wanted to bypass the Grand Canal and return to Kyoto, and let Li Jinggung avoid you. He would only stop by to see Yu Wang Li Zhen. However, Li Daozong was very careful, he couldn't hide it from Yi Bai. He hadn't heard of any friendship between Li Duzhong and Li Zhen. He thought for a while and said, after the king Zhao Zhangxia returns to the capital, Wang Jingdi, bypassing Yangzhou must be delayed for a while. Now the emperor is angry, if he provokes his dissatisfaction again, as soon as Li Daozong rises into his heart, Yi Bai's words will make some sense. If you are convicted again for this, it will not be worth the loss, so I immediately ordered someone to pack up immediately. Zhongsha Ferry, Yi Bai once again saw Li Jinggang, who had been detained in Ezhou prison for over a month and lost his temper for over a month. Surprisingly, Li Jinggang is really nice to Yi Bai. However, whether it was Li Jinggang really changing the past, or smiling the hidden knife, Yi Bai didn't take him to heart. The magnificent prince of Zhangxia became a slave trader. Yi Bai did not believe that such a person would pose a threat to him. King, it's time to get on board. After everything on the plane was arranged, Dong Junyan left the pedal arch. He pretended to be a crossing station at Wuchang Ferry. It was ordered by Li Jinggang earlier. After the Li Jinggang incident was exposed, he naturally appeared in Li Yuanying's sight. Since he had nothing to do with Li Jingang's case, he was reprimanded. Ezhou's large and small officials also bid farewell to Li Daozong, but he may have long hated Li Jinggang. If it wasn't for the Li Jinggang case plus the Ezhou case in the past 2 years, their chances of a promotion, still great, fortunately not implicated for now. Originally, Yi Bai wanted to continue his visit. Unfortunately, Yan Liban and Zhang Tianshui have long been frightened by the events in Wushan. On that day, on the big river, if they took one step, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who had never opposed Yi Bai's opinions after leaving Chang'an City, was no longer afraid to support Yi Bai's private questions. Once bitten by a snake and afraid of the rope for 10 years, he stood on the side of Yan Liban and Zhang Tianshui, standing clearly. As for Hao, although he did not object to Yi Bai's continued private visits, his support for him was not as good as before after he personally experienced the yellow poison alum incident in Yu Wang's family. Yi Bai thought about this. He stopped insisting and left with Li Daozong's ship. Soon came to Dongding Lake in Yuezhou. Originally, Yi Bai also planned to invite Li Daozong and his family to visit Yueyang Building. So, today's Yueyang Building should be called Bailing City Building. However, Li Daozong was reminded by Yi Bai when he was in Zhangxia. Worrying about the delay and causing Li Shimon's dissatisfaction, he politely declined Yi Bai's invitation and did not stop to go to Jingzhou. Therefore, compared with returning to the Yellow Crane Tower, Li Yuanying seemed to be a little ecstatic this time overlooking Dongding Lake, 800 miles away from Yueyang Tower, and Fan Zhongyan was left for the time being. Story of Yueyang Tower should be left to him. Worry precedes people's worries, neither happiness nor happiness. Not what one of his princes could say. There were no more private visits, and the large team stationed in Bailing County, of course, immediately shocked the history of the Yuezhou assassination. 6 people in Ezhou, scaring the history of Yuezhou's assassination. However, in the few days that Yi Bai came to Yuezhou, except sleeping, he never left Yi Bai's sight. Walking along this river in Jingzhou on Shenan Road. So after leaving Yuezhou, Yi Bai turned to Dongding Lake to water it. Standing on the bow, Yi Bai sighed. Wang Shi, Zhangcheng, outline. You can see that from Yuezhou to Longzhou, the security officials in those places have been following us. Even if there is any problem, I am afraid we can't do it now. Li Yifu flattered. Your Highness's mood is understandable, but His Royal Highness also has to take the test of 000 for his own safety. If you encounter another thief like Shu Yuan again, how can one husband Yan Shilang explain to the saints? It turned out that Zhang Tianshui almost caused a catastrophe by inciting His Highness to visit Yifu Li privately, and he was quite dissatisfied. Seeing him say that now, he let go of a little prejudice in his heart. He also said, what Li Yushi said is, Your Highness, here are Chunzhou and Wuzhou, and Wuxi is full of settlements. Zhang Tianshui expressed dissatisfaction with Li Yifu's encouragement of His Royal Highness to visit relatives in private, which almost caused a catastrophe. Liban also frowned when he heard the 5 Creek, hesitantly said, Your Highness, otherwise we will skip Chunzhou, Wuzhou and other places. Although we are dismissed in Jiangnan, we do not necessarily have to pass through every place once. In February this year, Dashu Wuxi people rebelled only once. Fortunately, he was defeated by Wu County, Chiwei Prefecture, and captured more than 3,000 men and women. These 5 streams are of course very hostile to us, let alone private access. This, Yi Bai was also a little hesitant in his heart. Wuxi Manan's bravery and ferocity are naturally not as good as the Alam Zali's family met on Huang Shake. For the people of Wuxi, Yi Bai has no doubt about the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The King of Five Streams. Chapter 263. Green Mountains and Clear Waters. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Although Yi Bai didn't know that the three sons were somewhat similar to the historical facts in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, one thing was certain. Although the more than 300 relatives of his Tengwang mansion are all elite, it is not safe to settle deeply into the Wuxi people. But after thinking about it, he added, Wuzhou Wuxi is quite flat. Some people don't go, but Chenzhou is right in front of us. We have already arrived here, and there is a reason to come back. As for private visit, it for the time being. Everyone was relieved to hear that Li Yuanying finally gave up the idea of private visit. As long as Yi Bai didn't visit him privately, even if he wasn't lucky enough, if he fights Wu Diaoxi again, and he is rebellious, he still has more than 300 relatives of Deng Wangfu by his side, and there is no problem in leaving the whole body. Chenzhou assassinated Shi Xinxing, but Yi Bai did not expect a pedestrian to come to his Chenzhou. After all, Chenzhou and Wuzhou, who just gave birth to the Wuxi Rebellion, have been unstable since this time. Although Qi Wangguo, Wushan County, Wangzhou, did his best to ensure the safety of the rebellion without covering his eyes and ears, but during this time Chenzhou has always been unstable. Although these five streams are not unified, and the internal surnames are not unified, they are connected and echo each other after all. Therefore, even though the decree of Luling County said in front of him that His Royal Highness King Tang had arrived at Tianling Ferry, Xia still thought that Dingling County's order was a joke. To go to such a dangerous place as Chenzhou, until I heard that His Royal Highness King Tang had entered Guanxiamen, I wonder if they were joking. The dress was quickly packed, the crown rushed out, and several boxes on the ground were almost turned over. Suddenly, I can't even finish 5,000 words. Con. Let's see if we can get $7,000 tomorrow. Other hand, Xinxing is also a thorny history. However, in the 1360 states of the Tang dynasty, this thorn. Of course, the historical status is also different. From the place sent from Xinhang, the chaos of Laoshan will appear in Chenzhou from time to time. Everyone knows that he has little background in the hall. Even in Guanay, Henan as a county magistrate may be much better than this Chenzhou assassination history. Xinxing also knew that it was impossible to transfer from this ghost land, and this time Tengwang's force to overthrow Zhongnan Road was an opportunity. If he could get Tengwang's recommendation, it would be much easier to leave Chenzhou. However, due to the net static of the immediate Wanzhou rebellion, he also rejected the delusion in his heart. He didn't expect that Tang Yuanying really came to his Chenzhou, and at the same time was ecstatic. The five streams in Chenzhou are not good. If His Royal Highness King Tang is good or bad in Chenzhou, there will be a lot of trouble. The humble official Chenzhou assassinated Shi Xinxing and saw Zhongnan dismiss the ambassador, His Royal Highness King Tang. While walking, he thought about the pros and cons of King Tang's trip, and soon saw the famous King Tang Li Yuanying. King Xin is polite. Yi Bai raised his hand and smiled. Before leaving Kyoto, someone heard about Wuxi's rebellion in Wuzhou. I thought Chenzhou would also be affected a little bit. We'll travel along the flowing water on a certain road, but everywhere is peaceful, and the monarch of the new minister is also a good official. Shui Rengui and his relatives have worked hard since they entered Chenzhou, but they were greeted by the peaceful and beautiful green mountains and rivers along the way. Welcome. However, after hearing Yi Bai's praise, Xinxing didn't expect to be happy, just shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know, it's under Tengwang Temple. From Longzhou to Baiguan, there are no five streams on both sides of the river. The five streams in Chenzhou are mainly concentrated in Mayang County, Qingxi County, Tuyupiu County and Luxi County in the south, especially Tian Wanzhong, the chief of Mayangtong who married in Baoshan. Since Wuzhou's Shuzishan Liao uprising, he has echoed this. For Qi's good deeds, Dudu can quell Shu's resistance. I'm afraid there is a disaster of swordsmen in Chenzhou now. Does Xin Yujun mean that Tian Wanyuan, director of Mayangtong, is not very comfortable? Yan Liban immediately, frowning. If Chenzhou's 5 times of inferiority also had a rebellious heart, if he heard that Tengwang Temple came to Chenzhou, he might not be coveted by His Royal Highness Tengwang. Although Xinxing also knew that His Royal Highness King Tang had just arrived in Chenzhou to complain to him, of course he would not make a good impression at Tengwang Temple, but he still said, among the 5 surnames of Wu Zimin, Peng, Shu Shang, Ran, and Tian, Tian is always the most restless. Since the 6 dynasties, Tian Tuju, Tian Xian, Tian Duku, etc., have all been the barbaric emirates of Tian. Although the current Tang dynasty is far from awe-inspiring, and everything is quite dependent, Tian Wanzhong, the chief of Mayangtong, is not really convinced, but he still understands current affairs and does not dare to be like the Wuzhou book. Such blatant rebellion. Even though Tian Wanzhong of Panshan Fangzai is still some distance away from Mayan County, Xinheng does not dare to let Yi Bai venture to Maya. However, Yi Bai was Zhongnan's ousted ambassador after all. If Xinheng directly said that His Royal Highness King Tang could not go to Mayan County, maybe Yi Bai and others would think that he had any illegal activities in Mayan County, so he would clarify his strength and hope to prevent Yi Bai and others from going to Mayan County. As for the other three counties, the danger is much less than Mayan County, and of course it would be better if they didn't go either. It was not worth Xin Xing's effort. Under the persuasion of Yan Liban, Zhang Tianshui, Shui Rengui, Li Yifu and others, Yi Bai naturally wouldn't do anything dangerous, so he gave up his wish to go to Mayang and other 444 counties. 44 counties in the south of Chenzhou will not be visited. Tianling County, where the country is located, is not dangerous, and of course it is necessary to visit. Next morning, Li Yuanying was about to leave the city, but Yan Liban still felt that after thinking about it all night last night, he still felt that he had no big badge, and hesitantly said, "Your Highness, Li Ben will do it for him this time." After all, Li Ben is also Zhongnan's deputy envoy. Yi Bai looked at Yan Liban's passionate eyes, and of course knew that Yan Liban was smoking. If there is any accident, Yan Liwen can't get rid of his connection, because, Wuxi people. Yi Bai just came to Chenzhou for a long time, his enthusiasm has long since disappeared, so he agreed to Yan Liban's request and let Shui Rengui accompany him to protect Yan Liwen. Shui Rengui thinks that His Royal Highness Wang Teng is in Shenyang and has the protection of the royal family, so there should be no danger. Other words, he left Li Yuanying and Yan Liban and left the city. Seeing Li Yuanying staring at the direction Yan Liban and Shui Rengui were leaving, Li Yifu flattered, "Your Highness, would you like to accompany you through the square in the city?" Yi Bai looked down at Li Yifu and said, "Then, Wang Shi has already left the city, let's take a look at the city." Chapter 264, Xin Xing, just after His Majesty King Yanli Bendon left the city, his heart was put into his stomach completely. Although Shenyang Cemetery is still far from the Liao dynasty fence of Mayang Cave, it is not very safe. However, unless Tian Wanzhong planned to forcibly occupy Keshenling County, it would be different for His Highness Tang to stay in this city. Otherwise, His Royal Highness Tang will never be in danger. Even if Tian Wanzhong wants to learn from Wu Zhoushu's blatant rebellion, today's Luling County can still have more than 300 relatives of elite Deng Wangfu, which is easy to break through. Hearing Yi Bai saying that he was going to walk around the city, Xinxing no longer wanted to follow Yi Bai's gaze. He still had confidence in the county town under his rule, and thought happily that as long as His Royal Highness King Tang could be satisfied, when His Royal Highness King Tang returned to the capital, the day he left this ghost place was not far away. As for officials from other countries, seeing their messengers leave, of course they did not dare to follow His Highness Tang. Yi Bai has been surrounded by local officials in Yuezhou and Longzhou, and seeing Xinxing and other Chenzhou officials consciously return to the national court, some of Yichuan in his heart give a good impression. Look, then Li Yuanying went back and changed into a normal dress. Together with Li Yifu and Hao Qizhen, he took Ningfei and Song Xiaoji out of Yaman's assassination history. His Royal Highness Wang Teng of Zhang Tianshui, active in Shenyang, did not say anything this time, just told Ningfei and Song Xiaoji to protect His Highness Tang. Because he was wearing miniature clothes, Yi Bai and his party did not go to all the stores, but went to Chenzhou. However, Yi Bai came to this city with great fanfare yesterday. Yi Bai was not at first sight, even though he was wearing a miniature costume. He was recognized by many people yesterday. Seeing Li Yuanying coming to their city and following him from a distance, almost scared him to death. But in this way, Yi Bai also talked with them without hesitation, went to the state and county officials, went down to the rice oil and salt, until the legendary Panhu, the dragon and the dog Panhu, almost calmed down the Wuzhou Mountains and Liaoning. Rebellion, unconsciously, the time gradually came to noon. These days, not to mention the Li Tang royal family, or even ordinary state and county officials, I'm afraid no one can talk and laugh like Yi Bai with these ordinary people in commoner clothes. Seeing this scene, Li Yifu couldn't help but think of those state and county officials who did not enter Yongtai's official residence. These state and county officials gave him instructions when he first entered the Imperial Historical Platform. The former Imperial Historiography Jiawei can get out of the door and show it to him everywhere. It is also a kind of door. Through the conversation with these people, Yi Bai can also see that they are generally satisfied with Chenzhou officials such as Xin Sheng. After leaving, Yi Bai pointed at the 1-pound wine flag placed in front of the restaurant and said with a smile, Hao Qing, Li Qing, as the host today, Chenzhou has beautiful mountains and clear waters. Changju must have a different taste. I dare not obey your orders. Jun and Yifu Li stood dryly beside Yi Bai all morning. If you are not hungry or tired, of course, you will be happy to take care of it. But just after the people around Li Yuanying gradually dispersed, Yi Bai's ears heard an unusually familiar voice breaking the air from far to near, and gradually as everyone who shoots arrows, Yi Bai can't say what the sound is, and the conditioned reflex falls to the ground, rolls, and just listens. The sound of jingle. The arrow hit the bluestone slab next to Li Yuanying. Seeing the feather arrow that jumped to his side, Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief, and became even more angry. He even bowed the arrow and was assassinated. But the killer would not give Yi a chance to breathe in the dark, and then there was another 2 feathered arrows roared from 2 opposite directions. Yi Bai couldn't hide anymore. But at this critical moment, Yi Bai only felt that his body was suddenly under heavy pressure, thumping. It clearly reached his ears. Ning Fei. Seeing that the 2 feather arrows were deeply inserted into Ning Fei's back, Song Shaoji immediately opened his eyes, screamed, and immediately ran towards Ning Fei. But this action also saved him by mistake. A black-clothed assassin with a bright knife in his hand suddenly fell from where Song Shaoji was standing just now. Everything went with him, but he cut it empty. Feeling the wind behind him, Song Shaoji immediately came back with the masked assassin. Unfortunately, due to the mishap of this miniature suit, there is no recommended weapon on the body, so although martial arts is in this masked assassin, it still gradually falls with the wind. However, Song Shaoji's purpose was to entangle the masked assassin and keep him away from His Royal Highness King Deng, and the people who were about to leave were even more stunned. His Royal Highness Wang Tang, who had just talked with them cordially all morning, was assassinated in Chenzhou. Where can I find such a good king? I only hear someone shouting. The people around them immediately. A human wall was formed, and Yi Bai was strictly protected with his own body. Those archers who were hiding in the dark couldn't do it anymore. Chenzhou Chengling in the distance also rushed here with his soap, and immediately was a long roar, and then the rubble suddenly fell down a few pieces along the street, and a few dark shadows flashed, and I did not know where to hide. Hearing the long roar, the masked assassin that Song Shaoji was clinging to became more and more anxious. The footsteps of Chenzhou Chengling and the messy piece of soap below made the murderer look back from time to time, empty hand holding that white knife. Masked assassin knew that he couldn't escape, never. Concerned about Song Shaoji's entanglement, he turned and walked away, but Song Shaoji, who wanted to avenge Ning Fei, missed this small opportunity and used the sharp knife chopped off the masked assassin's right arm. Unfortunately, Soap Li in Chenzhou is just a bunch of thugs. Isn't this kind of opponent licking blood on the blade, even if the masked assassin broke an arm? 3 to 2 feet away from these soapy sieges, the masked assassin looked back, raised it twice in pain, and climbed onto the street roof with one hand, before disappearing into the crowd after a while. Eyes. Your Highness, how are you? Face. The pale and feeble Chenzhou city order. The masked assassin was abandoned. Immediately, squeeze out the crowd protecting Yi Bai and shouted loudly. The frightened Li Yifu immediately lean against the wall to catch your breath. Song Shaoji hurriedly lost his guardrail knife, picked up Ning Fei who was lying on Yi Bai's body, and shook him fiercely while shouting Ning Fei's name. Hao Qizhan also helped Li Yuanying from the ground and saw that Yi Bai was not injured. Chapter 265. Trembling all over. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The tight rope in my heart also loosened a lot. When I looked up, the assassins had long since disappeared, gritted their teeth and said, Order of Chenzhou City. Send someone to check the merchants along the street to make sure there are no archers hiding in the dark. Yi Bai looked at the 2 astonishing feathered arrows on Ning Fei's back. His eyes were cold. If he hadn't given up his body, the 2 feathered arrows might have been inserted in his back, and hurriedly asked Hao Jejun to ask Dr. Jin Guo to treat Ning Fei's injury, and then bowed to the people around him. Today all the villagers gave up to save Yuanying. He said gratefully, this one child will never forget. Naturally, These people did not dare. Seeing the gradual arrival of the imperial courts of the prefectures and counties, they also dispersed, and they found traces of the assassins from their neighborhood all the way. Chunzhou assassinated Shi Yamen, and in Xingxing's good mood, he will stay in the Yamen Zhang Tianshui game in the history of assassination. Zhang Yaoshui is King Tang Fu Sima, who wants to move away from Xinhang. Chunzhou, of course, also wants to get close to him. In this wonderful place, suddenly Tianlin County Lieutenant stumbled in through the door. Panic shouted, "Let you, not good. Big business is not good." Xinxing immediately, furious. The past 2 days, he left a very good impression under Tinglong Temple. I didn't expect that. The little county magistrate would remove the table in front of Zhang Tianshui and throw the chess pieces into the chess pot. Soldier Tian Wanzhong of Ma Yangtong who fell down the mausoleum. There are several masked killers in town. What? 2 glasses of wine came. Xinxing and Zhang Tianshui ran up and asked in horror, "How is your highness now?" Zhang Tianshui took 2 steps, turned around and pulled Lieutenant Shenling County off the ground, and asked nervously. The adjutant of Shenling County shook his head and said, "This low-level official just heard Zhao Li's notice, just heard that this low-level official did not dare to delay. He came to report immediately, and asked Zhun and Zhang Sima to report, but at the time of the assassination, the city people consciously surrounded themselves with a wall to protect His Royal Highness King Tang. This low-ranking official thought that His Royal Highness Wang Tang would not be in any big trouble." People, walls of people, Xinxing asked in astonishment. His Royal Highness King Tang only stayed in Chunzhou for 2 days. When did he have such a high prestige in Chunzhou, and the people would build a wall to protect His Highness Tang? I am afraid that he has been tired in Chunzhou over the years, and he will not get such treatment. Zhang Tianshui breathed a long sigh of relief and asked Xinxing. He bowed and said sincerely, "The new minister is guarding Chunzhou, which is a good way of education." Xinxing is also the second monk who doesn't mind touching and shaking his head, since His Highness Tang is fine. Now it is urgent to bring the thief who assassinated His Majesty King Tang to justice as soon as possible, and the assassin will never escape. However, the soap operas under this account may not be able to undertake this important task, and they also have to go to great lengths to lead Wang Tang to block Tianlin County. Speaking of assassins, the thorny places are full of hatred, and assassins are assassinated at the assassination bar, but if the assassins in Chunzhou really let those assassins miss, then he is not just in the crotch, not shit, but a quack doctor. Zhang Tianshui, nodding solemnly, turned around, and was immediately given to Xinxing again. "Stay." Zhang Zhaoshui wanted to know, "What else do you want to explain to Zhang?" "Okay," Xinxing said, hesitated for a while, and finally said, "Although I don't know who will assassinate His Royal Highness King Tang, I am worried that General Yan Shilang and General Shui who live outside the city will be in danger." Zhang Yaoshui frowned and showed off. "Don't worry about the new envoy. There is Shui Rengui in Hedong. Yan Shilang could retreat from the whole body even if he was on guard." But the ambassador of the new army reminded that Zhang sent people out of the city to find Yan Shilang and General Shui. "Let them be careful. It has been so long. It is estimated that the assassin may have escaped from the city. Since Zhang Sima is going to send someone to look for Yan Shilang, by the way, let them pay attention to the outside of the city and see if they can find clues." What the messenger said is very true. Zhang Tianshui clenched his fists and walked away. His Royal Highness Deng's bodyguard was injured, and the person invited was not an ordinary doctor of gold sores. Not long ago, Chunzhou MD rushed to the city with one of his teaching assistants and 12 students, Dr. Yan Gao and His Royal Highness Jian Tang. The old man with the white beard in the medicine box knelt in front of Yi Bai, trembling all over. "Real doctor, these fake gifts can be avoided. Come on, let's see what's going on with the guards," Yi Bai said anxiously on his face. Yan Gaohei nodded and asked a few students to pick up Song Xiaoji's Ning Fei. When he saw that Ning Fei's face looked a little dark, he was suddenly surprised. He hurriedly lowered his head to examine the wound, and after a while he looked up with a bitter face. Seeing Yan Gaohei's expression, Yi Bai said tremblingly, "Doctor, how are the guards?" Yan Gaohei shook his head helplessly, and said embarrassingly, "The 2 feathered arrows on the general's body were all poisoned without exception." He estimated that the general's body should have been shaken violently just now, causing poisoning. More and more spread. I'm afraid now. Wang's son Daocheng is helpless here. What is impossible? Song Xiaoji's blood boiled and his eyes were red. If Hao Qizhan hadn't stopped him, he wouldn't have killed the medicine. Doctors do not worship. Is there really nothing I can do? Yi Bai asked gloomily again. Yan Gaohei could only be as silent as a cold cicada. If this low-ranking official is late, Your Highness Tang, please forgive me. Zhang Tianshui directed Teng Wang's mansion to block the city gate. Xinxing ordered Wei Yifeng of Tianling County to hunt down the assassins one by one, and he went directly to the city with Guo Qian, a resident of Teng Wang's mansion who came to hear the news. In short, King Tang was assassinated in Chenzhou. He is responsible for the fact that the assassins infiltrated the city under his nose. Hurry! He accidentally stepped on the arm left by the assassin, slipped immediately, and jumped over. Your Highness. Guo Qian jumped over Xingxingdi and fell to the ground, seeing that Yi Bai was not injured. Only then did he wipe away his tears with his sleeve and said, Your Highness, as long as it's good to you, it's fine. Xia also laughed in shame, stood up from the ground, saw the evil behind him, which made him deceive himself in front of King Tang, hesitatingly said, His Royal Highness King Tang, this jinn, is it a weapon left by the assassin? Song Xiaoji gritted his teeth and said, Someone cut it off from that assassin. Chapter 266. Provocation. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Since he ascended the throne, he has been trying to beautify it, even reaching out to Zhu Suiliang to record his life, but he was rejected by Zhu Suiliang. Unexpectedly, Yin Hongji pointed at the monk and scolded the bald man in the temple of these two instruments. Li Daliang took out a towel from the dagger and put Yin Hongji's mouth in front of him. However, Yi Bai quickly grabbed Li Daliang's arm and stopped him from walking over. Li Daliang's action was lagging behind, and he looked at Yi Bai in the fog retreat. Yi Bai shook his head gently and whispered, Does the general know what he is going to build? Li Daliang looked like, Lin, can't help but wipe a cold sweat. If the way of the heart is not reminded by His Majesty King Tang, he has almost violated the taboo of a saint. Dad, you have heard. All this is caused by Yin Hongji's undead son. You can't kill the son. 000. Not a traitor to the thief Yin Hongji. Is this a trick? Li responded, immediately, shouted again. Li Shimin clenched his fists tightly and sneered, Oh, according to this, your eyes are fixed on the throne, which is also instigated by Guangxi. Li Julian knows the second way. Father knows. That's how it was at the time. The smart thief maliciously slandered in front of his children, saying that there are so many children and brothers, if someone else wins the throne, there is no way to live there already. The Sun Minister can't help but want to compete with the prince. The brothers of Emperor Wei will win a place. Otherwise, in front of the good Qi King of Qizhou, where will the Sun Minister have the heart to compete for the throne? As for the Tubo escape, he was also encouraged by Yin Hongji. Sun and the priest only temporarily lost their minds. This time the father and the emperor abandoned the son's priest. Children and courtiers don't dare anymore. They must stay in Qizhou honestly. You want to stay in Qi, but you don't think it's enough to hurt Qi. Li Shimin said angrily. Now you finally admit that you are playing with Tubo. Aren't you calling Uncle Deng instigating Brother Yan to frame you? Well, Li Yuji hesitated for a long time. He couldn't tell the reason. I couldn't help sweating. Li Shimin snorted coldly and continued. Li, if you can really borrow the troops and horses from the Tubo and kill them in Chang'an City, you don't know what to do. Taking the rebellion of the Seven Kingdoms in the Han Dynasty, for example. What about the wise monarch? Or force Gung Rang to abdicate, or directly kill Lian's things? After the last 5 words have been spoken, was as if the 2 instruments in the entire hall were trapped in the ice cellar, and people couldn't help shaking. Li Yu was already panic-stricken, stunned in his heart, and immediately shouted, Father, Yin Hongji's thief son has been plotting for so many years. That is, let the father emperor kill his son. Make the father and the emperor die by killing his son for thousands of years. If the father and the emperor killed his son, wouldn't he let the thieves succeed? Father can't let his relatives and his enemies get along quickly. What, are you threatening the alliance? Shimin was silent for a while, then said carefree, Zhang Anan, Wang Ming, Li Yuji died, for the sake of the province serve, downgrade to a passer, take it down. The face of Li Yu, he served this province. He turned pale and stopped. Then he immediately shouted again, Father, you can't. A son is a son. Anna Zhang, what are you waiting for to pull it down for you? Shimin's face is difficult. Zhang Anan said, who was staring at him. Wrong, love. No, No. Zhang Yanan sat on the ground, waving dust in his hands, and dragged Li Yu with 2 guards to the waiter province inside. Wait a minute. Yi Bai suddenly stood up, stopped him, and pulled Li Yu out of the 2 jinns outside the temple. Yi Bai suddenly stood up, pulled Li Yu out of the 2 jinns outside the temple, and said, Senior Brother Qi, although his nephew is guilty, he is his father and son after all. He wants him to go back and save his nephew. Yi Bai wants to eat meat, but of course he can't beg for Li Yu's 8 lambs. After all, the Li Anvil thing has something to do with him. Although Li Shimin angrily gave King Li Shimin his life, he waited for a few days, even years later. If Li Shimin suddenly regretted it, it could be blamed on him, or even Li Daliang. So Yi Bai still has to do this gesture, but Yi Bai's understanding of Li Shimin, if he is here to defend Li Yuan for Li Yu, then Li Shimin can't forgive Li Shimin. Hearing Yi Bai stand up to plead for Li Yu, everyone in the 2 halls looked at Yi Bai, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Is His Highness Deng such a glamorous and elegant festival? Li Avil even begged Li Shimin for mercy, called for injustice, and opened his mouth to the elders. He stared at Yi Bai intently, as if he was going to hell. The expression on his face was even stranger, and the center that was most shocked naturally had some difficulties, because 2 days ago, he could clearly feel that His Royal Highness King Teng returned to the capital this time to kill Li Yu. Why did he suddenly stand up to court Li today? After the peace of mind, His Royal Highness Prince Teng thought about it, and his worried Yi Bai's heart was also put down. However, before Li Shimin spoke, Zhu Suiliang hurried down the steps and knelt on the ground with a positive expression on his face. King Teng said this was a big mistake. The king took the 4 seas as his home, and his surname was Wan as his son. Is no relative in this world. Qi Wangyu hired an assassin to assassinate his uncle Wang, gave him 5 clothes for his close relatives, committed suicide, was extremely vicious, and completely abandoned human reason. This was an evil rebellion, trying to link up with foreign Tibetans, dangerous social millet, and seeking the country from falsehood. The 10 evils are the 3rd, and the crime is serious, very provocative. Heaven and earth do not allow it. People and courtiers gnash their teeth. 5 penalties are not enough to apply their penalties to. 5. 9 deaths without punishment. If His Majesty submits to the public, he wants to open the fishing net and reveal this whale cannon. Ministers and other teachers have teachers, and they do not flatter the system during this period. To punish this cruel man, follow the wishes of the courtiers. Away the eagle and magpie in the heart. So Wu, Chu Qizhen, in the Han Dynasty did not Sai control. Kai uncle, do not hate Zhou. Something happened today. The result is 300 people. Khan, you have to write 900 words tomorrow. Can't sleep at night. He sighed for a long time and said, Zhu Aiqing is right, but the king is the core of the family. The son surnamed Wan walks the world without a single relative in love. Zhang Yanan, pulling Li Yu, dedicated it to the dead, for service. Big brother Huang. Yi Bai still had a look of regret, holding Taekwondo seriously. Chapter 267. Grace, open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. No need to say more about 22. Li Shimin no longer looked at the driverless Lian Anvil. Zhang Yanan, what are you waiting for? Drag it down. Zhang Anan knew that there was no room for maneuver. I had to go up and arched my hands and whispered, His Royal Highness King Qi, I'm sorry. Waved his hand and asked 2 guards to catch Li Kui and follow him to the province to be the head of the court. Of course, there is no shortage of things like Bai Ya and Heating Hong here. Backed by a tiger, Li Tiejun, who was dragged out of the hall with the bare-backed guard, finally reacted. He turned his head and shouted, Zhu Suiliang, Yin Hongji, 2 old husbands, you are waiting for someone. If there is a dead cat, be sure to report it as a mouse, throat of life, etc. Although someone was dragged out of both instrument halls, the negative ghost voices still reverberate in both instrument halls. Li Shimin stared at Yin Hongji again and said contemptuously, Yin Hongji, you must be very satisfied with Manchester United's handling. Yin Hongji said with a smile, well, sure enough, a worthy hero of a generation killed his own son without even blinking, and took it away. At that time, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was also a great hero of the 23rd generation. The hostile prince said he killed him, but I don't know if His Majesty the King, like Emperor Xiao Wu of the Han Dynasty, will eventually build a womb. Yes, maybe, think about the womb. Li Shimin said coldly, it's a pity you can't wait until that day. Yu Ling, Yin Hongji, Yan Hongliang, Yan Hongxin were fierce. Yin Yi was a vassal of Li Yu, and conspired to rebel. Chuxi City, there is no home. De Feiyan, godson has no way to go down to Jehu. After Bai and Li Daliang chase, they knew that they were dying, so after hearing Li Shimon's final verdict, there was no unusual change in his face. However, although he also despised his sister Yin Princess, he was relieved to hear that Li Shimon only reduced Yin Defei to Jishu. Both Yan Hongliang and Yan Hongxin were taken aback. They have been honest and responsible since their arrest. They didn't expect to escape death in the end. When they got on the plane, they shouted loudly, like weeping and howling. However, this brother Yan is not Li Yu. Yi Bai can't beg Li Shimon like Li Yu. Li Daliang is even more rude to them. After the cold drink, the guards said involuntarily that Yin Hongji, Yan Hongliang and Yan Hongxin were carried to the west city of Chang'an for execution. Zhu Suiliang watched brother Yan swear, and hesitantly said, Your Majesty, and Liang Mengbao, who was imprisoned in Dali Temple prison, and 3 other assassins who assassinated King Tang, do it together. Li Shimon said coldly. So the 2 halls fell into the silence of death again, and finally Li Daliang, who felt uncomfortable, broke the silence again and bent his hand. Your Majesty, I don't know how to handle the case of Wei Lunning, the capital of Zakong. Please let Your Majesty take a look. Li Shimon, who had been standing for a long time, looked up at Li Daliang, sat down alone, and sighed in a low voice. Dali Temple President Lu Dewei, Criminal Department Waiter Yan Liban, and Medical Chief Lu Boson want to try it. For the problems that Lu Ning can see this time, after Ma Zhou returns from Henan, you can discuss it with him. Obey the order. Li Daliang originally wanted to recommend Lu Root to Li Shimon, but now looking at Li Shimon's face, it's ugly. He temporarily eliminated his thought, thinking that Lu Renmin would not be in O1. Leave Kyoto anyway, so let's recommend it for a while. However, Yi Bai frowned and stood up, cautiously. Brother Wang, General Wang Shi and General Ashna have already gone to Qizhou. It will take some time for him to come back. He will also serve as the Deputy Minister of Jiangnan. Let him participate in the trial of 3 divisions. Will the matter of Jiangnan be postponed? 22. You have been in Jiangnan for several days. Now that you are back in Kyoto, you should rest in Kyoto for a few days first. Anyway, you don't have your own officials now. You have enough time to withdraw Jiangnan Road. And Vino has been on these days, talking about you. Go back to Changren Square to see him. If you go south of the Yangtze River, you will envy him. Speaking of Li Ji, Li Shimon, who had been frowning all the time, smiled slightly. After all, in Li Shimon's view, although Liaville is his own son, he cannot be compared with the 3 sons of the Empress Dowager Sun. If the matter of Li Yu becomes Li Tai, Li Ji, and even Li Chengqin, who is no longer popular, he will definitely not die in the end serving the province. Xiaohe, Zhang Anan walked in from outside the temple, holding a wooden plate in his arms. There is also an exquisite porcelain vase on the wooden plate. He hesitated and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Qi Wangyu suddenly sacrificed his courage and socks and was abandoned as an ordinary person in front of the sea. Immediately changed his ways, approachable. I am doomed. Yi Bai closed his eyes. The small porcelain bottle in Zhang Yanan's hand should be the poison Li Yugong gave you. In my heart, I secretly told the dead Ning Fei, Brother Ning Fei, Yuan Ying has already avenged you. Well, there is one last lost fish to support the dry foundation. You can rest assured that even Tian Wanzhong can't catch him at Ma Yangtong. But as long as the others are around, Detang, someone will bring him back to your grave. Dead, Li Shimon muttered. He stared intently at the small porcelain vase in Zhang Anan's hand on the wooden plate, and said calmly, Buy it with the villager. In recent years, it is not easy for Qizhou to become such a governor. It is a certain mistake, and then give Qizhou a year. 0 inches the common people of Qi, the Acropolis, thank your majesty for your grace. Zhu Suiliang immediately. He clenched his fists and complimented. Although Li Shimon was absent-minded, he was still shocked by Zhu Suiliang's sudden change. Yi Bai and Li Daliang also looked strangely at Zhu Suiliang, who was kneeling in front of Li Shimon. Zhao Guo, another year. The meaning is that it is a good thing to be exempted from Qizhou tax for 1 year, but Zhu Suiliang is the darling of professional expert Wei Zheng, who is a good friend. Famous. How could he suddenly flatter his butt? Although, there's no good manners, if it's not a traitor, a thief. This sentence is not suitable for Zhu Suiliang, but Yi Bai knows that there must be something else behind Zhu Suiliang's flattery. Of course, no matter what Zhu Suiliang's purpose was, Yi Bai and Li Daliang should not be left behind. Then, he clenched his fists and said, My brother Weiken, on behalf of the people of Qi, thanks His Majesty for his grace. If it wasn't for Li Yu's seal in Qizhou, how could Qizhou people endure this poison? Li Shimin shook his head and said, sure enough, Zhu Suiliang is positive. His Majesty the King said. His Majesty the King said that there was a war between King Shu and Yuan Li, and Zhang Sha's son Jingheng plundered the family and sold it to slaves. So Qizhou had an ordinary skirt, which made it even more rebellious. Chapter 268. Interest. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The Seven Kingdoms in the Han Dynasty and the rebellion of the Eight Kings of Jin. The former car can be learned, so the minister asked His Majesty to stop the king and the servants with merit, in order to seal the history of assassination. Yi Bai and Li Daliang also changed their faces. Yi Bai had long thought that Zhu Suiliang's sudden singing of praises to Li Shimin must have been prepared first and then scolded, but he did not expect Zhu Suiliang to complain about this matter. For 1 year, Li Shimin admired Li Shimin, who established the Zhou dynasty for 800 years, because of the partition system, but ignored the strong opposition of Wei Zheng, Li Baiyao, Yan Shigu and many other ministers. Among them, Ma Zhou and Crown Prince Yu Jining, who were serving in the history of emperors at the time, risked their own death to give admonitions, and finally adopted Xiao Li's advice. First, the emperor ordered the king to be assassinated. Among them Yi Bai, King Tang, had a hereditary history of Jinzhou. 14 servants who have made great contributions to the establishment of the school or all the history of assassination in the world. Although according to the decree, Longsun Wuji soon received a statement against the seal, but he still failed to bring Li Shimin back to life. This is definitely Li Shimin's anti-balance. I didn't expect Zhu Suiliang to kill Li Yu in today's Li Shimin network, and when he was in a bad mood and brought this up again, it was really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. After listening to Zhu Suiliang's sudden rebuke, the face of Li Shimin, who was not good-looking, became even darker. After a period of silence, he did not speak. He walked out of the hall coldly and made everyone in the hall look at each other. Zhang Anan immediately. Response. He bent down and said, His Royal Highness King Tang, General Li, the slaves have also gone to serve everyone. After that, he ran out of the temple to catch up with Li Shimin. His Royal Highness, what should we do? Li Daliang asked at a loss. Yi Bai shook his head with a wry smile. Li Shimin's reaction was of course expected. When he went to Zhu Suiliang, he supported Zhu Suiliang from the ground and said, the owner of the museum, Brother Huang, he's gone, you'd better get up first. Li Daliang also complained, climbing. You are too hasty this time. When King Bin, King Ma Zhou, Zhang Mian, Yu Jining and other characters reprimanded them with the god of death, you still can't let your majesty destroy the concept of feudal history. Don't complain about it. It's not too late to complain in your majesty's heart after Li Zan's death. Fortunately, his majesty is an ancient monarch. If you replace it with, oh, don't say you don't have to wear a chastity crown, maybe even Ziming Zhu Liangzi will be influenced by you. Zhu Suiliang patted his knee, not afraid to become Yi Bai in the history of world assassination. It's not right, Zhu Suiliang said. Since the Han Dynasty, the division system has been the source of chaos. Today, we can take this opportunity to protest to His Majesty. Zhu Suiliang is the son of the Tang Dynasty. How can he avoid harm and benefit? Get old and leave the hall of two musical instruments. It was learned from Wei's mouth that Li Shimin should walk in the direction of the temple, and Zhu Suiliang also followed him to the political hall. However, he was stopped by Yi Bai. Yi Bai frowned and said, Senior Brother Huang of the museum is still angry. You shouldn't go there. Yuan Ying also knows the harm of the seal system. But right now, the protests are unlikely to have any impact. The owner of the museum should wait for the emperor to calm down before complaining. Zhu Suiliang hesitated for a while, knowing Yi Bai's truth. If he rushed to the legislative council to protest, it would only backfire. So he bent his hand and said, Thank you very much for His Royal Highness King Tang's hair. Suiliang wants to go to Hongwenting to take a look. His Highness has not returned to Hongwenting for several days, and Hongwenting's students have not returned to Hongwenting for several days. Wenting's students are all respected, but also very respected. I don't know if your Highness is interested in returning to their hometown. Yi Bai estimates that it has been almost 100 hours now. Hong Wengguan is about to drop out of school, just in time to catch up with Li Ji and Li Xiaoyi, who are still there. Hong Wengguan is suffering, and Shui Rengui and Lu Rengui will not be allowed to wait outside Yangtzemen for a long time. So they nodded, turned to Li Daliang and said, General Li, Yuan Ying and the owner of the museum went to the Hongwen Pavilion together. Should the general go with him? Li Daliang shook his head with a smile and said, Hong Wenting and Daliang don't go to the party. Daliang has been away from Jingjing teacher for a few days. It's time to return to the right back ringworm. Yi Bai nodded, cupped his hands and said, not bad. Then, General Li, General Yuan Ying and the restaurateur said rudely goodbye. Goodbye. He turned around and walked towards Yanmingmen on the left. Looking back, Yi Bai saw that Zhu Suiliang was still frowning, and he was still worried about Li Shimon's anger. The owner of the museum need not worry, Yi Bai said. Since Brother Huang went to the political arena, there is Mingda next to Brother Huang. I think Brother Huang will put out the fire soon. Zhu Suiliang was shocked, shook his head and said, His Royal Highness Deng misunderstood. Suiliang is not worried about His Majesty's anger, but is thinking about how to prevent His Majesty from taking the world. History. Don't think about it. Say no more. His Royal Highness Tengmei, let's go first. Yi Bai had no impression of Shi Feng's assassination history in his previous life, but he clearly remembered that Yi Bai had no official title in Shi Feng's assassination history. So Yi Bai guessed in his heart that Li Shimin should finally compromise the dispute between the ruler and the minister. So walking, he explained, the owner of the museum does not need to worry. There must be a way to get to the front, and the boat will naturally go straight to the bridgehead. Although Brother Huang has always liked the seal system of Sha, Sheng and Zhou, but due to the unanimous opposition of the courtiers, he will eventually complain. I hope it can be like what His Highness Deng said. Zhu Suiliang smiled wryly. The immortals did not take Yi Bai's words for granted. Due to Li Shimon's intention to block the world's assassination history, over the years, including Sun Wukong, Feng Xuanling, Wei Zheng and others, I don't know how many times I objected, but in the end I failed to stop Li Shimin from officially issuing the decree. From Zhu Suiliang's tone, Yi Bai certainly felt that Zhu Suiliang didn't have much confidence. Unfortunately, Yi Bai doesn't know why Li Shimin finally gave in history. Otherwise, he could still help this group of helpless Zhu Suiliang, and instead said, however, in addition to, Brother Huang has always been in favor of the trapping system, Xiao Shanggong is also a staunch supporter of the trapping system, so the owner of the museum has to do it. It turned out that Yi Bai also wanted to remind Zhu Suiliang that, after all, Uncle was the most enthusiastic about the partition system. Chapter 269. Suffocating. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Wei Zheng and Feng Xuanling are not afraid of Xiao Li, but Zhu Suiliang's official position is still a little small. However, later, Yi Bai laughed first. Although Xiao Li is impeccable, that open mouth will never forgive others, and if he is unfortunate to work with him, he should be ready to be impeached at any time. So, whatever. Whether to offend or not to offend Xiao, there is no need to show goodwill to Xiao Li. Of course, it is impossible for ordinary people to make friends with Xiao Li. Zhu Suiliang had a bad impression of Xiao Li. Hearing Yi Bai mention Xiao Li, he said contemptuously, isn't that what Xiao Shanggong said to the saint back then? If 3 generations had this world, they could live for a long time, and the feudal monarchs saw it as a screen book. Dunjia obeys orders. The second generation is absolute. Han dynasty was divided into princes and sons, who enjoyed the country for 400 years. The Wei and Jin dynasty abandoned this world, and death did not spin the shoes. It has a bright effect. How can your majesty be so enthusiastic about building? His Royal Highness King Tang, listen, this is what someone who knows how to run a country said. Wei Jin abandoned it, and you will die without turning your shoes. Joke that Cao Wei originally inherited the Han dynasty, and its separate title is not the implementation of the feudal system. The Western Jin dynasty inherited both Cao Wei and the old system of Cao Wei. 000 give up it in the Wei and Jin dynasties and say it. Moreover, although the Zhou dynasty maintained the millet in the Zhongshan society for 800 years due to the division of the kings, only 100 years later, in the period of King Zhouyi, the emperor personally went downstairs to meet the princes of the dynasty, who would keep Zhouzi in his eyes, and which rivers and mountains would come from. Unfortunately, the sage has always been reluctant to protest. Alas, Yi Bai, like a resentful woman, listened to Zhu Suiliang's complaints, and could only stand by the faithful in front of the audience. Soon, they came to the door of the Hongwen Pavilion. Zhu Suiliang complained immediately. Stop. These words can be said in front of Yi Bai. Zhu Suiliang Suiliang's understanding of Yi Bai. Yi Bai naturally won't make his complaints public, but it's not good to be heard by others. The dissatisfaction with Xiaoli was ranked second in the words just now. After all, it was not about a saint. Sheng Guanyi has met the owner of the museum. When Sheng Guanyi saw Zhu Suiliang walk into Hongwen Pavilion, he hurriedly welcomed him up, only to see Yi Bai's figure behind Zhu Suiliang, so he had to bow his hand in embarrassment and said, Shengguan sees His Royal Highness King Tang. His Highness came back from Jiangnan so quickly, and it is also a nest. A few days ago, there were rumors in Kyoto that Deng Wengli had already returned to the capital, but Sheng Guanyi had never seen Yi Bai come to King Jin's mansion. I thought it was just a rumor, but Yi Bai really came back. Yi Bai is back in the capital now. Will Li Yifu go back to Jiangnan with Yi Bai? The strange thing is that it makes sense that Yi Bai didn't say anything. After all, his uncle had no reason to visit his nephew, and Li Yifu was also missing. It is difficult to speak of Zhang Nanji. It was wrong for Sha to turn to Yi Bai, even if Li Yifu turned to Yi Bai. With the relationship between Yi Bai and His Highness, he should go to the door. At the beginning, Sheng Guanyi heard that Gong Yu from Yangqing County was dying, and listened to His Royal Highness King Tang's anti-mosquito, Helen Palace, Sao, Yangzhou. Listen to the words of His Royal Highness King Tang. When I got on the plane, the fork went to the ground again. And Zhu Du's poetry has been greatly respected, coupled with the fact that His Royal Highness Tang has a good reputation as a master in Kyoto, making this little rumor more and more mysterious in Chang'an City, and even more suffocating. Who is Tang Wang Li Yuanying? Others don't know. Will he, a red literate man, know? Of course, his achievements in calligraphy are not as good as him, but when he writes poetry, Sheng Guanyi seems to have heard a handful of ridiculous jokes. Wang Li's performance at Hong Wenting, what a great poem. You don't need to think about it. You must have asked His Highness Tang to do it for him. So Shengguan didn't care much at that time, but some people wanted to know what His Highness Tang would let him do, so he also copied this. Xiao Chao sending Helen Gong to Yangzhou. Shengguan is also a generation of poets. I believe that as long as it is the style of contemporary people's poetry, he can see who did it at a glance. It was very angry after looking down on the whole poem. This is obviously a few lines of vernacular that even women and children can understand, and can also be regarded as poetry. Shengguan easy. He also believed that this poem should have been written by His Royal Highness King Tang. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. In the past 10 years, in addition to being called the Five Absolutes by the sage, he is also the most respected saint poet, and still has no such reputation among the people. Other hand, King Tang only uses a few lines of big vernacular. Sweet Chang'an City. He secretly guessed that this must have been donated by Tang Wang's family in private, and he also fabricated rumors that even Duke Yu admired it very much. Immediately, went to Yu Xinan's court to prove that in order to seek peace of mind, he did not expect that this was not a rumor fabricated by Deng Wangfu. Yu Xinan saw him in the study, and talked about King Tang's vernacular, with a mouth full of red. Then, he was more outspoken, hoping that he could learn a lesson from His Royal Highness Deng's poetic style, and almost vomited blood on the spot. After casually dealing with a few words, he immediately ran away, went home with a fire in his heart, and looked at the vernacular he plagiarized. Words. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. In a burst of anger, the roll of paper was torn to shreds. Sheng Guanyi knew that the next day was Yi Bai's exam day. Yi Shengguan, who was originally resentful, also wanted to use this opportunity to embarrass him, but he didn't expect that the exam would be presided over by the museum curator Zhu Suiliang, and even the respected bachelor's degree Xiao Dian was excluded. Xiao Dian is not only a bachelor's degree from Hong Wenting, but also a bachelor's degree in literature from Wang Wei and Li Tai. Sheng Guanyi knew that it must be His Royal Highness Wang Teng who was worried that Wang Wei wanted to deal with him before inviting the owner of the museum. In this case, Shengguan thought he was not angry, so he went to the provincial party secretary to hide from Yi Bai. It was not until he felt that it was almost time that he rushed back to Hong Wenting from the provincial party secretary. As a result, he didn't expect to bump into Yi Bai on the road. Shengguan did nothing to prepare. He made a decision that he still regrets very much to this day. Words. He coldly rejected Yi Bai's invitation without even thinking about it. When entering the Hongwen Pavilion, Sheng Guanyi looked back again, and Yi Bai was was still standing there, looking at Liangxiangong Li Xiaoyi's back. Pointing, his eyes suddenly turned black, remembering the conversation with Yi Bai just now, and knowing that he had offended Yi Bai too. Thinking of Wei Ting and Shui Wanqi, Shengguan Yi couldn't help but creepy. His little secretary Lang Jianong is directly under the bachelor's degree, and His Royal Highness Teng Wang is not dealing with a business. Chapter 270. Suspect. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. And Ashnamo, in the Tang dynasty, I am afraid that even the qualifications of the Tang dynasty are not as good as the Tang dynasty, because in the heyday of the Eastern Turkic Khanate, Ashnamo was sent to the Tang dynasty many times, so it was early in the martial art. In the 1990s, Li Yuan was named king of Shengxian County. After the Tang dynasty, the title of king of Waiwa County was also renamed, but in East Turkic language, Secret Service Office. The establishment is only a kind of secret service. No, of course it can't be compared to. Yi Bai heard it, but shook his fork secretly. Hu Junji didn't dare to do useless work, although he does not know whether there have been rebellions in history. However, 100,000 Turks migrated from various parts of Henan to Hebei to rebuild the East Turkic Khan state, which left a certain impression. This incident seems to have become the fuse for the Tang dynasty to eliminate Shui Yantuo. The historical Turk Khan is Ashnamo. Think about it too. Although Li Shimin had absolute control over the new Eastern Turk, he did not want to be a Khan who enjoyed too much prestige among the Turkic people, and Ashna did not enter Goryeo until the 10th year of Zhongguan. In contrast, it is more loyal to the Tang dynasty. But on this matter, Li Shimin did not make a decision on the spot, saying, "Let's talk again." He got up and went back to the palace, leaving Ashmith and Ashush behind. After a few days of recuperation, Yi Bai finally embarked on the journey south to the Yangtze River, but there were two strange faces in the team, Li Ji and Lu Ren. As for Li Yifu, although he became the literature of the Jin Wangfu, he was excluded from the staff in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, just like Shengguan Yi. I think Li Yifu should regret it now. Losing a horse is not a blessing, but, live a few months, the horse will return to Hujunma. Not necessarily a good thing. When Yi Bai came back this time, he also went to Chenzhou and Wangzhou to release the captured Wuxi people, and he followed the same path. While the sky was snowing, Yi Bai also felt the snow hugs the blue pass. Magnificent sight. To resolve the ethnic issues in the south, of course the ethnic issues in the north cannot be left behind. Just before Yi Bai left, Zhongshu province also issued Mingzhou successively, naming General Yaoho, governor of Huazhou, and King Aganasimo of Waiwa County as the second Minu, who was a former Lekan. The last name is Li. In Dingxiang City, Hebei Province, south of the Da River and north of Beidachuan, there are 30,000 war horses, 40,000 winners and 90,000 horses. Afterwards, he named General Zhang Zhengzheng of Zuo Tunwei as General Axinanai of Zuo Wuwei, who was the correct king of Germany. Check it out. Other words, Sima will be renamed Li Simo from now on. However, Yi Bai also knew that when Li Simo crossed the Yellow River this time, the tension in the grasslands in the northern desert would be even more serious. Since the collapse of the four major syncope in the east of Zheng'an, there has been no large-scale armed conflict in the desert prairie for a long time. Now it seems that the footsteps of war are getting closer. Uncle Xiao, is this Chenzhou? Sure enough, this is a beautiful landscape. Where can I see such a scenery in the north? After entering the shipwreck pool, Li Ji stood on the bow of the boat, and couldn't help but marvel. Li Ji has also been to Shanling several times. Although today's lowest plateau is far less terrifying than later generations, it is not comparable to Chenzhou and Wuzhou. You know, the area of Chenzhou and Wuzhou. It is the famous Wulingyuan area of Zhangjiajia in later generations, while the Dongpo Mountain in Miang is the phoenix on the edge of Phoenix City. Of course, I'm afraid even the local people don't know these things. The historical evolution, not to mention Yi, but Yi Bai's surprise to Li Ji is still very consistent with Li Ji. When he first came, he was also attracted by the beautiful scenery of Chenzhou. Chenzhou. Lu Ruitaik frowned and said, "This place is really a good place, but since ancient times, Wuxi has always been the shadow of this place." Yi Bai smiled and said, "Yes, it is still very valuable to exchange 3,500 full prisoners for the stability of Chenzhou and Wuzhou." Li Ziqi said, "Uncle Xiao, can't we think of a way to make these 5 streams always loyal to the Tang dynasty? There are no flying soldiers in the mouth, right? Do you want to move these 5 streams down the the mountain and choose another place to settle down. Yi Bai shook his head slightly and said, after your father and the emperor returned to the East Turkestan in Huainan, they once settled them all over Henan, but now they have not designated Li Simo as a Turkic Khan. Let them go back to the Monan grassland. Although the younger uncle does not know whether this policy will affect Wuxi Man, but the younger uncle knows that since your father ordered the reconstruction of the East Turkic Khan state, he will never adopt this kind of policy again. If you want to put your ideas into practice, this cannot continue, otherwise there will be suspicion of instigation. But Rao is like this, and Lu Rui's profile has changed greatly, so he quickly exited and fled back to the hut. Li Zheneng passed the evaluation of Hongwengguan in just over half a year. Of course, his brain is not sluggish. He watched his brothers fight and spoil them to death. Seeing Lu Renxuan's flustered look, seeing what Yi Bai didn't say, he was immediately suspicious. Although in the next few days, the founder Yi Bai seemed to say nothing, what it was like in the past, what it is like now, but Li Ji's heart was still more serious and quieter. It wasn't until their big ship docked at Tianling Ferry that Li Ji returned to his original appearance, but what he thought in his heart was that no one but himself would know. Li Ji didn't say that Yi Bai didn't ask. 0 inches look at His Royal Highness King Dang, Yan Shilang. See His Royal Highness King Tang, Yan Shilang. Xinxing received news yesterday that Yi Bai had returned from Longzhou's assassination history, and I had been waiting at the ferry for a long time. Perhaps because of the relationship between Yi Bai and Tian Wanzhong, he was less worried about Ma Yangdong and hadn't seen him for several months. Yi Bai is in better spirits today. Yi Bai's impression of this emerging place is of course very good. In Kyoto, he also recommended it to Li Shimin. Unfortunately, he was not lucky. In any case, Yi Bai was assassinated in Chenzhou, although it was not his fault. But Li Shimin was still a little angry with Li Yui, because of Yi Bai's words. It was already because of Yi Bai that he was not allowed to downgrade. However, Yi Bai still has some guilt towards Xinxing. If he hadn't asked Xinxing and Qi Xingxin to confirm Liang Jianao's matter, perhaps Li Shimin would not have been angry with Xinxing, pointed to his side and said with a smile, Minister Xin, introduce you. This is the current 9 princes, Jin Wangji. This is to succeed Li Yifu in charge of a deposed road in Jiangnan, overseeing Lu Rui Tucker's imperial history. Lu Zheng's 9 princes, Jin Wang. Xinxing is a little frustrated, couldn't help crying secretly and bitterly. The bird in Chenzhou suddenly turned into a plain tree without pooping, and the phoenix nest was dry. Chapter 271. Discouraged. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Wang Teng has not left yet. He has gone to a prince. He is still a prince. Yi Bai was assassinated a few months ago. Has turned Nova into a frightened bird. After the ceremony, Lu Xing went out to Li Ji and Lu Renxuan. In my heart, I asked His Royal Highness King Pengxin. I don't know if the sage agreed to the request of the people of the 5 countries to release the prisoners, which is not only important for Wuxi, but also for Xinxing City. After all, he is the history of Chenzhou's thorns. In his opinion, what is more important than in exchange for Chenzhou's stability for a few years? Yi Bai said, yes, the Tang dynasty educated all sides with benevolence. Wu Zhouman's request, Brother Huang has been allowed to play. Xinxing was very happy, and Li Zan couldn't wait to hold his hand. The grace of a saint. Is His Majesty King Tang staying in the mausoleum for a few days, or is he going to 00 now? Go to Wangzhou. Yi Bai shook his head and said, Tian Wanzhong is indispensable in this matter. You turned your head to Shui Rengui and ordered, Brother Rengui, ride your fast horse to the hillside of Myeongtong and invite Tian Wanzhong, the leader of the people of Chenzhou, to go to Tianling. Shui Rengui said hesitantly, Your Highness, if Shui Li is gone, what about the safety of His Majesty King Jin and His Highness? Xinxing suddenly fell into embarrassment. It seems that General Shui has not forgotten the assassination that His Royal Highness King Teng encountered here a few months ago. He too. If His Highness Teng entered the city, he would conduct a more detailed inspection of the city, and it would be impossible for the assassins to infiltrate the city. At least it would not be easy for them to bring weapons into the city. Yi Bai said with a smile, Brother Gui, don't worry, it's a certain luck that you shouldn't encounter assassins at every step of the march. Saying that a certain pheasant slave only lived in the Bang court for a few days, Yi Bai smiled and said, No, 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 Li Ji said. Uncle Xiao. 2 days ago, Wei Nu heard from relatives below that compared with Tian Wanzhang's full load of Baoshan, the scenery of the sunken coast was almost worthless. Why don't we go with General Shui to Ma Yingtang? Compared with last time, Xin Xing suddenly changed his face. This time, without the voodoo army Duqi to do good, who knew Tian Wanzhang would take a risk when he saw His Royal Highness King Jin and His Highness Teng appearing in his Ma Yingtang together. In short, Xingxingdi didn't dare to take such a small risk. Li Zan knelt down and stopped. His Royal Highness Jin Wang can't do it. Although the barbarian leader Tian Wanzhang reached an agreement with His Royal Highness Wang Teng, they were barbarians after all, and His Highness could not control them. This, Yi Bai also knows that Xinxing's worries are not unreasonable, but in the end, he still failed to overcome Li Ji's expectations. He believed that even if Tian Wanzhang was against water, the 300 Tang dynasty court in his hand was not an ornament, so he accepted Li Ji's suggestion and did not stay in Luling. Go directly to Ma Yangtang and let Tian Wanzhang go down the mountain. Couldn't find it, so he had to take the Yamen soap from Chunzhou's assassination history, and reluctantly followed Yi Bai to Mayang Cave. If Tian Wanzhang really changed, although these soaps don't have much fighting power, but anyway mosquito legs are meat. Ma Changjiang, Slope Mountain. Master Tang, from the foot of the mountain, it is said that there is a group of Tang soldiers in Yangxian County. According to their direction, these Tang soldiers should come to our hillside, just like the flag of the palace. Tang Wang Fu. After listening to the barbarian below, Tian Wanjing stroked his beard, smiled and said, a few months have passed, and some people thought that he was just for those assassins perfunctory and shooting go, leaving Chunzhou should not come back. I didn't expect this King Li Yuanying to really keep his promise. Whether or not the Chang'an Emperor agrees to release the 3,000 prisoners in Wuzhou, he will personally go down the mountain to welcome Tang Wang Li Yuanying. Don't be impulsive, no matter what Emperor think, saying that this Yi Bai returned his army to come. I am afraid that the people who come are not good. One of the holes will rush to stand up to dissuade. Tian Wanqi heard a lagging expression. He is not someone who uses the internet speed for his own use, otherwise Ma Yangtang would not have become one of the most influential tribes on Wuxi Wuling Mountain, and asked the fan soldier, how much did Tang Wang Li Yuanying bring? Military horses. Is there any difference in doing good deeds in Wuzhou? The soldier came back without hesitation. There should be about 300 or 400 people, and Wuzhou's kind deeds. If there is any change, the brothers at the foot of the mountain will definitely send it back as soon as possible. About 300 or 400 people. Tian swayed, nodded, raised his fist and said to Tian Wanzhang, Master Tong, it seems that they should be those from Tang Wang's family. Relatives. According to a certain point of view, Tang Wang has no malicious intentions. Tian Wanzhang paced back and forth slowly twice, and said with his chin, go down the mountain. Although he was worried that Tian Wanzhang would temporarily pour the water, so Yi Bai and his party were arranged in the middle of the team, but this did not affect Li Ji's mood, and said excitedly, thanks to the father of the little uncle, let the pheasant slave and the young let's go south along the Yangtze River. Otherwise, if you stay in Kyoto, how can you see such beautiful natural scenery? Ji Nu is now envious of Uncle Zhang from Suzhou and Brother Yu from Yangzhou. Yi Bai said with a smile, unfortunately, this is the scenery of the real south again in winter, and it will have to wait until spring. At sunrise, the flowers by the river are redder than fire, and the green waves of spring are as blue as sapphire. This is true. Victory visions in Asia and Israel. But in my heart, people in the city want to go out. People outside the city want to go in, but I don't know Li Yuanxiang, Li Zhen. They are even more jealous of Li Zheneng staying in Chang'an City. The flowers of the Sunrise River are better than fire. The water of the river is as blue as spring. Hao Jejun said, Your Highness, these two poems are the spring of Jiangnan. Li Ji also smiled and said, that pheasant slave really can't wait. But at this time, Yi Bai felt that the team in front of him suddenly became nervous, and he couldn't help but wonder, I should be close to the ramp, right? What happened? Song Xiaoji did not dare to relax. Immediately, I patted the horse in front, and rushed back after a while, solemnly too. 5 said, His Royal Highness King Tang, His Royal Highness King Jin. It seems that someone ahead is blocking the road of Baoshan's full load, but General Shui has already gone to explore. Xinxing said in shock, Your Highness, let's go back to the end of the battle first. Tian Wanzhang's people blocked the road. Yi Bai was shocked, and took out a cylindrical object from a small bag on the saddle. Xinxing looked at His Royal Highness King Tang in surprise, put the strange cylinder in front of him, opened his eyes, eyes closed his eyes. This is Jin. The cylinder can also be stretched and stretched freely. It took a long time for this strange thing to disappear from the eyes. Yi Bai saw Tian Wanzhong in front of the 5 streams, in front of the telescope. His expression was not malicious, and Shui Rengui, who was looking for him, easily urged Ma to come back. Chapter 272. Zhongnan. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It is not easy to make such simple binoculars. Luckily, Li Daoyu was demoted to jailer due to the Shui Wanqi incident, although Yan Liben's brother Yan Lide would be a great craftsman. But Yan Lide was Li Tai's old father-in-law. Yi Bai certainly didn't want to turn to him, and Yan Lide couldn't help either. County court officials can now also be in charge of their own affairs. With Li Daoyu, who will be in charge, the royal craftsman will not dare to help. Plus the raw materials that Yi Bai obtained from Sulido, after more than 2 months of tampering, it is finally Li Shimon's birthday. Before the annual autumn festival, 2 simple telescopes were made, one of which was of course a birthday present for Li Shimon. Think about it now. A few days ago, Yi Bai was sealed off by more than 120 families. In addition to providing rescue from the mausoleum, the contribution of the tribute binoculars should also be considered. Just now Shui Rengui revealed to Tian Wanzhong that the saints had approved the request for the release of prisoners in Weizhou. Seeing Yi Bai riding a fiery red horse out of the team, Tian Huan immediately screamed, "Welcome him and say, Ma Yang Tong Tian Wanzhong sees His Royal Highness Wang Teng and His Royal Highness King Jin." Of course, Shui Rengui also revealed that Tian Wanzhong knew 23 reasons why Li Ji also came to Ma Yangdong. Tian Wanzhong was deeply moved by this. Just now Shui Rengui said a stern compliment to Li Ji, not only today's 9 princes, but also the sage's favorite young son, Queen's son. Li Ji, the king of the 9 kings, went deep into Ma Yangdong and explained the Tang dynasty's trust in Tian Wanzhong in him. Yi Bai smiled and said, "Tiantong is not affected by the gift. Yuan Ying's purpose of coming here should be learned from General Shui." Yuan Ying didn't want to disturb Tiantong's master, but after all, Wuzhou Shugong had just fought with the Tang dynasty. "I'm afraid there are some cups and bows and snakes." So only the master of Tianyi came out of the mountain. Where did Tian Wanzhong refuse? He said briskly. Tian Wanzhong thanks the Weizhou Shushi family for their great demeanor and virtue under the Tingwang temple. "I wonder if your highness wants the festival to start immediately." However, Tian Wangkin's son Tian Fan does not believe this. In front of Yi Bai, he said bluntly, "Father, Tang people are cunning and should not be trusted. If they take you to Tianling to arrest you." Without waiting for Yi Bai to speak, Tian Wanzhong, who was deeply moved, immediately burst into a rage, just like last time, called on individuals to take Tian Pan back to the cottage, and then said with a shameful fist on his face, "The children are unreasonable. Please ask His Royal Highness King Tang, King Jin to forgive your sins." Yi Bai smiled and said, "Ling Lang is innocent. Be bold, and will not lose his bold heart." Tian Wanzhong was a little shy towards Yi Bai. They knew that even if Yi Bai and Li Ji trusted him again, they would not accept his invitation. As a result, he did not return to the cottage, and followed Yi Bai directly to Wuzhou. However, although Tian Pan was scolded by Tian Wanzhong and returned to the mountains, Tian Wanzhong's other subordinates were not at ease, and finally decided that if Tian Huang, the first warrior of their tribe, had anything to take care of, he would follow Tian Wanzhong to Wangzhou. Until now, I was afraid that his new star was also lining up. Wanzhong knew that Xinxing had been in Chenzhou for the past few years, especially when Wu Zhoushu rebelled against the Tang dynasty. "I was afraid that even a stable Huan would not be able to sleep well," Dongguan said. Envoy of Xin. Wanzhong is polite. Now the sages have agreed to release 3,000 prisoners in Wanzhou. Wanzhong will never break his oath to Pang. In this life, he will never betray the Tang dynasty, and now he should no longer be afraid of pedestrians in Lanling County and Zheng County. After Tian Wanzhong, a man from Huicheng County, came out. "After the water shortage, I couldn't wait to go to the destination city of management and management." On the way, Yi Bai also asked Tian Wanzhong if he would do the same. The fish was found from Wuling Mountain, but how could everything be satisfactory? From Tian Wanyang's mouth, he has found the dry support base, but his martial arts are too high to let he escaped from Wuling Mountain go. Although Yi Bai was a little disappointed, he didn't care. Documents arresting the Department of Criminal Affairs have been circulated across the country. Now, Li Yuji has been reduced to ashes for 10 to several months. Without Li Yui's protection, Yi Bai doesn't believe that an ordinary cavalry killer Chen could hide. As early as when Yi Bai went to Ma Yangtong, Xingxindi sent someone to tell Wu Zhou to do good things. "I heard that King Teng and King Jin went to Baoshan together, and their hearts to do good together immediately was lifted down the throat. This one must have come out of the wrong pool, but it pierced the sky. Initially, he wanted to serve as a soldier Ma Yangdong to take care of the two His Royal Highnesses and stop the people of Chenzhou. However, I thought that His Highness Tang had given the sacred decree to hand over these 5 streams. If he sent troops to Mayangtong and was misunderstood by Tian Wanzhong, the head of the Chenzhou people, the trouble would not be small, so he had to restrain his anxiety and let the reprimand wait for the daily report, until he learned that Tian Wanzhong had been invited to Luling County by His Highness Deng Wang. He could not be distracted until he learned that His Highness Deng Wang had invited him to Luling County. Li, the governor of Weizhou has done a great job. Please see King Deng, King Jin. Qi Xingshan, who had been waiting at the ferry, saw Yi Bai and others disembark, and hurriedly stepped forward to watch the ceremony. Tian Wanzhong, who followed Yi Bai, also smiled with his fist and said, Tang Qidu, do and hurt. In the past few years, Mr. Qi has done a good job, but their 5 streams are deadly enemies. Even Tian Wanzhong didn't expect one of them to do a good thing and turn it into silk. He believed that since His Royal Highness Wang Tang and His Royal Highness King Jin personally went to Ma Yangtong and asked Tian Wanzhong to go down the mountain, this shows that the two His Royal Highnesses still attach great importance to this barbaric leader. Maybe this is what the saints mean. So although due to the hostile relationship in the past facing Tian Wanzhong's good deeds, he did not think so, but on the surface he did not dare to ignore it. Since Yi Bai went to Zhongnan for the first time in May, the deposed Zhongnan road has delayed him a lot of time. Yi Bai also wanted to go back to Yangzhou Wuzhou to pick him up early, so after saying hello at the ferry, Yi Bai asked Qi Xingshan to get ready, and immediately set off for the Weizhou Monan base camp located at Longli Mountain in the east of Longyu County. Tian Wanzhong is of course willing to do so. After all, none of their 5 streams could be said to be hostile to the Tang dynasty over the years, but they never got along very well. Down the mountain this time, although he looked clean in front of Yi Bai, he was still a little uneasy after entering Shenyang. Therefore, of course, I am willing to go to Longyu Mountain as soon as possible, and then return to Mayang Cave as soon as possible. However, Qi was not at ease with the 5 streams in Longli Mountain, and it was not until February last year that he rebelled against the Tang dynasty. Chapter 273. Difficulties are difficult. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Qi did not dare to put Yi Bai and Li Ji in danger. Although it only took a few days to quell the rebellion, it was because the people of Wangzhou wanted to break through Longtai County and gave him the opportunity to go deep into Longguilian Mountain. If you do good things together, you cannot guarantee any accident. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Yushan was easy to defend and difficult to attack, then, if he did a good job together, would Wuzhou be so domineering and not carry out a cleanup? He glanced at the 2 5 streams of Tian Wanzhong and Tian Huang. There is some hesitation in doing good together. So he clenched his fists and said, His Royal Highness King Wang, Weizhou is a new rebel. Although the sage released 3,000 captured Wenzhou savages according to the order, in order to do good and avoid witchcraft, the 2 highnesses are unwilling to take risks. Be better for the princess to rest on the long guillotine for a night, and now send someone to Longyu Mountain, so that they can give away a pound, and that person in charge will come down the mountain. Li Ji frowned slightly, shook his head and said, The governor of Qidu is wrong. From what Qidu said, it can be seen that the governor of Qidu does not trust the Weizhou people on Longban Mountain. Well, if you want to come to Wangzhou, of course, you will not trust the governor of Qidu. I'm afraid it's not easy to ask their mastermind to come down the mountain. It looks like a lag in doing good things together. Suddenly, the mouth was gagged. At this time, Lu Renxuan touched his beard and said, I am the victim of the knife, and Wuzhou is a fish. Since they really want to return the 300 prisoners of Longxin, they will naturally go down the mountain. Lu Yushi said it very well. The voice fell. All the good deeds came together at once. Yi Bai knew that Wangzhou was not like Tian Wanzhong. He was by his side. They are a group of rebellious masters. It's not unreasonable to care about Qi, but I don't think Lu Renxuan still has such a side of iron and blood. I thought about it, and then thought of Tian Wanyuan. It's worth it. Let's do it. The bad thing is to disturb Tiantong Shinbang to pay the mountain and want to use the shield to fly to save the prestige of Wuling Mountain. They should believe it. Isn't the reason why he personally went to Ma Yangtong to invite Tian Wanyang down the mountain. Tian Wanzhong's kindness and Lu Renxuan's blunt words were embarrassed. Immediately, said, Tingwang Temple is heavy, Wanzhong is going to Longhu Mountain. After that, he and Tian Huang, who was behind him, rode the previously prepared healthy horses and ran to the east gate. Although Tian Wanzhong has not descended the mountain for a long time, but after all, he is the Monan River with 5 streams. When walking on Longyu Mountain, This area is still Xiao Rui's territory, and the road to Longhu Mountain is of course very familiar. It is different from Tian Wanzhong's Mayang Dongpo Mountain. Longhu Mountain is not far from Longtong Mountain, and it takes less than an hour to reach Longai Mountain. Maybe this is one of the reasons why Wenzhou betrayed the Tang dynasty in such a short distance. It is not difficult to do good things together. Unfortunately, bad luck was not good, and in the end, it was still defeated by the hand of one. Together with Tian Wanzhong, the strongest in Wuling Mountain, the caller of the barbarians in Wuxi, and the countryman Nishuan of Longyu Mountain, they brought their minority leader Xu Dingge down the mountain. Of course, if Zhang didn't show up, they would have to send someone down the mountain. As Lu Renshao said, today's 5 lakes and 4 seas are just fish on a piece of fish. The entire Manchu tribe in Weizhou was captured by 3,000 people in one fell swoop. Even if they know that there are traps in Longtai County, they must go down the mountain to fight. Even if they know that there may be traps in Longwen County, they must go down the mountain to fight for it. Even if they know that there are traps in Longtai County. At the foot of the slope, Shu Dingo and Yi Bai are connected to each other, and it was Dingo who swore to the dragon dog Panhu on behalf of Wuzhou. Seeing Xu Dingge looking around under the leadership of Tian Wanzhong and walking into the governor's house in Weizhou, the gains outweighed the losses. Yi Bai no longer delayed, and asked Yan Liban to read the imperial edict to them, ordering the release of 3,000 martial artists. Standing in front of the voodoo prison, I saw familiar faces come out of the prison. Brother shutting immediately. He cried with joy. Since the defeat outside Longcheng that day, not only has the tribe been in a difficult situation, but the life of the father and son in Longyu Mountain has not been easy. Although their Shu surname is the largest surname in Wuzhou, the patriarchal status of foreign surnames does not even count the Shu side branches. This was also the day when Xu Dingge, regardless of all dangers, went to Ma Yangtong to persuade Tian Wanzhong to go down the mountain to deal with Teng Wangli, in order to put pressure on Qi to do good deeds in exchange for the captured people. However, from now on, there is no need to worry. Brother Shutting wiped away his tears quickly. It would be a great shame if he was looked at like that. After Xu Dingge calmed down, he reiterated to Yi Bai and Qi Xingshan his oath of never defecting to the Tang dynasty, politely declined Yi Bai's invitation, rested in the county town for the night, and immediately brought people back to Longyu Mountain. If he came back late and was misunderstood by the people on the mountain, saying that he was detained in Longtai County and came to rescue him, there would be a lot of trouble. Yi Bai will no longer stay in office, because he does not want to stay in Wuzhou, and because Brother Xu Ding is gone, he will come back immediately. Although there are still several counties in Weizhou County, which belong to Jiangnan Road, without exception, they are all inhabited by the Manchus in Wuxi. Yi Bai still had to consider Li Ji's safety, so he would not go down any further. Of course, Qi Yuanying did a good job and hoped that Yi Bai and Li Ji would leave Wenzhou earlier to relieve his pressure, so they made a decision on Yi Bai. Qi only did a little good, and then pushed the boat to the surface. Starting from Yueyang Lake, Yi Bai went down the river along the original road, and finally walked from Jiangzhoukou to Zongmu, and crossed Jiangnan South Road along Ganshui, Zongshui, Beishi River, Jianyang River, etc. Although Yi Bai's previous life came from Fujian, he suddenly realized it after passing the roads of Zhangzhou and Fuzhou. It turned out that his Jianyang River, which had just passed the internet, was later Minjiang River. This name is too stingy. However, Yi Bai has no feelings for this place, no one else, just because he looks around. Fujian is too desolate now. According to his memory, he found his hometown from Fuzhou in a previous life. That's why in the Tang dynasty, his hometown was still an uninhabited barren island. The vicissitudes of life should be like this. After leaving Fuzhou, I walked all the way, Taizhou, Borneo and Yuezhou. Yi Bai also knew that it was Xizang later. Although Taizhou is a little better than Fujian, it is still a vast wasteland. Due to the emergency return to Yangzhou, Yi Bai did not stop at these places anymore. Yan Liban, Lu Renshao and others were sent to Hangzhou to visit for a few days. They didn't stop until they reached Hangzhou, and they were very dissatisfied with Li Ji. In fact, when Yi Bai first came to Yangzhou, it was in Jiangnan. Chapter 274. Shame. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Living on the hills, they can't be found anywhere, and it's not easy to catch them. King has never seen it is because when he paid tribute to the south, the king didn't know yet. Those white-haired people died soon because of the water and soil. When I saw Yan Liban talking, his face became more and more ugly. Yi Bai stopped at the right moment and said nothing. The reason why Yan Liban was suddenly ashamed, of course Yi Bai knew, must be when he was helping the envoys of the southern southern country to pay tribute. Yan Liban was pulled over by Li Shimin as a guest artist. Yan Liban paints very well, but for a painter with political ambitions like him, this is not a glorious thing. Even if he can master these three works, he will not have much political status. Taking Yan Liban back to the hall, after the public greetings, Yi Bai let Mao Jia retire first, and then go back to the prison is definitely impossible. Think about it. Let Gao Zhiming stay at the post office in Qiantang County first, and then stay at the post office in Qiantang County. Although Wang Jinyi's case has been handed over to Pan Choren, he can leave Hangzhou, but Yi Bai also wants to take Mo Jia to Haizhou to find Abbot Island. The 184th came to Fuyang again. His Royal Highness King Tang, I don't know if people like Wang Jin need to be promoted. He immediately asked for mercy. Wang Jinyi. Yi Bai frowned. He shook his head and said, the facts are all there, and there is still something unclear. We almost know from Moga's mouth that this person has disappeared. However, because Wang Jinyi can play false auspicious tricks, some people believe that even if there is no greed in the Qiantang River Order, the crime of dog fraud is inevitable. Wang Shi, you are a waiter in the criminal department, and Wang Jinyi will leave it for you to try for yourself. Yan Liban raised his hands and said, follow King Tang's religion. Hurried back from Qiantang County because he heard that Qinglong Jirui appeared in Qiantang County. If he stayed in Qiantang City to hear the case of Wang Jinyi, on the other side of the former county, Yi Bai waved his hand and said, don't worry about this master. Leave the matter to Chenxian. He turned his head and said to Lu Raiji, frequent customer, you have just returned from Yangguan County. Anyway, we are going to stay in Hangzhou for a few days. You can rest well in Qiantang City for a few days, then go diving. As for Fuyang County, give it to others. To you, thank you Your Highness for your understanding. When Lu Renxuan returned from Yangguan County this morning, he had already heard Wang Jinyi say that Tengwang Temple had descended to Fuyang, so he was not surprised by Yi Bai's order. Pan Choren said, Your Highness, do you want to go to Fuyang County? What, can't you? Yi Bai's face darkened again. Some people said unhappily, as for the tribute, it is not easy for some officials under you to escort the tribute. Be careful, like walking on thin ice. That letter didn't hold your hand. Now that the ban has been lifted, this matter will not be investigated for you again. But there are still people who want you to remember one word. Please take me to the bottom of Tengwang Temple. The heart is naturally a great joy, and hasten to humbly ask for teaching. If you don't make up your mind for the people, why don't you go home and breed chin? Bai left a cold sentence. Then, he said to Yan Liban, Wang Shi, I still have to worry about the script handed over to Brother Huang for a period of false auspiciousness. My heart is not sweating. I am used to nature. The phrase, go home and sell sweet potatoes, blurted out, but fortunately suddenly remembered that there seemed to be no such thing in China in the Tang dynasty, and hurriedly changed it to, planting millet. It barely rhymes. Wait a minute, and write a copy to Goyan Liban, who has learned the story of false auspiciousness, and immediately sits aside and drafts a sparse watch. Pan Choren's face was stiff, but immediately, after returning to normal, a bunch of laughter said, His Royal Highness Teng Wang taught that in the past few years, it has really been ashamed of the people of Wanzhou town. If you don't make up your mind for the people, you, better go home and raise Ma Qin. Lu Renxuan couldn't help but take a step. His Royal Highness Wang Deng teaches, Lu Raiji keeps it in mind. After ignoring the script written by Yan Liban for teacher Kyoto, Yi Bai, who was tired all day, stayed in Qiantang. 2 days. In any case, he had to stay in Hangzhou to wait for the reply from the teacher in Kyoto, so there is no need worry about the delay. The second time, Yan Liban stayed in Qiantang County and tried Wang Jinyi. The non-commissioned officers of the imperial court in Qiantang County can no longer be used, and the person who assassinated Shi Yamen in Hangzhou may not be reliable. Therefore, Yi Bai asked Hao Qizhan to stay in Qiantang City and assist Yan Liban in handling Wang Jinyi's case. Lu Renxuan went to Qian County, and of course Yi Bai set foot on the land of Fuyang County. In addition to Hao Qizhan, who fell next to Yan Liban, there are many follow-up actions. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse pirated. Zhang Qing, order to dock the boat beside the orchard, who was admiring the beauty of the river, suddenly shouted at Zhang Tianshui behind him. Zhang Tianshui replied, and Pan Choren asked strangely, His Royal Highness King Tang, is this what you want? Li Ji smiled reluctantly and said, Pan became the king. You won't forget where this is so soon. I think we're almost at Wanzhou town. The voice fell. Pan Chorin patted his forehead vigorously. Annoyed, he said, look at Chu Ren's lesson. Isn't this the orchard in front of you with Lao Zhang? So, Yi Bai was naturally familiar with this road, and soon, a group of people came to the front of the orchard that came here a few days ago. Li Ji approached calmly and shouted, Shu Lao Zhang. Is Shu Lao Zhang in the garden? A burst of barking. The dog barked again and again. This is the same as what Yi Bai saw last time. Xiaohe, this fruit farmer named Shu Niu, came out of the woods with one deep and shallow foot. Shu Li raised her head. She immediately feel frustrated. How could he think of Yi Bai? Li Ji would still see Yi Bai in this life. Li Ji hurriedly knelt down and said, Ah. Seeing His Royal Highness King Tang, His Royal Highness King Jin, Minister Pan, he visited His Royal Highness King Tang, His Royal Highness King Jin and Mr. Pan. Shu Lao Zhang doesn't have to do this. Please get up quickly. Yi Bai said with a smile. Guo Qian, who was scrambling in front of Yi Bai, Pan Chorin hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Unexpectedly, I kind of gave way to my hands. He declined the support of Guo and Pan, bowed respectfully in front of Yi Bai and others, and said excitedly, on behalf of the people of the town, we thank the two highnesses and Pan Guofen for letting the monarch understand the feelings of the people, and cancel the relationship. The ban of Wangzhou Town, Fuyang County, Ambassador Pan and His Royal Highness will never forget the great morality of our Wanzhou Town, and the people of Wanzhou Town will never forget this. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 275. Pray. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Why? Yi Bai frowned. Yi Bai also became a master for a few years and gradually adapted to the chaos and confusion of the technical year, but other people who couldn't see him bowed their heads in front of him. Fortunately, there is still mud grass here. If you put it in the kind of place in the two halls, you will have to hit people in concussion. Pan Chorin also said shyly, Shu Lao Zhang has suffered, and Pan guards Hangzhou for several times. It's been years, but I don't know about Wangzhou Town. The gratitude of the people of Wangzhou Township. Pan is not worthy of it. There is a good saying at the temple of King Tang, officials don't care. People, no matter what. People, it is better to grow up Ma Chin at home. Pan feels ashamed every time I think of that sentence. Although there were two shameful incidents in successive years, Pan Shuiren knew that there was no hope of promotion in the history of the Hangzhou assassination, but it was not harmful to deepen Yi Bai's affection for him. Of course, Pan Chorin will not leave Li Ji behind. He has used many words of praise to praise Li Ji. Li Ji represents hope for the future. Pan Shuiren thinks he is young and strong. Yi Bai's purpose of revisiting his hometown was just to see if Fuyang County had carried out Pan Chorin's order a few days ago, and it seems unnecessary now. Asked. So Yi Bai and Shu Yuanying talked about the customs and habits of Fuyang County again, and then stood up to leave. Suddenly moved in his heart, although this myth is just a fruit farmer, but it is also amazing and well deserved. Since Yi Bai was in Fuyang County, he naturally did not want to be appointed as a small tour guide by Fuyang County after being appointed to the county seat. Shu Lao Zhang, if you want to come, you should also know from the village chief and villagers of Wanzhou Town that this time, when you go to Zhongnan, you should come and see the customs of this province. Yi Bai asked casually. Although Shu Li felt a little strange in her heart, he nodded and agreed. But Pan Chorin stood aside, watching the customs of this province speak well, and no one knew that the most important purpose was to rectify the administration of officials. I don't know if Lao Zhang wants to be a tour guide. Shu was immediately flattered, and hurriedly clenched his fists and said, I dare not obey your orders. What about the old man's orchard? Pan Shuiren asked immediately, as the father and mother of Hangzhou. Of course, I don't want ordinary people to be Yi Bai's guides. Shu Li said flippantly, you have Lao Pan to care about. However, it doesn't matter. Nanzi's maturity is still early. There are basically no troublemakers in Nanzi Garden. His Royal Highness and Pan have heard about it. People still. A couple of dogs in the orchards. These are here this time of year. The dogs are enough to keep watch over the orchards. In that case, Lao Pan becomes king. Although Pan Shuiren was unhappy, he didn't dare to show it. He hurriedly smiled, and made a gesture of invitation. Uncle Huang, on both sides of the Shijiang River, the scenery is beautiful. The Mayang cave we visited 6 months ago was not lost at all. Li Ji said in the evening breeze, and said intoxicatedly, it's better for the little uncle not to talk about his father, and let his father promise to go to the south of the Yangtze River with Uncle Yanganu. I'm afraid the pheasant slaves are still there. Kyoto is a prison. Shu Li lives in Fuyang. This tour guide should be capable. His Royal Highness the King said with a smile. Mr. Yan Ziling, a scholar in the Han Dynasty, was attracted by the beautiful scenery on both sides of the Fuchun River. Li Weiying suddenly turned around and asked him if he was not from Xizang in his previous life, but Fu Chunhei's name is really like thunder, without him, because Huang Dongwang's Fuchun Mountain Living Picture, so famous, top 10 famous paintings in China. I just didn't know that the Fuchun River was originally the Xizang River. That's not the case, Xu Jiedao. Just because Fuyang County was called Fuchun in ancient times, over time, people in Fuyang called the Xizang River from Tonglu County to Fuyang River, and in the upper reaches of the Fuchun River, it was called Exanan River. I see. Yi Bai shook his head. Although these place names are very, but if they don't come here, I really don't know the connection between them. Combined with the rich spring and sunset landscape paintings in front of him, Pan Chorin also felt relieved at this time, showing that he was still a writer, singing loudly, "The wind and smoke are clear, and the Tianshan is popular. Anything floats out of the water." 100 miles from Fuyang to Tonglu, the mountains and rivers are unique in the world. Pan gives you real flair. What a sin. Yes, Li Xiying smiled unprepared all these years, turned around and asked Shu Shi, "Shu Laozhang, you can go to Fuyang County before dark, right?" Shu Rui did not answer. Pan Chorin preemptively said, "His Royal Highness King Tang, please rest assured, if you look at the lights in front of you, the county will fight for it." Although the sky had not yet dimmed, the noisy ferryboats in the distance also lit their lights, twinkling like stars. "I don't know if His Highness Tang will send someone to let a group of officials from Fuyang County meet at the ferry port," Pan Xueren then asked. "The last time I came to Fuyang County with Yi Bai, he sent someone to inform Fuyang County before leaving Qiantang County, but this time he didn't dare to come up with a good idea." Yi Bai shook his head and said, "There is no need to disturb Fuyang County. Only one person can look around Fuyang County, follow King Tang's religion." Although Pan Yuelin didn't want to, he didn't dare to force it, so he could only pray in his heart that there would be no more trouble. However, thinking about it again, I have a lot of things in my heart. Fuyang County is not a fool. Knowing that King Tang was in Hangzhou, he would not do something that would make King Tang in his eyes during this festival. Although Yi Bai did not let Pan Xueren disturb Fuyang County, when Yi Bai's boat landed on the ferry, it was already night, but if Yi Bai was accompanied by several Deng Wangfu, it would be impossible to keep a low profile. As soon as I got off the ferry, Fuyang County ordered a large number of officials to meet. Yi Bai came to Fuyang County this time, and he didn't want to hide it from the local court, otherwise he would take it lightly. After meeting officials in Fuyang County, Yi Bai did not return to the county court with them. Instead, he lives at the post office in Fuyang County. Pan King, look at this. That. Fuyang Galing watched Yi Bai leave the back, and looked at Pan Chorin helplessly. Pan Xueren said with a smile, "As long as you keep your role, you don't have to worry about other things. Go back. Some of you are staying at the post office with your two royal highnesses today. Oranges from Wanzhou town." Fuyang hesitated for a while, or hesitantly said an endless sentence. Pan Chorin frowned and said in a low voice, "Then the ban is it. You shouldn't have any burden in your heart." In short, the ban was signed by the last Fuyang decree, and it must be no problem in the history of Hangzhou assassination. His Highness Deng will not blame you. Today, His Highness Tang passed through Wangzhou town. I already know that Fuyang County went to that one from the beginning. Ban. This is a good job. Chapter 276. Helpless. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Fuyang smiled wryly, shook his head and said, "Pan Lianjin, how is Gangnan this year? From Luzhou to Kyoto. Once you have gone 355 miles, what should you do if there is a mistake on the road? I am also very depressed." Others' predecessors, Fuyang, let go Wenjiang and Wang Zhouxiang Gangnan, and now moved to Huzhou to rule, for a country, but he wants to trembling, like walking on thin ice, as life. Pan Chorin's face suddenly sank, and a cold voice said, "Crow's mouth, which accident did we have in Hangzhou in recent years?" After that, he walked away with a displeased face. The pot that Fuyang ordered was also a pot that could not be opened. Pan Chorin himself was not easy to hypnotize, but he wanted to put the gold coin away, and the gangrene was picked up. It's really strange that Pan Xueren can give him a good-looking appearance. Mingfu, now standing at 000. The main recommenders in Fuyang Ridge, Cheng County and Fuyang County, and Fuyang County also look at each other. What should I do and do what you should do? Pan Xuanjin is also right. Guo Mingfu has never had an accident a few times, so he shouldn't be so unlucky. Fuyang ordered to laugh at himself helplessly, but then Pan Chorin suddenly turned around. "King Pan, But what else did His Highness Tang show? That Fuyang Ling hurriedly took care of the network talents and asked respectfully. Pan Chorin stroked his long beard and sighed. Someone is thinking about this. Although this year should not be so unlucky, everything was planned in advance. What does Pan Xuanjun mean? The head secretary of Fuyang County panicked in his heart, and whispered in a flustered voice, "Go to ban the sale of Fuyang. This ban is the decision of His Royal Highness King Tang. If we wait for His Royal Highness to return to Kyoto to renew this ban, if we accidentally pass it to the lower ear of Tengwang Temple, I am afraid we will anger His Royal Highness King Tengwang." In that sentence, Fuyang Ling also changed his face and persuaded him. Pan Li Jun, it can't be done. 2 months ago, Xiao Lengjun from Shuji's hometown returned to Fuyang County. I heard he will stay here for a few more months. The Shu surname is also a big surname in Fuyang County. There are many Shu people in Wangzhou town. If there is any repetition, those humble officials can't guarantee whether those people in Wangzhou town will tell His Royal Highness King Tang about Wangzhou town through Shu Guluo. Pan Chorin immediately, crying and laughing, there was also anger in my heart, and said with a sneer, "Is this in your eyes?" No. No. The Little Sesame officials were silent, as if they were Leng Chan and Pan Chorin was their immediate boss. Even if they really think so in their heart, they dare not think so in their heart. Pan Chorin didn't talk to them, and said angrily, "His Royal Highness Tang likes to be quiet and doesn't like your officials to follow you. So these few days, your Highness is in Fuyang County, you can do whatever you have to do. If you create unnecessary things yourself don't blame Mr. Pan for your face and callousness. What about the safety of those two Highnesses?" It is the lieutenant of Fuyang County who is speaking. There are several relatives of Teng Wangfu, and there are, ride back, General Shui Rengui escorts everywhere. What else do you have to worry about? Do you think it depends on the soap of the three-legged cat in Fuyang County? Can you compare Teng Wangfu's marriage to General Shui Rengui? Pan Chorin patted him on the face. Dare not. Then the lieutenant of Fuyang County also knew that Pan Chorin was very angry, and of course he did not dare to object. Pan Chorin glanced coldly at these officials in Fuyang County. I was about to go, but soon I turned around and it was cold. Many said, someone was almost confused by you. Tribute to things, make a good plan in advance or want it. That prohibition is it doesn't matter, as long as it is a part of the tribute purchased by your county court. Is there any problem? As for whether there are Kunlun slaves around, Tichi is not worried, except the Kunlun people on the Abbot Island. The other Kunlun people living in Datang were basically slaves. They live on the lowest level and don't have time to take care of these things. Gurgen, who had walked dozens of steps, heard Tivar's cry. That was the problem, and he couldn't help but worry. He stabbed into Yangzhou City with no water at his waist, which was different from finding 444 graves, but he soon embraced the iron chisel. Remove the waistline from the waist. However, in order to hurry, Gurgen did not look back, but stabbed the water, nailed the water to the boat like a javelin, and threw the iron filings into the cold sweat. Boat quickly and drain the water. The sharp blade is stuck in the boat and will cause unnecessary trouble if it is parked on the river for a long time. Unfortunately today may be a one shining star and he is right. Under normal circumstances, the Tang dynasty would not learn the language of untouchables like Kunlun slaves, but there were times when the exception also happened to be on the river bank not far away. He is Song Xiaoji and was allowed to return to China by PYG. This river bank is also the only way for Song Xiaoji to return home. Originally, Song Xiaoji spoke the same language to Kunlun slaves. Of course, in fact, he still doesn't know anything about it. However, although Song Xiaoji does not understand Kunlun language, but because of the use of water thorns as a weapon good at water, Song Xiaoji has also seen the power of water guns in the central area of the river. Therefore, on the way back to Yangzhou, Song Xiaoji once followed the Jia family to discuss this kind of spunlace. It is for this reason that Song Xiaoji heard the Kunlun language of the word Fenshui spear from Mojia's mouth, and firmly dung it to the ground. It was hidden in his heart. Song Xiaoji walked on the soft beach without hesitation. In this azure sky, he could dimly see the small fishing village in the distance. Suddenly I heard the word water spinning. They are used to speak. After serving as a relative in Yuang Mansion for nearly a year, he followed Tingwang Yebai to Zhongnan Road for more than a year. Song Xiaoji and Li Zan felt that something was wrong. Look at the source. Although independent Kunlun people are not common in the Tang dynasty, they are not absent. However, Song Xiaoji always felt 5 Kunlun people seem a little unfamiliar. The water thorns nailed to the side of the boat emit an unusually dazzling light in the direct sunlight, which makes Song Xiaoji particularly sensitive. Stand up. Hearing that the two Kunlun people had some suspicious signs, Song Xiaoji Li Scissors ran towards them and shouted loudly, "Stop for a while. Just been reminded that he was convicted of theft." When he heard someone not far away subconsciously shouting to stop, he turned his head and was suddenly afraid that the three souls had disappeared, had just returned from Prince Yu's mansion, and naturally he was wearing the clothes of relatives of Prince Yu's mansion. The leader of the Li family has been defeated. The southern king Li Zhen sent troops. Where would Gurgen panic? Why did this Yu Wangfu family come alone to Li Zan? Turned around, and ran to the boat on the riverbank. Chapter 277. Without hesitation. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Gurgen fled to the river in a panic, immediately confirming Song Xiaoji's judgment. Song Xiaoji is also a bold artist. Although it was unclear what boat Kunlun's accomplice was unmoored on the river, Song Xiaoji still pulled out the guardrail knife at his waist without hesitation. He chased the boat towards the river, just got off the boat and pulled out. The spiked water nailed to the boat. Iron Fist turned around, stunned. An officer-like man chased the sword towards Gurgen. Gurgen reluctantly ran towards him. What's going on? Iron Leader, this is not good. I'm afraid Li Ji has lost his job. The one sent by Wang Lizanyu. People will come soon. Shout out when out of breath, cutting and ironing his face. This Gurgen is really useless. I don't know how the Li's rig has been adjusted in the past 2 years, but there is only one small officer. Panic. The pulled spunlace was passed to Gurgen, who had run back. Let Gurgen remove the unknown officer with himself. As a result, Gurgen didn't expect him to bother him, but climbed onto the boat on his hands and feet. Tifei's eyes turned to Gurgen, but I was worried that he would spit 23 fire, but he didn't think about how much help this cowardly guy could give him. Gurgen had no choice but to retreat, but to bravely coming from Song Xiaoji. Sadly, the spunlace that belonged to him is now quietly lying on the beach beside the boat. The result can be imagined. Song Xiaoji captured Gurgen himself, cut the sword into 3 pieces with a knife, then pull out the twine in the middle to expertly tie the Gurgen's hands and feet, and throw it heavily on the deck. Song Xiaoji took out a hu bed from the cabin, sat in front of the Kunlun slave with his hands and feet tied together, holding his breath. Just now, he also made a mistake. Although there are only 2 people on board, if 2 Kunlun slaves attack, they will not be able to capture them even if they are not in trouble. Say, why do you turn around when you see someone? Don't tell someone you don't know about the Tang dynasty. Song Xiaoji stabbed himself on the deck next to the trembling Kunlun slave. Gurgen, surprisingly, despite his young age, he has been trafficked to the Tang dynasty for several years. Of course, he can understand the Tang dynasty. Secretly speaking, isn't it? Great officers don't know what they're doing. He suddenly burst into tears. He knew he was running just now. What to do now? Although Gurgen was also trafficked and rescued, but he went through a lot when he was young, but he doesn't know it at the moment. What to do? And the Riga leaders will now hijack Princess Tang. Whatever it is, successful or not, DeLong will never do the small wine shop purchased by DeLong in Yangzhou City. To tell the truth, even if you tell the truth here, it will not affect the leader of Yangzhou, Li Jia. After giving himself enough reasons, Gurgen closed his eyes and explained everything he knew in his mind. Song Xiaoji stopped. His face changed. Someone dared to kidnap Princess Tang and Mrs. Wu. The frightened Song Xiaoji wanted to hurry back and inform Prince Tang and Prince Yu, but just got up from Hu's bed and sat down again alone. According to the network, it's definitely too late to come back now. Fortunately, according to Ergen, these Kunlun slaves just wanted to take away Princess Tang and Ms. Wu for ransom, and their lives should not be in danger. By the way, if the slaves of Kunlun wanted to hijack Princess Tang and escape, they would have to escape here and leave by boat. As long as they can drive the ship, Kunlun slaves cannot escape from Yangzhou. First, His Highness Yu should be able to surround them soon. However, such a large ship may not be able to drive alone. As for this Gurgen, although he seems honest now, I'm afraid he can't use it himself. Song Xiaoji walked back and forth in front of Gurgen, various images shining in his mind. I didn't know what to do for a long time. Suddenly, Song Xiaoji thought of something and turned around suddenly. Golden. Do you like it? Watching Song Xiaoji dangling in front of him, even though Gurgen had volunteered a lot of explanations, he was still terrified and didn't know what this powerful officer wanted to do with him. After hearing Song Xiaoji's question, Gurgen couldn't help showing a strange color and said, General, how did did you know? Sure enough, it is the ghost of the East China Sea. Song Xiaoji immediately. Relief. My heart can be seen in the worship of Moga on weekdays. Princess Tang was even kidnapped by that Riga as long as hackers appeared. There is no danger. His face also smiled for the first time, and he asked gently, Gurgen, have you heard of a Kunlun man named Moga? Gurgen, who was a little calm after seeing Song Xiaoji's smile, suddenly said, Moga, you belong to King Tang Yabai. No wonder Ji Yuzhen. In the heart of Hangzhou, there is such a fear of Li Jiang being captured, and now Mo Jia, whose life and death are unknown, may have been tortured into a human by King Tang Li Jiang. The reason why Li Jia finally decided to take the risk of hijacking Wu Zhao was precisely because of this incident. He thought that he had become Yi Bai's prisoner now. Gurgen nearly fainted. Sure enough, he was the companion of the Moga brothers. In this case, Song Xiaoji will no longer be able to scare Gurgen. Of course, he remains an enemy and a non-friend. However, Song Xiaoji didn't understand why Gurgen suddenly showed such a terrifying expression. You can also relax in Gurgen. Song Xiaoji continued, if there is nothing wrong, you should have a master. Listen to that this uncle is still the owner of a country named. As a result, Gurgen was not even happy. Gurgen, they know very well the importance of the big dragon and the master of the big dragon in their heart. Mo is no exception. I didn't expect to recruit and his old man. He must have suffered countless inhuman tortures over the past few months. Gurgen's heart grew more and more frightened, and he was finally terrified. Song Xiaoji saw that Gurgen suddenly fainted, as if he had seen a ghost. He was also the second monk and didn't know it. He wanted to get off the boat and drink another basin of water to wake up this strange Gurgen. Looking back, I saw more than 24 white-skinned, dark-skinned people with spunlaces in their hands in the distance. It's La Liga. Song Xiaoji's scissors responded. He squatted down and hid under the bow, watching carefully. He didn't see Princess Tang. Song Xiaoji immediately relaxed. Although he also saw Helen Gongsao among the people who were kidnapped by Kunlun slaves. How can Helen Gongsao's identity be compared with Princess Tang? In this scene, Song Xiaoji was still worried, dreaming that he was dealing with these 20 Kunlun slaves would definitely be a problem. A fool. Did you jump into Shanyang Duri and track boats underwater to rescue Helanggong and Sao? I didn't expect Song Xiaoji to see these Kunlun slaves. Chapter 278. Days. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Therefore, in order to avoid the dust settling, ask Li Jing about his physical condition. Shui Rengui certainly does not know 1 question and 3 questions. In order to prevent the dust from settling, Shui Rengui ate several times without answering his question, not knowing, thinking that Li Jing was no longer physically dead. Long groaned and said, 5 years ago, poor Dao was on a pilgrimage trip. I know. The pharmacist arrived early due to a foot ailment, but soon returned to be in charge of the march to the west, asking to spit out the mud. Poor people think pharmacists should be in good health, but I didn't think so. My ex misunderstood. Shui Rengui hurriedly replied. Shortly after His Royal Highness Deng Wang introduced the younger generation to northern Jiangsu, he deposed Jiangnan Road with Tengwang Temple. Therefore, I have never seen Master and his old gentleman. Shui Rengui naturally did not dare to tell the truth. After thinking for a long time, he could not think of such an excuse, and it seemed that it was not a lie. Yi Bai also took this opportunity to say, don't worry, Duke Wei's foot disease is not a big problem, and Sun Dao, the king of poison, is recuperating for Duke Wei. Yuan Ying heard that the abbot said that it has been nearly 10 years since he returned to the hidden Bianshan, and he and the Duke of Wei have not seen each other for more than 10 years. Since the Taoists care so much about the Duke of Wei, why not go back to Kyoto with Yuan Ying to visit the Duke of Wei? Coincidentally, Duke of Wei's blessing and King Tang of the Yuan dynasty are both in Pinkang Square, Huanan County. After all, in recent years, Wei has the Duke is already an old man. He has fought on the battlefield for many years. Although he won the immortal honor for the Tang dynasty, he also left a scar. But avoiding the dust is not so easy to fool. Just ask Li Jing's physical condition. Shui Rengui's words flashed. Others, it's all embarrassing. In the past, I heard that Li Jing resigned from Shengshu due to foot disease as official job. Result, it took him less than 2 months, and now that he's ready to move to Western fame, he's been reappointed as chief executive of March in Hokkaido West. If his feet were really badly ill, he could still be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Meritorious service. These 4 characters are coming soon. Since Baiken is Li Jing's good friend, of course, he also knows Li Jing's character. Sneer in my heart. Shui Rengui didn't go to see the pharmacist because it was too late. I'm afraid I will be turned away by the pharmacist. Dust-proof road is long. Yi Bai saw that there was no reply from the dust, so he raised his voice and shouted again. Although he also knew that Yi Bai's suggestion still wanted him to be an official, but this suggestion also had a certain meaning to avoid the dust. Yi Bai was right. Li Jing has been fighting on the battlefield for many years, leaving countless scars. Now he's 70 years old, and I'm afraid he won't live for a few more years. But at the end of the dust, he shook his head, held up the big bag he had just put down, and said nothing. He walked straight in front of Yi Bai. Seeing that Yi Bai's face was as gloomy as water, he gritted his teeth and said, "His Royal Highness Prince Tang, look at this. It's too outrageous to keep the dust out. Yes, look at his contempt." In the eyes of the humble officials, His Royal Highness King Tang must have been deceived by this old messy hairstyle. What kind of person is Duke Wei? How does he know this old messy hairstyle? Guo Wenjiang was also reluctant to show weakness. He said hatefully, "Shut up, get out." Yi Bai's efforts. My mood has also experienced ups and downs, but in the end, I still can't let Mo Chen change his mind. He has been holding fire in his stomach. This time, Chu Zhang was shot in the muzzle. Zhu Bin and Guo Wenjiang immediately. Standing there was no face or a pair of blank hands. Although Yi Bai told them to leave here, it is impossible for them to leave here foolishly. Guo Wenjiang hastily cast his eyes on the lonely man to prolong his life. Unfortunately, His Royal Highness King Tang was angry with them and saved them. I'm afraid only the only one who can save them can save them. But now this kind of bad mind, lonely life obviously won't touch. He doesn't think he really has such a big face. However, their subordinates, who are obedient subordinates, still need protection. So only one person extended his life and gently stroked Li Ji's shoulder. In this case, the only person who could let Yi Bai put out the fire was Li Ji. Li Ji, of course, must stand up and persuade, "Uncle Xiao, you shouldn't be angry. Since this old man doesn't want to be an official in the Tang dynasty, let him stay on the top of Yunfeng and have a good drink. Why should uncle be angry with such an ungrateful person? If he is angry, it is not worth it." Yi Bai also knew that he was just a little abnormal and his face was a little dark. Yi Bai said, "Forget it. This twisted melon is not sweet. Envy Wei, my only cousin. Getting late, let's go down the mountain too." Although it's not hot anymore, it didn't make a good impression on Yi Bai, Xuanbin, Guo Wenjiang, and Yi Bai's impression naturally got worse. Shu Wei was a little dissatisfied, a little disappointed, and said, "His Royal Highness King Tang, Lu Xuan is paying close attention to Zhu Guohou in the grass, and King Zhou Wen also asked him to look at the shore of the Wei River. Why did His Highness give up so easily?" Yi Bai sorted out his mood, and said coldly, "Wei Niang, since people want to avoid the dust between mountains and rivers for a long time, why should we take their wishes away? Forget it." He murmured secretly in his heart. Anyway, he is just doing the ambassador to the south of the Yangtze River. Although this cow has an old nose and is familiar with Li Jing, but if he can recommend it to Li Shimin, it must be a big job. But since it is impossible, he does not have to face death. Shu Weneng felt that Yi Bai didn't have the enthusiasm for dust prevention before, but he didn't want to ask again. "Would you like to do it again? Do you want to live in seclusion in Bianshan, and don't want to have a good relationship with Shu Huiwei?" Almost every 10 days, Shu Xiao will bring her Shu Wei and Shu Hui's younger brother Shu Qi went to visit to avoid the dust. Therefore, Shu Wei certainly hoped that Yi Bai could talk about the problem of preventing the dust from settling. Yi Bai shook his head gently, and stopped talking about Baikan. Instead, he asked, "Just now, it seems that someone recommended Wei Niang to the people in Genting. It's already so late. Will Wei Niang go back to Wucheng together?" Back to Wucheng. Shu Wei was taken aback and asked in confusion. "His Royal Highness King Tang," he hurriedly explained. "His Royal Highness King Tang." Although Xu Xiao is a doctor of Confucian classics in Huzhou, but because he is a native of Huzhou Great Wall, the Great Wall is not far from Wucheng, but Dr. Xu Xiao's court did not move to Wucheng. Please download Filu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 279. Hesitating. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. I see, this is a very sudden thing. Although Yi Bai was a little disappointed, he didn't show it. Nodding. In this case, Zhu Ming Daolong, the head of Chushan Road, Wei Niang, let's go first. Send your highness faithfully to King Tang. Zhu Ming, the Taoists of Zhu Chuan and the water behind them preached in unison. Chushan also sighed in relief since His Highness Tang also called it Chushan Saber Dragon. Then His Highness will definitely be angry with him. It should be eliminated now, and it won't regenerate their anger. But Shu Wei caught up with Yi Bai and left with them. Yi Bai saw Shu Wei from behind and said, "Is Wei Niang going to visit your father in Wucheng County?" I was surprised that the future little sister-in-law would pester him. "No, Li Shimin chose his concubine after the death of Empress Sun. It seems that Shu Wei and Wu Zhao entered the palace at the same time, but now, the eldest sister-in-law is still sitting firmly in her room, and Wu Zhao has become his Princess Tang. If Shu Wei was not surprised, he would not become Shu Shanfei again. It is a pity that in history, Shu Shanfei was only 24 years old and the jade was destroyed. Shu Wei was not surprised to hear Yi Bai's inquiry, but he quickly understood Yi Bai's request. He shook his head and said with a smile, "When my father came home 2 days ago, he didn't like his brother and sister to go to Wucheng to find him, and later he didn't like his brother and sister to go to Wucheng to find him." Although returning to Dacheng County is on the north slope of Bianshan, after Shangwang Temple, there is still a section similar to His Royal Highness King Tang. Oh, hey, sure enough, it's not right to say that. Tang Tengu's woman just now, it was so easy to get her hooked. Yi Bai sweated in his heart and said, "I understand." Who had a bad face, hesitated in his heart, cupped his hands carefully and said, "His Royal Highness King Tang." Speaking of strange rocks in Bianshan, it is more prominent on the northern slope of Bianshan, embedded in exquisite caves, and the top of the mountain is full of strange rocks. Since His Royal Highness King Tang will visit the customs of Dacheng County in 2 days, we had better go directly from Bianshan Mountain to Dacheng County. By the way, look at the strange rocks on the northern slope. Guo Wenjiang also saw that Yi Bai seemed to have a favorable impression of Shu Wei, so he hesitated for a long time before deciding to make such a suggestion, hoping to improve the impression in Yi Bai's heart. His Royal Highness Deng also likes those strange stones on our mountain. Shu Wei was a little surprised, and then asked happily. Yi Bai looked embarrassed. Who told him that he vowed to climb the Yunfeng mountain in Bianshan before going to the Wang Temple? It was a special pilgrimage. Guo Wenjiang scolded secretly in his heart, and the leader said, "I first arrived in Huzhou yesterday, 5 cities. I saw many strange mountains and rocks in the yard of the county postal pavilion, sighed about his ghost axe work, and asked the only way to know that it turned out to be a strange rock growing on the top of Mount Kushan. When he arrived in Huzhou yesterday, he saw many strange stones in the yard of the postal pavilion in Wucheng County, sighed, and asked him if he knew it was a strange stone growing on the top of Kushan Mountain. Therefore, to climb the top of Genting today, one is to go to the Shangdi Temple to worship the overlord of Western Chu, and the other is to admire the strange stones along the way. It seems that Shu Wei is also very interested in Bianshan stone." He pointed. Guo Zhejiang is right. Indeed more rocks on the northern slope than on the southern slope. If His Royal Highness Deng wants to walk the northern slope of the side mountain, let him take it. I am afraid that the mountain road on the northern slope has been passed hundreds of times. However, Yi Bai squinted at Guo Wenjiang, who was in a panic, shook his head, and said, "Beijing slope will not leave for the time being. Our party's horses are all at the southern foot of Bianshan. If we come down from the north slope, how can we go down this road?" If this low-ranking official does not consider the punishment of His Highness, Guo Wenjiang was taken aback. Yes, in a hurry, how could he forget about this? So he quickly blamed himself. The man hit the road until it got moldy, and even his teeth were stuffed with a sip of water. "Well, no big deal, get out of here." Yi Bai turned his white eyes. I scolded him angrily. It is said that Yi Bai also likes the Bianshan rocks in Huzhou, and Shu Wei, who is elated, is going to introduce to them the stories and legends about the formation of Bianshan rocks that she heard when she was a child. However, when I saw Guo Wenjiang's nervous appearance, Shu Wei immediately, I remembered some sympathy between her and Guo Wenjiang. Shu Wei was very clear in his heart. Pass. In front of Shangwang Temple, Chushan left Yi Bai a few bad impressions, so she put the stories and legends in her mouth back to their original places. I was hesitant in my heart, but I hesitated for a while. His Royal Highness King Tang, just now, right in front of the Shangwang Temple, you shouldn't have a good impression of Chu Shan Daocheng. Yi Bai was stunned for a while, looked at Shu Wei in puzzlement, and said doubtfully, "Wei Niang, why did you suddenly mention it?" The head of Chushan Road. His Royal Highness Deng must think that the leader of Chushan Road doesn't look like a person outside the square, and he doesn't deserve to be imprisoned in the Elephant King Temple prison. Shu Wei held her breath deeply and smiled bitterly. Wang Zheng's grandfather is a hero of mankind. Dead, he is the hero of the ghost. But the warden of Shangwang Temple was so flattered that he almost lost Grandpa Wang's face. Yi Bai really thought so, but Shu Hui's words were still a little embarrassing. She frowned and said, Wei Niang is right, she must have left such an impression on the shore. Is Wei Niang defending herself in order to wake up the coast? Li Ji also sneered. Yi Jin, a Taoist monk, is also a prison in a large hall. There is no family appearance in front of a little uncle, and there is nothing wrong with that flattering appearance. Did you do? Is repulsive, though some do not know how to mention the old way of hairdos. The old way of hairdos looks like a monk compared to the shore. Well, in the king's temple, according to a certain point of view, it is. Zhu Ming's habit is not bad. Shu Wei also said that Li Ji's face was also a little red, and he said helplessly, His Royal Highness Tengwang, His Royal Highness Jinwang. This is not to say that the chief of Chushan was originally flattering, but that the temple of the king was originally an obscene temple and a kind of sacrifice. His Highness Dang, as the ambassador to the south of the Yangtze River, only forbids the destruction of temples between His Royal Highnesses, and the reason for each pair of princesses' flattery is because the head of the temple has been turned into a frightened bird. Obscene temple. What does it mean? Yi Bai's face has changed. In his previous life, he heard that some Taoist views in the Tang dynasty were the existence of old brothels, the most famous of which is Fish Metaphysics. It claims to be a woman who dared to indulge in the Tang dynasty. Is this also the case in this palace? Well, isn't it true that Shu Huicheng ran to Shangwang Temple? Fei Lu reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 280. Bo. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. No, Yi Bai quickly denied this association in his heart, not to mention the palace he visited just now. Although Yi Bai has never been to the brothel of this era, the palace is nothing like it. And if the Emperor Temple is really dirty and small, Shu Wei can't give up alone. Shu Wei said softly, Go back to the temple. The temple is not at the temple fair ceremony. Etiquette said, it was not sacrificed by it. It was called an obscene sacrifice. There is no blessing in sacrifice. Although the people of Lake Chengwu and Chu people believe in Shangwang Temple, it is not included in the ceremony, so it is a dirty temple. Exclamation mark. Yi Bai immediately. Relief. There is a misunderstanding. The secret in my heart. I said, no one will blow up their ugliness. Yi Bai calmed down and immediately. I thought, enlightenment has become a frightened bird. What does this mean? When Shu Weiden mentioned this, he was so angry that it was difficult to calm down. He said angrily, His Royal Highness King Tang, you should know that before you dismissed Zhongnan Road, 8 years ago, when Zhongnan was far away, the sage also sent an ambassador to Zhongnan. Yes, if anyone remembers correctly, Zhongnan was dismissed in 20 years. The ambassador should be Li Ziyu of Yangzhou at that time. Many of them were involved, and then they were promoted to Teifuqing for their merit. Now that he has become the ambassador of Zhongnan Daodesheng, Yi Bai has done a lot of homework. Yi Bai certainly knew a bit about his predecessor Li Ziyu. When Yi Bai saw Shu Wei mentioning the name Li Ziyu, he smiled coldly. Instead, he asked, My cousin is alone. Minister Li did something bad in Huzhou. For so many years, the former Yangzhou Shi Li is now Dr. Jin Ziguang, and he is also a member of the assassination history. So Yi Bai called Li Qian in front of his solitary life. Li Yan. He shook his head with a bitter smile, and explained it softly in Yi Bai's ear. Since ancient times, there is a saying that, the obscene sacrifice of Wu Zuduo. It is widely used in various places, but the Wuchu area in the south of the Yangtze River is indeed one of the areas where various gods are worshipped, but these gods are generally not officially recognized. If you don't go into ancestral rituals, of course, it will turn into a salacious temple and an obscene temple. Among them, the most influential god by the lake is of course Shangyu, the overlord of Shichiu, but I don't know if it is because Li Ziyu himself does not like Shangyu. As the ambassador who was dismissed from Zhongnan, when you go to Huzhou to see Huzhou, you can see him worshipping for a few miles. The temple of the king of the statue, the destruction of the temple of the king of Shang was banned immediately in the history of the assassination in Huzhou. In the end, that was the history of the assassination in Huzhou. The people of Huzhou begged, and only the temple on the top of Yunfeng Mountain was preserved. It was not until later, when he moved to Huzhou alone, that he learned about the worship of Shangyu by the people of Huzhou. The worship of Shangyu by the people of Huzhou has been restored, and the worship of Shangyu by the people of Huzhou has been restored in less than a few months. Shangwang Temple is like bamboo shoots after spring rain, standing up one by one. Despite a disaster, the incense is still in full bloom. Because of this, the prestige of Huzhou's only lonely life is still high. After roughly explaining the circumstances of the year, he sighed alone and extended his life, saying, That's why you want to walk to the shore and be a frightened bird. That's what it looks like. Yi Bai nodded lightly. If so, it is also understandable that Zhu Bin saw himself. The new ambassador from Zhongnan was dismissed. Shu Wei also gratefully watched the loneliness prolonging his life. This kind of thing is of course more convincing in the history of Huzhou assassination if so. Yi Bai smiled and said, next time I go back to my mother to go up the mountain, I will bring a word to the village chief of Jushan Road so that he doesn't have to worry. Although there are certain envoys and Li envoys who were deposed by the two Zhongnan, there is one who is different from envoy Li. Although he does not like the overlord, some people think that the overlord is really a hero. His Royal Highness Wang Teng is very considerate. Shu Wei bowed deeply to Yi Bai. In fact, if Yi Bai hadn't made a tribute to Shang Yu's summertime, Shu Wei did not dare to forgive him in front of Yi Bai. Yi Bai smiled, but looked up and saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. Not at all days. The new Taoist robe is still contributed by Zhu Chuan. Weird, he wondered. Why is the head of the dust-proof road still in front? Shu Weizhang said, well, this road also leads to the hidden point of the dust-proof road. Since His Royal Highness Deng accidentally encountered the dust-proof roadmaster here, it means that His Royal Highness has a certain relationship with the dust-proof roadmaster. Why not convince the leader of dust-proof road to do this again? Yi Bai nodded. His heart moved, but then he heard a familiar and strange voice. His Royal Highness King Tang. Moga's unique voice, of course, can only be possessed by Kunlun Nu Moga, but isn't Moga at the post office? Suddenly, he ran to the edge of the mountain and walked up quickly. Extending your life alone is also a deep heart. Follow Yi Bai's footstep. That's Kunlun's slave bar. Although Shu Weibo heard that knowledge is very strong, but Kunlun's slave's skin is dark, this is the first time she has seen. Guo Wenjiang, who is left behind, asked, is Kunlun slave the guardian of His Majesty King Tang? How could His Majesty King Deng have a Kunlun slave guard next to him? Although it may be because both of us are heartbroken in the fall of Tianya, Guo Wenjiang has a good impression on Shu Wei. He just helped Chu Ban out of the Tingwang temple, but he didn't know where Kunlun slave came from. But he could only shake his head and say, yesterday I saw Kunlun slave board His Highness's boat at the ferry. It doesn't look like the slave that His Highness Tang bought. I also lived at the post office last night, but I wasn't a guard of His Royal Highness King Tang. It's not clear. Tang, His Highness Tang. I don't know if it was because Yi Bai suddenly appeared in front of him, looked very excited when he saw Yi Bai. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and rushed to Yi Bai's face. He knelt down and said, His Royal Highness, you see, he is Maga's teacher. Then he called back and said, Uncle, this is His Majesty King Mang, the great benefactor of the Funan clan, as Mojia said just now. Yi Bai looked at Mojia's fingers, his eyes widened like copper bells, and asked incredulously, dustproof, small, the road to dust is long. You are the master of Moga. I secretly said, my dear, although this bull's nose is not very good looking, but there is nothing like a Kunlun slave, right? Your Highness, do you also know Moga's uncle? How come Moga never did you mention it? Mojia saw Yi Bai talking to his uncle, as if they were familiar, grabbing the curly hair on his head, startled dry. Chapter 281. Confused. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yi Bai rolled his eyes and cursed in his heart, talking nonsense. This bull's nose is old, I know it today, how can I tell you? Moreover, even in front of Li Shimin, I don't necessarily have to be clear explain everything, not to mention being a slave of Kunlun. The dust also slowly paced up from not far away. Suspicious. Your name is Mojia. You just hurriedly said it clearly. King Tang be gracious to the people of Funan. Where do you start? Yi Bai was even more disheartened. What do you mean? Your name is Moga, right? I dare not avoid the dust, nor do I know Moga's nephew. Mojia breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Shibo, that's it. Then detailed how their family was fooled by Shu Yuan, who was sold from Funan to Datang, 000. How Li Yuanying captured Shu Yuan and Shu Suan's father and son later, robbed and betrayed Kunlun slaves, and introduced Shu Yuan's father and son in detail. Of course, the case of Shu Yuan and his son is an excerpt an additional case, about Yi Bai's arrangement. However, these words of Maga, like Yi Bai and others, are covered by clouds and mountains. After all, The old way of avoiding the dust was the uncle of the master of Moga, and of course, when Moga spoke, he also used their Funan dialect. Honshu is because it is not uncommon for Tang people to go to sea to sell Kunquan slaves. After listening to Moga's story, he was not angry, as if it had nothing to do with him. Yibai also remembered at this time that before Shangwang Temple, Zhu Ming once said that this typhoon shelter has been sitting on the top of Bianshan Yunfeng for nearly 10 years, and Moja is only in his 20s. The strange thing is that even if the dust is really Mojia's uncle, the two of them shouldn't see it, and from the question of Baikan just now, they can hear that they don't know the person who was Baikan before. In addition, Yibai is curious that to avoid the dust of martial art, if the line of Maojia and Sanshan is the same, that day at the mouth of Shizhong, Song Xiaoji, if you want to capture Bogor alive, it will not be so easy. However, due to dustproof and can communicate in Funan dialect, so there should be no falsehoods. Yibai did not forbid, Moga, I didn't expect the cleaners to be your uncle, but when I heard that, the cleaners had been living in seclusion in Binshan for nearly 10 years. How did you recognize that? The cleaners. Moga smiled and said, Yangwei, in the words of His Majesty King Tang, Morga had never seen his uncle before, and he recognized him because he had seen his uncle's portrait on the big water tap before. Faucet. Yibai eats a 138. You read, the faucet of the South China Sea, the monster in the East China Sea, supports the little prince of the South China. What? Donghai goes, avoid the dust and hear this strange word. Then asked. Yibai nodded at the Mojia dynasty, and then replied, the East Sea Monster is an organization established by the monk Ji Yulong's Gao brother and other Kunlun brothers who escaped, and the Gao brother of the Gulong monk is his own leader. The purpose is to rescue the people who were plundered by the Tang dynasty and sold to the Tang dynasty as much as possible. This is why Moja was rescued by the Cologne monk Gao brother. This time Moja did not use the Funan dialect but spoke a half-baked Tang dialect. But Yibai was even more confused. If you remember correctly, Mo's Cologne monk is the little prince who helped the southern country. Moja was only born in a small tribe in the rich southern country. Why he and Jinan's little prince became brothers? It turned out that in the Hall of Hangzhou assassin history, Yibai only asked about the Donghai ghost and Fangzhong Island. The above-mentioned things, other things are not in depth. Now it seems that the situation here seems a bit complicated. Maybe I saw Yibai's confusion. Moja immediately explained, His Royal Highness King Tang, the reason why Maojia calls his brother a teacher is actually following the great leader, that is, the high brother of monk Ji Yulong. When the big chief rescued our Kunlun brothers back to Abbot Island, he would teach us his martial arts if we wanted to. He would not take the master as himself, but let us call them brothers. But most of the time, he will teach us his martial arts skills to us. But most of the time, he wants to call them brothers. But most of the time, he will teach us his martial arts to us. Everyone is called Brother Gao, Monk Ji Yulong and Ji Yulong, the great leader. Are you teaching students for the teacher? So the martial arts of the little prince of the southern kingdom should not be vulgar. Shui Rengui's words could not help but have a hint of anticipation. He was convinced that martial arts could avoid dust, but after all, he was a man in his 80s. He eats more salt than he eats, and though he is older, he still perseveres. Of course, he is not an opponent. Prince Fu Nan, according to the previous description of Moja, the times are not far from him. So Shui Rengui also has some urgent thought. Moga nodded proudly. Of course, the big chief's martial arts are good, otherwise how could he escape alone? If it wasn't for the despicable and shameless slave traders, if it wasn't for their trick, the big chief would not have been caught by them. Then, he cheerfully said to the dust, in the past, Moja heard from the great leader that Master left Funan for more than 10 years. There is no news. I didn't expect Moja to meet Master here. Uncle, you promise me and Moja to go back to Abbot Hay. I will be very happy to see Uncle Master. Big Faucet. Judging from Mojia's words, Yibai can be sure that Moja has treated guests many times to avoid the dust, but apparently there was no commitment to avoid the dust. Yibai was very happy, hiding from the dust and hiding in the top of the cloud. If he could be invited down the mountain by Moga, it would be much easier to convince him to get out of the mountain. So he followed Moga and said, yes, Chief of the Dust-Proof Way. The so-called past knowledge is one of the 4 joyful events in life. More to 5 even. The monk, Ji Yulong Gulong, the prince, is also the priest's nephew. King Tang shook his head and said, King Tang knows what kind of poverty he is in his heart, but King Tang will never waste his heart again. Even if this poor road goes down the mountain, he will not agree to go to the Tang dynasty. Since the dust has settled, what can Yi Bai do? I can only sigh helplessly. However, this attitude of avoiding the dust also angered Li Ji. Just now, in front of Shangwang Temple, Baikan repeatedly denied Yi Bai's good intentions. Li Ji is very good at avoiding dust. Old, of course, now he has added, and said angrily, what an arrogant dusting point, so kill the Tang. Don't forget, this Bianshan Yunfeng is also the world of the Tang dynasty. Seeing how you stay on the Bianshan, you are very lonely. Chapter 282. Fists Beat. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. I don't know if His Royal Highness can temporarily suspend the fleet. Riga will take a small boat to the island to inform the leader of the situation here. However, seeing that the smile on Yi Bai's face has not weakened, Riga is slightly relieved. This time King Tang brought all his guards to King Tang's house. If there's any misunderstanding, Riga doesn't think they're going to be. East Sea Monster, despite his geographic location, defeated, the official army of Haizhou is also close at hand. These Kunlun slaves didn't like the Tang dynasty and the army, but they didn't dare to provoke the army. Even Shu Suan's father and son. I can only live with hatred. Of course, no problem, and there are people who don't want to wait to see someone who will be blown away by arrows. By the way, let the Molga brothers go with you. Yi Bai and Yundi Chin gently put down the spare boat on the ship. Watching Moga and Riga leave, Yan Liban whispered to his ear, King, look at the location of the island. Do we still have generals and soldiers ready? King 23 treats Kunlun's slaves very well. He can't help it. While Wu Jiao had a different opinion, he hesitated and said, what Wang Shi said is wrong. From Nanhuaxiahai to Datang, the Kunlun slaves on the island were basically plundered and betrayed by the Tang dynasty, and they may not even have the most basic trust in Datang. If His Highness hadn't investigated and dealt with the case of Shu Suan's father and son in Azhou, he would have advised the temple not to have any hope, if he indirectly avenged those Kunlun slaves. But even so, if our vigilance makes the Kunlun slaves misunderstood again, then recruiting these Kunlun slaves will not be easy. If you settle down, it will be even harder. Although what the princess said was reasonable, Yi Bai shook off Yan Liban's speech and said with a smile, Wang Shi is not in a hurry so that the soldiers can relax and tighten the inside. Wang Shi thinks that just relying on these can the crossbow still threaten our fleet. Yuan Ying just looked through the binoculars. There are only dozens of Kunlun slaves on the sea cliff because they are just like enemies. That sea cliff should include all the youth on their island, so even if they land on the island, Wang Shi doesn't have to worry. But let the generals pay attention to the movement of the sea. Kunlunu is known for being good at diving, and the Kunlunu on the island are really bad for us. The only chance to win is to dive and gouge our bottom. Ode 6,000 words in total. Trying to make it up tomorrow. Into the tap. The fleet in front seems to have stopped. That is the regular army of Datang. Monk Shui nodded lightly, with a solemn expression on his face. Big Faucet, what to do now if the Tang dynasty is determined to clean us up? Once they go ashore, I am afraid that these brothers on our island will not be able to match them. If we dive out of the water, we'll sink all the fleets and feed them all the fish and turtles. It's also time for those who can't live in the official army to suffer, and see if they dare to attack my island again. The next Kunlun slave said reluctantly. If Song Xiaoji was here, he would definitely recognize the slave who escaped from Hangcheng alone 2 months ago, and the slave from Kunlun who escaped in Hangcheng alone. The monk Gao Wenyan also intends to move. They looked around, looked at those people on the cliff, and sighed in their hearts about all the armies on the island. All concentrated here, but look at the fleet. These brothers on the island are certainly not opponents of the official army of the Tang dynasty. It seems that they can only attack the enemy with their own strength, and take advantage of the opportunity that the official army of the other side wants to slowly advance to sink them all to the bottom of the sea. Brothers, you must first throw the crossbow on the hammer, chisel, and go out to sea with the people. For the sake of the wives, children, and sisters on the island, they are not allowed to die on the island, the monk said firmly. At the same time, he lost his crossbow. I took off the hammer and chisel hanging from my waist, but another Kunlun slave pointed to the sea and shouted, look, a boat is coming towards our island. Big Tap, please let the cycads go down and cut off the boat. The official army looks down on us too much. East Sea Ghost, let's go. It's enough to chisel such a small boat. Enough cycads. The Kunlun woman who escaped from Hangcheng said again with her fist. No, Shui Monk Gao suddenly said in surprise. The person standing on the bow seems to be Riga. What? La Liga leader Sudi immediately, amazed. Speaking of eyesight, he certainly couldn't be taller than the monk, but the ship flew so fast that Saikad soon saw the figure of the man standing on the bow. This is not an absolute confidant of their leader. They should be in Riga. Yangzhou can't help but wonder. The great commander, the Riga commander and the Tang officials are confused. It is difficult to say that the La Liga commander leaked his identity in Yangzhou city and asked the court for help. Nonsense. Riga has been loyal for many years. How can he ask the court for help? Monk Shui's eyes became colder. He turned around and said, Saikad, you and your brothers are waiting on the cliff. Let's go down and see what happened. If something happens, do it at a low price. The enemy doesn't know. How dare the great commander take the risk? Sudi hurriedly persuaded him. Needless to say, that's it. Water didn't look back, but raised his hand, swayed behind him, and Oo jumped from the cliff to the beach below, taking 3 or 2 steps. Looks like the faucet is about to fall. Rager stood on the bow of the boat and saw a man jump from the cliff to the beach below, and on Abbot Island it seemed that only their taps had such a light hand. Moga drove the oar behind and called out, Brother Moga, can the boat be faster? The faucet is waiting for us on the beach. No problem. Moga, of course, was like an arrow in his heart. Just a moment. The boat was washed by the waves to the beach in front of Abbot Island. Husband's faucet. I didn't wait for Moga to stop the boat. Riga jumped from the boat, stepped on the sea across his knees, and ran towards the water monk. Riga, if it were you, did you take the regular army across the street to Abbot Island? Seeing Riga's exciting appearance, the water monk frowned. Then, Moga also got off the boat and shouted in surprise, Big tap, Moga is back. Riga saw Monk Shui's high expression and immediately, knowing that he was misunderstood, he hurriedly said, the big leader has misunderstood. The Riga fleet is the guard of His Royal Highness King Tang, not the official army of Haizhou. Riga, how could you be with Moga? Monk Shui Gao couldn't help but froze. Chapter 283. Grace, open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. All know, Moga got lost in Hangtown. Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared in front of him today. Riga smiled and said, Big tap. Today is a big day. On that day, although the Mojia brothers were captured by His Majesty King Tang, they met his uncle in the Bianshan mountains of Huzhou. Now the uncle and His Royal Highness Wang Tang are in the rear fleet, but just now they saw the big man on the boat. The faucet may be a misunderstanding. That's why His Royal Highness Deng asked Siga and Moga brothers to come first and use the boat to inform me of the tap. Uncle, you found your uncle. Monk Shui immediately, get excited. A small group of Morgas who were about to come to him were caught, and said hastily, what's going on? Don't be impatient with the faucet, listen to Moga slowly. It is difficult to see Monk Gao again, and Moga also feels very cordial. He smiled and let Shui release the hand that grabbed his collar, and was captured by Song Xiaoji that day. For example, every time he assassinated Shi Yamen in Hangcheng, he knew that due to the investigation and punishment of His Royal Highness King Tang, Shu Si was punished by ambush. And how Bianshan hit Shibucho's bearded guests in Bianshan, and several times in the state city told one by one. Really, is it really an old man? Although the monk Gao Yi was really looking forward to hearing about his uncle, he still had an unreal feeling when he learned that Cupid was already in the fleet not far away. His feud with Shu Suan's father and son is far more irrelevant than the news that his brother has a beard. Don't worry about the faucet, it can't go wrong. Big faucet, wait a minute. Moga then sailed towards His Royal Highness King Tang, who were leaning against the fleet. Then the faucet will know. Sound fell. Moga stepped on the waves and returned to the boat he had just built. Drift off the beach skillfully. Big tap, the leader of La Liga. Wasn't that the Moga brothers just now? At this moment, the Saikad, which was parked on the cliff, ran down from it and pointed at the fox. The fox had already gone, as if he had seen a ghost. No wonder Saikads are so nervous. In Hangtown, one of the important reasons why Moja was captured by Song Xiaoji was that Su Tai had a bad idea and ran away first. Although according to the situation at the time, Su Tai did not know the false reality of Song Xiaoji and Shui Rengui. Running away alone is the best option, but anyway, it will be embarrassing if you see Moga again. Yes, it was the Moga brothers who returned to the island with the temple of King Tang. Gulong Monk Hai Chin Road. What is Deng Wengli Yuanying? Saikad was surprised, gritted its teeth, and said angrily, Tu, swing in Hangcheng. Yibai's people killed us Dong Hai Wu. Yibai is really here to demonstrate now. Mao Zhao leads Yibai to Abbot Island, but he has turned to Yibai's vertical son. Brother Su, don't talk nonsense. Lei Jiaxing said coldly, although Hangcheng and His Royal Highness King Teng are one, if you say something wrong, Qiantangjong will order Wang Jin to be a corrupt official. Actually, we are working for Tiger. Even if such a thing is born, how can you blame it on the head under the Tengwang temple? Besides, His Royal Highness Tengwang has also reshaped his grace to our Kunlun family. Due to the grace of His Royal Highness King Tang, we cannot report the grass ring just in case, should the Sudi brothers still speak to the Tengwang temple. However, in order to recommend Yibai to help the Kunlun people investigate and deal with Shu Suan's father and son, the anger in his heart subsided. The Saikads were also plundered by Shu Suan's father and son and sold to the Tang dynasty. This discord can be said to be unforgettable. 55 Kunlun slaves killed by Song Shaoji in Hangcheng. Although they are temporary subordinate, but no friendship, they are all from different small countries, and many of them are even more feuding. Just like the Baekji dolphins and Sheila in the east, they just joined the water ghosts of the East Sea, then gradually let go of the original hatred for the world. Therefore, compared with the hatred of Shu Suan's father and son, what was born in Hangcheng is in the eyes of Su Tai not worth mentioning. By the way, the water tap. Did Brother Tifa come back? A few days ago, after the defeat in Yangzhou City, Brother Tifa escaped the desecration of Shanyang. And then Riga never saw him. Interrupted by Saikad. Riga remembered his missing deputy. Shui shook his head and said, Tai Fa has not come back, because he escaped alone. It must not be as good as your fleet. But then he lowered his face and reproached, Riga, you too. Among so many people in Donghai, someone has chosen you as the main candidate in Yangzhou, and the most important point is that he has a fascination with your cautious personality. Although it is someone who is here to help you, but how can you be misjudged by what he said in 3 or 2 words, kidnapping the king's house for ransom? You can think of it. Even if you escape from Yangzhou, as long as Wangli town orders the blockade of Huchaozhou, you have never thought about where you can escape. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't want to provoke the court, and the trouble was endless, do you think Shu Suan's father and son could stay in the South China Sea for so long? If Riga thinks and behaves improperly, please be punished by the chief commander. Riga was also embarrassed by the monk Shui, and could only scold the iron law in his heart. If it wasn't for the boy's encouragement, he might not have the idea of hijacking Princess Teng in his next life. Forget it this time. Fortunately, Deng Wang doesn't care about you in front of Shibo. Remember to think twice before doing anything in the future. Eminent monk sighed softly. It's a pity that you screwed up. Although King Teng doesn't care, but King Yuli Zhen will definitely remember us. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to do anything in Yangzhou in the future. Riga bowed his head in shame and stammered in a low voice, Big Fawcett, you don't have to worry about this. As you just learned, His Royal Highness Wang Teng is now in the fleet ahead of him, although His Highness Teng proposed to return to Abbot Island with Riga a few days ago. The reason is that he heard from his brother that our Abbot Island is like the vicissitudes of fairyland, and there is some desire for it. But these days, Riga was talking to the Moga brothers about his 2 months with His Majesty King Teng, and the Moga brothers said a few words. In addition to the reasons he said, Riga can still feel His Highness Deng. Maybe we still have a peaceful mind. If we accept the intention of the second water ghost, if we accept it and sell it, it will be so small. I don't know what the big water tap thinks. Zhao Wen said in surprise, Commander Riga, do you know how you came up with it? At least most of these brothers and sisters on our island were plundered by Shu Suan's father and son and sold to Detang. Chapter 284. Unexpected. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Although Shu Suan's father and son have been punished, Tang Ting can still create a Shu Suan. There may not be another Lu Suan, Zhang Sifan. Wang Teng treats us all very well in Kunlun. Of course we are very grateful. We can't stop fire and water, but if we want to be with Shu Suan, please forgive Su Tai's difference. This, La Liga. Unexpectedly, Su Tai would strongly object, and turned his attention to Shui Monk Gao. Big water tap, what do you mean? The monk looked at the distant sea, gradually approached the fleet, and frowned. In the beginning, a person came to take over Wang Jinyi's business, pretending to be a Qinglong Shangrui. I am afraid that he has violated the taboo of the Tang dynasty, and this time, Lei Jiayu made such a big noise in Yangzhou city. No one is safe in his heart. According to a certain point of view, Riga's guess is impossible, but positive. However, in order to be able to recruit Peace and I, King Tang dared to go to Abbot Island in person, which is really surprising admiration. As for a certain meaning, it is best to make a decision after seeing King Tang. King Tang brought so many guards. I am afraid it is not just for escort. Big faucet, you mean if King Luden 000 can't convince you, they'll turn caressing into suppression. The black face of the Cycads turned white once. You know, facing these relatives of the Tang dynasty court, the only chance of winning is sink their fleet, and when they come ashore, once they turn stroking into suppression, then, it shouldn't be Rhaegar's face. He hesitated a few times. His Royal Highness King Tang made good friends with his uncle. Shui Rengui, Dang Wang's pro-court army, was still his brother's apprentice at that time. His Highness King Tang should not have done this. This time, His Royal Highness King Tang came to Abbot Island and brought Princess Tang with him. If His Highness Tang's heart touches, it means suppression and suppression. I believe you won't let Dang Wangfu go with you. Well, Tang Wangfu was also in the fleet, and the monk said in surprise, maybe there is something I think too much. Come on, let's go ahead to see Shibo and King Tang, just for a while. Yi Bai's fleet is less than 100 paces away from Abbot Island. Su Tai followed the monk's footsteps and said hesitantly behind him, Big water tap, if there is any change, should we call all the brothers on the cliff? No, what do you think those nigga on the cliffs can do? Why are you a villain again? Gao said. Monk Shui said calmly. The fleet slowly docked on the beach on the edge of Abbot Island. After placing the board, Yi Bai took Wu Zhao and walked off the boat first. The monk has seen His Majesty King Tang. Princess Dang hurriedly welcomed him to the Hukou office through Jesao next to Riga. However, the monk's gaze was not on Yi Bai's side, but through Yi Bai and Wu Zhao, trying to find the figure of his brother Chu Shu. Su Tai's face turned pale again when he saw Song, who later jumped off the boat. He went through a poison test at Song Shaoji's house. I'm afraid Su Tai will never forget it in his life. However, the thought of not being hostile anymore, a little bit naturally recovered. Yuan Ying has always admired the name of the big faucet, and it's time to be a hero in this world. Yi Bai also arched his arched hands, returning the ceremony to the dragon monk. The eminent monk who looked at Chubird couldn't help but stay in the vastness, and said in astonishment, the words under the Tengwang temple are very heavy, and the eminent monk is afraid. His Highness summons the neck. High monk. You can go in front of Tengwang temple. How dare a monk be called a big leader? Where is it? Yi Bai was the King Tang in the Tang dynasty. Although the eminent monk was also the prince of his family, in the eyes of the Tang subject, unlike the barbarians of Wai, Rao was an eminent monk who just stood on the beach and met with him. At the time, countless scenes flashed on his head, but they also exceeded his expectations. The monk Gaoshan is also a friend of the spider, with such a noble identity as Tengwangli. But when it comes time to bend over to make friends, it seems that King Tang is going to Abbot Island this time, and he must come with Zhao An's heart. But do you want to accept safety between the electric flints? Countless thoughts flashed through the mind of the high monk in Cologne. Forget it, don't want it. Why don't you ask the master, uncle, and his father how he wants to listen to the teacher's words? It's not wrong. Seeing the capricious eyes of the monk, of course Yi Bai also knows he is looking for Chubird's guess. He smiled and said, don't worry, brother, the head of the dust-proof road is on the boat behind, and brother can see the length of the dust-proof road right away. Although the high monk just said let Yi Bai call him high monk. Yes, but Yi Bai finally called it brother. Just secretly, this Fu Nanxiang's surname is too interesting. Surname, Drum Dragon. I don't know if anyone has the last name, Jin Young. Quote, teacher, is the real teacher. This time, Monk Gulong was glad that Yi Bai did not respond. Now he is concentrating on the need for black and white stripes not far away. This villa marks the ancient way of God. Khan, I dare not make any more promises. Take your time to make up your arrears these days. However, there is Li Yuanyingmei as early as in Hangcheng. Maga, who once appeared in front of him, is like a fairyland, just like a fairyland, and it is because of this that the monk is named Abbot, one of the three most famous fairyland in the Middle East. The nameless island was named, but Yi Bai didn't quite believe it, just because he was bragging. Of course, the most important reason for us to go to the island is to collect these Kunlun slaves. As for the so-called visit to this island, it is just a set of words, nothing more. Since Yi Bai left Kyoto in May last year, Yi Bai has traveled around Jiangnan for more than a year. Taihu Lake in Huzhou, Zhongmu in Jiangzhou, Dongting in Yuezhou, Wuyi Mountain in Zhanzhou, Wuanyuan in Guizhou have not been there. However, after landing on Abbot Island, Yi Bai knew that what Mojia said was not fake. Standing on the beach, looking up at the past, countless waves and rocks of different shapes, and strange sea caves formed a magnificent and flawless stone sea landscape. And in the middle of the island, Junfeng Shenxi and Cheyan Tombo are even more unique. Yi Bai couldn't help but sighed. No wonder the eminent monks called this island Fangzong Island. Although he has not been to Penglai, Dengzhou, this Fangdao has never insulted the name. It's just a little strange why this island is not known in later generations. Haizhou, from where the Weihai River is now, it should be a descendant of the northern Jiangsu area. But then I was relieved. At this time, Chongming Island, the third largest island in China, seems to no longer exist. In the vicissitudes of life, for thousands of years, this fairyland island may not escape the fate of Yunmeng's Island, and gradually disappeared in the long river of history. Chapter 285. A mess. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yi Bai originally wanted to travel to Abbot Island, and the eminent monks must be left and right, both sides, accompanied. Although Abbot Island is picturesque, the guests with beards are not very interested in it, and the eminent monks and Chu-beard guests are not very interested in this. Of course, it is not easy to reunite in another country, and I hope to be with my uncle at any time. Therefore, when Yi Bai's guide was handed over to Riga, Maga and Saikad, the monk Mr. Gao faithfully stayed beside the bearded guests and invited the bearded guests to the Jui Hall in the center of the island. Laika the good boy recounted his experiences over the years. Although this island has mountains and streams, it seems that all kinds of terrain are relatively complete, but the area of the island is not very large. Because of this, the island is hidden in the middle of large and small islands, scattered in the vast sea. This group of Kunlun slaves can live and work on the island without disturbance. If you replace it with the Yuzhou Island in front, it will be hard not to be seen. Therefore, within an hour, Yi Bai and his party traveled all over the entire Abbot Island. Compared with the scenery on the island, Yi Bai's business is obviously more important. So, when Yi Bai and his party circled around Abbot Island and returned to the beach where they had just disembarked, Yi Bai proposed to Liya, the eminent monk, and Chu-beard's guest. Liga certainly does not object, but the photos of martial arts visited on Abbot Island, like horses and flowers, seem to have some unfinished business. Yi Bai looked at Wu Zhao's hopeful wings and thought to himself that although he had set foot on Abbot Island, it meant that there was no danger at all. Contrary, to go to Juitong, we still have to take some risk. Then, let Wu Zhao take risk. It's better to leave him outside. At the same time, relatives of Teng Wang's family have to stay outside for a while, so as not to irritate Monk Shui. After all, Juitong is there, Donghai Ghost, the central area of, well, Yan Liban, he is also with him. I don't think Shui Rengui and Teng Wangfu would have any problems. They personally escorted Wu Zhao and Yan Liban. So Yi Bai opened his mouth and told Mo to stay in front of the tour guide. He went with Riga and Saikad to their Jui auditorium. However, Yan Liban and Shui Rengui were in a hurry. If Yi Bai left out all the relatives of Deng Wangfu who came with him, it would be one size fits all. Although the gentle and elegant monks just left a lot of good impressions on Yan Lijan and Shui Rengui. After all, they are also from the royal family, not ordinary pirates and bandits, but they are only a good impression. Although the gentle and elegant ancient dragon monks gave Yan Liban and Shui Rengui Hai left a lot of good impressions, after all, they are also from the royal family, not ordinary pirates and bandits, but they are just a small good impression. And Wu Zhao is also worried. She just experienced a shocking moment in Yangzhou a few days ago, and she doesn't have much trust in La Liga. But, despite their worried faces, no one could speak. After all, these people all know how His Royal Highness Wang Teng came to Abbot Island this time. These Kunlun Nariga and Moga stand before them. Worried they are, they dare not speak clearly. For His Royal Highness King Tang, it was not a mess. They worry about is how could Yi Bai not know, and theirs is not unreasonable, although there is a saying that, don't take a big risk. Long Bamboo is captured, but when entering Tiger Cave, Yi Bai's heart must be brought, and Shui Rengui must be brought. It turned out that Yi Bai also wanted to take Song Xiaoji, but seeing that both Jia and Su Tai were embarrassed, they gave up the idea. In Juitong, Most Kunlun slaves on Abbot Island have more or less heard about the guests with mound beards in the mouth of the monks. After hearing the news, they also rushed to the real face of Uncle Teacher Ju. This can scare the monk. Although he has been separated for more than 10 years, his master was naturally very high at the time. He didn't know, and he couldn't find his uncle. If he saw the teacher trying to provoke him, he would be unfilial. Lizan lowered his head. Faces, waving Kunlun slaves. They came to watch without knowing the truth. Only then did they close the door tightly, order the guards to go outside, and when they came, no one was allowed to disturb them. Uncle, those people just heard about the prestige of the uncle from their little nephew, so they may be a little curious about the uncle and make the teacher laugh. If you were rude, please forgive me. After all the Kunlun slaves were blown away, the monk Gao nervously walked up to the bearded guests and said nervously, "It doesn't matter." With his uncle after more than 10 years away from Funan, perhaps because it was the first time in more than 10 years to see the old man, Chu's bearded old guest also showed a smile that was usually hard to see. How dare the teacher put on the weight of the little nephew? Monk Gao also immediately, "Relax, uncle is still the one who loved him most more than a decade ago." Then, he told Chu Huan how he left Funan after he abdicated, how he was looted and sold to Datang, and his experience in Datang over the years. Memory is like water that opens the door, it flows out continuously. After listening to the monk's whispers, although many bearded people know about Moga in Riga over the years, this bearded monk still sighed softly. The eminent monk has also suffered for so many years. But how can you still want to go back and help the southern country? Uncle remembers your father's many children. You should be your father's favorite one. You were robbed by those thieves to Datang. Your father will be heartbroken. The thief who took you to Datang now has being investigated and punished by Tengwang Yuanying. I think you are already in your heart now. The ancient dragon monk immediately fell silent. After a while, he shook his head and said lonely, "Master, although my nephew hates Shu Siwen and his son, the reason why his nephew stayed in the Tang dynasty after he escaped was not to take revenge on Shui and hatred, otherwise his nephew would not. If you have any scruples, let Shu Siwen's father and son be free for a few more years. What is this for to rescue the Kunlun people who were lost at the hands of the slave owners?" Chu Hushu said irretrievably, "Although the Kunlun people come from the same source, now as the prince of the south, you don't know what the situation is. How many people in these small countries regard our support for the south as a flood beast, even if we support the national strength of the southern countries. On the one hand, the charm around them is also eager to move. If a dynasty helps the southern countries lose momentum and attack on a large scale, I am afraid that division and eating will be love at first sight. Therefore, the master and uncle do not believe in doing it. Phailu reminds you 3 things in reading: collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 286. Accusation open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Over time, the longer he lived in the Tang dynasty, Yi Bai's initial fear of history was greatly reduced. Who has become a dead person in history, is still alive and kicking. What can't be pulled out of his little wings? Therefore, Shui Rengui mentioned this time that he hopes to participate in Gao Cheng's collection like Li Xiaoyi, and Yi Bai's heart is no longer as contradictory as before, so he immediately agreed. It turned out to be this thing. Brother Rengui can rest assured. Yuan Ying also understands that when Brother Rengui is a soldier in Prince Teng's mansion, he can make this pearl covered with dust. Anyway, Yuan Ying is going to Hongdang Temple now, so he went to the palace again to ask Senior Brother Rengui for advice. No, Your Highness, this is not what Shui Li meant. Shui Rengui quickly explained. Yi Bai and Shu Di interrupted. Brother Rengui's meaning to Yuan Ying is naturally 000. Clearly, please rest assured, the two temples have asked each other in the past. The emperor was very satisfied with his brother. He had to treat him as a general, because he was afraid that others would criticize him. The only way to get back to the second place, now that Brother Rengui has been in power for more than a period of time, and from General Su Dingfeng to General Wei Guodan, Wei, this good steel, of course, put on the blade. Brother Rengui went back first to reunite with his wife. Just now Yuan Ying called his brother. I'm afraid this brother-in-law has a lot of complaints against Yuan Ying. When Yuan Ying comes back from the palace, he will definitely bring good news to his younger brother. After that, he led Guo Qian out again. Hard life. I just returned to Chang'an today and only had a sip of tea. There is only one left to go back and forth. In Wei Wei Wangfu. After Du Chuk and Su Xuan left again and again, Li Tai recalled in his mind what Candu and Su had said in his ear. Fang Xuanling is Ran Shu's left servant. Of course, he is the natural person of the DPRK, and Li Tai also has a good understanding, so Du Chuangqi's travel is still very confident. Plus Huasha waiter Wenwen and Wangman waiter Lu Bokong next to the auxiliary needle, the deputy director of this hand marching in the river, Shui Wanjin, 10 people can take it down. But another thing lingered in Li Tai's mind. I didn't expect Li Chengqian to do this. It's a big scandal in the royal family. The dead fast-paced son caught up in his penchant for making fun of concubines. If it ever gets made public, let women and children know that even with the support of Crown Prince Wei Zheng, Hu Junji, Li Chengqian, the status of the Crown Prince can no longer be preserved. As soon as Li Tai heard Su Xuan's words, he was moved by his disobedience, but Li Tai was not optimistic about Su Xuan's ability. Although his ancestor Su Wei was also shameless, his ability was unquestionable. Gao Ying was known as the two virtuous figures of the dynasty, but compared with Su Wei, his grandson Su Xuan was far from it. Something like this looks easy, but in reality, it's very difficult. Li Tai is well aware of the essence of his father's cherished feathers. It is absolutely impossible for outsiders to know that their son is as good as Long Yang, nor that he has the habit of cutting his sleeves. Not only that, in order to cover up the truth, even if his father and the emperor heard about Li Chengqian's filth, it is impossible to remove Li Chengqian's crown prince because of this. Contrary, in order to cover up the fact, he expressed his preference for Li Chengqian. Therefore, if you want to remove Li Chengqian, you must expose the ugliness of private Chengqian to the world, so that even if the father wants to cover up, he will be angry, and of course he must do his job well. Be careful, once the incident is leaked, the wedding dress can only be made by the salt slave doll. Not to mention entering the throne, the square palace, even now. For Su Xuan, even Li Chengqian's concubine can't be found. How can Li Tai rest assured? Li Tai sighed. If Chai Erlang, why don't you worry about this big event? Thinking of Chai Linwu, Li Tai also remembered that she hadn't been to Chai Linwu for a while, so the maid came, dressed up and brought a few relatives go to the wood house with a few people. In the beginning, Chai Xiao's death was because of his illness and blindness, but that day Chai Linwu was blamed at the last straw in Locke's house, so everyone else was filial, so they could go out for a walk, but Chai Linwu was killed by his brother Chai Zawei. It is forbidden to enter the house. Although there are many feuds between Chai Linwu and Chai Zawei brothers, Chai Linwu hates itching teeth more for Chai Zawei's orders, but whenever he thought of the black face buried by the emperor's uncle, Chai Linwu had to grit his teeth and hold back his anger. Of course, Chai Linwu is not afraid of Chai Zawei, but if Chai Zawei goes to the emperor's uncle to complain again, it will not be easy. So these days, Chai Linwu has not left the Chai Wu, and to be honest, he is a safe and reliable family boy. His Royal Highness King Wei came into the cold house and made the cold house sparkle. After receiving the flight report from the gatehouse, Wei Wang Litai came to visit, because Shaoxin had given up his duty to attack General Tunwei, and Chai Zawei immediately welcomed him. Although this is also a cousin relationship, but because of Chai Linwu's relationship, Chai Zawei and Li Tai can't say they are at odds with each other. But it's not better, so it's just called His Royal Highness Wang Wei. Of course, Chai Zawei also knew that he had no face to let Li Tai, the proud son of today, enter the door. Li Tai's trip was for his helpless brother. Then he smiled and said, "Please, Your Highness." Zawei asked his family to call Erlang. Li Tai nodded and bowed disapprovingly. Green Sparrow hasn't seen his cousin for a while, and my cousin has always been fine. Pretend to be flattered. Chai Zawei and Li Tai said a few words without leaving any stubbornness. When he saw Chai Linwu hurry to the inn under the leadership of Chai Linwu, Chai Zawei was no longer annoying here. He clenched his fists and walked with him. He left first. "Cousin, why are you suddenly free today?" Wandering around the house, Chai Linwu's surprise visit to Li Tai was also a bit unexpected. Look, can't Erlang's cousin come at home? Maybe it's because I want to invite Chai Linwu down the mountain. Even Li Tai, who is rarely left out in front of Chai Linwu, made a joke and stood up as if he casually raised his hand and said, "Erlang, go back to your room and talk." Chai Linwu immediately recalled the taste and went to Sanbao Temple for nothing. He immediately said, "Cousin, please, enter Chai Linwu's room." Li Tai asked him to take his relatives and accounts outside the door, ordered no one to approach, and then couldn't wait to close the door and ask, Erlang, there shouldn't be wall ears here, right? No, no, no. My cousin joked. Although Chizawei doesn't like to see Mr. Wu together, if he wants to put his eyes and ears in the martial arts room, he is afraid that he is still waiting for Xiao Huo. Chapter 287. Influence open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Chai Linwu smiled calmly and asked in a low voice, what's wrong with my cousin? This is a big deal. After doing the safety work, Li Tai also sat down in the room. He poured himself a bowl of tea with a teapot, and then repeated Su Xuan's previous words to Chai Linwu. Well, just like Li Tai. The first time he heard such a terrible thing, Chai Linwu immediately startled. He said in horror, this is serious. But then he shook his head and made fun of his concubine because of his understanding of Li Chengqian. It's really possible that Li Chengqian wrote such a thing. It should be like this. Erlang also knows that Sima Suzu of the Wei Palace is the uncle of the princess, and Su Xuan accidentally eavesdropped. However, Li Tai's tone was not so confident. Of course, Chai Linwu could hear it too. He took a few steps slowly and said hesitantly, that, cousin, what are your plans? Then Li Taiqian recounted his thoughts and ideas just now. Compared with Su Xuan and Du Chu, 23 Li Tai's most trusted person is of course Chai Linwu. Cousin, refers to Li Tai's immediate reply. To be honest, Su Xuan can only be uncomfortable at a certain point, so today some people think that it is the most appropriate to hand it over to Erlang. I wonder if Erlang can share his worries. Chai Linwu was not surprised at all, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Cousin, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't make my cousin happy this time. Chai Zawei has been holding chicken feathers as arrows since he died in the first exam. He was stunned that the army was forbidden to be in the house, and even this door could not go out. How to talk about cousins? Hearing Li Tai's cold eyes, he said disdainfully, Chai Zawei, a vertical son, can become a general against Tunwei because his father and uncle were in Pingyang, aunt and uncle in the past, just to work hard and attack uncle. The title, really treat him as an uncle. Erlang can rest assured that if one man builds a horse, even if Chai Zawei borrows his two guts, he will not dare to do anything to Erlang. But what about the emperor's uncle? Chai Linwu said angrily. If it wasn't for the emperor's uncle, Linwu would have succumbed to Chai Zawei's men. Second Lang said what to do. Seeing that Chai Linwu hadn't seen each other for half a year, he was very worried about the gain or loss, so Li Tai immediately, not happy anymore. Old Shosun doesn't have much hope for him. And Su Xuan is a person of King Wei, Lechuan, and Feng Dacheng Temple, and he will definitely have more fortifications. And when Li Tai grew up and played big, Chai Dao Li Tai was always on the verge of anger, hesitated for a long time, or opened his mouth and said, actually, what's going on in front of others? Erlang has nothing to worry about. Li Tai immediately, impatiently interrupted Chai Linwu's voice. Yes, yes. Chai Linwu no longer hesitated. Immediately, he smiled and said, in fact, if my cousin believes in Linwu, then Mr. Wu has one in his heart. People, the best person for a plow. Li Tai frowned coldly, and Erlang was referring to Wei Qibaolan or Chengjubi. Erlang doesn't know that Chengjubi has become Yi Bai's vertical chess piece. As for Wei Ji, does Erlang think it's appropriate? Chai Linwu was also startled, relieved, and said with a smile, my cousin is wrong, Wei Baolan, Cheng Shubi, although the good people in Chang'an call me the Three Eagles in Chang'an. In fact, they are not very close friends. How dare you save your life? What does the second man mean? Li Tai just let go of his heart. Wei Qibaolan and Chengjubi are two people, really unreliable. I don't know if my cousin has heard of his love for this man. Love in the house. Li Taiji doubted. If anyone remembers correctly, the love bequeathed by this house should be the second son of the father of the house, right? Love and have met the house several times. Even the nodding friend can't say yes. How can you entrust the big thing? Zuo Chen was shot. Liang Guogong Feng Xuanling. I don't know if it was intentional or not. When Chai Linwu said, second son, when his face appeared, his face became cold, and his teeth were bitten, as if he was going to eat people. Second son. It was obvious to Chai Linwu that Li Tai was neither blind nor deaf. Of course, he also noticed that when the eyes turned, the leader immediately, lowering his voice, he said, Erlang is talking. Chai Linwu still had a sneer on his face. He replied, my cousin should have guessed it too. Cousin should also be very aware of the contradiction between Lin Wu and Chai Zuwei. The love of inheritance in this house is also like Ling Wu, who is only the second son of the family. When he died, the title of Liang Guogong could only fall into the hands of the husband's eldest son. So the love of the house is how resentful he is about the house. He wants to replace it with his sweetheart. Of course, the only chance is to help my cousin inherit Datong in the future. As the old pastor of the cousin's residence, what is the old pastor? Besides, the love bequeathed by the house is the beloved son of the father, and Feng Shanggong is now the prince's young master. He walked into Taicheng Temple to investigate the matter. Of course, no one would think of it. Cousin's body, and because of the fairness of the room, the people of Taicheng Temple did not dare to easily offend the love bequeathed by the house, and the love left by the house itself is the best. Li Tai also calmed himself down. He even drank a few sips of tea and said hesitantly, although Erlang's words are not wrong, but this kind of life-threatening incident, it is easy to entrust Feng Ai. I am afraid it is inappropriate. Let Mr. Wu understand his cousin's worries, but cousins don't have to worry. Since Lin Wu recommended Feng Ai to his cousin, he will naturally be ready. At this time, Chai Lin Wu also showed a faint smile. When Li Tae is angry, even if he can't stand it. How do you feel about being so tall? Chai Lin Wu then showed his virtuous hand. I believe in his cousin. Rely on Wu as the master. Let Wu Chan concentrate carefully. How dare you relax? In fact, there is love left in this room, and Lin Wu also had contact with it. Of course, this contact is different from Wei Qibao's flow of Lin and Cheng. If it weren't for the sudden death of the first exam, Lin Wu might have recommended the love of the house to his cousin in the past few months. But today, this incident has become a test of the love of the room. I got it. Li Tai was a little comfortable, but he was worried. Well, even if the house is still trustworthy, I don't know what its capabilities are. Of course, if you can get a 10th and 10% of the house, then you can rest assured. Chapter 288. Self-Deception. Subscribe. Talent. Chai Lin Wu secretly belly. To know the room of the old fox who knows his own spirit, and can pull his son under the command, it is natural to imagine what kind of love is bequeathed in this room. Of course, Chai Lin Wu didn't make it so clear. He just said vaguely, cousin, don't worry. The matter about the love of the house will be handed over to Lin Wu, and later Lin Wu will let his family go to the De house to invite the love of the house to the De house. Even if the last thing is leaked, it is impossible for the cousin to be involved. Lin Wu also, it is said that Duke Shang is the prince's young master. Who would have thought that Erlang would go to Taicheng Temple to investigate the prince's concubine? This is not what other people worry about, it's just Li Chengqin's still. Although his father is quite dissatisfied with Li Chengqin, he has not yet dismissed him, so he will have this opportunity to kill him today. Li Chengqin is not easy. If you haven't caught it, I really don't want to do it. Cousin, why worry too much? There's no reason to make a slope an emperor. Of course, the emperor's uncle understood that Hu Junji and Wei Xuancheng were just deceiving themselves. Even if Feng Legend lost their hands, the mountains would collapse, and the thousands of miles of mountains would collapse. Zhang Shan is naturally his cousin. Chai Lin Wu secretly said that if it weren't for this, he would not have tried his best to assist Li Tai in the situation of Dongdong. His Royal Highness Tengpang, I thought you had left the palace. Yi Bai rushed to the Hongdong Temple Inn and asked him to be careful in Zuotunwei in the future to prevent Shui Wanjin from tripping on his own in order to avenge Shui Wanqi's exile. Then he dropped by the way into the palace, so he met Zhu, who was under the door from the province. Okay. It seems that Zhu Suiliang should be ready to go back to Hongwenting. Yi Bai quickly clenched his fist and said, Yuan Ying has seen the owner of the museum. Haha, Yuan Ying just left the palace, just because there was one more thing he wanted to get permission from Brother Huang, so he entered the palace again. By the way, the owner of the museum, I want to know if the emperor is still in the hall of these two instruments. Yes, Suiliang came out of the temple of these two kinds of musical instruments just now. Zhu Suiliang smiled and nodded, holding a roll of paper in his hand, nodded. What's the matter, Your Highness? Zhu Suiliang said. I wonder if Suiliang can help. Thank you boss, but it's just a small thing. I don't bother the boss. Yi Bai stopped. Chu Suiliang Han Shu said a few words. He knew that Zhu Suiliang was very busy now, so he let Zhu Suiliang do his own business. Hearing that Yi Bai went to look outside the palace, Li was surprised, because he always cared about Yi Bai's boatman, so he just asked Yi Bai to go back to rest first. Yi Bai entered the palace again not long after. Temple, Li Shimin immediately asked, 22 Lang, what else do you need to explain when you go to Jiangnan this time? Whether it is urgent or not, it is not too late to wait for Yan Qing's Lu Qing's family to return to Kyoto from the south of the Yangtze River. Shui Rengui wants to go to Gaocheng with the army to work for the country. Of course, this kind of thing is not a shameful thing, so after the ceremony, Yi Bai did nothing to pave the way. He went straight to the door and said, "Go back to the emperor. I wonder if the emperor still remembers Shui Li, the patriarchal army among his disciples." When the younger brother came just now, he heard his elder brother say that Gao Chengyan had fainted in the west, and that the Legion army was fighting against the Tang dynasty. Shui Li's ambition was undoubtedly very angry. The senior brother had asked Gao Chong to come forward. Ping Jing and Gao Chong did their best. This is loyal to the country. They are taught by the correct Wahou General Su Li, and can also be regarded as a member of the common talent, so the brave emperor's younger brother recommends Shui Li. As for Li Xiaoyi, they are the youngest sons of Li Shintong, King Wei Anjing, a former close comrade of Li Shimin, who is now 1,000 cows prepared in Weiwei Palace. Shui Rengui, who is not grassroots, can of course seek life from Li Shimin in person. Li Shimin was very satisfied with the problems of these two ceremonies at the time, so far, he has little impression of Shui Rengui. More, Shui Rengui was half of Sun Simiao's apprentice. In the private market, he has the rhubarb single retirement's reputation. Therefore, when Yi Bai mentioned the word Shui Li Shimin immediately think of the portrait of Shui Rengui. It turned out that Li Shimin's face immediately changed when he heard Yi Bai mentioned about Gao Chong. Darkened. These few days, the really angry King Gao Chengwang has been in a hurry. At first, the West Turks were torn to pieces, like when sand is scattered. Zhu Wentai took Tang as his father, and the four Zheng Duan went to Chang'an in person to pay tribute to Tang together with his wife Yu Wenqi. Unexpectedly, it was an immature Zhongshan wolf. However, after hearing Shui Rengui's request to accompany the army to Gaocheng, a smile appeared on Li Zan's face. "I am very happy. Hidong Shui Rengui is a loyal person." Apparently, Li Shimin also heard more and more mysterious rumors about Shui Rengui in the folk market, stroked his short beard and laughed at him. If it wasn't there today, senior brother Li almost forgot to hide such a 1,000 li long pony in Prince Teng's mansion, that is, back to Goryeo for the first time. Ashina Aiching once suggested that Shui Li was Zuo Lang of the Hufu of the Zuotan Guard, just because Shui Li entered the official residence wearing a commoner and suddenly won an important position. She was afraid that others would not accept it, but now she has no such concerns. 22 Lang, go back and tell Shui Li that he should go to the military department tomorrow to get his body, although it is a bit late, but the Zuotan Wei Court Zuo Lang meeting, the United States will keep it for him. Of course, Zuotan Wei, who's the official position of Zuo Lang, will not be vacant for Shui Rengui for more than 2 years. Li Shimin was just talking about the scene. No matter what, he will move his seat to Fu Zuolang, who is currently in Zuotan Weiling. This is not what Li Shimin said. Zuobai is the one again. Damn left back. Yi Bai stood for a long time, smiling wryly, and couldn't help but feel anxious. Can he not get along with him today? The left-handed walk with the monk Gao just gave the position of General Zuotunwei, and then Shui Rengui became Zuotan Weiling Fu Zuolang, all of which are locked in the hands of Shui Wanyan. Alas, as soon as Li Shimin's golden mouth came out, it was naturally impossible to change it. Shui Wanyan might pass on his hatred for Jiyu Chenggao and Shui Rengui. This was just Yi Bai's guess, and he could only think about it in his heart. It's not a gentleman's belly with a small man's heart. If you say so, forget it. Take it as a test for Shui Rengui. I remember that in the Ping Liao War in history, he Zongxian, the son-in-law of General Zhang Shigi at that time, inherited the credit of the young Shui Rengui at that time, and brothers Shui Wanjin and Shui Wanqi also commanded the leftist army. General Qi Heng's criminal record, almost infighting, this may have been stabbed by others, that is, Shui Rengui committed a robbery. This is what should be done. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 289. Barrier open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Suddenly remembered that he was still standing among the two musical instruments in the temple. This is not the same place, and my heart immediately being pulled back to reality. Yi Bai hurriedly raised his head to beg for guilt, but now Li Shimin seemed to be a little unguarded, and couldn't help but stunned, and hurriedly asked, "Brother Huang, what's wrong with you?" Li Shimin also breathed a sigh of relief, holding his forehead, panting, and saying, the situation is different. Ashina Aiching originally proposed that Shui Li be the Zuolang of the Hu Mansion of Zuotunwei, and has now become the leftist king of East Turkestan. After hearing the words of the messenger who brought back the East Turkic language, Ashina Aiching returned from Cyprus to his homeland, and he has been very unhappy. When he saw the messenger, he would cry. Every time he asks to be able to use his position as the East Turkestan Zuian king in exchange for rejoining the waiter, loyalty can be said to be a good idea. Exclamation mark. Ashna has a higher association rate than a thief trying to rebel. Yi Bai didn't come out of the stomach. Asna Zhang Suwei Palace banned for 48 years. There is no gap. Loyal. The name lives up to its name, and when people call Don Jinri Zen, the kind that associates rate with Ashina. 000 thieves didn't have enough success and was too sad for the others. Exclamation mark. Prom this morning. What twists and turns and ups and downs. If you want to know what's going on, please in 6 muscle coins, more chapters, support the author, support the real reading. I don't know if the emperor intentionally called General Ashnar back to Koryo. Now that the obituary of the shrine has arrived in Ashna, Yi Bai also asked by the way. Of course Yi Bai knew in his heart that Ashinamo would come back sooner or later. Not only Ashina, but also the shameful puppet regime of the East Turks re-established by Li Shimin would soon die. Ashnan, who was renamed Li Simo, a few years later, it will enter the Tang dynasty again. Now that Gulong Monk and Shui Rengui have both entered Zuotunwei, you don't have to think about it. You know that General Shui Wanjin of Zuotunwei will definitely make it difficult for them, and they will wear small shoes in the future. If Ashnar Bell can go back to Zuotunwei, he has more than 10 years of experience in Zuotunwei, and there is no problem in taking care of Gulong, Monk Gao and Shui Rengui. At first, Yi Bai was captured by Lu Chu on Zigu Road and almost died. Ashina Chung, who was in charge of the vigilance mission, was deeply regretful. Who rescued Yi Bai from Lu Chu, has always been grateful and has always had a pair of green eyes. Even if Yi Bai didn't say it, if Shui Rengui was bullied in Zuotunwei, Ashina Zhang would not just sit back and ignore it. As for the monk Gulong, he and a Xinjiang are both foreign military generals, and they depend on each other, so he will not let the monk Gulong stand tall. It's just that although Yi Bai has a little impression of what will happen in the future, he doesn't know when Ashnar Bell will come back. So I tried Li Shimin's words. Would be a good thing for Yi Bai if he could recruit Xinjiang from the grasslands immediately. 22 Lang still thinks that the emperor should promise Ahina Aiching to let Na Aiching return to the court again. Li Shimin did not answer the rhetorical question. However, he immediately rebuilt the East Turkic Khanate from where he came from. In addition to the direct incentives of the Arab Association leading to collusion with the Ashna and Luo Uyghurs, the more important purpose was to use the East Turkic language as a barrier. Strictly guard against Shui Yantuo in the north. If you recall Ashina Aiching from Serbia now and leave Simo alone in Yanrun, I am afraid he will not be able to catch him. The emperor is too worried. Shui Yantuo still stood up on the grassland and showed off again and again. Kuju's surname is Teal, and he claims that the 200th town of the line of control, Megatron Tianichiu, wants to defend the northern part of the western regions. How dare you? And now that Gaocheng has returned to the Tang dynasty, the loyalty of the Turks in Meishi and Ashna is a resounding note. Is the slap in the face of Gaocheng King Kuantai. Ashnazong has returned to Jaili. This is beneficial and harmless to Yi Bai, and he will naturally not object. Of course, Yi Bai also did not express his support. This is just a comparison between Zhang Axian and Wentai who just defected from the Tang dynasty. As for the final decision, it is up to Li Shimin to decide. Li Shimin's face is not good. Fork said. 22 makes sense. Zhu Wentai, don't live for sin. Then let him kneel in front of the temple to atone for his stupidity. Ashina Aiching went to the Tang dynasty. That couplet can't be let. Ashna Aiching, Shen Aiching, Cao Zhao, promote Ashna to General Yusiwei, point it to the army, and seal Shui Guogong. The article devoted to the drafting of the decree chanted a promise to start writing immediately. Yi Bai suddenly became depressed. Promotion. After working for a long time, Ashen Zhang did come back, but he became a right-wing general. For Yi Bai, it's useless to say that it doesn't work for Yi Bai. His judgment seemed correct. No matter what the effect of the butterfly is, Shui Rengui's robbery is unavoidable. Maybe this is the inertia of history. However, Yi Bai still has a good feeling for this East Turkic aristocrat with pre-Qin morality, and he and Ashna middle school relationship is also good. Ashnazong was promoted to the 16th general of Wei and ascended to the position of Guadan. Yi Bai is still happy happy for him. Ashina Zhang cried while watching the Tang dynasty, and then Shui Rengui asked to join the army, and let Li Shimin hide in that little mist to dissipate a lot, although there was a Zhongshan wolf around, but after all there are a lot of loyal people. So he asked, Tu Lang, since Shui Qing's family is going to Gaochang, your local army will be empty. I don't know if 22 Lang has a favorite candidate. Ah, this is really a problem. Just when Yi Bai came, Yi Bai really forgot and wanted to say the right person. Song Xiaoji is but he is only a person who married Yu Wangfu. He is not as simple as Shui Rengui. Even if he solves the case and gets promoted, he cannot be directly promoted to Zheng Wuping. Last time, Zheng Chubi joked that he was going to take over from Shui Rengui's class and become a soldier in Prince Teng's mansion, but Cheng Zubi had just joined the right back, and his rank was not high. Besides, if Zheng Chubi is really allowed to become Teng Wangfu's army, his son Cheng Yaojin will have to run out of Shanghai to fight against Yi Bai. Thinking of going, Yi Bai really doesn't have the most popular candidate in his heart, but immediately, he cupped his hands and said, back to the emperor, this time Zhongnan, my younger brother and Wei Shangong walked all the way. Wei Shangong visited privately, dismissed Weinan, the deputy military officer of the palace, Wei Shangong, who has been protecting Wei Shangong next to Wei Shangong, so according to his brother's stupid opinion, Fang Wei can be the first in the classical army. Chapter 290, Bait open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. However, to the left and right, on both sides, the imperial court guarded the palace, and although the saints applauded, they could not allow it all. So he asked Hu Shangong to choose a few of them and listen to it before Hu Zhang's account. He said, Yi Bai suddenly realized that the 1,000 cows next to brother Tianshan were ready. No wonder it looked a little familiar. However, since Yi Bai seldom enters the palace on weekdays, he is not in Kyoto this year, although he looks familiar. But these thousands of cows are ready, except Li Xiaoyi. He really doesn't know anyone. I have seen His Royal Highness King Tang. Although Yi Bai didn't know them, it didn't mean that the thousands of cows didn't know Yi Bai. They all came out to watch the ceremony right away. However, there were exceptions. When one of them saw Yi Bai walking towards them, the smile on his face solidified. Daniel not only ignored Yi Bai, but even snorted coldly and didn't say hello to the other companions. He walked away angrily. Yi Bai looked at Li Xiaoyi involuntarily, with a stiff face on his face, thinking to himself, is this a rude boy from Li Tai? However, although thousands of cows on the left and right are basically the sons of 3 officials above 3, except Shui Wanjin, who has direct hostility to him, even the acting chief of Wei Minister Shideji stood in front of him, and he did not dare to do so. More importantly, there were only 1,000 cows. The reason why Yi Bai was unhappy was because of Shui Wanjin in his heart. Now he was ignored by such a young generation, and suddenly he said, Brother filial piety, who are you? How impolite your son is to be so rude. That's all. When people were making a fuss, it was a bit embarrassing for these thousands of cows to stand in front of Yi Bai. But I can't say anything, so I have to find an excuse to go somewhere else. However, Yi Bai found that the thousands of cows were too rude to this man, and they didn't seem too surprised. After everyone around him left, Li Xiaoyi was also very angry and said, blame others and forget about this person. Obviously, Li Xiaoyi was not too surprised. Xiaoyi is from the younger brother, whose son is that even if his father stood in front of Yuan Ying, he would not dare to do it. Who else could it be? This man is called Wei, asking for a price. Can't 22 Lang guess whose son he is? Li Xiaoyi shook her head and said, his father. If his father was here, he probably wouldn't leave. I'm afraid I jumped in and caught it. Can you wait for the price? Yi Bai's face sank, and he wondered, is it the son of Wei Ting's old husband? 22 is right, that's the son. This man raised Zuo Qianyu to prepare his body, although Wei was downgraded to the state, but due to the reason of Zhang Sha's brother, Wei Yeshao remained on the left and right, the imperial court. There are many disagreements with people on weekdays. This trip to Gaochang, as senior brother Zhang Sha, Wang Dongbed Kazi, of course, he is also indispensable. Yi Bai just remembered that when he married Li Daozong's son Wei Ting, it wasn't just Zuo Chuniu's cold voice saying this. Wei Qi's father and son seem to hate him deeply. That is, senior brother Shui Rengui obeys Ji Yu Longshui and monk Gao Bian's filial piety. Please take a picture of your brother. This is natural. 22 Lang. Hu Shangong is not a good person. They can't make any waves. Li Xiaoyi is very forgiving. Ah, a Li Shi welcomes the heart. 2 years ago, Chu Shu K vertical and horizontal river Shuoxin. The plump Li Daozong doesn't seem to be old enough. enough. Has he ever seen a bearded guest before? He looked back at the tall, Chu-bearded monk and shook his head. Now Chu is a bearded guest. However, a messy old road, compared with the image of the Hetao warrior, is really different. If you don't tell me your name, even if Li Jing is standing in front of him, I'm afraid I won't recognize it. When I think so, I breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't seem to know how to answer. Brother Zhongsha has been to Huzhou Bianshan. Huzhou. Li Daozong shook his head and thought, why did Ershiro say that? Yi Bai smiled and said, back to Zhongxia Wangshang. The long road is named Baikan. This is the king's ancestor who lived on the top of Yunfeng in the border mountains of Huzhou. A few days ago, Yuan Ying was dismissed in Zhongnan, and he met the leader of Wuchen Road in Shang Wang's ancestral home. I heard that this man went to Kunlun at an early age and grew old with the royal family of Funan. Brother Wang also knew that on that day, Hengcheng Qiantang ordered the forgery of Qinglong Shangrui and got the stolen goods. Yuan Ying caught one of them, that is the subordinate of General Gulong. He also learned from his mouth that General Ji Yulong turned out to be Prince Funan. Later, Brother Wang ordered Yuan Ying to recruit General and Gulong. So Yuan Ying asked Wuchen Road chief to go down the mountain to lobby General Ji Yulong. Why did Yuan Ying go so well in Haizhou, and General Ji Yulong was sent back to Wanghua, most of which were his work. After the Haizhou incident, Dustproof Chong originally planned to return to Huzhou, but it did not hinder the general feelings of Ji Yulong. Shui just went to Kyoto with General Ji Yulong, but since the house that my brother gave to General Ji Yulong has not been repaired, General Ji Yulong only lives in the Inn of Hongshou Temple, so these days, the road leader Wuchen has been in Yuan Ying's cold house borrow money. If senior brother Wang Zhongxia didn't go to Huzhou, then Yuan Ying thought, it must be the wrong person. Yes, the long dust-proof road. Li Daozong frowned. Obviously the name was really strange to him. Then he looked at the bearded guest in the distance, twisted his beard and said, it could also be the old one. As the dust-proof road was driving in all directions, someone saw it somewhere. Thinking about it, Li Daozong stopped paying attention to the miscellaneous hair of the old road, and complained again. 22 Leng, this is your fault. General Ji Yulong belongs to Wanghua. He not only added a navy to the Tang dynasty, but also eliminated the bait for the hidden dangers in the Southeast China Sea and the western regions. He has done so much work. What is the credit for applying for credit for Cupid? Yi Bai can't help it, so he has to accept it. If Cupid wants to be an official under Li Shimin, then he will not go abroad, he said with a wry smile. What did the brother of King Zhongxia teach? However, it is not that Yuan Ying is reluctant to apply for credit for the person in charge of this dust-proof road. It's just that outsiders don't have fame and fortune. They have already explained to Yuan Ying. Yuan Ying is hiding on the table. I see. This is a mistake. Li Daozong was not paranoid. Many people like Sun Simiao, who had been recruited as Dr. Guozi as early as the Northern Zhou dynasty Jingdi, said that the disease was not caused by Yi Bai's advice. Li Shimin and the Copyright Bureau jointly assisted Sun Simiao in compiling 1,000 yuan. It is difficult for Sun Simin to stay in Chang'an now. Chapter 291. Praise open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. The same is true of Yan Ziling in the Eastern Han dynasty. Emperor Guangwu was promoted to the base. When he was a teenager, he recruited his classmates many times to instruct the minister, but Yan Ziling refused to accept it and lived in seclusion in the Fuchun River. When Lin Quan grew up, he was hailed by the times and later generations as a model who did not appreciate the rich and powerful and pursued self-adaptation. There are even more exaggerated Jia Zitui in the spring and autumn period. During King Wengong's escape, he even cut off the meat from his legs to satisfy his hunger, but after King Wengong successfully restored his motherland, Meso did not rely on his own exploit. Instead, my mother and I live in Mianshan, isolated from the world. I don't eat military deer. Jin Wengong asked people to find out. In order to find out, there was no way, so he had to set fire to Mianshan, but he couldn't push it out. In the end, the mother and son were burned to death in Mianshan. In order to commemorate them, a cold food festival was held later. They are 000 with faith people. After saying goodbye to Li Daozong, Yi Bai walked in the direction he just pointed, but on the way he encountered a face he really didn't want to see. His Royal Highness, there is a lot of trouble here. Your Highness shouldn't be walking around. If you accidentally knock you over the golden body under Tingwang Temple, then Shui will not leave. Shui Wanjin was riding on a high horse, with a dead face, when he saw Yi Bai walk up to him and said, Yin and Yang. Although Shui Wanjin didn't trouble Shui Rengui, Ji Yulong and other people in Zuodan village these few days, eyes, but he couldn't see Shui Rengui. They have been. Beware of him. See Yi Bai today, and see the enemies meeting. I don't know if it's because of Li Tai's words. This time I saw Yi Bai. Shui Wanjin's words didn't save any face. Yi Bai was also very disgusted. Archer sneered. Thank you, Lu Guogong reminded. Yuan Ying will definitely pay attention. Lu Guogong was ordered to go to Gaocheng, and Yuan Ying wished Lu Guogong a victory here and raised Mi Tang Junwei. Shui Mo also thanked His Highness Deng for his kind words. However, Shui Mo only handed this matter to the Deputy Director of Shaohei March, King Tang. Your Royal Highness will leave this to Hu Shanggong to say. Goodbye. Yi Shishinshu, the Sunfine Concave and the mountain clams with different bodies, looked at Li Xiying sneeringly and said strangely. Yi Bai was not angry at all, and said with a smile, Oh, Yuan Ying has already been taught. I hope Lu Guo will be in Gaocheng then, but not lose your mind. Yi Bai clearly remembered that this trip to Deputy Commander Gao Cheng should be the last pride of Shui Wanjin. As expected, next year will be the day when Shui Wanjin will be released from prison. Well, I'm afraid Shui will disappoint His Highness Deng. Shui Wanjin's face darkened even more. He patted the horse with his head high, and passed by Yi Bai. Li Xiaoyi is wearing heavy armor. When he suddenly saw that Yi Bai was a little ugly to him, he frowned and immediately, leaving the people around him, he met them soon, and said in surprise, 22 Lang, what's the matter with you? What is he discussing with the ordinary schools next to him? Yi Bai sighed, panting, Mad dog, Xiaoyi, don't worry about it from brother. Mad dog. Li Xiaoyi was taken aback. His eyes were on Yi Bai. Then, as the general of Zuotunwei, Shui Wanjin's armor and mounts were still taken off in the crowd. Hesitating, the 22-man said that the mad dog does not mean that the Lu Guogong school is full of troop. Don't talk about him. It's just a mad dog. There's no need to pay attention to it. Yuan Ying is here to see off Xiaoyi, but he can't ruin my brother's mood because of a mad dog. White leaves. Pointing to several ordinary schools behind Li Xiaoyi, he seemed to be familiar with it, and then said, little brother, who is this? Li Xiaoyi nodded, and after listening to Yi Bai's question, she pulled him to the side of the road and said with a smile, in front of you are the leadership's house, colleagues from both sides. Ha. A few days ago, they also heard that there was a saint who wanted Gaocheng, and he was approved by the saints, so there were all kinds of learning. However, when it came to the left and right, the two sides, the imperial court guarded the palace, although the saints praise, but not all of them are allowed. So he asked Hu Shanggong to choose a few of them and listen to it before Hu Zhang's account, he said. Yi Bai suddenly realized that the 1,000 cows next to Brother Tianqian were ready. No wonder it looked a little familiar. However, since Yi Bai rarely enters the palace on weekdays, he is not in Kyoto this year, although he looks familiar. But thousands of cows are ready, except Li Xiaoyi. He really doesn't know anyone. I have seen His Royal Highness King Tang. Although Yi Bai didn't know them, it didn't mean that the thousands of cows didn't know Yi Bai. They all came out to watch the ceremony right away. However, there were exceptions. When one of them saw Yi Bai walking towards them, the smile on his face solidified. Daniel not only ignored Yi Bai, but even snorted coldly and didn't say hello to the other companions. He walked away angrily. Yi Bai looked at Li Xiaoyi involuntarily, with a stiff face on his face, thinking to himself, is this a rude boy from Li Tai? However, although thousands of cows on the left and right are basically the sons of 3 officials above 3, except Shui Wanjin, who has direct hostility to him, even the acting chief of Wei Minister Shi Deji stood in front of him, and he did not dare to do so. More importantly, there were only 1,000 cows. The reason why Yi Bai was unhappy was because of Shui Wanjin in his heart. Now he was ignored by such a young generation, and suddenly he said, Brother filial piety, who are you? How impolite your son is to be so rude. That's all. When people were making a fuss, it was a bit embarrassing for these thousands of cows to stand in front of Yi Bai. But I can't say anything, so I have to find an excuse to go somewhere else too. 5. However, Yi Bai found that the thousands of cows were too rude to this man, and they didn't seem too surprised. After everyone around him left, Li Xiaoyi was also very angry and said, blame others and forget about this person. Obviously, Li Xiaoyi was not too surprised. Xiaoyi is from the younger brother, whose son is that even if his father stood in front of Yuan Ying, he would not dare to do it. it. Who else could it be? This man is called Wei, asking for a price. Can't 22 Lang guess whose son he is? Li Xiaoyi shook her head and said, his father. If his father was here, he probably wouldn't leave. I'm afraid I jumped in and caught it. Can you wait for the price? Yi Bai's face sank, and he wondered, is it the son of Wei Ting's old husband? Chapter 292. Exciting open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. 22 is right, that's the son. This man raised Zuo Qianyu to prepare his body, although Wei was downgraded to the state, but due to the reason of Zhang Sha's brother, Wei Yexiao remained on the left and right, the imperial court. There are many disagreements with people on weekdays. This trip to Gaochang, as senior brother Zhang Sha, Wang Dongbed Kazi, of course, he is also indispensable. Yi Bai just remembered that when Wei Ting, the son of Li Daozong's daughter, was married, it wasn't just Zuo Chunyu's cold voice saying this. Wei Qi's father and son seemed to hate him deeply, that is, senior brother Shui Rengui is filial, and Ji Yu Longshui and monk Gao Bian are filial. Please take a picture of your brother. It's natural. 22. Don't worry. Hu Shanggong is not a good person. They can't make any waves. Li Xiaoyi is very forgiving. When the Northwest War finally set off, Bian is more lively than ever. As Emperor Li Shimin entered Kyoto, Li Yuanshao, Zheng Wangli, Shu Wangli, Yuan Ming and other clan kings such as Li Yuanshao, Zheng Kongyuan, Shu Wenming, etc., also arrived in Kyoto one after another. However, despite the sudden increase in the number of relatives in Chang'an, there were very few kings who came to Tingwang 23 to visit. Yi Bai is Li Yuanying's youngest son. When they walked out of the cabinet, Yi Bai didn't know what happened. Of course, there is no brotherhood, and as for the nephews, they lived in Taichi before leaving the cabinet. Other hand, Yi Bai lives in Da'an Palace, 10 miles outside Chang'an City, and some people have never met. Second, of course, because of Li Yuanli, Li Jinggang, and now that Lu Renshao has impeached Li Yuanxiang, Yi Bai is not in his family. Too popular. So these few days, among the kings who came to King Teng's mansion after coming to Kyoto, except the secret King Li Yuanshao who grew up with Yi Bai, Zheng Wangli, who has two blood relations, and Huo Wangli, Wei Zheng's son-in-law, there are two others. Yu Wang Li Junyuan, who was very close to Yi Bai, was in Yangzhou and had not yet returned to Kyoto. Of course, Yi Bai didn't care about this, except sometimes he went hunting in Chang'an City with Mi Wangli and told his brother's feelings. These days, he has been thinking about what kind of birthday present he should give to Li Shimin last year. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, he tampered with Li Shimin's favorite telescope. Thinking about it, Yi Bai can't help but regret. From frugal to extravagant, from extravagant to frugal, this year's birthday ceremony will not be much worse than last year. This year's autumn festival will also be seen by the king. On this day, Yi Bai and Shaolingyuan's Li Yuanshao returned from hunting together. Returned to the harem, he saw Wu Zhao sitting alone in the pavilion laughing. He couldn't help thinking, Zhao Niang, what happened to you today? What makes you so happy? Are they the eldest sister and brother-in-law who returned to Kyoto? Yi Bai knew that Wu Zhao went back to his mother's house in Anmen Square today. To be said that Hu Junji is still very efficient. After all, people also hold official book. Yi Bai mentioned that before the western expedition to Gaochang, Hu Junji had done the work of Helen Anshi, from Yuanggong Cao Shen to Emperor Shishi, although the rank is not high. However, this position was the most important thing in the Qing dynasty to move hundreds of colleagues, recommend and bow to release prison, and it was the platform for the entire emperor. Except, imperial historians and the rule of law in the service of history. History. With Helen Anshi's qualifications and Hu Junji's in-laws, of course no one would object. However, Helen Shi is far from Yangzhou. He left early, otherwise how could he return to the capital so quickly? Seeing Yi Bai coming back, Wu Zhao hurriedly stood up and took the cloak that Yi Bai was holding in his hand. The order is early in the morning, and it snows first to prepare the soup. Still can't hide the joy in my heart. Yan Ran said with a smile, Your Highness, you are back. The son had just returned from Anmen Square and asked her mother. It will take a few days for the eldest sister and his brother-in-law to return to Kyoto. So, what is happiness today? Yi Bai also sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and asked suspiciously, Guess what, Your Highness? This beautiful martial arts photo is mind-blowing. I guess Yi Bai was taken aback. Since Wu Zhao returned to her mother's house today, this happy event must have come from her mother's house. But what else can there be in Wu Zhao's house except an old lady young and a little girl? The rest are inferior. Yes. Is it possible that Wu Zhao, the two brothers who were descended to Lingnan, return to the capital. No, this does not seem to be a good thing. For Wu Zhao, at least it can't be so happy. Shaking his head and smiling, I can't guess. Come out. You can't guess. Wu Zhao didn't sell his children anymore. He said with great interest, Your Highness, my son will return to Anmen Square today. It happened that he was visiting in public. Yi Bai panicked. He interrupted him. According to my mother, the public is old to your martial art. Yi Bai is the old general and Li Shiji is the old general of Wagang, which is not surprising, although the two later became officials of the same dynasty. However, the Pei warriors who once served in Yangzhou, Li Zhou, and Jingzhou have always been officials in the south, and Li Shiji has never left the northern part of the western regions, but the titles are a bit close, and the two obviously can't hit. Although historically, Wu Zhao was finally able to stand up, Li Shiji's meritorious deeds are the greatest, but he has never heard of any friendship between Li Shiji and Matsutake. Since Bei has been dead for so many years, how could Li Shiji suddenly visit the martial arts hall? The public sees young old lady. The rumors in Yi Bai's heart are burning. Wu Zhao shook his head and said, When my father died, the child was still young. It is not clear whether the public and his father are old, but this time the public came to Wu Zhao, the museum, but brought relatives. The boss Yi Bai couldn't help opening his mouth. He really guessed it. Li Shiji fell in love with Mrs. Yang, and the butterfly effect was too great. Zuilu actually came from Hong Nong Yang's family. If Li Shiji wants to get married, it must be a dish. As the public courting the third mother, Yi Bai finally reacted. Since it's not the old woman Yang, then it's Wu Zi. Of course, other than his little sister, who does His Highness think? Wu Zhao did not understand the road. In her heart, Yi Bai's problem should not be a problem. Yi Bai nodded and immediately shied away. If Wu Zhao knew the association in his heart just now, then Fengquan is indispensable. Only hesitantly said, According to my mother, I don't know which nephew the public is raising relatives for. If you marry Sanyang to Li Shiji's son, don't give birth to two rebellious grandchildren. Chapter 293. Not easy. Subscribe. A disappointed expression suddenly appeared on Wu Zhao's face. He shook his head and said, It's a small flaw. The public is not raising relatives for their nephews, but his subordinate Guo Shaoshan wants to promote relatives. But it doesn't matter. Guo Shaoshan is still young. He is already Ning Yuan's general. He is already a product of Ning Yuan, and the imperial court has collapsed. And this, since Guo Shaoshan can talk to himself, this Guo Shaoshan should also be embraced by the public. Oh, for a while, Three Mother has reached the age of marriage. This time passed too fast. He stretched out his tender hand. His index finger was covered with tea, and Wu Zhao wrote gently on the stone table, Guo Shaoshan. These three words. Guo Shaoshan. Yi Bai frowned. Strangely said, Why does anyone think this name is so familiar? That's right, Dr. Jin Ziguang. General Guo Shaokui, General Zuo Shaowei. What does it have to do with this Guo Shaoshan? Yi Bai's mind is still spinning very fast. Immediately, I remembered that I had a relationship with Guo Shaokui in Cheng'an in the past. Your Highness, how did you guess? Wu Zhao said in surprise, when the public also mentioned that General Zuo Shaowei Guo Shaokui was Guo Shaoshan's eldest brother. Yi Bai nodded and said, That's it. First in Fulin Building, Qingtong City, Friends Narrow Road. Your cousin Zhao Jia threw a bronze incense burner at random. Result, Chai Linwu's head was smashed open. Later, it was Guo Shaokui, the Shaoqing of Teifu Temple at that time, who arrived in time to ease the situation. When Yang Shanggong finally arrived, so Guo Shaokui still had some impressions. Seeing that this Guo Shaoshan's name is similar to Guo Shaokui, there is this problem. Then he said with a sigh of relief, No wonder Guo Shaoshan asked his relatives when he was in Waganzai, and he was able to find the great Buddha of Gongshiji. Guo Shaokui is. The history he records has a long history. It turned out that Li Shiji had been in northern Xinjiang for many years, and he hadn't returned to Kyoto for a long time, so this time Li Shimin also called Li Shiji back. By the way, I would like to ask about the situation of Li Shiji, Shui Yantuo and the Eastern Turks. Li Shiji and Guo Shaokui have been old comrades for many years. His younger brother Guo Shaoshan became Li Shiji's confidant under Li Shiji's explanation, so when he returned to Kyoto this time, he also brought Guo Shaoshan back. The second thing is the dog's blood. After Zheng Anmeng died, Li Shaogong invited guests to dinner. Li Shiji and Guo Shaoshan went together. Li Shaogong, escort and martial arts were also in Anmen Square. The moment, love at first sight. After asking Li Shaogong, until then, Guo Shaoshan didn't know that this little girl was the younger daughter of Jingzhou, and she was in charge of martial arts soy sauce. Guo Shaoshan originally wanted the eldest brother to raise relatives, but I heard that the second officer of the Wu family married His Royal Highness Deng Wang, and the Grand Duke was also courting. I'm afraid I don't think he's a good helper. In the case of gain and loss, he took Guo Shaokui to find his old man, bored Li Shiji, and asked Li Shiji to help raise his relatives. What happened that day? I don't know, but my mother-in-law said yes. Yi arrived at some interesting things. The marriage of the three girls in Wushu is really ordinary. The eldest daughter married a civil servant, and the younger daughter married a military attaché. One of them married a clan. I don't know what Guo Shaoshan is doing. If it is very good, Sanyang will also be good for Guo Shaoshan. Of course, Mrs. Yang should have agreed, because Li Shiji personally came to find relatives. Even if you are not satisfied, this face is not easy to brush. Wu Zhao nodded and said, the people are asking for relatives. Of course, the mother has responded. However, thanks to the emperor's younger brother Sha Zhao, the place of origin of the East Turks was restored. Beiyantuo is also getting more and more restless. I am afraid that the war in northern Xinjiang is about to start. The country needs people to enter the city in person, and people should not stay in Kyoto. Therefore, the public means that Guo Shaoshan and Sanyang can get married as soon as possible. Although my mother was a little reluctant, after all, she was a little anxious, so she agreed. Quote, the concern of the people is good. Who completely ignores the northern prairie, has become too big to lose. Of East Turkestan at the beginning of the year, the war between Datang and Shui Yantuo will be imminent. Yi Bai sighed softly, raised his head and looked at Wu Zhao's bright eyes, and said, because the marriage time is relatively short, my mother-in-law may not be able to come, so you will guess first, and then play the first game. Shui, live at your mother-in-law's house. If our imperial palace can help, please help. Thank you, your highness. Was very happy. She wanted to speak, but she didn't expect Yi Bai to say it first. Yi Bai's face immediately, with delicate red lip. After making out, Wu Zhao suddenly remembered something, and immediately, he stood up from Yi Bai's arms. Your highness, Zhao Chuan said, my son almost forgot. When he came back, he heard Zhang Sima say that different clans and Mij went to Shaolingyuan to hunt together. Brother Han and the next four knives came twice in the morning, and left when he heard that his highness was not there. But I also left a message before I left saying that I will come again tomorrow. Your highness, goodbye, Brother Han. Are you and Brother Han very close? Why have you never heard of him before? Han Wang Li Yuancheng. Yi Bai was taken aback. Shaking his head, he said, Zheng Yuan, how can it be possible in 5 years? Li Yuancheng taught the history of the assassination of Huazhou, when he was only a few years old. When it comes to this Brother Han Huang, some people don't know what it looks like. King Li Yuancheng of the Han dynasty is Li Yuan's 7th son, among Yi Bai's brothers. He is relatively old. In Yi Bai's memory, his brother coveted the emperor's throne, and was killed together with Li Chengqin. So although Yi Bai could not remember most of the clan relatives, but this resume of King Han, he has already I have known for a long time. I also don't know if Li Yuancheng and Li Chengqin have hooked up together. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Replaced by Zhuge Liang's Sao Luzi, it will be the 3 ancient cottages. Unlike other royal brothers, this brother Han Huang seems to have really given himself face. However, there is nothing to be polite. It was stolen, and Li Yuancheng was still a master of rebellion, and he didn't know what he tried to find out what he wanted to do. His Royal Highness, what's the matter? Seeing Yi Bai's face a little anxious, Wu Zhao asked with concern. Of course, Wu Zhao wouldn't know that Yi Bai didn't dare to face Han Wangli's heart. Best to stay away from each other if possible. Nothing, just something popped into my head. Yi Bai smiled at Wu Zhao and thought about it. As a milkman, Li Yuancheng came to his house and sat down. I seem to be a little too worried. Chapter 294. Overwatched. Subscribe. His Royal Highness, are you still considering what birthday gift to give your brother on the Mid-Autumn Festival? Wu Zhao naturally also knew the source of Yi Bai's recent troubles, isn't it? If I had known earlier, no one would have given Brother Huang a telescope last year. Yi Bai is very dissatisfied with the telescope now. I have long forgotten that he has now closed 120 homes, is the crown of the clan, and it is a masterpiece of binoculars. Your Highness, do you remember that there was an envoy named Meng Bogu a few years ago? Wu Zhao sat opposite Yi Bai, smiling, and suddenly asked an unattainable question. A little white high is what my mother said. Sending goose feathers thousands of miles away. The gifts are light and heavy. The envoy is back. Yi Bai touched his nose and said, Zhao Niang wants someone who doesn't care about the value of the birthday present, right? Wu Zhao picked up his index finger again, dipped the tea in the teacup, and wrote a few words on the stone table, buried deep in the essence of the face. Ah, this should be turned into Tengwang. Essence. Look up and say, calligraphy is unique, why not use it? Tengwang style, right? Birthday Fu, what? As His Royal Highness said, goose feathers are sent thousands of miles away, and the gifts are light and heavy. His Royal Highness is a family of brothers, he thought. This birthday present will get better when it gets to your heart. Yi Bai sighed in a low voice, 1,000 miles to send goose feathers. Etiquette is less important than human thought. The truth is good, but last year's autumn festival, a certain pair of binoculars prevailed. Brother Huang blocked 120 households, and all of them had red eyes, but they couldn't think of anything like binoculars. Even with red eyes, you can only look at the eyes, and the heart refers to how to hate it. If it is normal, but this year's autumn festival, but the king went to Kyoto to meet, as suggested by the mother, but these people with red eyes will say some cool things and scold maple trees at dinner. Especially Zhang Wengli Yuanxiang. His nature is also well known. Now being impeached by Lu Ruitai, you must transfer your resentment to a certain body. What birthday present does your highness want to prepare for your brother? Yi Bai smiled wryly. If he thought about it, why would he have another headache? He had no choice but to say, at that time, I had to listen to my mother's advice. Looking down at Wu Zhao, he wrote a few words on the stone table with tea, not from his stomach. Happy birthday. If I was before the Eastern Han Dynasty, invent paper making at will, and write birthday gift on the invented paper. It's a good idea. Now it's the world where Kai Lun invented colored thick paper for more than 500 years. Printing technology side by side with papermaking is useless. Although the printed volume and handwriting are parallel in today's collections, due to the popular development of Wei's lithography, printing has been inevitable for a long time. Wait a minute, thinking of printing, Yi Bai suddenly thought that although there is existing printing, however, in the history of the printing revolution, it will take hundreds of years for movable type printing to appear. In fact, although printmaking has appeared, it is still incomplete. Therefore, most of the prints are books used by the common people. The state is responsible for writing book, and there are a large number of regular scribes who specialize in copying book, even perfect engraving and printing. Compared with movable type printing, there are still some disadvantages such as printing waste, time-consuming and laborious, large collection of book, difficult to change the words and so on. Is not easy to finish engraving a page, so, the last word is wrong and the whole page will be destroyed. Printing is not as inconvenient as this. Your Highness, what's the matter with you? Seeing that Yi Bai was a little shocked, he hurriedly asked, in a sense, this is a birthday present for this mid-autumn festival. You don't have to worry. In Naples, Li Xiying was looking for someone to be an overseer. He regretted that Mo Chuan had deceived movable type. Skilled craftsmen were indispensable. King Tang's palace could not find such professional technicians. There is one thing that does not bother the two masters. Yi Bai thought about it. This arduous task, let it be handed over to the prison. So, the next morning, Yi Bai took a few sidewalks to find Li Daoyu, and the king of Han Li Yuancheng, who left a message saying that he would come to see him again. That unfortunate child, Yi Bai, cannot be taken care of. Although Bai Yi invented the story of movable type printing, Yi Bai was familiar with the story since he was a child, and he also heard that Bai Yi seemed to be made of some kind of clay. But after all, time is running out. Although there is Yi Bai's direction and guidance, the skilled craftsmen who will be supervised can tamper with this movable type printing within the predetermined time. Yi Bai's heart is endless. If it wasn't very late yesterday, Li Daoyu would probably have gone home long ago. Yi Bai thought that he might not have been in prison last night. How could he wait until today? In short, Yi Bai has always wanted to stay away from Li Yuancheng. In addition, even if he was waiting for Li Yuancheng to come home, he would not do him any favors. There is no such free time. However, Yi Bai did not expect that he had just come out from the north gate of Peking Plaza, just fine. Li Ji also took his entourage to jump the ground. Guo Chun walked out of the south gate of Chengren Square. Seeing Yi Bai and his party, Li Ji immediately, brightening his eyes, he slammed across Chunming Street, run towards Yi Bai. Fortunately, neither the cars nor the horses walking on Chunming Street dared to run very fast. Otherwise, you have to scare people into sweating. Uncle Little, are you going out hunting with Uncle Mimi today? It was finally encountered by a vertebrate slave. Uncle Xiao, why don't you go hunting with Uncle Mimi? Why don't you take Venue with you? Li Ji ran to Yi Bai's place. He was so excited. I've heard it a long time ago. Since Uncle Mi returned to Kyoto, Uncle Xiao and Uncle Mi spent 3 days hunting outside Chang'an City. I heard that they also went to Shaolingyuan yesterday, so Li Ji went to Peking Square early in the morning. He was afraid that he would miss it again. Although this hunting, it is not impossible to click on Wang Yi's relatives and officers, but the guards were very cautious and asked them to follow. It would be too dangerous to go here. They didn't have a happy hunt with Yi Bai. Guo Chun, who had been borrowed by Li Ji for many days, also came, and he panted to Yi Bai. Salute. Although he was lent to him by Li Ji, he was still a member of Teng Wangfu. Then he whispered to Li Ji, Your Highness, look, Your Highness did not follow that flaming colt. Men, Uncle Bo, you're not going to hunt with Uncle Mimi today. Li Ji immediately, depressed. What an unfortunate thing. If I had known, I would have come yesterday. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Fei Lu novel. Chapter 295. Ideas. Subscribe. Yi Bai shook his head and said involuntarily, Help the slaves. If Uncle Xiao Huang and your uncle go out hunting today, they should also impeach Uncle Wu Wang like a few years ago. Well, that's true too. They had a few more brothers, and Wu Wangli was the first official to be dismissed, for which Li Ji also had a deep memory of the charges, but he didn't plan to go home either. Then he asked, Uncle Xiao, so where are you going now? We'll go to prison. Does any Venue want to go with the little uncle too? Yi Bai said with a smile. Will you go to jail? Li Ji was a little shocked. Curiously, he said, Uncle, why do you suddenly think of going to jail? Is it to find Li Daoyu? But when the voice network went down, Li Ji immediately, he jumped up and shouted, Ah, Uncle Xiao thought of another good thing. I want to ask you to do it for me and dedicate it to your father on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Don't you think? Li Ji remembered that this time last year, Yi Bai traveled all the way to monitor the binoculars, and I'm afraid it's the same this year. It seems that the pheasant slave's little head melon seeds are smart. Yes, Yi Bai did not escape Li Ji either. The head of the Qin said, Does Wei Nu still want to follow the little uncle? Say it as you walk. It's natural. Li Ziyi took it for granted, and couldn't wait to ask again, Uncle Xiao, what have you prepared this time? Is it as fun as last year's telescope? You'll know by then, just bear with it. Yi Bai smiled and said, This is what Uncle Xiao came up with last night. Can you make it to the Mid-Autumn Festival? It doesn't matter if you don't go to the Mid-Autumn Festival. On the day Yanu was born, the little uncle gave it to the pheasant slave. Oh, it's just next year's birthday for the vertebrate slave, and it's been more than half a year. Li Ji whispered with his little finger behind Yi Bai. Here, speaking of which, the entire Imperial City complex, the building farthest from Peking Square, is probably going to go to prison. Opposite the Yeding Palace in Fanbaicheng in the northwest corner of Wangcheng, the current master craftsman is Li Kengying's Tengui teacher Yan Lide, and Yan Lide is the father-in-law of Li Tai's son. Maybe it's because of Yan Liben. The relationship between Yi Bai and Yan Lide is not too bad, but it's still a little awkward when you meet. Therefore, when Yi Bai came in, he didn't make a fuss but went straight to Li Daoyu. Li Daoyu was also an unlucky child. He originally stayed at the right back very well. In front of his right Wei Ling, he ranked higher than the current Shui Rengui among the family members. As a result, Shui Wanqi and his clan Shui Xiuan were involved. One day came down to 14th place. When supervising the book of Shimizu Man as a small master, it has not been moved so far. His Royal Highness King Tang, His Royal Highness King Jin. I heard a briefing from a small official. Li Daoyu, who was doing nothing in prison, immediately welcome him out. What are you doing here, Your Highness? But even so, the old horse knows the way. Li Daoyu probably guessed their purpose. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. I am afraid there are only those skilled craftsmen who can make King Tang and King Jin think deeply. Speaking of which, Li Daoyu was implicated by Shui Wanqi and Shui Xiuan. Final analysis, it is also because of Yi Bai. Last year, Li Daoyu helped a lot. Today, Li Yuan had to trouble him again. Yi Bai was also a little embarrassed. Of course, Li Daoyu can finally protect a small official. He will be the supervisor. And Yi Bai's meritorious deeds. Li Ji was blunt, and he replied, That's it. Is my father coming soon? Uncle wants to prepare a birthday present for his father, so he has to make trouble for Li's book. Then, he couldn't wait to shake Yi Bai's body, and urged, Uncle Xiao, tell me about it. What fun stuff have you prepared for this year? Spine can't wait. Nice light. Janu, don't worry. Yi Bai gave the arch to Li Daoyu. Yuan Ying is worthy. Difficult again, brother Yu. Tangwang Temple is too heavy. I don't know how your highness imagines that a godlike binoculars can be supervised by a will, and Daoyu will also shine. Yi Bai nodded. Looking forward to his side, Li Ji smiled and said, I'm afraid the young slaves will be disappointed today. What did the uncle think? Like a telescope if you can. It's very useful, but it's far less playable than binoculars. He then explained to Li Daoyu the idea of movable type printing in detail. Movable type printing. Li Daoyu said to himself that printmaking printing is not the mainstream. Besides the imperfection of itself, the difficulty of engraving is also one of the constraints, and if the ingenious movable type printing of His Royal Highness King Tang is successful, it can easily solve this problem. The emergence of movable type printing will inevitably greatly reduce the price of today's book, which is a lot of contemporary work. Li Daoyu immediately get excited. When he was made into binoculars last year, the saints praised them for being overseen. As one of those responsible for making the binoculars, the saint was about to give himself up to his office, but was stopped by his uncle in the name of sin. If you can really print this movable type and do a lot of work this time, my uncle can't stop. Li Daoyu was originally the son of Lang Yu, who ranked lower in the fourth product, but now he is in prison in do nothing. He doesn't want to do anything. Although his uncle Li Daliang paid tribute to Heping County and the Right Guard General, with strict discipline, he wanted to get out of prison. Impossible to count on his uncle. Opportunity is fleeting, and Li Daoyu will not seize it and lead the way. His Royal Highness Prince Tang is really a genius. What a brilliant idea, even better than Daoyu. Don't worry, before the Qianqiu festival, Daoyu's movable type printing will be successful. And Li Ji turned his eyes, but held Yi Bai's hand, and said pitifully, Uncle, father's birthday ceremony, Wei Nu, are you not ready yet? What do you want your uncle to give you a birthday present? Yi Bai immediately, stunned, as if his tail had been stepped on. He immediately shook his head and poured into the bitter water. No, not a little slave. You don't know, in order to hold such a birthday ceremony, the little uncles are all tea and rice these days. If you don't believe me, you can ask Guo Qian and Wang Lun, or go back and ask your little aunt. I have to prepare again. Isn't this to kill Uncle Xiao's old life? No, this is definitely not a matter of discussion. Chapter 296. Favor, subscribe. Little uncle, why do you bother to take this movable type printing as a birthday present to our father and the emperor together with our uncle and niece? So no problem. Li Ji's eyes sparkled, not embarrassed at all. The $2 baby was immediately washed away. It turned out that Xiaolian, who was crying, was tattooed with a Xinyi. Yi Bai didn't care whether the country was proposed by him alone or in the name of two people. Uncle Xiao, just promise. Seeing that Yi Bai seemed to be released, Li Ji immediately, strike while the iron is hot. Yi Bai smiled and said, okay, don't tremble. Shake your little uncle once again. It's time to collapse. Uncle Xiao agreed. Who will let you be your little uncle? Venu knows that little uncle is the best vertebrate slave. Richton frowned. 000. Smiled at the head. Nothing like him just now. Li Daoyu couldn't help laughing, but now his mind was full of movable type printing. His Royal Highness, now that you have entered the gift of the Millennium Mid-Autumn Festival, I would like to know what your highness wants this gift to look like. What kind of Daoyu brother is that referring to? Yi Bai was a little surprised and asked in surprise. Li Daoyu explained, Your Highness Jing Tang, this is Daoyu's idea, according to His Highness's idea. The printed version of this book is made up of several removable blocks that can be used over and over again, but it is a gift to the saints on the occasion of the Thousand Autumn Festival. A removable box certainly can't. It doesn't look very atmospheric. Therefore, it is best to form a book version, but in this regard, the book version, which article to play, still needs the two highnesses to decide. Daoyu is also very clear in his heart. On the side of the book, Yi Bai frowned and asked, Brother Daoyu, is it too late? Li Daoyu said without hesitation, His Royal Highness Deng, don't have to worry. There may be nothing else in the prison, but there are so many craftsmen. If His Royal Highness's vision for movable type printing is successful, don't say the version of a book, it's a volume volume of the Analect. This is not a big problem. It's just that Daoyu thinks that if the version of the book is too heavy and inconvenient to carry, it will not be beautiful, and it is not as good as a rich article. Fuan is easy to do. Uncle Huang, Li Yifu has always had the title of the literary works of Wei Nujin Wangfu. If not, let Yifu Li give him a knife. Li Ji said immediately. Since the birthday gift was given in the name of two people giving it together, of course he had to do his part. The Analect. It suddenly appeared on a bound book in Yi Bai's mind. Although printmaking has appeared now, compared to scrolls, books were made into scrolls like bamboo slips in the past. Obviously, online books are easier to read. Wouldn't it be better to replace the birthday present with an online bound book with movable type printing? Uncle Xiao, do you want to write the text yourself? Okay. Yi Bai didn't answer for a long time. Li Ji thought that his little uncle was unwilling and did not insist. When Yi Bai recalled it, the more he thought about it, the more conscious he became. He motioned to Li Zimo to dress him in a hurry. Brother Daoyu, what do you think? Li Daoyu opened his mouth to the boss, paused for a while, and shouted, His Royal Highness Tengwang is such a good idea. Uncle Xiao, how did you come up with this? Li Zicheng exclaimed in an incredible way. If you've ever read a line book just painted green like this, fiction, would you just lie in bed? Yi Bai was taken aback and immediately, crying and laughing. Li Ji's thoughts are really active. Suddenly thinking of this, it seems that Datang's myopia will definitely increase day by day in the future. Ah, it's a sin. Then he said, Ji Nu, this book the benefits don't stop there. For example, if one day a pheasant slave wants to learn the Analects of Confucius, if he wants to learn one of them, it's a scroll book. You can't open it. Look around. Word books are different. Just write down the table of contents at the front of the book, mark the page number of each article, and you'll find the item you need in no time. Of course, Li Daoyu is more excited. He had long expected that after the Mid-Autumn Festival, he would not stay here and go to jail again. He immediately, I don't know which book His Highness will publish to dedicate to the saints. Yi Bai hesitated for a moment, then said to Li Ji, Wei Nu, this birthday present is given to you in your name and I will leave you with Brother Yu's problems. Li Ji was also a little hesitant. Guo Chun, who was standing behind Li Ji, could not help but blurt out, His Royal Highness King Jin, if you don't need the filial piety, Book of Filial Piety. Li Ji nodded. Uncle Xiao, I am very satisfied with this suggestion. What do you think? Then, filial piety, what? It's up to the slaves to decide. Yi Bai glanced at Guo Chun. Really? Donghai Duozi. Ah, Zhang Luochocho next to Yi Bai is on the gift, but Li Tai is very depressed. It is reasonable to say that Li Tai should be in a good mood recently, because during this time, unlike Prince Tang's mansion, Prince Wei's mansion in Yangkang Square was much busier than usual. Li Tai, as the next emperor's prince, must have come to Yangkang Square to visit relatives and lock the door. Although in the eyes of the patriarchal king, the throne should be inherited by the eldest son, he cannot bear the favor of Li Tai. Besides, the current saints, they are not the eldest son. Although the kings of these clans are decorated by heaven and nobles, their fate is in their hands, in the hands of those sitting on the dragon chair. No one wanted to be demoted to remote Pujo like King Shu Li Yuanli. Say it's an idyllic state is really suffering. So, even if you don't want Li Tai to appear in your heart, you dare not give him face. Li Taibin was very happy that the kings of the clan kept coming to visit him. He also knew that those in the clan took the position of the eldest son very seriously, and now the attitude of these people has taken a 2-5 changes. This is also the reason why Chai Lingwu wants to make friends with Yi Bai. But Li Tai is in a bad mood. It's been so many days. The love left in the house has nothing to show in Taichang Temple. If Li Chengqin's concubine can be found, then Li Chengqin can still find a way life. Compared with this big event, what is the king of the clan? The only patience has disappeared, and Li Tai has to go to the firewood house again. If you want to go to the house, love that waste. There is no hope. Let Chai Linwu do it himself. Even if Li Tai wants to break his head, he won't think about it. In fact, it was Yi Bai who screwed up secretly. Chai Linwu studied. Chai Lingwu's heart was very clear about Li Tai's intention today, but he still insisted. Cousin, it's really hard for you to be Wu. Chapter 297. Impression open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Although Lingwu has been out occasionally recently, if you let Lingwu do other things, then Lingwu won't say a word. But it's too happy. Chai Linwu smiled bitterly. Cousin, Linwu's period of filial piety is not the past year. What do you think? Do you still expect the house to fall in love with that loser? Li Tai's face sank. He was very angry. quietly, not angry at all. How Linwu walked slowly in front of Li Tai. Of a sudden, cousin, amazed at the hearts of fathers and fathers in the public, the love left in the room is not alone. But after so many days, there won't be any news, will it? Li Tai's face changed, and he said quietly, Erlang, you mean that the loser and Li Chengqian secretly hooked up together? I don't think so. Chai Linwu shook his head. He said contemptuously, if the love of the house has this dare, then he is not the love of the room. What does the second man 23 mean? Li Tai's face is a little foggy, but in anger, he can hand over all the officials of the North Korean side with more than 3 products to the Lord who offended the light. If the love left by the house betrays him, I won't worry about what Zan Ling's room is. I must leave the house alive and cannot be recorded. According to Linwu, there are 2 possibilities for Taichung Temple. Chai Linwu frowned and said slowly, first of all, Li Chengqian is probably already alert. The love in the house is not a smart person. In order to have an unintentional heart, it is easy to deceive the love in the room. In fact, when Linwu first recommended the house to his cousin, he thought about this. A possibility. Fang Yu's love has never liked Sizu. However, suddenly today, the number of times entering and leaving the Dale department is different from before. People with similar hearts will solve their own problems, not to mention that Li Chengqian hid such a shocking secret in the Great Hall. Then you do your best to recommend the room love. Li Tai stared at Chai Linwu angrily, waiting for Chai Linwu's explanation below. Although Fang Leikoi is the second son of Fang Xuanling, Li Tai has never seen him in the past, and of course he doesn't know what hobbies he has. Chai Linwu smiled helplessly and said, cousin, although there is something suspicious about the love of the house, as the son of Prince Fang Xuanling, his advantage is even more obvious. Linwu looked at the people under his cousin's door and thought that the most capable person was the love of the house. This, Li Tai thought, discouraged. You are reasonable. What is the second possibility that Wu Yi speculated? This second matter, perhaps the princess concubine affair, is purely a rumor. Chai Linwu said word by word. I don't think so about the rumor. Although there were doubts at the time, Su Xuan did eavesdrop on the matter from the prince's concubine. Li Tai said with certainty. Not necessarily. Of course Susma doesn't lie to his cousin, but what Sus heard himself may be a lie. Although Susma is the princess's uncle, Susma is Wei Wangma's cousin. How dare the princess speak in Susma's house, endanger Li Chengqian's storage throne, and not be afraid of the ears on the wall? Chai Linwu shook his head and said. Li Tai closed his eyes together. Said, Erlang, you mean that someone was deceived by that bitch of the Su family? Perhaps it was for Wu Gao to see the princess. After all, in order to compete for favors, in front of the father who came from afar, Lin Wu may also think badly. Therefore, Lin Wu still prefers to speculate. The former. Chai Lin Wu folded his hands and said, this matter is very important. Now who Junji has become more and more Gaochang. Zhao Jia announced the history of Yang Zhou assassination. Without the influence of Zhao Jia, Yang Shidao would not necessarily like Li Chengqian. If there is such a thing, it must be I will use my own effort. Therefore, instead of believing that he has something to do with it, it is better to believe that he has nothing to do with the Yang Zhou assassination. Even if Li Chengqian is alert, he will not believe that he will not leave a trace of her sister and horse. Li Tai thought for a while, and said glumly, in this way, Li Chengqian is already alert. He is afraid that he will not find anything in the Taila Club, so let the love of the house stay on Mingshou Road in the Taiwan music department. Should start somewhere else. However, this, Dark Chen Kang's important task, a certain back and forth of thinking, only Erlang can do it. I think Erlang will not be embarrassed anymore. Chai Linwu looked up from elsewhere and looked up at Li Tai's firm expression. He understands that Li Tai will insist on this matter, and there is not much hope in his heart. If Li Chengqian does not arouse Li Chengqian's vigilance, he will hesitate to say, cousin, Li Chengqian has already aroused Li Chengqian's vigilance. I am afraid that this often happy child is now extinguished. I am afraid now. I am afraid. Li Tai dismissed Chai Linwu's words. The grim voice said, it's not a thing. Erlang tries to do it. In any case, there is still more than a year before Erlang's period of filial piety ends. Don't stay at home motionless. Try it. Then went around in a circle. If his cousin can inherit Datong according to his wishes, Erlang will do his duty. Whatever you want, take orders from Wu. Chai Linwu shook his head and said. Shin was secretly annoyed, and and took over this task. Although there is no need to practice too much fun, it is like Feng Ai all day long, but it is certain to go out from time to time. It seems that in the future, Chizawei must be more obedient and more cautious outside, otherwise Chizawei may I don't want to chew my ears in front of the emperor's uncle anymore. Yes, this is Chaijiro in the eyes of his cousin. Seeing Chai Linwu, Li Tai finally smiled. By the way, cousin, I wonder if Su Gan, the clerk of the copyright office, can be trusted. Chai Linwu buried his head in thinking about what to do in the future, but asked for no reason. What are curtains? That's Su Sima's son at my cousin's house. Su Qian, who used to be Shu Wang Yuanli's notebook, joined the army. Seeing that Li Tai was at a loss, Chai Linwu immediately explained. Oh, that's what I said. Li Tai also has some impressions. Last year, Shu Wang and Li Yuanli clashed with Yi Bai and Wei Zheng in Shanyang. After being impeached by Wei Zheng and Li Yifu, they were sent to Puzhou. Jianan, and Su Qian, who had served in Shu Wangfu's recording room, also participated in the case. Later, Su Zan came to him, or he stood up to save it. Su Gan was saved, and even his name was lost. He is now a school clerk at the provincial copyright office. However, even though Su Gan was Su Xuan's son, Li Tai did not pay much attention to him. Strangely said, why did Jiro suddenly think of this person? Chapter 298. Dismal. Subscribe. He could still see how Southwest officers and soldiers died, but he could see how many innocent women and children died. He just wanted to rush over and kill this savage son. Lu Zan is also a farmer. He felt the same way about this cruel act. A hand on Lu Zan's shoulder was very light, but it was very heavy in Lu Zan's heart. Lu Zan looked at Yi Bai's hand and trembled. General, if you can't help it, you have to live with it. Zhang Baiyan finally spoke, turned his head, and took a long breath. Lu Zan, the charm of this building has long been hated by people, followed by outlaws. Cao Kingsu originated in the name of benevolence and righteousness, but this war has claimed the lives of many people, but he is afraid that the hearts of the people will be lost. If this battle is lost, and if Lu can be expelled, it is a good time for General Lu to build his prestige. These people will ring when General Lu becomes king. Don't keep telling me these big things. I can't hear it. Is it because of this prestige that these people are allowed to die innocently? Lu Xuanyuan said, if it is such a prestige, I would rather not. So you'll never be king. Zhang Baiyan said softly, whether you want them or not, these are opportunities, just to see who can seize them. If you're not happy with it now, what can you do? Can you still ruin the charm of this building? Don't say you can't, even if the boss isn't. But even if you assassinate architectural charm alone, you have to kill architectural charm, as well as Li can, Zhou can, kill one person, save one person, take away the world first, and then save the world. Lu Zan frowned and said, you still have soldiers in your hands, and you are still motionless. How can you bear it? Zhang Baiyan murmured, these people are destiny. Aren't our soldiers destiny? I was trusted by the general to appoint the commander of this march. When I asked for a successful strike, I should try to minimize the loss of soldiers. This is definitely not what Zhang Baiyan did. If the general is not happy, he can let someone else command the army. I will never object. Yi Bai patted the shoulder. 100 banquet. I can trust you. I just want to kill Zhu as soon as possible. Zhang Baiyan felt the heavy burden on his shoulders and whispered, you won't be trusted by the general even after 100 banquet. Morning. The sun did not rise, and the sky was dark for a moment. The fire on the ground is still burning, and the piles of fire are about to go out. Lu has not been able to capture Shangyan City. Although he has prepared a lot of equipment for attacking the city, Shangyan City is too strong after all. He is by no means leading the territorial bandits to conquer it. Although the bandits are greedy for money and profit, they will be exhausted if they cannot attack for a long time. Unbearable. Except for a few watchmen, they were all asleep, waiting to attack the city the next day. The defensive army was also exhausted. For several days of fighting, people did not dare to leave their bodies, and more people squatted on the long guns in the corners to doze off. Although a few people stared at the actions of the thieves below the city, their eyes were red. Apparently they haven't slept well for a long time. But the responsibility to protect the city's residents fell on them. Fearing a trace of fatigue in the end, were either in Shangyan City or the surrounding counties. Days, countless people have been driven over. Some died under the city, some did not die. This moment is in the massacre of Luneng and others. More than half of their lives are not as good as death. Some eyes of this city it's swollen and sad and crying. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps sounded, and some soldiers suddenly woke up, armed with knives, but when they saw people coming, they put down their knives and whispered, "Master Cao." Cao King's face was also covered in blood, and his face was bleak. When he saw a soldier preparing to meet the unawakened soldier, he waved and sighed. "Let them sleep for a while. It's hard for them to fight now." The soldiers stood idly by. I don't know whether the county magistrate woke up at this time or just woke up, but in any case, the county magistrate and the people were full of joys and sorrows, and they always moved the soldiers. The scene of slashing the soldiers a few days ago was bright. All the soldiers knew that Cao Kong was forced to cut down the soldiers, and the soldiers did not have to open the gate. But the panicked military heart, I don't know who will go to Kechung. When the thief rushed in, it was really out of control. Sometimes, it's also about saving people. Cao Kong and the soldiers shared joy and sorrow. They were famous in Shangyan for benevolence and righteousness, but when the catastrophe came, benevolence and righteousness could not save their lives. Although Cao Kong was wearing armor, he was a weak scholar, and there was one person around. He was thin and afraid. "My brothers in the city, I, Cao Kong, have a conscience in my heart." Cao Kong said that there were 2 lines of tears here. The soldiers were taken aback. They all said, "How can Master Cao say that? Master Cao will lead us to defend Xiangyang and defend the country." Cao Kong sighed for a long time. Although the old man has soldiers in his hands, he doesn't have the ability to command an army, and he hates it. "Sir, drive out the thief. Ashamed of where you trusted me, father." The weak man next to him said, "Master Cao, since the rescue letter was sent to Yangzhou, all the counties along the way have also been sent, and the reinforcements will come soon. No matter what, no matter how violent the barbarian is, he will be under siege for a while." All the soldiers said. Confucius said, "Don't be discouraged. Thieves and intruders can't last long. There are adults fighting, and I will do my best to resist." Cao Kong turned sadness into joy. He bowed to the county magistrate and said, "Shangyan city has been occupied. This will be the job of all the generals." On behalf of the people of Shangyan, Douyi expresses his gratitude to the people of Shangyan. All the soldiers were ecstatic. Cao Kong wanted to boost the morale of the people in the gate building. "I didn't expect all soldiers to be broad and profound." Although they cheered, they sighed secretly. After pulling Confucius down the gate, he was in no hurry to return to the county to guard the mansion. When he saw that there was no one around, he asked in a low voice, "Brother Xiao Ingxian, do you think this Shangyan city can be held?" He built a building for the Shangyan people at the gate. Of course he couldn't be discouraged in front of the soldiers, but could only say sad words to his father-in-law, which was inevitable. Kong Shaoan frowned and said, "Sir, the rescue letter has been sent. I think the saints will send troops soon." If General Zhang came, how could the charm of the building be resisted? Shangyan city is full of food and grass. It's not a problem to stick to it for a few months. I believe reinforcements will come. Chapter 299. Trembling open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. In addition, it is not far from Yiyang, where the adult brother is the county magistrate, and he will definitely be able to help. If you think so, Shangyan city will definitely solve the siege problem. Cao Qingwei frowned. It was a scholar whose heart was useless. Kong Shaoan was said to be generous, but it was all nonsense. He and Kong Shaoan are both students. At this time they can see what is useless. The world is in chaos. There are beacon fires everywhere. Rao has 3 heads, 6 arms, 10 legs. How can he handle it? The robbers and thieves there are very busy. When they think of Shangyan city, it is estimated that the city has long been broken up. If in the past Shangyan was originally a north-south road, Daxia has always attached great importance to it, and the east is also close at hand. Pegasus reports quickly, there will be elite soldiers to help. But now the saints have gone to Yangzhou, which is a long way. I don't know if the messenger can live there. As for the counties along the way, most of them are their own business. They are defending their own city and how to help. As for his brother, he had a headache just thinking about it. His brother was always insatiable and fearful of death, and his brother was discordant, let alone saved. The saint has abandoned 000 people of the world. Cao Kong suddenly sighed and burst into tears. However, Kong Shaoan was inexplicable. For a while, I didn't know how to comfort him. Cao Kong once said that there is no way to go, but now Shangyan city is in a predicament, and no one will investigate it. When the two were silent, they suddenly smelled the commotion in the tower, and their hearts were trembling. "Are they attacking the city again?" whispered. The orders of the thieves' soldiers were not strict, generally attacking the city during the day and truce at night, as if such an early attack against the city was rare. A city man trotted down and saw Cao Kong road. "Master Cao, did the thief call?" Cao Kong asked asked in an urgent voice. There was an expression of ecstasy on the face of this city man. Looks like reinforcements have arrived and there's a commotion in the thieves' camp. Cao Cao was more frightened than joy. He couldn't figure out what reinforcements had arrived. He stepped up to the gate and saw that the sky was bright green, and the rest of the ground was mixed with red, full of desolation. It's just desolate, with vague fire jumping and shadows passing through, but it's by no means a sign of attacking the city. Shangyan City is surrounded by the Han River, both sides surrounded by water. It is not easy to attack the army. A city facing mountains is not easy to attack, but to the south is an open plain, where the enemy soldiers concentrated their attack. Suggestion said, Sir, do you want to go to the first batch of good soldiers to attack? My lord, I am willing to lead the army out. One by one, several school libealists in the city went out to fight. Cao Kong hesitated for a moment and murmured, How do you know this is not a trick of thieves and intruders? Counties nearby. As far as I know, no one has the strength to compete with the wild. Everyone was silent, knowing that Cao Kang's words were not unreasonable. Shaoan suddenly pointed to the distance and said in surprise, Lord, look. Cao Kong and the soldiers would turn their heads and suddenly see the beaming expressions on their faces, just because they saw the yellow dust billowing in the distance. The sound of footsteps, the yellow dust turned into a yellow dragon. Before dawn, in the midst of the remnants of fire, in the sky between, it's like flying in the clouds. Everyone saw that a group of cavalrymen suddenly passed the thief, nearly 1,000 people, just to push the horse. They were inserted into the enemy's camp. The bandits' camp was like a lake thrown into a boulder and then cracked. Turmoil and panic. Who is it? Who is so powerful here? Is this reinforcement? Which one is reinforcement? People asked. Kong Shaoan was also at a loss and didn't know, so it wouldn't be a bandit soldier. How could there be so many war horses in the bandit soldier? Isn't this how there is such a fierce person among the officers and soldiers? The cavalry has no flag, but their movements as fierce as all people and horses are on the same line. The cavalry charged into the charm battalion with shields and spears. The horse-pedal joint venture, which broke 2 lines of defense in the blink of an eye, has been not far from the main charm of the building. And horses crossed, flags fell, bandits shouted, cavalry knives cut the waves, like separate thieves, invincible. All wore red cloaks, swarmed out, left and right, unfolded, blood covered the camp, and became a long snake wrapped around the yellow dragon, watching the people in the city startled. The reinforcements are worried, he said unanimously. The red snake and the yellow dragon were entangled. Lucan was in the middle of the camp at the time, and he received a report that reinforcements had been spotted on the other side of the northern Hanshui River before the enemy rushed in. The thieves have been driven out because the river there is cut off and the troops deployed are just pretending that reinforcements from Shangyan County are attacking there, apparently ready to start looking for weak spots. Surprisingly, he had no idea where the reinforcements were coming from. According to his judgment, the strength of the nearby county was originally the strongest in Shangyan, but now it is trapped in Shangyan City. If the other counties are not attacked or burn high incense, how can they have the strength to solve the siege? However, the news of Shangyan reinforcements has already caused a commotion among the bandits, as long as it is not a light dust. When the First World War, Lu could have thought of this and ordered his men to play drums and horns early to catch the thieves. No matter what he thought, Lu Neng had already left the camp, and several people ordered all the insiders to gather to meet the enemy. The inner army is a group of loyal people, armed with money to rob and plunder, and also the most efficient bandits around Zhu Neng, with thousands of people. Although there are not many horses, they are well equipped. But Lu couldn't expect his opponent to come so soon, so he still couldn't stand up to meet the enemy. He could only panic. Was a sound of panic after another. There was still a lingering sound from the distant communication, and the nearby communication was miserable and fierce. It suddenly stopped from the reserve camp to the middle camp in a blink of an eye, and then the architectural charm saw a black dragon with yellow dust following it. Coming. Lu Neng's terrifying opponents are too ferocious and fast, but they still have the opportunity to order their inner armies to do their best to attack the incoming army in 2 rows. The incoming army does not bathe in light dust, and the architectural charm sees the opponent's imposing manner and quick movements, and this impression flashes through his mind. After all, although Qingchen is brave, he has fewer surprise attacks and has always been the main force. Chapter 300. A bloody road. Open black lens bracket. subscription close black lens bracket. There are not many light dust bathed by the public, but being listed as a square attack hastily makes you have a mountain-like pressure, such as despair, can't resist, can't shake. Although the enemy is ferocious, when he is ferocious, it is accompanied by a faint spirit, and people are elusive. The charm of the building is good cannibalism. It is like military food for people, so the insiders are also outlaws, with a red cloak symbolizing blood and violence. Where it passes, it is cowardly. Although the inner army saw the strength of the enemy, but aroused bolder intentions, Huo Chang stepped forward to intercept and cut off. An instant, the enemy's eyebrows can be seen. The leader, black helmets and black armor, the spear is in their hands, just a wave, the arrows shot at random like raindrop. Thieves and bandits did not wait to move forward, turning over and down again and again. What is shocking is the strong momentum of the opponent, the nature of the armor, the bow and arrows of the hardliners. The same goes for the generals of cavalry and chiefs, who have armor on them. Even the horses are covered with leather armor to protect them from guns and arrows. The whole procession is like a monster, spewing arrows everywhere, like a dragon, shaking its head and tail, and all beings crawling and worshipping. After firing a round of feathered arrows, the black cavalry had fully entered the center of the charm battalion. The horses hissed and the thieves made a mess. Lu watched helplessly as his insiders fell, feeling both pain and fear, but do not want to give up. Although the enemy's momentum is fierce, but the number is not too large. Although the domestic army has lost the position of commander, but the number is still dominant. As long as they are trapped, the cavalry will not play a role. Lu could sense that they still had a chance to overcome. Thinking of this, Lu suddenly shouted, "Stop them!" At this time, the yellow dragon and the red snake were completely intertwined. People borrowed horsepower, horses borrowed power, and the black armored cavalry always opposed the bandit. All bandits and black armored soldiers can see each other's feelings. The black armored without exception are lips-sipped and full of anger. They are here to win. They cannot be defeated. They are invincible. This is to educate their generals, to instill spirit in them. Tell them that chaos is death, fear is death, haste is victory, and courage is victory. Lions and tigers don't have to worry about their own safety because they have the courage to make others cold. They are warriors of lions and tigers. They are dragons in the clouds, and they will be invincible. In the sound of this card, all the black armored cavalry hang up their bows and arrows and take up their spears. With the shield, I can't stop getting rid of it. While the interior army of the architectural charm is good and large in number, so far, it has not hindered the half-strike of the armored soldiers. The horse's cavalry is short and powerful, and it sounds neat. Spear ran out and grabbed the horse's head a few feet. With a sharp cold light, he advanced in rows and rows. The horse's hooves fluttered, and he rushed straight past. Wings are thieves, and there are thieves opposite them. They have been surrounded by thieves, but a bloody road must be killed. Horseshoes lined up, stepped on their chests, like an excited person wanting to vomit, aggressive, forcing the thief soldiers to retreat involuntarily. The spear and shield soldiers have stabbed the opposite small with the hard subway board, like a jackhammer shot hard the enemy's line of defense. With a loud bang, boulders fell into the lake, causing a commotion. The thieves in the front row couldn't resist the onslaught of the armored cavalry at all. Half of them were beaten in the air, some hung from spears, and danced in the air, splashed with blood, and many more thieves did not fly, but they fell to the ground like tender grass, groaning in pain. The iron armor slowed down for a while, and the two winged thieves finally rushed up and cut off the thorns from the spear one by one, but the iron armor ignored it, let alone tangled together, just holding a shield to protect the flanks, straight, too. Their leader, still so, gave them only one order, that is, to charge, wade, stab, and shred his opponent's defenses. If the enemy is thrown into chaos, their chances of winning are naturally much greater. The thief strikes a heavy cone like a sharp, forward swirling iron rod, clinking in the sound of spark, but doing nothing against the enemy. Black armor is not only ferocious, but also well equipped. The thief's blade chopped it down and hit the shield one by one, as if scratching at his boots, and he couldn't do anything. Some cut through the shield, only to feel a force emerging from the shield, unable to hold a knife, unable to hold a hand, and some long spears broken, all startled and retreated one by one. The black armor moved like a dragon, just shaking the scales on his body, and all the thieves felt a wind pass over him, and gold was born all over his body. This soldier can't stop it. All savages have this helpless thought in their heart. The black dragon rolled through the yellow dust, although the barbarian was still crowded, and although he didn't hurt too many soldiers and horses, the thief's heart was broken and his heart was cold. Biting cold shattered face, blood splashed scattered, but it was not warm and quick cold. Lu Neng has always been timid. In order to stabilize the heart of the army, he sat in the city, but in a blink of an eye, the inner army in front of him fell to the ground like the wind, hanging his body on the spear, just a vibration, scattered in the air. Blood, teeth and claws were scattered in this direction. A bang, the body fell to the ground, and there was dust everywhere, but the charm of the building made one feel like a big jump in the chest, and there was no blood on the face. A giant dragon with teeth and claws roared at him, and more thieves were unable to resist, stunned on the spot. Let the spear pierce, the horse's hoof trample. They have never seen such a ferocious enemy, like a wild monster. The idea of flight or war flashed in Lucan's mind, and in a blink of an eye, he made a very serious attack on him. Beneficial decision. Running tried meat again, but there is only one life. Every savage can't be a big deal, and most importantly, the captain lacks the courage to be brave and desperate. They rely on the strengths of many. The most critical moment is to think about your own life first. That's it, it's that, and so is his architectural charisma. He's soberly aware that the ironclad cavalry's sharpest point from this sprint is speed. Speed creates power. Speed creates sharpness. Speed creates appalling destructive power, and as long as it slows them down, as long as they can't run, barbarians can still win.